Chapter 421 Wang Yi's Life Story. Bella didn't know how the Prophet made Wang Yi get the angel gene enhancement potion he made. But since the Prophet's ability was not tolerated by the universe, he must have his own way. The divination in the mysticism is inherently weird and unpredictable. What the Prophet knows, and what he has arranged is impossible to guess. But why did the Prophet give the angel enhancement gene to Wang Yi? Listening to the Prophet's last message, it can be judged that it was not because Wang Yi would meet herself that she was chosen by the Prophet. But Wang Yi's meeting with herself was originally in the Prophet's layout. Because the Prophet said that Wang Yi was the key clue to finding what Dalian left for him. The terrible Prophet. This is no longer within the scope of prophetic ability. No wonder he is not tolerated by the universe. If he really breaks through to the law level and masters the law level mystical art, he can manipulate the fate of anyone at will, if he continues to allow his ability to increase. Then, he will undoubtedly become a new cosmic consciousness. Therefore, the death of the Prophet is inevitable. Even if he can escape death again and again with his prophetic ability, the death incident will not stop. It will only make the death spread more and more. Even if the entire universe is destroyed, the Prophet must die. Poor and respectable Prophet. After thinking about the role of the Prophet in this incident, Bella once again looked at Wang Yi. Her eyes made Wang Yi's heart very hairy. She couldn't help asking, Bella, is there any problem with my enhanced gene? If you think my C-level enhanced gene is too weak, I can find a way to get a better one. B-level? A-level, probably okay. Wang Yi's tone was full of worry. Even though Bella said that she had good talent, she had a bad feeling after fainting just now. For such high-end skills as angel combat skills and divine energy, C-level enhanced genes were too low to be up to the standard. Bella smiled rarely and said, No. The best is the one that suits you. Your enhanced genes are perfect now. Just like someone tailored them for you. This will make you get twice the result with half the effort in practicing divine energy. And even unexpected things will happen. In the past, in the battle with the God of Light, I had many battles with the light angels under his seat. I will teach you to summon angel light wings. Many skills of angel combat skills require flying to be better displayed. Hearing this, Wang Yi became excited. She asked eagerly, You mean, I can fly? Fly with my own wings? Of course. But I can't teach you more today. You need to rest. Why don't you continue to tell me your story? Starting from when you were born. The life support capsule opened, and Wang Yi walked out of the cabin with her eyes open. As the adjutant of the Advanced Special Forces, she has an independent dormitory in the military camp of the Scarab Security Force. Although it is not big, it is also her private space. As a mercenary, she has 8 hours of offline time every day when there is no special mission. During this time, she can use the training facilities in the barracks to keep her body in good condition, or go to the nearby city to have some fun. Wang Yi rarely leaves the barracks. Her colleagues think she is a training maniac. But in fact, she doesn't want to go to the city and spend extra money. She is short of money. This time, she was not happy because of the great gains in the Star World. But she was a little depressed. The conversation with Bella reminded her of many things. Wang Yi walked to the desk, took out a photo from the drawer, and turned on the planetary communicator. Dad, I'm fine. I told you. I'm working in the Star World. There's no danger. Just don't worry. This week's credit points have been transferred to your bank account. I don't have much to spend. Nothing is taken care of here. Food, clothing, housing and other expenses are free. You really don't have to worry about me. On the contrary, you don't be too frugal. And for Mom's illness, spend the money you need. I'll take care of everything. The planetary communications in the barracks are monitored. So Wang Yi didn't talk too much about his work with his father. The call ended quickly, and Wang Yi began to stare blankly at the photo. The photo was taken when Wang Yi had just joined the army. At that time, she was still full of longing for military life, with a childish smile on her face. And she looked heroic in a military uniform. Standing behind Wang Yi were her parents. Her father was a kind Oriental man, and her mother was a white woman with Latin style. Wang Yi and her parents were not related by blood. After Wang's father found out that they were infertile, he chose IVF, and the child was Wang Yi. After Wang Yi was born, her mother's body became extremely weak, and medical expenses became a heavy burden for the whole family. It seemed that the mother gave all her energy to her child. Wang Yi has been very healthy since birth. Never got sick. and her mental and physical fitness are better than children of the same age. According to normal development, she would definitely graduate from a well-known college and become a high-paid white-collar worker. But her mother's medical expenses emptied the family's savings. So Wang Yi chose to join the army when she reached the age to increase the family's income. Soon Wang Yi showed outstanding combat talent in the army and was sent to the Federal Mars garrison as an exception. Then, because of her outstanding performance, she was absorbed into the 6th Bureau of the Federal Intelligence Agency. The following things happened naturally. Looking back, Wang Yi was full of emotion. While children of the same age were flirting with their admirers in the classroom, she was hiding behind a bunker made of the bodies of her comrades with a gun, enduring the pain of the wound and waiting for support. While children of the same age were blowing out birthday candles with their parents, she was jumping out of a transport plane that was submerged by an explosion and attacking a heavily guarded fortress with her surviving comrades. Due to the great power of the Star Alliance on Mars, the Federation's Mars garrison has always been the army with the highest casualty rate. It was in such an environment that Wang Yi survived in battle after battle and gradually became stronger. The temperament implied in her was probably the reason why she attracted Bella. Today's conversation with Bella brought back Wang Yi's memories. She looked at the photo, and unconsciously, a faint light emerged from the palm of her hand. It was a firefly-like light, and it also had a sense of fullness, as if holding a real object. Frightened, Wang Yi immediately let go of the hand holding the photo, and the light was extinguished. What happened? Wang Yi looked at her hand, and she was sure that she was not dazzled. There was indeed a light coming out of her palm just now, and it was a white light emitted by the sacred energy. Chapter 422 Founding. De Liang, who summoned Elisa, did not learn much about the Judgment Group from the last Star Alliance visitor to Order Star. When Elisa boarded the Scarab spacecraft for a random interstellar jump, she was a vegetable farmer at the bottom of the society. She signed a contract to sell herself and embarked on an unknown journey. All the discoveries and gains belonged to the Scarab Company. At that time, Elisa could not know too many secrets about the founding company. She only knew public information. And the public information did not include the early history of the Star Alliance and was very untrue. But the limited intelligence also brought a lot of useful information to De Liang. First of all, the founding organizations of the Star Alliance, after continuous mergers and integrations, eventually formed a pattern of 17 founding companies. The 17 founding companies have lasted for 2,000 years, and no founding company has declined or gone bankrupt, and no new Star Alliance company can replace them. This kind of long-lasting prosperity is unimaginable in the history of the Earth. But it is actually happening. The 17 founding companies are not a monolithic entity. There have been many interstellar wars between them. Some are for competing for resources. Some are due to disagreements. And even when encountering some hot-tempered family leaders in power, a quarrel may lead to an interstellar war. But no matter how fierce the interstellar war is, the fight between the founding companies will suddenly end after reaching a certain point. And they will never kill each other, as if an invisible hand has drawn the final bottom line for them. De Liang knows that this is because of the existence of the heroes from the Order world. They are hidden in the founding families. Their long lives allow them to control these founding companies, no matter how incompetent the current patriarch of the founding family is. The existence of these heroes, and the rules set between them determine that the founding companies will not decline. Other Star Alliance companies cannot integrate into the circle of the founding companies. There is also another piece of information worth pondering. There are factions among the founding companies, and 17 founding companies have formed 7 alliance-like cooperative relationships. The Judgment Group, the Domination Group, the Jyoting Group and the Star Alliance Company from East Asia form the East Pacific Cooperation Organization. Although there are many contradictions and competitions within these cooperative organizations, they can often stand on a unified position in the decision-making of major events. The leader of the East Pacific Cooperation Organization is the Judgment Group, and the Judgment Wang family is one of the 7 most powerful families in the entire Star Alliance. Judgment, Domination, Jyoting, Rising Sun, Black Tulip, Lionheart. Familiar names emerge from De Liang's memories. These are the top player corps or player guilds in Hero World. Some are De Liang's enemies, some are his allies, and some, although they have no direct intersection, are also the existence of a game zone. Now De Liang can be sure that the Judgment Group evolved from the Judgment Corps he created. But who is the leader of the Judgment Group when he traveled into the game? Is it Su Man? Or Xu Xiao? Who is the origin of the Judgment Wang family? Thinking of Xu Xiao, Daliang felt distressed again. I wonder if she has found happiness again after he left her? Controlling his chaotic thoughts, Daliang asked Eliza through the voice of the world-destroying, who is the founder of the Judgment Group? Eliza replied, the historical records of the early days of the Star Alliance are no longer available. I don't know what happened during that time. Even the Judgment Wang family has no records of the founding ancestors. This is the case with many founding families. I heard that each founding family has a secret organization in our world. They are responsible for erasing all the history of the early days of the Star Alliance. Some people who try to rediscover that history will be assassinated by them. There are many records of founding family members being assassinated in history. In order to cover up history, they did not even let their own people go. It seems that those heroes not only control the founding companies in the Star Domain world, but also extend their tentacles to the Earth side. Everything is for the real control of these founding companies, the Star Alliance, and the Earth. However, there are still many things that Daliang can't figure out. He can get too little information from Eliza. I hope that after the opening of the Star Alliance wormhole station, more clues can be obtained. Just when Daliang was about to ask Eliza more questions, Solomon in a black suit came in and whispered to Daliang, Your Majesty, there is an interstellar broadcast from the Star Alliance. The Black Tulip Group requests to talk to you. Daliang frowned and said, Didn't I say that I won't talk to the Star Alliance today? Solomon looked at Eliza, walked closer to Daliang's ear and said, The other party claims to be mourning, and he greets the sad monarch. Wailing. The familiar name alerted Daliang. The Wailing Monarch was once one of the 7 death monarchs in the Kingdom of Death. He was the strongest, and was recognized as the first monarch by the undead. At that time, the Kingdom of Death was ruled by the Immaculate Church, which firmly believed in the God of Death. The supreme ruler of the Immaculate Church was the 7 death monarchs. In order to weaken the strength of the evil camp of the undead, Michael, who wanted to unify the entire hero world, fostered a non-faith wizard guild in the Kingdom of Death, intending to cause the separation of the undead and plunge the Kingdom of Death into a civil war, without the power to support the invasion of hell by the good camp. It was at that time that Daliang came to the sighing city of the Sorrowful Lord, the 7th Lord of Death, under the pseudonym of Gut. Daliang's Black Fire territory is the territory of the undead. Originally, Daliang came to the sighing city to do his own territory mission, but he soon got entangled in the various conflicts and entanglements between the Immaculate Church, the Wizard Guild, and the Cloud City in the Kingdom of Death. Then Daliang was pushed forward step by the plot of this plane. In the sighing city, Daliang proposed the ultimate faith and assisted the Sorrowful Lord in establishing a new Immaculate Church under the ultimate faith. After the Cloud City and the Wizard Guild formed a blue coalition to break through the Eternal Night City of the Sorrowful Lord, he took the Sorrowful Lord to the sighing city and successfully sidelined the Sorrowful Lord, causing him to lose his influence and control over the Immaculate Church. Then, Daliang used his dual identities in the New Stain Church and the Wizard Guild to promote the merger of the two hostile forces and expel the forces of Yunzhong City in the Kingdom of Death. Finally, the new Immaculate Church annexed the old church to complete the unification of the Kingdom of Death. With his contribution in the entire plot of the Kingdom of Death, Daliang was awarded the 3 titles of Bone Eviscerating Monarch, Death Mentor, and Immortal King after the Sorrowful Monarch ascended the throne as the Sorrowful Pope, becoming the 2nd ruler of the undead under the Sorrowful Pope. The Sorrowful Monarch was sealed after he lost his function, and the person who sent the Sorrowful Monarch to the sealing location was Daliang. Daliang still remembers what the Lord of Sorrow said to himself when he was sealed. I don't believe the seal will last forever. When I come out of the seal next time, the world will be different. Perhaps the dead have forgotten my name, and that will be a new beginning. The Age of Sorrow has come, and the Age of Sorrow is about to end. Chapter 423, The Monarch of Sorrow. There was no battle in the sealing of the Monarch of Sorrow. Although the Pope of Sorrow prepared an ambush circle, including 3 16th level law level heroes for this sealing, the Monarch of Sorrow chose to give up resistance after having a final conversation with Daliang and knowing everything that happened. However, this does not mean that the Monarch of Sorrow is a weak character. The fact that he has been able to rule the Kingdom of Death for countless years as the first monarch proves the Monarch of Sorrow's great strength and ability. He gave up resistance only because he knew that the situation was over. There was no territory, no army, under the impact of the ultimate faith. The entire Kingdom of Death was unified at an unimaginable speed under the new Immaculate Church founded by the Pope of Sorrow. The Lord of Sorrow will not surrender, and the Pope of Sorrow will never allow him to influence his rule from outside. The undead clan has no place for the Lord of Sorrow. Rather than being hunted down by the undead clan like a stray dog, it is better to accept the fate that cannot be changed. Anyway, there is no eternal seal, and the Lord of Sorrow is willing to wait. But De Leon did not expect that he would meet the Lord of Sorrow under such circumstances. In the Star Alliance, he seems to control a powerful founding company. De Leon does not think that the Lord of Sorrow does not hate him. It can be said that the Lord of Sorrow went from being the most powerful undead lord to a prisoner, which was directed by De Leon. When the seal was sealed, Lord Ian could talk calmly with De Leon, who was accompanying him. But it did not mean that Ian would not settle accounts after he regained power. When Ian was sealed, he did not know that the destroyer of hell was the bony viscera of Sai City. Who told him this information? De Leon thought of the friend behind the judgment group. This is not something a friend would do. But what should be faced must be faced. De Leon asked a demon to take Eliza away, and then connected to the interstellar broadcast of the Black Tulip group. Lord Ian, long time no see. I always thought you were somewhere in the kingdom of death, under heavy guard. I didn't expect you to break the seal and go to the Star Alliance. It seems that you have a good life. After I join the Star Alliance, you must help your old friend. The Lord of Sorrow is a lich of the undead clan. At this moment, he is sitting on the command platform of the bridge of the Black Tulip Group's interstellar flagship. The Lord of Sorrow wears clothes similar to the Egyptian pharaoh's style, holding a golden skull staff in his hand and a golden mask on his face. From the outside, you can't tell that he is an undead. The patriarch of the Black Tulip family stands respectfully behind the Lord of Sorrow. Golden hair, noble temperament, no matter how he turns the tide outside. But in front of the family's protection, he can only bow his head obediently to show his obedience. At the same time, he also saw Ian holding the staff tightly, shaking slightly. He could imagine how the family guardian was controlling his emotions. What kind of grudge did the Devil King of Destruction and Lord Ian have that made the Lord so excited? The Black Tulip Patriarch had seen the power of the family guardian. The Black Tulip Group was able to suppress other founding companies entirely because of Lord Ian's invincible power. Wang Qian specifically said that the Devil King of Destruction was bone-picking. What does this mean? It actually attracted Lord Ian, who had not appeared for a long time, to come to the bridge command platform in person to talk directly with Destruction. Bone-picking. De Liang's greeting like an old friend reminded Ian of his lowest point. As the Lord of Death, he was not tolerated by the undead, and could only accept the seal in humiliation. Even though the area he controlled now far exceeded the kingdom of death. The Star Domain world was not the undead plane after all. Lord Ian knew that all this was caused by Bone Pickering. He admired Bone Pickering's ability, but it did not affect his hatred for Bone Pickering. When Wang Qian said that the Destroyer Demon King was Bone Pickering, he was still a little unconvinced. But now the other party has admitted it. Lord Ian controlled his emotions and waited for a long time before he said, Destroyer Demon King. Speaker Bone Pickering, I really didn't expect you two were the same person. Could it be that Hell also participated in the action of overthrowing me? Is this how Lucifer treats his allies? The time when the Lord of Sorrow was sealed was before the decisive battle of Hell Furnace City. So he didn't know what happened afterwards. So De Leon corrected, Lord of Sorrow. After you were sealed, many things happened in our world. For example, I am no longer the vice president of the Sai City Council. Sorrow truly unified the kingdom of death. The 7 immaculate churches merged, and Sorrow was crowned as the Pope. I was also canonized as the Lord of Bone Evisceration, the Death Mentor, and the Immortal King. In addition, the affairs of the kingdom of death have nothing to do with hell. It is my personal behavior. Moreover, King Lucifer has been defeated, and I was elected as the Lord of Hell, as the Devil King of Destruction. You are the Lord of Hell. De Leon announced his identity, which moved Lord Ian. Lord Ian was somewhat prepared for the status of Jigu in the kingdom of death. After all, Jigu pulled himself down and pushed sadness up, and his achievements were all what he deserved. But it was really beyond Ian's expectation that he could become the Lord of Hell. Hell is the boss of the evil camp, and the Lord of Hell is the leader of the evil camp. Ian did not expect that Mieshur not only overthrew himself, but also King Lucifer. And now he has the entire evil camp. Then the Lord of Sorrow asked, Who has the Doomsday Blade? I am the Lord of Hell. Of course it is with me. The Lord of Sorrow said. Wang Qian told me everything about the Order Star. Even if you are the Lord of Hell, Hell is not by your side. And an Order Star is definitely not a match for the Star Alliance. As for the Order World, even if it develops into an advanced cosmic civilization, it will not give you any support now. The Star Alliance will speed up the construction of this wormhole station. And you don't have much time. Give me the Doomsday Blade, and I will treat our previous affairs as if nothing happened. And the Black Tulip Group will also help you quickly integrate into the Star Alliance system. Of course, you can also refuse. But I will make everything you did to me happen to you one by one. The powerful artifact, the Doomsday Blade, aroused the greed of the Lord of Sorrow. And the Doomsday Blade is the symbol of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Sorrow believes that if he holds the Doomsday Blade, he can get the support of Hell. When he finds the world of order in the future, he can return with strength. With the Star Alliance outside and Hell inside, he can counterattack the Kingdom of Death and take back everything he has lost. De Liang replied, Sorrow, the Doomsday Blade can't be given to you. If you are greedy for the Doomsday Blade at this time, you might as well think about why someone told you. The Destroyer Demon King is about bone removal. Is this the secret that the Judgment Group told you? This friend from the same world as us knows a lot of my secrets and my current situation. But he still doesn't even have the courage to face me. But pushes you out to be the first to do so. You must have known each other for a long time. And he doesn't even dare to threaten me. Do you think you are qualified? Chapter 424 Double Threat. Dalyang's answer aroused the vigilance of Lord Ayin. He lost his vigilance due to the news of bone removal. Now, after Dalyang's reminder, Ayin realized that Wang Qian must have ulterior motives in visiting and telling him this secret. Judgment Wang's family guardian, although of average strength, but vicious means, endless conspiracies and tricks. For 2,000 years, she has never revealed her true appearance, and no one knows her race, appearance and name. She may be a passerby passing by you, or she may be a good friend who talks to you freely. The fact that the Judgment Group was able to transmit the interstellar broadcast as soon as the world was destroyed means that they had received the news long ago. Knowing that the Destroyer is the bony viscerating Demon King means that the family guardian of the Judgment Wang family knows the Destroyer very well. She told me this news. Definitely not out of kindness. The Destroyer Demon King should be very powerful, or have a powerful trump card. The Demon King who could overthrow King Lucifer and become the Lord of Hell is definitely not a weakling. But as the former first monarch of the Kingdom of Death, how could he be so cowardly because of a word from the Destroyer? Monica saw the stubborn character of the undead and understood Dalyang's temper. The two powerful beings would not give in to each other, and they would definitely create sparks. I don't care whether you are the Destroyer Demon King or the bony viscerating monarch. The coward of the Judgment Group is afraid of you because he is weak. I wailed. The first monarch of the Kingdom of Death. I will take back everything I lost, starting with you. When the wormhole station is opened, I will listen to your final reply. Give me the Blade of Doom, or accept the war. The monarch of wailing ended the interstellar communication, which made Dalyang's already bad mood even worse. It's bad enough to have an old friend who is like an enemy, but not a friend in the Judgment Group. And now there is another wailing who has a deep hatred. But the strength of this former first monarch of the Kingdom of Death is really strong. It seems that the journey of Order Star into the Star Alliance will not be so smooth. The military strength of the Great Tomb needs to be further strengthened. The Great Tomb now has 4 legions of ultimate creatures. Namely, the Angel Legion led by Julian, the Frost Dragon Legion led by Astro, the Dragon Legion led by the Crystal Dragon Qinli, and the newly recruited Demon Legion led by the Demon Lord Morris. Among these 4 legions, the Angel Legion already has the ability to fight in space. And the Demon Legion from the early days of Theocracy also has the ability to fight in space. It's just that the 2 legions have different ways of entering space. The Angel Legion uses the semi-energization technology proposed by Nicole, and obtains a protective shield that can define physical and magical attributes. The future development direction is the semi-energization of the body. Semi-energetic technology not only requires magic alchemy, but also requires adaptive computing to assist in the input of complex and tedious definition programs. Therefore, semi-energetic technology is the product of the combination of magic and natural technology. The demon army came from the Theocracy era, and the magic civilization broke through the bottleneck and entered the first outbreak period. The way they entered space was more advanced composite magic. directly using magic elements to resist various dangerous situations from the universe. There is no advantage or disadvantage between the two technologies. But the demon army brought the magic achievements of the Theocracy era to the Great Tomb within 100 years. This is like pouring oil on the fire for the rapidly developing magic alchemy research in the Great Tomb. There is also the technology laboratory led by Charles. Although they have not yet obtained anything practical from the Scarab spacecraft. They are the top scientists on the Order Star after all. When they gathered together to offer suggestions on how to study this spacecraft, the integrated and derived technologies have already begun to benefit the Great Tomb. Nicole's Alchemy Laboratory, Charles's Technology Laboratory, and the increasingly large research institutes of the University Alliance have made the Great Tomb's technology reserves like adding dual engines, giving out a surging impact. Therefore, when Dalian felt the threat from the Star Alliance, he asked the Great Tomb to use the existing technology and equipment to build an interstellar battleship. But Nicole replied, "It can't be built, because there is not enough time." According to Eliza, the Star Alliance wormhole station will be opened in about 2 years. But since the Star Alliance knows the existence of the Order Star, it will definitely speed up the construction of the wormhole station. And it is very likely that the wormhole station will be built within a year. And it is really wishful thinking to build a spaceship within a year. The Great Tomb has no experience in building spaceships. Faced with Dalian's request, Nicole spread her hands and said that she was really powerless. "I am just an alchemist. Even if we have the technology, I don't know what the inside of a spaceship should look like. Without a reasonable design and layout, we have no way to send tens of thousands of tons, or even hundreds of thousands of tons of spacecraft from the ground to space. You need a ship designer. It would be great if G.I.S. was here." G.I.S. is Nicole's good friend. He is a master of ship design. The two of them and the Prophet completed the construction of the Black Pearl together. And the interior design of the Great Tomb was also done by G.I.S. And ship design itself is a very wide-ranging subject. Surface ships, aerospace warships, and space warships are all connected in many ways. Leave the ship design to me. Without a suitable ship designer, Dalian can only do it himself. He is a disciple of G.I.S. and has studied ship design with G.I.S. He even read a lot of books about ships outside the game to learn ship design well. Dalian is a senior ship designer in the game. Although the life skills in the game are definitely not usable now. At least you have seen pigs run before you have eaten pork. Moreover, the aerospace battleship Prince designed by Dalian is still flying well. Dalian does not expect the space battleship he designed to be so awesome. As long as it can fly on the orbit of the Order Star, it will be a deterrent. When the time comes, all kinds of alchemical weapons will be equipped. Angels on the left, demons on the right, and a group of dragons will roam. The Arbitration Angel, Thunder Nicole, and the intimidating World Destroyer Mecha. 3 16th level, dozens of 15th level, thousands of 14th level. As long as the founding companies of the Star Alliance do not stick together, anyone who wants to fight must weigh their own weight. Space battleships must be built, and the appearance engineering must also be built. However, Nicole still said that it cannot be built. There are no workers. The population of the Great Tomb is hundreds of thousands. It takes a lot of people to maintain the operation of the entire Great Tomb. Recently, Dalian has introduced an arsenal from outside, and there are various projects waiting to start. The Great Tomb really can't spare any extra shipbuilding workers. And even if there are people, it is impossible to train them into suitable ship workers in a short time. Nicole said, "The undead have enough population, but the skeleton soldiers' brains are barely enough to build wooden sailboats. But it's too difficult for them to build advanced alchemy and high-tech spaceships." But Dalian said, "No. The skeleton soldiers' brains are precisely their advantage. The Church of Orderly Light has made a major breakthrough in divine arts. Princess Z Ling successfully designed a new steam mecha for the skeleton soldiers based on the captured Star Alliance mecha. The adaptive computer technology that Minia is responsible for allows the skeleton soldiers to have two consciousnesses. The main consciousness is responsible for the generation of divine power by faith. Although it is low intelligence, it is extremely firm and loyal. The secondary consciousness generated by the adaptive computer can accurately complete any task we give it, and has a certain learning ability. Chapter 425 Military Strength. When Father Titus, who was in charge of the Orderly Light Church, told Dalian that the characteristics of the skeleton soldiers made them easy to generate divine power, but they could not perform advanced divine arts, Dalian had the idea of mechanical skeleton soldiers. Then he decomposed the required technology and handed it over to various alchemy and scientific research institutions to verify the feasibility. There is no problem with divine power as an energy source. The skeleton soldier's firm belief in the destroyer demon king determines that they have constant heat energy to use. Then, there is the steam machine. The steam technology of the Order Star can be said to have reached the extreme, and it is no problem to design a set of steam mecha for the skeletons. After Princess Zling's improvement, using the puppet technology of the Order World Academy and adding advanced alchemy, the skeleton soldiers no longer need their fragile bodies. The steam mecha replaces all the bones below the head of the skeleton soldiers. It is stronger and more powerful, with very high defense and magic resistance. When the arsenal of the Great Tomb can independently develop weapons, the mechanical skeleton soldiers can flexibly change their functions and arms after adding different accessories. Energy and hardware are solved, and the rest is software. The adaptive magic array used by the adaptive computer was originally invented by the warlocks of the academy to cultivate souls. The army of the academic school is made of puppets made by sorcerers, from low-level gargoyles to the ultimate soldier titan. A qualified puppet must have self-learning ability and certain cognitive ability. Therefore, using adaptive computer technology to cultivate an auxiliary consciousness for the mechanical skeleton soldiers is a piece of cake for the magic alchemy technology of the Great Tomb. The auxiliary consciousness of the mechanical skeleton soldiers is responsible for the movement of the body, and its own database has learning and cognitive abilities. Although the newly manufactured mechanical skeleton soldiers do not have the ability to create, it is enough to be a shipbuilder. Now there is the technology to build space battleships. There are ship designers, and there are workers. Nicole is very happy to undertake the design and manufacturing of the interior and weapons of the space battleship. Before officially building the space battleship, Nicole and De Leon both thought that the Black Pearl should be modified to let the designers, alchemists and shipbuilders practice. After all, to build such a large spaceship, not to mention that De Leon was unsure. Nicole was not very sure either. Black Pearl is a 15th level constructed life form with powerful magic. Even if some design verifications fail, it doesn't matter. It can provide experience for the newly built space battleship. Just like that, the space battleship design plan was passed. But De Leon knew that the battleship built was just a showpiece with technology piled up. Being able to fly from the ground to the orbit of the Order Star is a huge success. So De Leon did not expect it to have much combat power. This is for the Star Alliance to see, to serve as a rest platform for the Ultimate Legion. After the Angel Legion and the Demon Legion have acquired space combat capabilities, the Frost Dragon Legion and the Dragon Legion were also handed over to Nicole's alchemy laboratory to learn and strengthen semi-energy technology. With the cooperation of the Angel Legion, the God-making project hosted by Nicole has accumulated a lot of semi-energy body application technology. Nicole, who has a body of thunder, can now store air elements in a semi-materialized form and try to materialize semi-materialized air elements. If the transformation of energy into matter can be successfully completed, then in the future, when conducting interstellar exploration, there is no need to carry a wide variety of various substances. Only a single energy is needed. However, the technology for converting energy into matter has not yet been developed. However, the semi-material storage of air elements is already a major technological breakthrough. Air elements will first become the energy source of the Great Tomb space battleship. In addition, this technology will also be used in the transformation of the Frost Dragon Core. Among the 4 ultimate creature legions, the Frost Dragon Core is Daliang's own son. The entire Frost Dragon clan was created by Daliang. He has absolute loyalty to this race. So all important areas of the entire Great Tomb are guarded by Frost Dragons. Frost Dragons are very distinctive ultimate creatures. They are extremely strong, and most of their bodies are covered with hard keratin. This allows the Frost Dragon to have higher offensive and defensive capabilities than dragons of the same level. But there are gains and losses. Compared with the angels, who are all masters of battle, the Frost Dragon has obvious shortcomings in flexibility, which makes them bear more attacks during battle. De Liang's positioning of the Frost Dragon Legion is to fight head-on, relying on its own defensive capabilities to attract firepower. In game terms, it is MT tank, always in the center of firepower. No matter how much the defense of the Frost Dragon is strengthened, it is not too much. Nicole's alchemy laboratory will design a set of dragon armor specifically for the Frost Dragon. In addition to refining metal, the semi-energized air element will become the lining of this dragon armor and fill it into the body cavity of the frost dragon. After the semi-energy is redefined, a semi-energy generation and repair system will be formed in the body of the frost dragon, and it will become a visible body. If the transformation goes smoothly, the frost dragon will have muscles and dragon scales. Their strength will be enhanced again, and multiple defenses can greatly improve their survivability. Dragon Legion. De Liang positioned them as second-line troops. It's not because the dragons are not strong, but because the races of dragons in the Dragon Legion are too mixed. There are black dragons that are good at melee. There are blue crystal dragons that are good at magic. There are magma dragons that cannot fly. There are ghost dragons that have no entity. In the past, the mission of the Dragon Legion was to provide ultimate biological support to the Blackfire Territory's regular legion. The commander of the regular legion would temporarily transfer suitable dragons from the Dragon Legion to his own army according to his own needs. Now De Liang does not intend to change the function of the Dragon Legion, and will not even interfere too much in the management of the Dragon Legion. The Dragon Legion is in the charge of Crystal Dragon Qianli, and Crystal Dragon Qianli, and the commander of the regular legion, Kaka, are responsible for what the legion does. The Angel Legion will become an important assault force in De Liang's hands. The characteristic of angels is that they have no obvious characteristics. Their various attributes are extremely balanced, and they can be competent no matter where they are placed. The word stable makes angels the most recognized strongest race. Demons have a deceptively strong appearance, but their characteristics actually tend to be assassins. They can move silently in the subspace and appear beside their opponents in an instant when they are not aware of it. Therefore, De Liang's positioning of the demon army is guerrilla warfare, wandering on the edge of the battlefield, and suddenly launching an attack when the Frost Dragon and Angel attract the enemy's attention. The four ultimate biological legions have their own functions. Before the regular army of the Great Tomb has formed space combat capabilities, they will face the malicious Star Alliance together with De Liang. Chapter 426 Bluffing. The transformation of the space battleship and the ultimate biological core has entered the next stage of development in the Great Tomb. And then De Liang's own strength has improved. Among the large-scale alchemy projects carried out simultaneously in the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory, the Elemental Stone Activation Project is directly related to De Liang's own strength. It is still too early to activate the Elemental Stone, so De Liang can only strengthen himself through external forces. In addition to the various gadgets in the space ring, the world-destroying mecha is the strongest weapon that De Liang can use now. The alloys used in this 10-meter-high mecha were all forged by the dwarf master himself, and then enchanted by Nicole, and a large amount of semi-energized crystal energy was used. Its own defense capability has reached the artifact level. Even a law-level hero would have to work hard to destroy this mecha. The main weapon of the world-destroying mecha is now the Blazing Spear, which is the fire element summoning magic that De Liang likes to use. It condenses the fire element into a flame spear, which can be used for close combat or long-distance throwing. The magic array for generating the Blazing Spear is engraved on the arm of the world-destroying mecha. The elemental energy required for magic can use the mecha's reserve energy, or De Liang can call on the magic power in the Elemental God Stone. In addition to the Blazing Spear, other weapons and equipment are still being designed and manufactured. The alchemy equipment designed by Nicole for De Liang cannot be a low-profile version, and the advanced alchemy equipment requires a more complex magic array. In addition, it takes a lot of energy for the alchemist to engrave these magic array circuits with tens of thousands of numbers into the limited space of the mecha. There is also the input of the semi-energy definition program, which also requires a lot of manpower and material resources. During the construction of the World Destroyer mech, the Great Tomb did not have the ability to build a second identical mech. Finally, Nicole gave a bottle of blue potion to De Liang. After my test, the people of the Star Alliance cannot log off normally on the Order Star. It is indeed related to the potion made by the Prophet. When the concentration of the surrounding magic elements reaches a certain level, the potion will make the people who should have been fake dead really die. The Prophet knew that they would come here, so he used the special magic environment of the Order Star to make this poison so that the people of the Scarab Company could stay on the Order Star and could not go back. I don't know why the Prophet did this, but the Prophet must have known that we would appear on the Order Star at this time. Eliza is a gift from the Prophet to us. This bottle of potion is a harmless product made by me by changing the proportion of raw materials. Eliza can return to Earth normally with this potion. Of course, you have the final say on how to use it. De Liang took the potion and couldn't help but sigh that the Prophet was awesome. Then he asked Nicole, will the people of the Star Alliance change this potion? After discussing the issue of the direction of alchemy research, Nicole became a little impatient. She replied to De Liang, I don't know. The Star Alliance has the Prophet's potion formula. If the Prophet tells them the role of each raw material, perhaps the Star Alliance can find the real correct formula. But if the Star Alliance only has the formula but not the principle, unless a master of medicine at the same level as the Prophet can find the correct formula after decades of research, I can make this potion so quickly only because I know the correct formula. Based on my understanding of the Prophet, we are the only one with this formula. De Liang gave the potion to Sophia beside him, stood up and said, It's good that we are the only one with the formula. After accompanying Wang Qian and Yesher on an interstellar call, Murphy was in a trance the whole day after receiving the information he received. Back in the interstellar flagship of the Scarab Company, looking at the fleet of the founding company that kept coming from the star field outside, he knew that he had really caused big trouble this time. He finally knew what the founding companies got from the initial star during the star field development period, and what made the founding companies continue for more than 2,000 years without decline. They were the heroes left on the initial star by the former hero world. They were very powerful. And there were even several 16th level law level heroes, with super force and super power. How could the later Star Alliance company shake the status of the founding company? Moreover, this should be a secret known only to the founding company. Murphy clearly remembered the scene of the call with Yesher. Wang Qian asked everyone on the bridge command desk to leave, leaving only himself. Murphy didn't think it was a good thing to know the secret that even Wang Ran didn't know. What does the judgment group want to do? Just as Murphy was trying to figure out Wang Qian's true intention, his subordinates reported to him, Eliza is back. Hearing this news, Murphy's heart suddenly sank. Eliza was the last person of the Scarab Company on the Order Star. Her return meant that the Scarab Company had completely lost control of the situation on the Order Star, and more than 30 years of operation had come to naught. She? Where is she? Murphy asked in a state of disbelief. Eliza is receiving physical rehabilitation treatment in the medical room. The doctor said that Eliza can have a short conversation in 3 hours. I know. If the judgment group finds me during this period, just say that I went offline to meet a client and apologize to Uncle One on my behalf. Let Kirk and Needham come to my office, and we will meet Eliza together. 3 hours later, Murphy, who returned from the Star Domain world, met Eliza in his office, who was sitting in a wheelchair. He asked irrelevant people to leave, leaving only Kirk and Needham in the office. Seeing Murphy with a sad face, Eliza said in a weak voice, Mr. Murphy, don't worry. The destroyer has repaired the damaged life support capsule, and I can travel between Order Star and Earth normally. The rapid turn made Murphy go from distress to excitement. The life support capsule can work normally, and he can respond to any changes on Order Star as quickly as possible. Scarab Company will regain the initiative in the competition for resources on Order Star. Then Eliza told Murphy another important news. Mishi found a way to kill us by logging off from our broken life support capsules. From now on, all life support capsules produced by the Star Alliance cannot be used within the range of the Order Star. In the future, when people from the Star Alliance visit the Order Star, they can only log off normally by staying away from the Order Star. Mishi only provides life support capsules for the Order Star for a small number of friendly and special personnel. I got one. Murphy asked, can Mishi really make all the Star Alliance life support capsules within the range of the Order Star ineffective? Mishi was very confident when he told me. Sometimes magic is really hard to understand. I am willing to believe what Mishi said. He doesn't need to tell a lie that is easily exposed. Mr. Murphy, this is Mishi demonstrating to the Star Alliance that his magic can cover the entire Order Star region. Chapter 427 Return of Eliza. Mishi did not specify how big the Order Star domain is. This requires the Star Alliance to explore it by itself after the wormhole station is opened. But the magic that can only cover one planet has already frightened Murphy. Does the coverage of magic mean that Mishi can instantly strike any enemy that enters the Order Star domain? Are the law-level heroes owned by the founding company a match for Mishi? Also, Mishi does not allow Star Alliance people to go offline within the scope of the Order Star, which will seriously affect the Star Alliance's control over this star domain and increase the cost of developing the Order Star. To solve this problem, you must use the life support cabin provided by Mishi, which comes at a price. Many small Star Alliance companies and idle personnel will definitely agree to Mishi's various conditions for this convenience. Murphy asked Eliza, the news you brought is very valuable, and your value is above the information you brought. Welcome back. You? Kirk and Needham will be appointed as special consultants for the Order Star project of Scarab Company. The previous contract between you and the company will be invalidated, and I will sign a new employment agreement with you. Do you have any requirements for your position and salary? As long as the company can do it, I can agree to it. These are what you deserve. Eliza said with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy. Mishi asked me to serve as his special consultant for Star Alliance relations. And the other Star Alliance company that discovered the Order Star has given the Blackfire Company to Mishi, and will cooperate with Mishi in an all-round way. Mishi is the leader of the demons. He is powerful, wise, evil and terrifying. There are many evil people in the Star Alliance. If Mishi is used by such people, it will be a devastating disaster for our world. I think fate has chosen me. I will take on the responsibility of being a bridge between Mishi and the Star Alliance and do what I think is useful. This is not good news for Murphy. As Murphy said to Wang Ran, the status of the founding company in the Star Alliance is likely to be broken because of the discovery of the Order Star. The founding family is protected by the law-level heroes. And there are also the forces behind the Blackfire Company are trying to win over Mishi, which is equivalent to spying on the status of the founding company. There are too many problems within the Star Alliance, and there are many ambitious people. Even Murphy himself didn't know if he would immediately challenge the founding company if Mishi agreed to be his family guardian. After learning the secret of the founding company's long-lasting prosperity, those Star Alliance companies with no bottom line would only sell themselves even cheaper in front of Mishi. After 2,000 years of family prosperity, how many people can resist this temptation? The news that Eliza was hired by Mishi is also a major loss to the Scarab Company. Eliza, Kirk, and Needham are important personnel in the Scarab Company's development of the Order Star. They are familiar with the environment and relationships of the Order Star, which is a huge advantage for the Scarab Company. Especially Eliza. She is the last person of Scarab Company on Order Star, and her role is crucial in this critical period. No, I can't accept you leaving Scarab Company. Murphy refused very decisively. You are the most valuable person of Scarab Company, and your role in the company is greater than mine. I will not let you leave the company and work for destruction. There are many things about destruction and Order Star that you don't know. Destruction's interstellar broadcast alarmed all the founding companies. Now the patriarchs of the 17 founding families are at the wormhole station, waiting to talk to Destruction. Destruction is not something we can control, and the founding company does not allow any Star Alliance company to approach Destruction. We can't even leak the fact that you can go offline freely. If you become the consultant of Mishi, the founding company will join hands to kill us all. I regret telling the Judgment Group about this. I underestimated the relationship between the founding company and Order Star. They have already shown their intention to swallow up the Scarab Company. Elisa didn't expect that the interstellar broadcast sent by Mishi would cause such a big commotion. In her cognition, Order Star is indeed very valuable, but it can alarm the patriarchs of 17 founding families to arrive in person at the same time, waiting for a dialogue with Mishi. The things implied by Order Star far exceeded her expectations. Regarding her own safety, Elisa said, but how should I tell Mishi? He is a tyrannical tyrant. When he said he would hire me, he was giving orders instead of asking. Now that he can have direct conversations with the Star Alliance, I am no longer of much value to him. Yes, if we refuse to destroy the world and anger this tyrannical demon, the death of Eliza will be a great loss to Scarab Company. While Murphy was thinking about countermeasures, Needham said, Mr. Murphy, if the Judgment Group really intends to swallow up our company, then whether Eliza works for the world destruction or not will not change anything. It will only affect her personal safety. Now we are the only ones who know about this. And Kirk and I will never tell anyone. As long as the founding company does not know that Elisa is working for the World Destroyer before the opening of the wormhole station, she will be fine. After the opening of the wormhole station, if the World Destroyer cannot stop the founding company from encroaching on the Order Star, Elisa will not be a danger to them. If the World Destroyer stops the founding company, Elisa's value will be immeasurable, and she will be a hot figure in the entire Star Alliance. Some people want to kill her, and some people will do everything possible to protect her. Therefore, Elisa's work for the World Destroyer is beneficial to the Scarab Company in both the short and long term, and we have the responsibility to protect her. The premise is, of course, the Scarab Company is not swallowed up by the Judgment Company or other founding companies. The experience in Order Star has made Needham grow from a low-level vegetable farmer to a qualified manager. He has more experience in handling certain things than Murphy. Now Needham is not only a special consultant for the Order Star project of Scarab Company, but also a staff member that Murphy relies on very much. Murphy thought about what Needham said. Eliza works for Destruction, which does not affect her service to Scarab Company. Even if she does not sign an employment agreement, Eliza will be inclined to Scarab Company because of the existence of Kirk and Needham. As long as Eliza's safety outside the game can be protected. Once Destruction breaks through the blockade of the founding company, it will definitely bring unlimited returns to Scarab Company. Premise: Scarab Company resists the embezzlement of the founding company before the turning point comes. At this time, at the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station, the founding company army gathered. They stood between the Order Star and the Star Alliance, like a wall to prevent the information of the Order Star from spreading to the Star Alliance. The founding family has already felt the pressure from the Order Star. If the Order Star is allowed to enter the Star Alliance, then the secrets of the founding company will also be made public, and the ruling status of more than 2,000 years will also be shaken. Chapter 428 Guardian Meeting. A gathering of the founding family Guardian heroes was held on the Black Tulip interstellar flagship. The 17 Guardian heroes, who were teleported in, sat around a round table. As the strongest hero, the Lord of Sorrow sat in the main seat. He wore a golden mask and swept his eyes across the entire venue. He paused for a while at the seat of the Wang family. The guardian of the Wang family still hid her whole body in a black cloth robe, and the darkness in the hood completely covered her appearance. Through the dark energy and cold air system that came out, it can only be judged that she is an underground race. But the underground race is a huge group, and the types of intelligent creatures that have been discovered exceed the total number of intelligent creatures on the surface. There is no way to judge which race she is. At this time, the whole venue was silent. Now they knew that the Order Star was the main plane of the former hero world. How should they face this suddenly appeared hometown, and the world-destroying world that came out of nowhere? Ayn showed the power of the former first monarch of the Death Kingdom. He said, "Some of you here are from the good camp, and some are from the evil camp. Although the contradictions between the camps prevent us from becoming a whole, we also maintain a state of non-aggression and enjoy our achievements. But the comfortable days will soon be broken. The world-destroying world on the Order Star. I have had an interstellar call with him. He calls himself the Devil King of Destruction and the current Lord of Hell." The title of the Lord of Hell immediately caused a commotion in the entire venue. Even the 16th level low-level hero could not remain calm under this title. The Lord of Hell is one of the two poles of the entire hero world. Whether it is Satan or Lucifer, they are heroes standing at the top of the world. Even the Lord of Sorrow has to bow his head and call them His Majesty when he sees them. Who is the Devil King of Destruction, and how did he become the Lord of Hell? All the guardians looked at the Lord of Sorrow, waiting for his answer. But the Lord of Sorrow looked at the position of the Judgment Wang family and said, "The family guardian of the Judgment seems to know the details of the destruction of the world very well. Why not let her answer our doubts, and ask whether the Devil King of Destruction is really the Lord of Hell?" The guards looked at the hero, who had never revealed her identity. She was very young. The hero who had comprehended the law the shortest, and had been sealed the shortest. So she knew more about the hero world than all the heroes here. Monica sat in her seat. She felt the anger of the Lord of Sorrow, and knew that her tricks had been seen through. But she was not afraid of the Lord of Sorrow. She knew how miserable, and even pitiful the Lord of Sorrow was when he was sealed. "Lord of Sorrow," Monica said, "I have told you everything I should say. You know that Miesher was canonized as the Lord of Hell by King Lucifer. As for the fact that the Destroyer Demon King became the Lord of Hell, I can prove that this is true. As for the rest, I have nothing to say. You just need to know that the Destroyer Demon King is very dangerous. I think this Monarch Ayn has a very deep personal experience. The pain of having his scars exposed made Monarch Ayn angry to Monica. You are a coward. It will not do you any good to anger me. We are facing the threat of the Destroyer Demon King. And the founding company we are protecting is facing unprecedented challenges. Tell us everything about the Destroyer Demon King." Monica smiled and said, "Monarch Ayn, you feel that your position is threatened. All along, you have been relying on your strength and status to point fingers at us. Now the Lord of Hell, the Lord of Destruction, has come, and your position is no longer secure. So you have called us together to deal with the Lord of Destruction. If you want to deal with the Lord of Hell, I think you should first ask the Lord of Plague, His Majesty Alex, for his opinion." Sitting next to the Lord of Sorrow was a devil from Hell. When Monica mentioned his name, He snorted, when Satan sealed and exiled me. I was no longer loyal to any Lord of Hell. Don't provoke me to join the fight between the Lord of Sorrow and the Lord of Destruction. Faceless. The Lord of Plague was not provoked by Monica. But he also said that he would not casually participate in the conflict between sorrow and destruction. This is the current situation of the Star Alliance founding company. They have been sealed for thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. And they don't trust anyone. Ayin has no way to concentrate the power in his own hands to deal with the bone-picking who harmed him. Ayin said, okay. You dare not be the enemy of the Lord of Hell. So consider what impact the integration of the World Destroyer into the Star Alliance will bring to us. He commands a powerful army of Hell, which includes 15th level demon lords. A large number of big demons and demons. Think about how many Star Alliance companies covet the status of the founding company and want to become the same as the founding company. If they know that the prosperity of the founding company is due to our existence. When they know that we are all afraid of the World Destroyer, what will they do? Mishi can easily support a Star Alliance company that is on par with the founding company. And the consensus between us will be broken. Mishi is not like us. We are poor people abandoned by the hero world. The respect of the Star Alliance and the founding family makes us feel our existence. And Mishi. Their needs are different from ours. If he knows the way to let the Earth enter the broad universe from the narrow universe, will he release the Earth from the cage? At that time, can we still maintain our current unique status? The words of the Lord of Sorrow triggered the thinking of all the heroes. Their current status cannot cover up the fact that they are losers in the hero world. The family guardians and the founding families are interdependent. They join forces to suppress other Star Alliance companies and the Earth Federation, which allowed them to have tremendous power. If the Star Alliance is broken by the destruction of the world, and if the Earth breaks free from the narrow universe, then how the future will develop becomes unknown. We can persuade the destruction of the world demon to stand on our side. He should not want to see the Earth leave the narrow universe. And the emergence of the 18th founding company will not affect our status. A guardian hero suggested. The Lord of Sorrow said, don't use your thinking to estimate the destruction of the world. You can't imagine what he has done. If we don't completely defeat Mishi and seal him when the wormhole station opens, we will all pay the price for it. Monica laughed at this time. The undead are really not good at scheming. Even the agitation is so pale and powerless. We can all see that you are afraid that Mishi will threaten your position. Who would be willing to offend the Lord of Hell for your personal grudge? Lord Ayin. Since we are all here and block the news about the Order Star, it means that we will not easily let Mishi enter the Star Alliance. Therefore, you can fight Mishi without worry. We will not take any action unless you win or lose. You? Ayin slammed his cane and stood up, angrily saying to Monica, faceless. What do you want to do? Chapter 429 Mage Training. Monica did not shy away and said to the Lord of Sorrow, Sorrow, don't treat us as fools. And don't act like the first monarch of the Kingdom of Death. Before you return to the Kingdom of Death to retake your cathedral, you are not much different from us. We respect you because you are the strongest. But it does not mean that you are the one giving orders here. If we follow you to attack the Destroyer, after the victory, will you share the spoils with us? For example, the Blade of Doom owned by the Lord of Hell. The artifact that symbolizes the highest power in Hell is in the hands of Destroyer. Are you willing to share it with King Alex? Plague Lord Alec warned Monica, faceless. I warn you again. Don't drag me into this. Not everyone is qualified to hold the Blade of Doom. And I have no desire for it. But Lord Sai, the Faceless One is right about one thing. We have no reason to be enemies with the Destroyer Lord now. Especially when we don't know his specific strength. We can't risk being enemies with Hell, or even the entire evil camp to fight for your interests. If Destroyer is willing to abide by the rules we set, I have no objection to accepting Destroyer as one of us. If you can defeat Destroyer, I will never provide any help to Destroyer. King Alex's attitude represents the attitude of most family guardians. They don't know the situation on the Order Star, and don't know the strength and military power of the World Destroyer. Whoever fights the World Destroyer at this time will be the touchstone of the Star Alliance. Even if they win the World Destroyer, they will probably be injured. And the spoils may be used as wedding clothes for other founding companies. In the case of mutual distrust, no one wants to be a fool. And how can the Lord of Sorrow tolerate the sealed eviscerate sitting in the same room with him? Cowardly poor creatures. Sorrow slammed his staff and sat down again. He said to the family guardians, the Demon King of Sorrow is the youngest Lord of Hell. I don't know how he became the Lord of Hell, but it is definitely not a glorious means. Mishi's strength is weaker than most of the law-level heroes here. But you don't even have the courage to fight him. I feel sorry for you. I will fight Mishi alone. And you will see the true strength of the first monarch of the Kingdom of Death. Faceless. You will pay the price for what you did today. Monica chuckled and said, I am ready to pay the price. If you can defeat Mishi, the Judgment Group is willing to give you a resource star as a tribute to sing your great achievements. The family guardian meeting held by the Psy Monarch ended in displeasure. He could not convince other founding companies to become his helpers. So he could only lead the Black Tulip Group to take revenge on Mishi. However, as long as the other founding companies do not make trouble behind the scenes, the Lord of Sorrow is still very confident in his own strength and the strength of the Black Tulip Group. Miesher is too young. Even if he comprehended the law 2,000 years ago, he is still a young 16th level hero. And the Lord of Sorrow has experienced many plane wars between good and evil. The army of undead he led is invincible. The Black Tulip Group began to mobilize more interstellar fleets. 5 super interstellar flagships, 29 interstellar motherships, 34 heavy battleships, hundreds of attack ships, and more various auxiliary supply fleets will arrive at the assembly area before the wormhole station is opened. By then, there will be hundreds of thousands of Earth mercenaries and tens of millions of war weapons pressing towards the Order Star. The Sighing Monarch exudes strong hostility towards the world-destroying Demon King. And a war is inevitable. All the family guardians who care about the outcome of this war stay at the wormhole station. They will stay here to keep an eye on the changes in the situation, so that they can decide who they should stand on the side of it the first time. At the same time, the Blackfire Company on the Order Star sent large orders to the world-renowned steam engine factory and many technologically advanced machinery factories. The Blackfire Company customized large quantities of parts from these factories in the form of cash and physical exchange, and then sent these parts to Saroying, and then transported them to the Great Tomb. De Leon plans to produce at least 1 million mechanical skeletons when the Star Alliance wormhole station opens. Without pursuing high quality, Blackfire Company will invest most of its profits into the formation of the first batch of space fleets in the Great Tomb. At the same time, under the order of Director Liang, the War School of Magic will increase the number of courses on astronomy and cosmology. The surface warships independently developed and manufactured by the Blackfire shipyard also entered the port of the War School of Magic. And ship knowledge has become a compulsory course for the Advanced Magic Department of the War School of Magic. De Leon, who has always been a hands-off boss, suddenly interfered with magic teaching, which caused many doubts to Vice Dean Brown. So after a meditation training, Brown stopped De Leon, who was about to leave the meditation room, and said, Master Leon, your change of the Academy's teaching content will greatly affect the Academy's teaching progress. I am now preparing to transfer the enrollment of the senior magician's students to our Academy, and it has basically been negotiated. Learning astronomy and cosmology. Learning ship driving. I have no way to explain to these senior magicians. Standing on the tower, Dao Liang is now tall enough to see the scenery outside through the window. The entire Dark Magic Academy is a peaceful learning atmosphere, and the increasingly fierce war outside has no effect on this place. There is also the entire College Alliance area and the Blackfire Company industrial area outside. Since the Marcellus Democratic Government and the Marcellus Governor's Office simultaneously announced that the Blackfire Company's controlled area was a demilitarized zone, the value of the Blackfire Company's land in the northern suburbs of Saroying immediately doubled. The Saroying city area is expanding northward, and in the next few years, it will be integrated with Saroying. De Leon took a deep breath of fresh air. The increasingly powerful magic elements in the college isolated the polluted air produced by industry outside. Then he said to Brown, with me here, the Marcellus War will not reach here. But it does not mean that this place is safe. We are facing a more serious threat. And this threat is even imminent. To defend my home, we must prepare for a higher level of war. I need high-level magicians to be my warriors. Many. The curriculum change of the Pure Magic School is to prepare for a new type of war. Brown knew that Master Liang and his subordinates were superheroes from the ancient magic era, and the Marcellus War was child's play for them. The reason why Master Liang showed nervousness must be because the enemy was equally powerful. Brown asked, is it because of the demons that appeared in the Ghost Sea? Are we preparing to fight against the demons? De Leon laughed and said, no, those demons are friendly forces. Our enemies are stronger than them. Brown, you will know the truth soon. So enjoy your leisurely life now. Then solve the Academy's affairs, and find a way to bring potential magicians into the Pure Magic Academy. In the future, your position is very important, which is related to whether we can continue this war of survival. Dalian left the tower through the portal, leaving Brown standing there. Evil. Demons. The demons and the ghosts see our friendly forces? This joke is a bit too big. Chapter 430. The Awakening of the Chess Piece. When the news of the appearance of demons in the ghost sea spread, it immediately caused a sensation throughout the world. While countries were preparing to welcome the attack of the Hell Army, the demons did not make any movement, and did not even attack the ships sailing on the ghost sea, as long as they did not approach the island occupied by the demons. There has not been a single incident of demons actively attacking. Many sailors who encountered demons took photos of these terrifying creatures, and then sent them to newspapers to sell for a good price. Gradually, people's fear of demons faded, and they began to actively study these ultimate creatures that only existed in legends. Even though the Church of the Most Good strongly opposes approaching demons, it still cannot stop some scholars and people with other purposes from going to the exile island. But no matter why these demons are not aggressive, demons are extremely dangerous creatures after all, and more people believe that demons are planning a bigger conspiracy. Brown also thinks so. They do not associate the army of hell with ancient heroes like Master Liang. Master Liang's actions tend to be orderly good, especially Hannah. She is so gentle and lovely. And demons belong to chaotic evil, which is absolutely opposite to orderly good. Demons are friendly forces? This is the most incredible thing Brown has heard. And where does the enemy that Master Liang attaches so much importance to come from? Good morning, Brown, and came up from the stairs. She was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Navy officer. The straight uniform showed a different flavor of the governor's daughter. After seeing Brown, and greeted him warmly and then asked, I have been looking for Master Liang for many days. He has been very busy. I know he comes here every day for meditation training. Can I meet him? For some reason, and did not cancel her engagement with Brown. She is still Brown's fiancée, and continues to play the role of a couple in gossip news. With Anne's performance in the Imperial Navy and Brown's rising status in the magic education level of Saroying, both of them have gathered very high popularity. This is positive publicity for the Empire, which is probably one of the reasons why Anne continued to play this role. Although Brown did not want this relationship to continue, there was nothing he could do. Miss Anne. Unfortunately, Master Liang just left. He is really very busy, except for the daily meditation class. He will come here on time, and I can't see him at other times. If you have anything important, you can tell me, and I will help you convey it tomorrow. Annie was a little disappointed that she didn't see Master Liang again, and she didn't know whether she should tell Brown about this. It's just that with the outbreak of the Marcellus War, the Imperial Navy's combat missions have increased, and she has been at sea for a long time, so she doesn't have much time to find Master Liang. After a little consideration, and said to Brown, Blackfire sells warships to the Imperial Navy and aircraft to the Parliamentary Army. Now the governor's office has purchased a batch of radars from Blackfire. Master Liang is manipulating this war. Every day, countless Imperial soldiers sacrifice their lives for the profits of Blackfire. What exactly does Master Liang want to do? He can easily make one side win the war. So why does he let the lives of the Empire and Marcellus continue to be consumed like this? Is it just to make money? Brown, can you explain it to me? After the Marcellus War broke out, and immediately realized that Master Liang was manipulating the war, he balanced the difference in strength between the Parliamentary Army and the Imperial Army by providing weapons. Blackfire provided warships to the Imperial Navy and blocked the Eastern Combined Fleet, provided aircraft to the Parliament Army, easily tearing open the border defense line carefully constructed by the Empire. Then Master Liang sold radar to the Empire, allowing the Imperial Army to hit the Parliament's fleet and stabilize the second line of defense. Now the war has spread to the heartland of Marcellus, and there are rebels everywhere. When the Imperial Army needs to resist the offensive of the Parliament Army, it also needs to allocate a large number of troops to put out fires everywhere. The development of the war situation is completely different from what Anne expected. The Empire is facing a brutal war of attrition, and the button of the ceasefire is in the hands of Master Liang. If he doesn't stop, the Empire will continue to bleed in Marcellus. Brown was helpless about this situation. He said to Anne, Miss Anne, Master Liang is laying out a very big chess game, and we are just an insignificant piece on this chessboard. We don't know where we are placed. What is ahead? We don't know when we will become abandoned pieces and be sacrificed for the overall situation. We can't stand at that height, so we can't see what Master Liang sees. But I believe Master Liang manipulated the Marcellus War not for money. At least this is not his main purpose. I can feel that a huge disaster is gradually falling on our heads. You haven't seen how busy Master Liang is. The workload is a huge burden on his current body. Can you imagine that he has a body of only 7 years old? But he has to deal with more affairs than me? College Alliance, Blackfire Company. All the documents that need his approval will be approved in the shortest time. Not to mention how many things we don't even know. I saw DeSophia crying quietly while watching Master Liang in the meditation room. I saw Hannah cut her finger in a trance. And Black Pearl often complained that Master Liang hadn't eaten with her for a long time. Ignorance is really a kind of happiness for us. We cannot control our own destiny because we are powerless. Annie, the storm is approaching. If you want to see the end of this chess game, you must work hard to become a chess piece that will not be abandoned. Chess pieces have no power to talk about human rights with chess players. If you want to live, you must prove your value. Brown's words made and stare at the man in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect such words to come out of your mouth. I thought you would stand on the side of the Empire with me and go to Master Liang to ask him to support the Empire. Brown was a little shy when he was looked at by Anne's bright eyes. He avoided Anne's gaze and smiled self-deprecatingly. I have seen Master Liang more times than you. And naturally I know more than you. And then I have some insights. I just hope you can see things more openly. Master Liang is not someone we can influence now. If you want Master Liang to accept our advice, you must prove your worth first. A smile appeared on Anne's face. She took Brown's arm and said, Brown, I find that I should get to know you better. Your words are full of wisdom that amazes me. I will go out to sea tomorrow. May I invite you to accompany me for a day? For the two of us who don't know what lies ahead. Chapter 431, The Resistance of Scarab Company. Even though the founding companies tried their best to block the news, the interstellar broadcast from Order Star inevitably spread within a certain range. Some Star Alliance companies and organizations with some connections knew about the existence of Order Star. At the same time, after seeing the violent reactions of the 17 founding companies, they realized that Order Star had inestimable value. And a small number of them knew about Hero World and the relationship between Order Star and Hero World. Wang Yi received an order to terminate the mission. Terminate the mission? Why? Wang Yi couldn't understand this order without any signs. She had been following this mission for a long time, and had gained Kirk's trust and got some clues. She strongly requested her superior who came to meet her. The Advanced Special Forces has stopped training recently, and Commander Kirk has been frequently called to meetings by Murphy. I have a hunch that I will soon know where the planet is. The superior who never showed his figure said to Wang Yi, Liuli, not asking why is the basic rule of spies. This mission has exceeded our scope of responsibility, and the higher-level intelligence department has taken over. We only provide cooperation, and will not take the initiative to conduct in-depth investigations. All intelligence-gathering operations will be terminated immediately. If your cooperation is required, you will be notified separately. But Wang Yi still wanted to fight for it. The superior stopped her and said, Remember, you are just a new soldier. A chess piece in the game between the Federation and the Star Alliance. Don't do anything beyond your duties. Otherwise no one can protect you. Destroy all the investigation materials after returning. And then continue to lurk and wait for new instructions. Yes, Wang Yi said helplessly, you are the boss. I will listen to you. I can't help myself. Goodbye. The superior's voice stopped and he left. Wang Yi is in a very bad mood now. Just like her toy is forced by others. But this is the situation of the intelligence industry. She is just a point in the huge intelligence network of the Federation, serving more senior intelligence personnel. She didn't know why the 6th Bureau terminated her intelligence line, but she was sure that something big had happened. At this time, the communicator of the individual mecha issued a prompt, and Kirk requested to establish communication. Wang Yi immediately answered, Commander, what instructions? Is it to call the Advanced Special Forces to continue training? Kirk's voice came over. The Advanced Special Forces will resume training. But this time it is Mr. Murphy who wants to see you. Wang Yi, you have the qualities of a professional warrior, and you still insist on training during your vacation. This is what I admire about you. And it is also the reason why I strongly recommend you to Mr. Murphy. The planetary shuttle has already headed to your location. You get ready and come to the company's administrative spacecraft. Murphy, the chairman of Scarab Company, wanted to see her. which was beyond Wang Yi's expectation. She immediately teleported to the surface through the micro-wormhole and asked Kirk, "Commander, do you know why Mr. Murphy wanted to see me? You will know when you get there. This is your chance. Don't keep Mr. Murphy waiting for too long." "Yes, Commander Kirk." The engine of the mecha sprayed blue beams backwards, and Wang Yi rushed out of the canyon and landed heavily on the edge of the canyon surface. Not far away was the micro-wormhole integrated combat boat of the Advanced Special Forces. And at this time another planetary shuttle was slowly falling. Adjutant Wang Yi. This is the shuttle D-5873 of the Scarab Company's administrative spaceship. We have been ordered to take you to the company's administrative spaceship. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Wang Yi took off his mecha as quickly as possible, cleaned up his personal hygiene, changed into a clean military uniform, and boarded the planetary shuttle. Half an hour later, Wang Yi walked into the chairman's office in the Scarab Company's administrative spaceship. "Mr. Murphy." "Commander Kirk." Wang Yi saluted Murphy and Kirk in a very standard military posture. "Wang Yi, Deputy Commander of the Advanced Special Forces. Reports?" Wang Yi's capable movements and mental state left a very good impression on Murphy. He looked at Kirk next to him, and then said to Wang Yi, "Adjutant Wang Yi, when I decided to select personnel from the company's security force to perform a special mission, Commander Kirk strongly recommended you to me. Then I carefully read your resume and your performance in the Advanced Special Forces. You are a soldier with very high professional ethics, and I am willing to entrust this important task to you." Wang Yi replied, "Mr. Murphy, I am a soldier of the Scarab Company's security force. According to the employment agreement, during my work for Scarab Company, I will unconditionally complete all combat missions assigned to me by the company, and always maintain a state of being ready to participate in the battle. What I do is what I should do. Excuse me, what tasks does the company have for me this time?" Murphy said to Kirk, "She is your soldier, so you should tell her." Kirk did not refuse. He said to Wang Yi, "Due to the emergency, the Advanced Special Forces are temporarily on standby. The organization remains, but the training intensity will be reduced. The company's focus in the next stage is on the universe's strongest king competition. The Judgment Group has revealed the idea of annexing the Scarab Company. They want to take over all of the Scarab Company's operations on the Order Star. If the Scarab Company does not want to be annexed, it can only passively fight. On the Earth side, the strength of the federal government is still strong. Even on Mars, the federal government does not allow large-scale armed conflicts between Star Alliance companies in order to maintain the authority of the government. No matter how tyrannical the Judgment Group is, it is not realistic to annex the Scarab Company by force on the Earth side. In addition, commercial embezzlement cannot be completed in a short period of time. No matter how strong the Scarab Company is, it is still an old Star Alliance company, and it is not something that the Judgment Group can swallow casually. Therefore, the best way for the Judgment Group to swallow the Scarab Company is to use force in the Star World, and use an interstellar war between Star Alliance companies to eliminate the Scarab Company. Therefore, if the Scarab Company wants the Judgment Company to give up this idea, it must show its military strength. Let Wang Qian know that Scarab Company is not as weak as he thought, and that launching a war requires preparation for a few teeth being cut off. With Scarab Company's current finances, it is not realistic to hold several large-scale military exercises. Therefore, the universe's strongest king competition has become the best platform for showing off its muscles. Future wars are increasingly inclined to small teams of elite troops using micro-wormhole transport technology to carry out ram-style assaults. And it will become a reality that a few people can destroy a large space battleship. Therefore, all powerful Star Alliance companies are training their own micro-wormhole combat teams. If Scarab Company can get a very high ranking in the universe's strongest king competition, it will definitely make the Judgment Group realize that Scarab Company has a strong micro-wormhole attack capability, and seriously consider the gains and losses of launching a war against Scarab Company. Chapter 432 Preparing for the Competition. Kirk paused for a moment, and after Wang Yi had digested the information, he continued, "Although the company has a professional team participating in the strongest king competition, the results have not been ideal, and the best results have not entered the top 200. So I recommend you to Mr. Murphy. The Advanced Special Forces have completed the micro-wormhole tactical training, which is also the basic requirement for participating in the highest event of the strongest king competition. And you performed very well in training. And the company's team needs fresh blood to stimulate the competitive vitality again. Mr. Murphy has issued you a new employment contract. You will transfer from the company's security force to the company's internal security force, responsible for the protection of the company's important departments and personnel. At the same time, you will also become a member of the company's Strongest King competition team and enjoy the treatment of senior internal security members. The contract is for life. In the future, you have the opportunity to become a manager of the company. In addition, the company will provide you with a free A-level gene enhancement liquid to improve your competitiveness in the Strongest King competition. Wang Yi immediately stood at attention and said to Kirk and Murphy, "Thank you for the company's trust in me. I will definitely train harder and win glory for the company in the Strongest King competition. I am willing to sign the contract. But, can you give me the A-level gene enhancement liquid directly?" Murphy said, "Each A-level gene enhancement liquid is very expensive. The company has the best gene enhancement liquid absorption equipment and professional doctors who can make your body and gene enhancement liquid achieve the best fit." Wang Yi's idea of reselling the A-level gene enhancement liquid has become a bubble. Scarab Company cannot give such an expensive asset to Wang Yi for disposal. She said, "I feel that the enhanced gene I have now is very good, and the A-level gene enhancement liquid may not be suitable for me. If possible, please keep this A-level gene enhancement liquid for me, and I will use it when I need it." Wang Yi is now learning divine energy and angel combat skills from Bella. Bella has repeatedly emphasized that the enhanced genes that Wang Yi now possesses are very suitable for practicing divine energy. Therefore, even if an A-level gene enhancement potion is placed in front of him, Wang Yi dare not use it easily. Murphy and Kirk did not expect Wang Yi to leave the A-level gene enhancement potion unused, but they did not continue to persuade him. Murphy turned on his personal computer, retrieved a contract of employment, and transferred it to the computer terminal on Wang Yi's wrist, saying, "You are a professional fighter. I respect your opinion. This is the new contract that the company has given you. If there are no other problems, you can sign it." The projector projected the contract in front of Wang Yi. She simply glanced at the overview and signed her name. Kirk said on the side, "You will continue to be responsible for the training subjects of the Advanced Special Forces. The company will form a dedicated competition support team for you. If you want to draw sparring partners and logistics personnel from the Special Forces, give me the list and I will handle it. The new quarterly competition is about to begin, and there is not much time left for you to train." "Yes, Commander Kirk." The universe's Strongest King competition is divided into the highest competition circle and the regular competition circle. As long as ordinary players get a relatively high score in the regular competition circle, they can enter the highest competition circle. In addition, the founding companies and some large Star Alliance companies have the quota to directly participate in the highest competition circle. The highest competition circle is divided into 4 quarterly competitions. The quarterly competition is a free-for-all mode. Every 30 people enter a battlefield randomly. The competition system will score each player according to the number of kills and survival time. Each player will play 3 games and finally get an objective strength score. The 10 players with the highest strength scores in each season are eligible to participate in the year-end finals, and the Strongest King will be determined through a one-on-one elimination system. Wang Yi is now a team player of Scarab Company, and is qualified to directly participate in the highest competition of the Strongest King. Bella needs to play the regular season first to get a ticket to the top event. At this time, Bella is conducting micro-wormhole tactics training in the Gobi Desert outside the Iron City. The robber Tony used his connections to get a micro-wormhole generator. This micro-wormhole generator is an early model, and its effectiveness is not comparable to the micro-wormhole generators used by large Star Alliance companies, not to mention the more advanced equipment owned by the founding company. But having a micro-wormhole generator has made their auxiliary team stronger than most of the Strongest King competition teams. Coupled with Bella's own strength, it was Tony the Bandit's exaggerated idea to win the championship in the Strongest King competition, but he thought it would be no problem to enter the finals. The premise is, Bella can flexibly use the micro-wormhole transportation technology. Bella, standing on the gravel, was a little upset. She had seen Wang Yi use micro-wormhole transmission, and the micro-wormhole opening technology of Scarab Company was just a toddler in Bella's eyes. She didn't expect that the micro-wormhole generator Tony got was even more low-level. 10 drones can only locate within 1,000 meters, and it takes up to 5 seconds of preparation time from solving the space coordinates to opening the micro-wormhole. Fortunately, the equipment technology is still mature, and the success rate of micro-wormhole opening is more than 95%. But for Bella, adapting to this equipment is simply torture. compared with the micro-wormhole generator with countless flaws. The combat armor that Tony made for Bella is of good quality. The powertrain can provide the driver with a maximum of 2 tons of power assistance. Built-in full set of data acquisition system, adaptive spectrum vision system, cosmic life support system, magnetic field engine jump assistance system, magnetic energy jet engine allows the driver to glide briefly at a height of no more than 20 meters. The weapons are a multifunctional pulse tactical rifle, a laser combat pistol, a 6-barrel shoulder micro-missile launch pod. At Bella's strong request, the weapons division of the bandit group opened a sword slot on the mecha to facilitate Bella to insert the Angel's sword. Bella, put on your helmet. Tony poked his head out of the command armored vehicle and shouted to Bella, who was standing in the middle of the training ground. Focus a little. Remember the meaning of each value in the field of vision. When the simulated battle begins, virtual enemies will appear in your field of vision. Use your gun to blow them up one by one according to the information we provide. Always pay attention to the location of the micro-wormhole opening point. And give us the opening signal in time according to the wormhole opening warm-up time. Got it. In order not to expose her origins, Bella can only learn the fighting methods of the Star Domain world. She has to learn how to use guns and various unfamiliar weapons. And also how to use micro-wormholes. Bella turned on the helmet. And the field of vision was filled with lines and values of different areas. No matter how low the individual strength of the Star Domain world is, the team combat assistance does allow her to obtain more and more accurate battlefield information. Of course, no matter how to fight, you can't rely entirely on the combat assistance system. After Bella put on the helmet, the virtual battlefield started. And the Gobi Desert filled with yellow sand was filled with virtual jungles. Chapter 433 Fast Assault Ship. A micro-drone with stealth function flew out from the command armored vehicle, and a small map formed by drone photography and reorganization appeared in the lower right corner of Bella's vision. The mecha system went through self-check. All functions were normal. However, just as Bella was about to enter the training ground, a suspended motorboat rushed over quickly. After drifting at a beautiful large angle, the motorboat stopped beside Bella. The rider opened his helmet and said to Bella anxiously, "Miss Bella, we are in trouble. A Star Alliance company wants to acquire the Crystal Mine. Lord Parker asks you to come to the base." Just after the rider finished speaking, a huge roar came from the sky, and a fast assault ship was landing towards Tika City. Tika City also sent out several fighters, but they were like a group of annoying flies around the huge warship. "Give me your motorboat," Bella ordered the rider. The rider immediately jumped off the motorboat. In Tika City, not many people knew Bella's identity, but everyone knew that Parker, the city lord who didn't let anyone peek at his Suojing mine, like a dog guarding food, actually gave 20% of the shares of Suojing mine to this woman of unknown origin. Bella is now a powerful figure in Tika City. Although she never cares about things in the city, no one dares to underestimate her. Bella rode on the hovercraft and said to the bandit Tony through the communication channel, 100 simulation trainings are not as good as one actual combat. Let the drone break through the blockade of the warship and enter the interior. It will be a test for your auxiliary team. Maybe we can steal a spaceship. The assault ship ignored the warning of the Iron Library City and lowered its speed. The military force of a small gathering place like this is not taken seriously by the large Star Alliance companies. If the Iron Library City dares to make any dangerous moves, the firepower of the assault ship can turn this place into ruins in an instant. They are determined to get the Suojing mine here. The assault ship continued to descend, arrogantly pressing down on the city, wantonly proclaiming its military power. The robber Tony immediately commanded his men to take action. And the model, construction date, and internal structure drawings of the assault ship were retrieved from the database one by one. As interstellar robbers, this kind of fast assault ship is the space battleship they are most afraid of encountering. And it is also the one they most want to have. Therefore, interstellar robbers always try every means to search for information on various types of fast assault ships, analyze its advantages and weaknesses, and imagine how to deal with them when they encounter them. The Yak 324B fast assault ship is a model 40 years ago, designed and built by the Lionheart Space Battleship Manufacturing Factory, and the entire ship is 429 meters long. As a Vanguard warship, the fast assault ship has very strong detection and stealth capabilities. Its main battlefield function is to guide the firepower ship behind to attack the target in a silent state. Therefore, the fast assault ship also has very good maneuverability. And with the detection capability, it can quickly move around the enemy ship detection blind spot on the battlefield. As a price, the fast assault ship has no reliable defense capability, and its firepower is also weak. In front of the combat ship, it is basically dead in the light. However, the fast assault ship is a warship after all, and it is still very powerful in front of non-military spacecraft. As for the interstellar robbers, they highly respect the fast assault ship. High detection capability and high maneuverability are the favorites of robbers. Although the EP421 fast assault ship is not the most advanced warship now, it is definitely not outdated. When Bella said that she might rob this fast assault ship, the robber Tony's eyes almost popped out. This EP421 is really arrogant. They think that the Iron City does not threaten its firepower, so they actually lowered the altitude so low. The engine reactor needs to output more power, and the external circulation cooling system must be turned on. Find the air window and let our drone in. But, boss, there must be an airflow crusher behind the air window. Under the thrust of the airflow, it is difficult for us to control the flight path of the drone. This is a test of our technology. Tony said, the pulverizing ability of the airflow pulverizer is the strongest in the vortex in the middle, and it becomes weaker as it reaches the edge. This is a warship that has been in service for 40 years, and it definitely cannot reach the airflow speed when it was new. We have 10 drones infiltrating at the same time, and as long as one can get in, it will be a success. A fast assault ship is already waving at us. Don't you want to drive the EP421 to chase the cargo ship and let other warships eat behind us? At this time, someone reminded Boss, we have transformed. We want to play the universe's strongest king competition. The dream was awakened, and Tony scolded his subordinates. People should have dreams. We want to be the best and strongest team among interstellar bandits, and the strongest interstellar bandits among the strongest team. Let's get to work. While Tony and his men were driving drones to infiltrate the fast assault ship, Bella drove a motorboat into the base, where the scrapped interstellar flagship was transformed. At this time, the base was in the highest state of alert inside and outside, and all kinds of firepower were on standby. Seeing Bella coming, Lutur, who was waiting here anxiously, immediately greeted her. Miss Bella, come with me. The one who came is a business executive of the Castle Mining Company. Behind the Castle Mining Company is the Lionheart Group, which is a founding company that is not inferior to the Judgment Group. Although the Castle Mining Company is not a direct subsidiary of the Lionheart Group, it belongs to the Western European British system and is not something that Lord Parker can provoke. I hope you can persuade the Castle Mining Company to stop the acquisition of the Iron City Mining Company. The Iron City Mining Company is a Star Alliance company registered by Parker, with the Suojing Mine as the main body. Under the protection of the Judgment Group, Parker confidently disclosed the output and huge reserves of the Iron City Suojing Mine. This made the Iron City Mining Company a dark horse in the mining industry as soon as it was established, and became a star that attracted much attention. The strategic value of the Suojing Mine also attracted many large mineral companies to acquire the Iron City Mining Company, but they were all rejected by Parker one by one. Some companies were confused about Parker's confidence in rejecting the acquisition of a large Star Alliance company, so they temporarily waited and watched and collected information about Tika City. Some companies with backgrounds directly made verbal and substantive threats. Castle Mining was a Star Alliance company that acted relatively quickly. It had the support of the founding company behind it, so it directly drove a warship to negotiate business. In the eyes of Castle Mining, Tika City, a small gathering place with a bad record and no great military strength, had no capital to refuse, as long as a fast assault ship pressed on its head and the giant founding company behind it. Lord Parker would immediately sell the Suojing Mine to himself. Chapter 434 Actual Combat. While listening to Lutur's story, Bella walked to the city lord's office. 2 guards were lying at the door, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Lutur was speechless about the discipline of the city defense army. But what kind of boss will have what kind of subordinates? Parker is full of gangster spirit, so how can he expect his soldiers to have a high level of awareness? Lutur could only slap each person, then open the door and invite Bella in. Then an extremely arrogant voice came out. Parker, you better know who you are. You are just a pig rolling in the mud. You can comfortably lead a group of trash, who are even more despicable than you here, because the high-ranking bigwigs don't want the mud in the mud to dirty their clothes. Now, you are lucky enough to find a gem, but you don't deserve it. Gems should be inlaid in the crown of the king. The Castle Mining Company has offered a very generous price for your mine, which is enough for you to live a worthless life. From now on, you can get 100% of the purchase price if you sign the purchase contract. If you don't sign, the Castle Mining Company will charge 10% of the purchase price as compensation for the negotiation pause for every 10 minutes that pass. You should know what will happen when we deduct all the purchase price. Parker was extremely angry at the insult of the other party, but the threat of an assault ship made him restrained. Fortunately, Bella came in at this time, and Parker immediately introduced Mr. Lou Feek. This is Miss Bella. She owns 20% of the shares of Tika City Mining, so Castle Mining also needs her consent to acquire us. Bella opened her helmet, and her appearance and temperament immediately turned the arrogant Lou Feek into a very educated gentleman. Miss Bella, your beauty reminds me of the swans in Lake Windermere. I am Lou Feek from Manchester City. It's an honor to meet you. Lufek wanted to kiss the back of Bella's hand, but Bella pushed him away and walked straight to Parker. Seeing Luffy bounced out, hit the wall and fell to the ground. Parker was in a good mood and immediately gave up his seat to let Bella sit on it. At this time, Luffy felt like he was hit by an armored vehicle. Even though he had a body strengthened by the B-level enhanced gene, he was still bounced like a ball. His body seemed to fall apart, and the delayed pain penetrated every muscle. You actually dare. Bella put her legs on the desk in front of her, and the hard metal of the mecha made a large dent on it. Then she said to Luffy, who was speechless due to the pain, "Is the spaceship above yours?" After a long time, Luffy got up from the ground. He pointed at Bella and shouted, "You damned bastard. Do you know who I am? I am from the trade department of the Castle Mining Company." Before Luffy finished speaking, Bella pulled out a pistol from the side hip gun compartment and shot Luffy's right leg off. Continued to ask, "I didn't ask you who you are. I asked if the spaceship above is yours. Answer my question. Otherwise I will blow your head off with the next shot." Luffy, who lost a leg, knelt in the corner. He really didn't expect the other party to dare to shoot him. Fear made him forget the pain. He didn't want to die here, and immediately replied, "That's not my spaceship. It's from the Castle Mining Company. Now the people on the spaceship already know that you attacked me. If you dare to kill me, the spaceship will definitely attack here." After hearing Luffy's answer, Bella asked Parker, "Is Iron City our property now?" Parker was also shocked by Bella's shot at Luffy. Today, this matter can no longer be resolved peacefully. With the open support of the Judgment Company, Parker is not afraid of a Castle Mining Company. He replied, "Yes. A registered Star Alliance company must have its own company headquarters. I have bought Iron City and the surrounding land. Iron City Mining is the legal owner of this land." Bella turned to Luffy and said, "Did you hear that? We have legal ownership of Iron City recognized by the Star Alliance. I don't care whether the spaceship is yours or that company's. It is an invasion if it stops above my head. Now, whatever I want to do with this spaceship is my own business. Parker, if the spaceship above attacks here, how long can you hold out?" Parker is very aware of the military strength of the base, and he quickly replied, "It's no problem to hold out for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Enough." Bella connected with the robber Tony's communication. "How are your preparations?" Tony hesitated and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Bella. We failed, and all the drones sent to infiltrate were destroyed. We underestimated the defense capabilities of that battleship. We need more advanced and professional drones. What should we do?" Bella didn't expect that these bandits would let her down at the critical moment. Their actual combat performance was not as confident as they were during training, so she had to rely on herself. Let the remaining drones prepare, and the attack on the spacecraft continues. But, our drones can't get in at all. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just prepare when I ask you to." Bella turned to Parker and said, "Prepare for defense, and I will deal with the warships above." "Yes." Parker rushed out of the office immediately when he saw Bella standing up. He grabbed Lu Tu and shouted loudly, "Defense! Defense! Turn on the energy shield at full power, and hold on for 20 minutes even if you die." Actually, it doesn't take 20 minutes. Bella walked in front of Luffy, and the sound of her metal boots hitting the ground also hit the fear in Luffy's heart. He trembled and said, "You can't kill me. Do you know how much money I spent on this body?" Bella pointed the gun at Luffy's head. "Your attitude makes me feel that I can't talk to you, so I can only kill you. Just think of it as a lesson learned. Next time you see me, be smarter." Without saying anything, Bella shot Luffy's head and retreated into an open portal. Forget everything you saw. When the bandit Tony started all the remaining 15 drones without knowing why, Bella's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Without any communication equipment, the warning that went straight to his mind appeared directly in his mind. Then a micro-wormhole opened out of thin air in the command armored vehicle. Quick! All drones enter. Connect the data link. And provide combat information assistance to Miss Bella. Tony, who was half awake and half confused, shouted at his subordinates, who were also stunned. At this time, Bella had entered the interior of the fast assault ship, and there were many crew members and robots running in the long passage. They had never thought that the people of Tika City would kill the company director sent to negotiate. The enemy's base had already raised a protective shield, and fighting was inevitable. Hey, who are you? Someone spotted Bella, who suddenly appeared. Without friendly identification information, an alarm immediately sounded in the passage, and two armed robots turned their bodies and walked towards Bella. Aiming their guns, put your hands in a safe place and show your identity information immediately. This is a war moment, and we have the right to actively shoot you. Bella? My name is Bella. Bella closed her helmet and pulled out the angel's sword behind her. She nimbly dodged the bullet chain and chopped off the heads of the two armed robots with a close-range sword. At this time, next to her, the portal opened, and a group of drones rushed out, and then scattered along various passages. Chapter 435, Occupy the Battleship. Except for the 5 drones that took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate important positions, the other drones that entered the spaceship through the portal opened by Bella were scattered within a 100-meter area centered on Bella. The all-round monitoring not only provided Bella with sufficient early warning, but also recorded Bella's heroic fighting posture. All the interstellar bandits stared at the real-time video transmitted back from the battlefield, all shocked by this battle that they had never seen before. Although Bella was equipped with a pulse tactical rifle on the mecha, Bella did not assemble the rifle. She used the long sword that she insisted on installing on the back of the mecha, and occasionally used a pistol for some tactical suppression. The magnetic energy engine of the mecha sprayed out a light blue light, as if it was born to fly. The magnetic energy engine started and stopped quickly under Bella's control, without any excess or sluggishness. The perfect impact, repulsion and gliding made Bella feel like she was in a no-man's land in the dense enemy attack. None of the kinetic bullets and energy rays could hit Bella. The closest moment was probably the moment when she was blocked by the dancing angel's sword. The bullets fired by the automatic defense system hit the long sword and splashed sparks. In a few seconds, the shells piled up a small bag on the ground. The armed robots and the supporting soldiers shot in vain. They didn't know what they were fighting against. They could only watch the invader rush in from various weird angles, and then take away a piece of limbs. The short fierce battle lasted only more than 10 seconds, and there was no more standing guard in this corridor that was 30 meters long. Bella stood at a corner. Behind her were machine fragments flashing with electric sparks and bloody corpses. On the other side were the survivors, who retreated in panic. The emergency isolation hatch had been closed, and the 4 soldiers, who did not rush over, looked behind them in horror and slapped the hatch vigorously. The shrill alarm continued to sound, and there were explosions coming from outside. The fast assault ship launched an attack on the base of the Iron Library City. Bella did not continue to chase the 4 frightened soldiers. She contacted the command vehicle. Tony, is the micro-wormhole transmission available? Tony immediately replied, the auxiliary drone is in place. The tactical map data has been updated. You can check the surrounding roads and enemies at any time. The spatial coordinates have been parsed, and the micro-wormhole can be opened. My people are controlling the drone to infiltrate the command desk. The opponent's defense system has discovered the drone. We still have 3 drones and are still looking for opportunities. Send me to the command desk. I will occupy the attack bridge. Can you drive this spaceship? Thinking that a fast assault ship is about to be obtained, Tony said excitedly, of course. My people are prepared to drive this fast assault ship. Then prepare to board the ship. After 5 seconds of preparation, a micro-wormhole opened next to Bella. The magnetic energy engine started. The mecha power system started, and Bella left a shadow and drilled into the micro-wormhole. Tony stood up and shouted to his men. All combatants immediately equipped their weapons. And after Bella enters the bridge command desk, join me in occupying the spaceship. Attention everyone. This is Miss Bella's spaceship. Don't rush to grab it. Yes, boss. The fast assault ship's bridge command desk was already in chaos at this time. And before that, everyone thought that this acquisition of Iron City Mining would be very smooth. This is a small settlement without much background, full of criminals and villains who are not accepted by the mainstream society. A fast assault ship is enough to scare these people to death. Director Lu Feek even dared to go to the negotiation alone to show his contempt for the Castle Mining Company. However, Lu Feek died just like that. This was a serious dereliction of duty by the escort personnel. In order to save his own mistakes, the captain immediately ordered an attack on the Iron Library City. However, just as the combatants rushed to their respective positions, an unidentified combatant suddenly appeared inside the spacecraft and killed 7 armed robots for defense systems and 15 crew members in just over 10 seconds. Then the captain saw through the surveillance that the attackers moved to another location through the microwormhole when the way ahead was blocked. A new battle broke out again. The fighters and armed robots on the spacecraft were like dumb bowling balls and were casually rushed to the ground by the other side. One battlefield was completely killed, and the invaders appeared on another battlefield, killing people in the same way, and they were also unrestrained. What's more terrifying is that the other party was alone from beginning to end. Did she want to destroy a spaceship by herself? If it was before, everyone on the spaceship would treat it as a joke. But now, they are being attacked by the latest tactics of the Star Alliance. Microwormhole impact tactics. This is a tactic that even the founding company has not applied to actual combat against warships. This tactic is very advanced in theory, but it will face various problems in actual operation. To go deep into the enemy's territory alone and force a breakthrough, the soldiers need to have very high combat and tactical qualities and adapt to the various physical burdens brought by the movement of microwormholes. In order to select suitable soldiers, the founding company also co-founded the universe's strongest king competition to collect the elite of the entire Star Alliance. Then, people and equipment are also needed, not to mention the needs of other equipment. Just how to safely send the drone into the spacecraft is a complex issue. The microwormhole impact tactic is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can produce amazing results. But if used poorly, it will lose both the wife and the army. Therefore, this is the first microwormhole impact tactic to attack the ship, and everyone on this spaceship is fortunate to be the first to be attacked. Although there are many accidental factors in this encounter with the microwormhole impact tactic, such as the spaceship underestimated the enemy and landed too low, such as the spaceship was in disrepair and the enemy seized the loophole to send in drones, such as the crew had no experience in dealing with this tactic. This is an almost unrepeatable operation, but it cannot change the fate of this fast assault ship. At this time, even if you give up the attack on the Iron Library City and drive the ship away, it is too late. With a loud bang, the hatch of the independent command console was blown open. The invader who had just slaughtered the entire battleship came in from outside. She was wearing a regular single-soldier mecha that could be bought at random, holding a sword in her hand. The helmet was already open, revealing a peerless appearance. No one rushed in behind her, and the defenders were all slaughtered. Bella looked at the panicked crew on the command console with her eyes that looked down on all living things, and said, "Everyone put your hands where I can see, and then stand with your back to the wall. I will take over this spaceship." Just as Bella finished speaking, the drone that came in with her opened a micro-wormhole, and Tony rushed in with his men in mechas and occupied the bridge command console. Chapter 436: The Future. It took less than 10 minutes from Bella entering the spaceship to occupying the bridge command station. At this point, the first round of negotiations between Iron City Mining Company and Castle Mining Company ended. An executive of Castle Mining Company died, and a fast assault ship was captured. Iron City Mining Company lost some energy from the energy shield and 17 drones. Lord Parker really took a reassurance this time. Who dared to slap Castle Mining Company in the face so wildly, and not give Lionheart Group any face at all? Except for the Judgment Group, which was also a founding company. Who has the courage? Who has the strength? If Parker had some doubts about Bella's identity before, this time he was sure that he really had a big thigh. The founding company acted so domineeringly, and so straightforwardly. The fast assault ship landed on the edge of the Iron Library City. Parker immediately went out of the city to board the ship to congratulate Bella. At the same time, the city defense army was dispatched to escort all the crew members in the spaceship out. Soon Parker saw Bella sitting there at the captain's command position on the spaceship command platform. In the battle in the cabin, Bella killed everyone so scared that no battle occurred when occupying the command platform. Tony took over the control of the fast assault ship with the interstellar bandits. Bella sat there and looked at the desolate wasteland outside through the large screen in front. That demeanor was like a lion who had just hunted a group of hyenas, which made Parker have the urge to kneel down and surrender. Miss Bella, congratulations on winning a war. What should we do next? The Castle Mining Company will not give up after losing a fast assault ship. Judgment. Can your boss give me more support? Bella turned to look at Parker and said, I am your biggest support. Tell the Castle Mining Company. A businessman should be a businessman. I don't like to do business with force. I hope this battle can teach them a lesson. Yes. 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 Parker could only nod repeatedly, not daring to refute anything. Then he asked again, Miss Bella, this assault ship, what are you going to do with it? If the Castle Company asks for it, how should I respond? This ship is my trophy. When I leave the initial planet in the future, I will also need a ship capable of long-distance interstellar travel. Whoever wants to, must defeat me first. The Castle Mining Company suffered a setback in its acquisition of the Iron City Mining Company, which caused a sensation within the Star Alliance. The reason for the sensation was not the capture of a fast assault ship, but the application of the micro-wormhole impact tactic to the attack on the warship. Although the success of this tactic was due to many accidental factors, some of the details also provided some experience for many groups studying this tactic, especially when they knew that this micro-wormhole impact tactic was completed by one person alone. Many people got to know Bella from Tika City. Bella took down a warship alone, proving the feasibility of micro-wormhole impact tactics against warships. This also attracted many Star Alliance companies to recruit Bella, but Bella rejected all of them. The various effects caused by the storm prevented the Castle Mining Company from taking further action immediately. They had to reevaluate the strength of Tika City, especially when Tika City mastered the micro-wormhole impact tactics. And they had to prevent Tika City from using this tactic to destroy the important industries of the Castle Mining Company when they were forced into a corner. Although a sewaging mine is important, it is not worth the Castle Mining Company's desperate efforts. The Iron Library City has returned to peace, but it is only a superficial peace. This place has been targeted by the Star Alliance Company, so the interstellar robbers dare not come here to sell stolen goods. And some wanted criminals are afraid of being arrested and quietly leave the city. The bustling city has become depressed, and people who make a living in the gray industry are also thinking about whether they should continue to stay here. When Wang Yi, who had to lead the Advanced Special Forces training and prepare for the Strongest King competition, finally waited for a holiday to return to Iron Library City, he almost didn't recognize the city. Bella has been living in the safe house that Wang Yi prepared for her. The closed training environment made Wang Yi unaware of the battle in Tika City. When Wang Yi saw Bella, he couldn't help asking, what happened here? It seems like there was a war. Where did the people in the city go? And who owns the fast assault ship under repair? Bella told Wang Yi what happened and said, the fast assault ship renamed the Mist is mine now. Tony is overhauling and renovating the Mist. After the repair, I will move into the battleship. I have reserved a room for you. Wang Yi didn't expect that Bella had just robbed a warship after she left for a while. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Robbing the ship of the Castle Mining Company. Is it okay? Bella said, I am just a battle angel. Whether there is a problem or not is not what I need to consider. I can hide my power according to the rules of the Star World. But it doesn't mean I need to endure others' disrespect to me. My sword fights for me. If one day I regard the entire Star World as an enemy, that would be a big problem. Wang Yi heard that Bella seemed a little emotional, so she asked, is there anything bothering you? Bella did not hide her feelings from Wang Yi. The Star Domain world is full of disorder and chaos, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. The powerful Star Alliance company actually sent a spaceship for a mineral, and it was not a threat. They would really be razed to the ground here. They are also human beings, and such things are unimaginable in the First Empire of the main world. I admit that there are also bullying in the First Empire, but I will not even give up a fig leaf. I am extremely disappointed with your world. Bella's words caused Wang Yi to ponder, and she said, not only are you disappointed in this world, I am also very disappointed in it. The seemingly prosperous and powerful Star Alliance is rotten and lifeless inside. But it is not born like this. At least before we found ourselves trapped in the narrow universe, humans on Earth were full of vitality. Bella, how did you feel when you were sealed for 2,000 years? That's how we feel now. How can we talk to people who are locked in a cage and don't know when they can get out about a better future? You really should take a look at what the Earth side we live in looks like. Can you imagine what a terrible scene is like when 80% of the adult population of a race lies in a life support capsule? Most people who enter the star world just to numb themselves. Because we can't see the future. Chapter 437 Frankness. Listening to Wang Yi's story, Bella couldn't help but think of her experience of being sealed for more than 2,000 years. The light divine weapon escaped, and Bella's initiative to accept the seal became meaningless. But people outside didn't know what happened inside the seal. At first, Bella still hoped that someone would open the seal and let her be free. But year after year passed. Under the strict guard of hell and the first empire of the main world, no one dared to take the risk of opening the seal. Slowly, facing absolute darkness, Bella forgot about time. Disappointment made her manic for a time. And after the mania, she became numb. How similar is the Earth at this moment to the sealed self? Clearly seeing the infinite universe, I have to endure being confined in a small space. Seeing Bella, who became silent, Wang Yi said, Bella, do you know that there are angels in the legend of Earth? Their image is exactly the same as yours. And even the Archangel Michael you mentioned is the most famous angel in our mythology. This is not a coincidence. You angels have been to Earth. You have broken through the boundaries of the universe and reached Earth in the narrow universe from the broad universe. The traces left by the angels on Earth have evolved into our mythology. Do you know how to break through the boundaries of the universe? Bella's expression was much more relaxed. She said to Wang Yi, there are records of angels on Earth? And we know Archangel Michael? How is this possible? Using your cosmic theory, the order world was also in the narrow universe more than 2,000 years ago. Our power was also subject to an invisible restriction. We could not break through the sky, and even had no concept of the universe. Until Wang Yi saw that Bella stopped talking here, and immediately asked, what happened? How did the order world enter the broad universe? Bella replied, it's a friend of mine. The God Plane opening project he presided over successfully broke the God Plane crystal wall. At that time, we all thought that the other side of the crystal wall was God. But we saw an infinite world. At the moment when the crystal wall of the God Plane was broken, the world of order changed greatly. I can't describe the feeling. It's like the world is alive. All the barriers that could not be crossed before are opened. The magic changes that could not be verified before are easily realized. There are also brand new magic theories and magic phenomena that have never been seen before, which appear in large numbers in an explosion. It's like, Wang Yi said, it's like we enter the general universe through the starfield world. The Earth technology that has reached a bottleneck has been released here. Here we have entered the space age at a speed that we can't even imagine, exploring the universe across light years, and constantly expanding the territory of the Star Alliance. However, on Earth, invisible barriers still limit our technological ceiling. The theories verified in the star world seem to be non-existent on Earth. Bella, I don't know why Earth civilization has records of angels, but our two civilizations must have some kind of connection. You said that someone opened the crystal wall of the God Plane, allowing the order world to enter the broad universe from the narrow universe. Then, there must be a crystal wall of the God Plane on Earth, trapping the Earth in our narrow universe. How to open the crystal wall of the God Plane? Can you teach us? Bella said, I said that the opening project of the crystal wall of the God Plane was organized by a friend of mine. This project brings together the top alchemy masters in the world of order. But I am just a battle angel. Technology is not my strong point. So I did not participate in the opening of the God Plane. Wang Yi asked anxiously, where is your friend? He can bring the world of order into the general universe. So he must have a way to bring the Earth into the general universe. Bella replied regretfully, my friend disappeared after the opening of the God Plane. And I don't know where he is. Hearing that Bella didn't know the whereabouts of that friend, Wang Yi couldn't help showing a disappointed look. And at this time Bella said, but I found his traces in the star world. Wang Yi was shocked. What? He is in the star domain world. Who is he? His name is Daliang. I don't know if he is in the star domain world. But another friend of mine must have lived in the star domain world. He left me some information about Daliang. Wang Yi asked again, what information? Bella smiled and said, it's not time to tell you this information. I told you so many important things. Do you have anything to tell me? Bella's words startled Wang Yi. And then she couldn't help but think of the changes that had happened to her on the Earth side. She originally wanted to hide this secret, But it seemed that Bella saw something? You know? Bella looked at Wang Yi. With white holy flames dancing in her pupils. I am the supreme angel who comprehends the law. And I can see through your body and soul. Therefore, I can see that you must be hiding something from me. And it is related to me. Wang Yi. I know you have a secret identity. And it is your instinct to keep secrets. But I hope you can tell me what I need to know. You are destined not to be a Purui. And you will definitely encounter many dangers in the future. Only by being honest with me can I help you. Wang Yi heard that Bella seemed to know something about herself. So she stopped hiding it and said, there is indeed one thing. I don't know whether I should tell you. Do you remember the time when I fainted due to excessive release of divine energy? When I went offline and returned to the Earth side, I found that I could actually release divine energy. Hearing that Wang Yi had obtained divine energy on the Earth side, Bella became interested. Go on. I don't know where these divine energies come from. I don't need to absorb light elements according to the method you taught me. The divine energy will continue to grow. This is completely inexplicable. I feel the light element according to your method. But I can't feel the existence of any magic elements on the Earth side. But the divine energy is growing in my body. I was scared and didn't know what was wrong with my body. You know, I haven't been to the star world for a while. I asked for leave and went back to Earth. I have no blood relationship with my current parents. I found all the information about my birth and asked my parents. But I couldn't find any clues about what I was. Bella. That day, you asked a lot of questions about me for no reason, including my life and past on Earth. I felt very strange at the time. And now I think about it. Do you know anything about my origins? Chapter 438 Imbalance. Bella fell into deep thought at the situation Wang Yi was facing now. This must be the work of the prophet. But before the crystal wall separating the narrow universe and the broad universe was broken, the two universes were not connected. And even gods had no way to travel between the two universes. It was impossible for the prophet to go to the Earth from the broad universe. So who created Wang Yi? Could it be Da Liang? The prophet said, Wang Yi will take me to find something that Da Liang left for me. Could it be that this thing is on the Earth side? Damn charlatan. He never speaks clearly. Yes. He is dead. Knowing too little information. Bella didn't know what was wrong with Wang Yi's body. So she had to say, no. I don't know much more than you. But it is certain that someone on Earth must have mastered the magic alchemy technology of the Order world and created you. It's just that there is no magic element on Earth. So the premise for creating you does not exist. Thinking about complex problems is really not something I am good at. If Da Liang was here, he would probably figure these things out quickly. Yes, these were originally designed by him. He and the prophet arranged all this. They knew where I was sealed. But let me face the darkness and loneliness there. He trusted me. And what he asked me to do must be very important. Wang Yi. Although we don't know who you are yet, you have an unimaginable mission to make a supreme angel wait for you for 2,000 years. And the fact that Da Liang and the prophet took the trouble to arrange our meeting and asked me to protect you means that you will encounter very, very dangerous things. The Star Alliance has enemies that neither the prophet nor Da Liang can deal with. There are many things Bella said that Wang Yi couldn't understand. But it is certain that Da Liang, who Bella mentioned frequently, must have a lot to do with herself. And her existence was arranged in advance by someone. And Bella is not the only one in the Star Domain world who is from the Order world. Da Liang and the prophet are Bella's friends in the Order world. Since they are here, there must be people from other worlds of Order. They are very powerful and will kill me. So I need a super bodyguard like Bella to protect my safety. How did this world become so complicated? Wang Yi didn't expect that she, who was originally very ordinary, would be caught in the dispute between two civilizations. Thinking of the task she received in the company, she said to Bella, I have something to tell you. Scarab Company asked me to participate in the Strongest King competition. If my identity is really so sensitive, shouldn't I be so high profile? Bella said, with me participating. Can you be high profile? Don't use the angel fighting skills I taught you first. The improvement of your body by the sacred energy is enough to make you perform better than before. I will let those enemies who are hiding somewhere know that I am here. They will look for me first. And then I will ask them some questions. And the judgment group, mobilize all the relationships you can mobilize. Collect information about the judgment group. And you will definitely find information about you there. The judgment group again. Wang Yi found out. Bella had been eyeing this founding company from the beginning. And this time she said that the judgment group had something to do with her. She really had to take this matter as her own business in the future. Okay. I will find information about the Judgment Group through my channels. And I hope I can really solve the secrets of me. The construction of the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station has resumed. In order to put the wormhole station into use as soon as possible, the Star Alliance has tripled the number of workers here, and the transport ship has delivered all the materials used to build the wormhole station in advance. The family guardians of the founding company are waiting here, waiting for the moment of connecting to the Order Star. However, the family leaders of the founding company cannot stay here for a long time. The company's business needs them to take care of it, and continuing to block the news also requires them to work together within the Star Alliance. Now some Star Alliance companies have known the existence of the Order Star and are ready to move. When necessary, the founding company will use force to prevent other companies from approaching. The glory of the founding company comes from the hero world. If they want to continue the glory, they must prevent others from interfering with the Order Star. Wang Qian of the Judgment Group paid a special visit to Monica before leaving. Madam. Wang Qian had great respect for this mysterious hero who had protected the family for more than 2,000 years, but never revealed his true face. In the dark room, Wang Qian saluted the vague figure and said, "I'll trouble you with the things here. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the company. Some Star Alliance companies want to explore the secrets of the Order Star, and their spacecraft have been trying to jump here. And the Earth Federation. They know the secrets of the hero world, and they will not miss the opportunity to contact the Order Star. I and other founding family patriarchs are afraid that the Earth Federation will use the Order Star to stir up conflicts within the Star Alliance. If the situation worsens, a war will break out. Both the Star Domain world and the Earth side will be overwhelmed by the war. The Earth Federation already knows that the Order Star has established a connection with the Star Alliance. They also know that if the founding companies are allowed to divide up the Order Star, the Federation will never be able to turn over in the Star Domain world. The strength of the founding companies has been strengthened again, which will quickly break the balance of power on the Earth side. The voice of Mars' independence is getting louder and louder. When the Federation believes that the conditions for Mars' independence are about to mature, it will definitely burn its boats and take the lead in launching a war against the Star Alliance. Now the Federation sends a request to send the Federation fleet to the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station every hour. And those ambitious Star Alliance companies are also eyeing this star field. The patriarchs of the founding families had never felt such great pressure. Monica did not follow the topic brought up by Wang Qian. Instead, she asked, "Wang Qian, if the Earth enters the broad universe from the narrow universe, can you imagine what the Starfield world and your founding companies will become?" Wang Qian did not expect the mistress to ask this question at this time. He thought for a moment and answered, "We don't know which point in the broad universe the coordinates of the Earth correspond to, but it is certain the possibility of it appearing in the Star Alliance's sphere of influence is infinitely close to zero. At that time, the consciousness of all Earthlings will be forced to return to their own bodies, and all our assets in the Star world will be cleared. All Star Alliance companies will have to start from scratch, and the founding companies will lose the protection of the family guardians. Although the founding companies still retain strong strength on the Earth side, the Earth Federation will never watch the second Star Alliance being established. And those Star Alliance companies that have been suppressed by the founding companies for more than 2,000 years will also add insult to injury. The founding families will definitely be purged." "Madam, you asked me this question. Do you know how to enter the broad universe from the narrow universe?" Chapter 439 Griffin City. Seeing Wang Qian clearly understand that the Earth's escape from the narrow universe will bring disaster to the founding family, Monica said, "In fact, at the beginning of the Star Alliance, someone found a way to let the Earth enter the broad universe." Hearing this, Wang Qian was shocked. He asked in disbelief, "At the beginning of the Star Alliance? How is this possible? If there was a way to break through the boundaries of the universe, why is the Earth still trapped in the narrow universe after 2,000 years? And I didn't know this happened at all." "That's because the Guardians prevented this from happening in order to protect the founding family." Monica's voice became low, as if she didn't want to think about this past event. "But we haven't found a way to open the boundaries of the universe. We only know the secret will appear in a person with a super-enhanced gene." Wang Qian didn't think about whether the Guardians prevented the Earth from entering the general universe for selfish reasons or for the founding family. Anyway, the founding family and the family Guardians have experienced more than 2,000 years of symbiosis, and they can no longer do without each other. The Earth entering the general universe will not bring much benefit to the founding company, but will make them lose their advantages. Super Enhanced Gene Potion? I always thought it was something that didn't exist. After all, no one has ever seen a super enhanced gene in more than 2,000 years. Monica said, the super enhanced gene potion was developed with gene samples provided by the law-level heroes. There are a total of 8 16th level law-level heroes in the founding family guardians. So there should be 8 super enhanced gene potions. But I saw with my own eyes that there was a 9th potion. However, when the 8 of us 16th level heroes took the super enhanced gene potions developed by our own genes, the 9th one disappeared. For 2,000 years, we have been looking for the 9th super enhanced gene potion, but we have never found any trace of it. If the super enhanced gene potion really has the secret to opening the boundaries of the universe, it must be in the lost 9th one. The secrets Wang Qian learned from Monica this time were really too big and too many. He asked, Madam, you are telling me about the super gene invitation potion at this time. Have you found its trace now? Monica said, the divination in mysticism can predict the future to a limited extent, but mysticism is very dependent on talent, and I can only make very vague predictions. I saw the 9th super enhanced gene potion was activated. Your task is to kill him before the user finds the secret contained in it. Wang Qian replied, Yes, Madam. I will find him. At this time, a wooden box floated in front of Wang Qian, and the mistress's voice came, This is the super gene enhancement potion that I have been keeping. You can take it. Before the matter of the world destruction is resolved, the guardians of the founding families will stay here. I will not give you much help. How to use this potion is up to you. Wang Qian became excited when he heard that the box contained the super gene enhancement potion. This is a gene potion made by the law-level hero gene. It is hard to imagine what kind of power it can give people. Thank you, mistress, for your trust in me. After Wang Qian left, Monica couldn't help but sigh, Prophet. Why was the super gene enhancement potion activated at this time? Could you at that time see what is happening now? You saw another him appear. Does this mean he brought the world of order into the general universe, and will also bring the earth into the general universe? Jessica. Jessica. The continuous calls woke up Jessica, who was looking out the window. Seeing the lecturer on the podium showing an angry expression, Jessica immediately stood up and said apologetically, Professor Vincent, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be distracted in your class. I just saw a griffin, a royal griffin flying across the sky. It was really beautiful. After recognizing Jessica's identity, De Leon arranged for Jessica to come to the human griffin city in the Great Tomb to receive the most formal magic education. Master Vincent was named as Jessica's magic mentor. Vincent was originally a 10th level human priest, and was later recruited by De Leon and trained to become a 12th level magic wizard. As the earliest magic wizard hero in the Blackfire territory, Vincent led a small number of magic wizards to become an extremely important long-range strategic force in the early Blackfire territory. In almost all the battles that the Blackfire territory has experienced, there are active battlefields of magic wizards, providing magic support for the Blackfire territory's army and engaging in magic confrontation with the enemy's magicians. Vincent's strength has continued to improve in all the wars. Later, De Leon formed an alliance with the Fairy Dragon clan, and all the magic wizards under the Blackfire territory were sent to the Fairy Garden, the base camp of the Fairy Dragon clan, for further magic training. After the establishment of the Five-Colored Flag Alliance, De Leon founded the Saint Magic Dragon Academy on the basis of the Fairy Garden Magic Academy to train magicians for the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. As the Blackfire territory became stronger, the wars to be fought also decreased. Vincent, who successfully promoted to the 15th level, spent most of his time teaching students at the Saint Magic Dragon Academy. He has very rich practical and teaching experience. After the Great Tomb traveled to the new century, De Leon re-established the Saint Magic Dragon Academy in the human city to increase the output of senior magicians in the Great Tomb. Because the alchemy masters of the Fairy Dragon had heavy alchemy research tasks, they could not serve as lecturers at the Saint Magic Dragon Academy for a long time. Vincent and his subordinate magic wizards were the main magic professors here. Vincent was wearing a blue and white magic robe exclusive to magic wizards, which was also the equipment that the Fairy Dragon liked after turning into a human form. He had short chestnut hair, blue flame energy in his eyes, and a magic ball of fire attribute slowly rotated around him. Seeing Jessica admit her mistake, Vincent's expression quickly eased. He closed the magic book in his hand and said, I have traveled in the outside world for a while. and I can no longer see the main plane at all. Many things and creatures disappeared in the Dark Age. It's really a pity. It's hard to imagine that the regular flying units of the human race have become rare creatures. Your Highness Jessica. Have you seen a griffin before? Jessica looked at the sky outside again. The number of flying griffins increased again. She replied to Vincent, I have seen them. But wild griffins are almost non-existent. The remaining ones are kept in zoos and carefully guarded. And there are only griffins. The royal griffins have long been extinct. Vincent said, as long as there are griffins. The royal griffins will not be extinct. The royal griffins were originally evolved from griffins. Fighting and training can make griffins stronger and more warlike. Their fur will turn golden, and their manes will turn white, making them stronger and more beautiful. Royal griffins can wear armor. And some large ones can be trained as mounts. Yes. As a princess, you should have your own royal griffin. Although riding a dragon is more majestic. Humans should ride royal griffins in formal occasions. Griffins are an indispensable part of the human flag. That's all for today's class. I think there must be a most powerful royal griffin waiting for its owner on the Griffin Cliff. Chapter 440 Royal Griffin. Although Jessica had visited the city before she came to Griffin City, she was still full of curiosity about this city from the ancient magic era. Every step here is closer to history than the ancient ruins she and Sir Charles discovered. Unlike Saroying, which is polluted by industry, the air in the entire Griffin City exudes a fresh smell, and every breath is a complete enjoyment. The road in the middle of the city is paved with polished bluestone. The carriage has a slight bump on it, but it also has a different taste. Jessica sat in the carriage and looked at the roads on both sides through the window. The houses in the city are all human style from the ancient magic era. Large square rocks are piled up to form square houses, and then the walls are painted with lime powder. Most of the roofs are flat, and there is a wall around them. This is related to the frequent wars in the ancient magic era. Humans are not a newly born powerful race, so they pay great attention to defense. Most of the time, the human army is a neat iron armored square formation on the battlefield. People in the Griffin City are very busy, and it is almost impossible to see adults wandering on the street during the day. More and more industries and factories are placed in the big tomb, which has caused a labor shortage here. Teacher Vincent. After a group of dwarves riding war bears passed by the carriage, Jessica couldn't help but ask Vincent, is this really the city of the King of Destruction? He is a demon. But this is a human city. I also saw dwarves, elves, orcs. There are also undead and hell creatures. How do they live together? Vincent replied, Your Highness, I want to correct one thing first. The King of Destruction is not a demon. He is not a demon. Vincent explained. The King of Destruction is actually the flame commander of the fire elemental creature. Although he looks very much like a hell creature, elemental creatures and hell creatures are fundamentally different. The Devil of Destruction is just one of the many identities of the Master, and the Master has a very prominent position in many planes. Therefore, the entire Order world respects him very much. Hearing that Destruction is actually a fire elemental creature, Jessica asked again, Fire element? Cindy once told me that there is an air elemental spirit beside me. If I can summon it, the air elemental spirit will become an elemental creature. Vincent replied, Elemental spirits are a kind of elemental creatures in the ignorant period. They instinctively get close to people who have a high affinity for a certain element. Just like, as he said, Vincent opened his palm, and the fire elemental ball that had been surrounding him fell into his palm. A pair of wings made of flame spread out, and the fire elemental ball turned into a firebird that spewed flames. Vincent continued, This is the firebird that coexists with me. It is impossible to predict what kind of elemental creature the elemental spirit will evolve into. It has a lot to do with the environment in which it grows and its own qualifications. When the air elemental spirit is with you, it can not only improve your ability to learn and use air magic, but also connect with you to achieve a symbiotic relationship. Therefore, your efforts determine what your air elemental spirit will become after it evolves into an elemental creature. Study magic seriously, and become a magician that makes your master proud of you. Realizing that Vincent was lecturing her again, Jessica quickly said, I usually work really hard. Teacher, I was just distracted occasionally today because the griffins in the sky were so beautiful. By the way, you said you would take me to the Griffin Cliff. Are we almost there? Successfully changing the subject, Vincent looked outside and saw that the carriage had left the city and was heading towards a towering cliff. Griffins live on the steepest cliffs. Live in groups, and have a very strong sense of territory. It is very dangerous to rashly enter the griffin territory in the wild. Even if it is a domesticated griffin, it must be led by a professional griffin trainer to approach the griffin group. Griffin Cliff is a military stronghold. It is a place where griffins are bred and trained to become royal griffins. The craftsman carved out a barracks that runs through the upper and lower parts of Griffin Cliff on the solid cliff wall. Horizontal roads connect each griffin nest, making it convenient for griffin trainers to understand the situation of each griffin. After showing the pass, the carriage drove into the barracks gate and entered the interior of Griffin Cliff. Behind the barracks gate is an open patio, which is 600 meters high. The spiral staircase spirals up along the wall. I don't know how long it takes to walk the stairs from the bottom to the top. However, this is the interior of Griffin Cliff. The sound of griffins' cries is endless. The soldiers and trainers stationed here each have a royal griffin, and they can fly directly to any level they want. Even if heavy materials need to be transported, you can apply to use the transmission system of the Great Tomb. Seeing that the carriage coming was from the Holy Magic Dragon Academy, the commander of the Griffin Cliff garrison immediately came to greet it. He was wearing knight armor. After recognizing Vincent, who got off the carriage, he immediately saluted and said, "Respected Master Vincent, welcome to Griffin Cliff. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know." Vincent pointed at Jessica, who was looking around curiously, and introduced, "This is Princess Jessica." His Majesty arranged for Princess Jessica to study at the Holy Magic Dragon Academy, and I will be her magic tutor. Her Royal Highness likes griffins very much. I think as a princess of the human royal family, she should have a royal griffin of her own. Jessica's identity has been known to everyone in the Great Tomb. In the ancient magic era, the human race was an orderly race, recognizing that the father's work should be completed by the son. A family could be loyal to another family for hundreds or thousands of years after making an oath. De Leon is the owner of all people and things in the Great Tomb, and the descendants he recognizes are the heirs of this wealth. All human residents in the Great Tomb were happy for the continuation of the Phaeton royal family after knowing that Jessica was recognized. The knight immediately knelt on one knee to Jessica, held his chest and bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, please forgive my impoliteness just now. As your Majesty's knight, I failed to recognize you. It's my fault." Jessica, who was admiring the magnificent Griffin Cliff, was immediately at a loss when she saw the knight kneeling. She said in a panic, "No, no, no. I came here without prior notice. I am rude. Please don't mind my identity. You should know that not long ago, I was a very ordinary person. Get up quickly. There is no need to be so polite in the future. I am a big advocate of equality and freedom for all." Vincent said, "Your Highness, you should know from your own experience that there is no equality for all. Some people are born noble." After His Majesty acknowledged your identity, you have completely drawn a line between yourself and your previous status. Whether you like it or not, the majesty of the royal family is reflected in various cumbersome etiquette. The subjects who kneel to the royal family will not have any other bad thoughts, because the glory of the royal family is our glory. Your excessive humility will make him feel this is your alienation from him. His Majesty said that you need to learn court etiquette. I think it is very necessary." Jessica didn't want to say something casually to ease her embarrassment, but she attracted a lecture from this old scholar. The court etiquette is scary just thinking about it. But Jessica didn't dare to refute Vincent, so she had to say, "I know. Master Vincent, what do you think I should do now? Forgive his mistakes, and then ask him to bring the best royal griffin here." Alas, it's not that easy to be a princess. Jessica tried to adjust her manners, showing the way a princess should look in her imagination, and then said to the kneeling knight, "I forgive your impoliteness. After all, this is the first time you see me. I like the griffin flying in the sky very much. It makes me distracted in the magic class." Master Vincent said, "I should have a royal griffin of my own. So bring the best royal griffin here." "Yes, Princess. Your kind heart is as beautiful as your appearance. Only the highest and most powerful royal griffin can match your kindness and noble status." Jessica's understanding made the knight very happy. He praised her, then jumped on the back of a royal griffin and took off, personally choosing a griffin for Jessica. After the knight left, Vincent smiled and said to Jessica, "See, it's that simple. Remember that your every move represents the royal family and your family. Your every move and every word may be interpreted by others, even if it is not what you want to express. Although royal etiquette seems very cumbersome, even harsh. It is summarized by generations of princes and nobles through lessons, and is used to teach noble children to know what to do in any situation. When you know how to deal with various events, you can throw court etiquette aside. Master Vincent really treats Jessica as his own disciple. Although his words are long-winded, every sentence expresses his love and affection for the princess. Jessica said helplessly, "Being a princess is really tiring." The knight, who was familiar with every corner of Griffincliff, brought 5 royal griffins to Jessica without spending too much time. The length of an adult royal griffin can exceed 2 meters, and a royal griffin suitable for riding needs to be at least 2.5 meters long. The length of these 5 royal griffins from beak to hip is more than 3 meters. With strong and powerful lion hind legs, sharp front eagle claws, golden fur, white mane feathers like snow, and eagle heads raised like a king looking around. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Griffins have very high intelligence. Trained royal griffins can communicate with griffin knights. Some royal griffins can even become hero units and master magic to advance to higher levels. After the knight introduced Jessica's identity to the royal griffins, the 5 royal griffins lowered their front legs to salute Jessica and uttered obedient cries. This kind of spirit and intelligence is absolutely not seen in those captive griffins. Thinking that one of the majestic royal griffins will become her mount, Jessica can't help but excitedly circle around the 5 royal griffins. The knight introduced the characteristics and personalities of each royal griffin to Jessica in detail. According to your majesty's request, they are all undergoing flight training, and Blue Forehead is the best in all training subjects. It is a female griffin with a slightly docile personality, unlike other griffins that are too fierce, and is more suitable for you, your highness. The Blue Forehead the knight was talking about was a royal griffin with a few light blue feathers on its head. Compared with other royal griffins, it was indeed much quieter. Jessica also liked the blue feathers on the Blue Forehead's head very much. She asked, "Flight training? Do griffins need to do any flight training?" The knight explained, "We all know that the outside world has invented silver wings, and our future enemies may come from the universe, facing increasingly advanced air opponents. The griffin obviously can no longer keep up with the pace of future war development. But the griffin is the symbol of the human race, the pride of the human race, and the human army without the griffin is soulless. Therefore, we are thinking about how to make the griffin fly higher and faster, so that it can become an important support for the human army even in the interstellar space. The demons who surrendered to your majesty brought the magic alchemy technology of the theocracy era, and our alchemy masters are also developing weapons suitable for griffin equipment. Compared with humans, the griffin is a natural bird of prey in the sky. Its vision, its brain, and its body structure are all born for air combat. As long as there are magic and equipment suitable for griffins, no matter how good the human pilot is, he is not the opponent of the worst griffin. Now we are training griffins to adapt to the physical burden caused by high-speed flight. When the G-force is high, the performance of the griffin is far better than that of humans, and the ability to capture and react to high-speed targets is also very good. In the theocracy era, the griffins put on magic backpacks and achieve super high-speed flight under the protection of magic, continuing to serve as the main air force of the human race. The same technology was brought into the Great Tomb by Morris and other demons. However, when Morris accepted the task of guarding the seal, the griffins had not yet entered the space with the assistance of magic. This step still required the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory to break through on its own. Princess Ziling, who has been studying mechas, proposed the idea of designing a set of alchemical mechas for the griffins. The specific mecha style and flight technology are still under design, so the griffins can only do adaptive training in advance. For example, familiarize yourself with the weightless environment of space and learn to control flying machinery. Although there were many difficulties during the training process, the human race had an inseparable feeling for the griffins, and the companions who were unwilling to follow humans in battle for countless years were eliminated. The knight sighed and said, "Your Highness, you may not understand why we are so stubborn, but as long as you live with your royal griffin for a while, you can feel the connection between humans and griffins. No matter what the world will develop into in the future, we believe that the griffins can keep flying, carrying the honor of the human race, and protecting the human race's sky." Chapter 441 Space Battleship Black Pearl. Finally, Jessica chose Blue Forehead as her mount. As the princess's royal griffin, the name Blue Forehead seemed too vulgar, so Blue Forehead was renamed Blue Ribbon, which immediately became elegant and classy. A set of special griffin armor was draped over Blue Ribbon's body. On the head was a golden eagle helmet, and on the back was a layer of lining armor that could evenly distribute the rider's weight on the entire back of the royal griffin. The eagle claws were equipped with iron claws, which not only protected the griffin's front feet when it was running, but also enhanced the griffin's attack power. Finally, a set of griffin saddles were installed on the back of Blue Ribbon. The knight said to Jessica, "Princess, you can now ride Blue Ribbon to experience what it feels like to ride a royal griffin. There will be some bumps at first, but with a little training, you can quickly adapt." The reins were handed over to Jessica, and the fully armed royal griffin obediently rubbed its head against its new owner, which calmed Jessica, who was a little scared. She patted Blue Ribbon's shoulder according to the knight's instructions, and the griffin immediately crawled down and waited for its owner to ride on its back. Jessica, who was originally very agile, turned over nimbly and sat in the griffin's saddle. The knight attendant standing by the side skillfully used the buckle to fix Jessica in the saddle. Jessica had ridden the Frost Dragon Hurricane before, but Hurricane flew very steadily to take care of Jessica. And in real flight, especially when encountering air combat, the griffin can make more than 10 flying postures in a few seconds. If it is not fixed well, the griffin knight will be thrown out. Everything is ready. The gate of the griffin barracks is opened, and a team of griffin knights are ready to go. They will accompany Jessica to experience the first flight of riding a griffin. However, before Jessica rode out of the barracks on the Blue Ribbon, Cindy walked out through an open portal. "Your Highness, His Majesty is about to visit the Star Alliance. Please prepare as soon as possible. His Majesty wants you to accompany her on this visit." Hearing that Jessica was leaving, Master Vincent said, "Your Highness is leaving Griffin City? Her magic class has just started." Cindy replied, "Master Vincent, His Majesty asked you to accompany Her Highness as the princess's mentor on this visit, while teaching her magic. You are also responsible for teaching her how to be a real princess. Please prepare as soon as possible. We will set off after breakfast tomorrow." In a large engineering experiment field in the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory, a black spaceship quietly floated in the middle of the experiment field. After more than half a year of transformation, the Black Pearl has completed the upgrade from an airspace battleship to a space battleship. The hull was fully rebuilt. All the shipboards used were cast by dwarf craftsmen, and Nicole and the fairy dragon alchemist enchanted them. The original sails were changed to retractable elemental torrent sails. Under normal cruising conditions, the elemental torrent sails can capture the free elemental energy in the universe. It will first gather the free elemental energy, and then spray it backwards after being accelerated by the magic circle in the torrent sails, thereby providing forward power for the spacecraft. The elemental torrent sails can greatly alleviate the consumption of magic spacecraft in ultra-long-distance space shuttles when the spacecraft is stationary. The open elemental torrent sails also charge the energy core of the spacecraft. The unfolded torrent sail is located at the tip of the bow, blooming like a petal. When the three element sails are working, the elemental flow released backwards is in the shape of a radiating rainbow, which is also the origin of the name of the torrent sail. The torrent formed by the elements is the conventional power of the future Great Tomb magic spaceship. In special cases, after the energy core inside the spacecraft is injected with elemental crystals, it can also activate the elemental force field engine developed in the era of theocracy to provide higher power for the spacecraft. The puppet in the form of world destruction stands on the second floor platform of the test site, and De Leon is looking at the brand new Black Pearl through the eyes of the puppet, absorbing the internal and external structural characteristics of the Scarab Company's spacecraft. The new Black Pearl has a very sci-fi appearance. She is 124 meters long, 37 meters high, and 52 meters wide. It is narrow in front and wide in the back, with 3 distinct steps. The bottom floor is flat and can be connected to other magic space battleships to serve as a bridge command platform. The projection of Black Pearl stood next to Dalian. She was wearing the uniform of a first mate, with her chest and abdomen held high, and reported the latest trial results to Dalian in a standard naval posture. Report to the captain. During the transformation of the Black Pearl, a total of 28 space navigation drills and 10 wormhole jumps were conducted, and all test items were qualified. In the most recent wormhole jump, I successfully reached the U-8239F star field, and conducted information docking with the wormhole station in the star field for 10 minutes, and then successfully completed the recovery and returned to the orbit of the Order star. At this point, the Black Pearl has fully acquired the ability to conduct ultra-long-distance space travel. I will protect the captain's safety in the universe. De Leon looked at the beautiful warship in front of him, and said to Black Pearl, space travel experiments and ultra-long-distance wormhole transmission are very dangerous things. If you make a mistake, you may stay in the unknown universe forever. But the urgent situation forced me to make these bold attempts. And you are the only one in the entire tomb who can complete such an experiment. Black Pearl, I didn't want you to take such a big risk. But I still want to say that you did a great job. After receiving De Liang's praise, Black Pearl's eyes narrowed into a line with a smile. And she said happily, I believe in the captain. And I also believe in Master Nicole. And the Prophet and Master Gi's. You created me just to fly through the most dangerous places. I can fly through the forbidden spell area of Despair Island. And I can take you through the most dangerous universe. Don't worry, Captain. I am Black Pearl, the fastest ship in the world of order. In the future, I will be the fastest ship in the entire universe. De Leon laughed at Black Pearl and praised, yes, Black Pearl will become the fastest ship in the universe. And I am also the fastest captain in the universe. When De Leon was talking to Black Pearl, the evil angel Solomon landed beside De Leon. He saluted De Leon and said, Your Majesty, Eliza is here. Should we let her come here? Or arrange for her to wait for you in the reception room? De Leon said without much thought, Let her come here. We were able to complete the transformation of the Black Pearl so quickly. And Eliza provided us with great help. The attitude of the Scarab Company leans towards us. And we must also give them some confidence. When Solomon went to invite Eliza, De Leon said to Black Pearl, I want to meet Eliza as the World Destroyer. And you are not suitable to appear with me. Go back to the ship. Don't let her see you. Black Pearl followed Master Leon to study at the Pure Magic Academy, which is something many people know. So it is not suitable for Black Pearl to meet Eliza here. The sensible Black Pearl immediately said, Yes, Captain, and then disappeared. Chapter 442 Visit. After speculating that the Judgment Group had the intention to annex itself, the Scarab Company was ready to show some force in the universe's strongest king competition, while also hoping to get some support from the Order Star. Eliza and her team used the genes left by the ultimate creatures on the Order Star to cultivate genetically enhanced humans. Although they had various sequelae, they were indeed strong. Especially the Punishers. All of them, theoretically, reached the 14th level. And after knowing that there were heroes from the Order world behind the founding company, Murphy also coveted the powerful heroes in the Order world. So the Scarab Company arranged for Eliza to return to the Star Domain world Order Star. Xiong De Liang said that Scarab Company was willing to help the Devil King of Destruction and come to the Star Alliance in advance for a summit meeting with Scarab Company, facing the aggressive monarch of Psi, the old friend who seemed to be an enemy but not a friend, and a group of superheroes who were eyeing him covetously, while actively preparing for the war. De Leon also wanted to know more about the status of the Star Alliance. If he could develop an ally within the Star Alliance, even if it was just an insider, he would be willing to take some risks for it. Destruction agreed to have a summit meeting with Scarab Company. And Scarab Company also proposed a feasible plan to establish a transportation line between Order Star and Star Alliance. Now the Star Alliance cannot reach Order Star because Order Star is in an unknown star field. There is no way for a spaceship to make an ultra-long distance and precise jump to the Order Star. The error is too large. And a slight deviation on the star map may not reach it after hundreds of years of sailing. Therefore, the Star Alliance can only build a wormhole station first. And the wormhole station with huge energy can accurately locate the wormhole opening. After reaching the vicinity of the Order Star, the spaceship can enter the Order Star field after a short distance wormhole jump and navigation. Without a wormhole station, it is very difficult for the Star Alliance to reach the Order Star. But it is not as difficult as imagined for the Order Star to reach the Star Alliance. The universe occupied by the Star Alliance is very large. The Order Star at the edge of the Star Alliance will definitely appear within the range of the Star Alliance after an ultra-long-distance random wormhole transmission in the direction of the Star Alliance. The wormhole station can be contacted within the scope of the Star Alliance. With the help of the Scarab Company, the spacecraft of the Order Star can sail freely within the Star Alliance after obtaining legal status. Although the exploration spacecraft of the Scarab Company crashed on the Order Star, the wormhole generator was not damaged. As long as the Order Star can produce a spacecraft capable of space travel and accelerate to the speed required to activate the wormhole generator, it can be randomly teleported in the direction of the Star Alliance. For the existing technology of the Great Tomb, it is not difficult to use the existing wormhole generator to go to the Star Alliance. But the difficulty is how to get back. Master Nicole proposed to use magic to solve the problem of returning. Among the space magic derived from Earth magic, there is a magic called Space-Time Gate, which allows the caster to instantly return to a preset coordinate. In the former orderly world, even a closed plane could not prevent the transmission of the Space-Time Gate. The heroes who go out of the Great Tomb always carry several Space-Time Gate scrolls, which record the space coordinates of the Great Tomb, so that these heroes can return to the Great Tomb immediately whenever they need to, no matter where they are. Whether the Space-Time Gate can bring back the spaceship to the Star Alliance is an important topic of the Black Pearl's navigation test. This experiment is indeed very risky, and even Nicole dared not let Black Pearl try it easily. In order to succeed, Nicole led the alchemy masters to conduct various magical reasonings, and reorganize the gate of time and space in a new way according to the various situations they would encounter. When conducting the teleportation experiment, Nicole also specially asked for the shadow dragon demon Yisei from Daliang. Yisei's heroic specialty is track of time and space, and she is the best space master in the Great Tomb. With her on the Black Pearl, the success rate of the space experiment can be guaranteed. At the same time, Nicole also built a recovery system corresponding to the gate of time and space in the test field where the Black Pearl was docked. When the caster is looking for the coordinates of the space-time gate, the coordinates also generate space pulling force on the caster. In order to increase the space pulling force, Nicole also took out the crystal dragon egg to provide energy for the magic circle. The near-Earth orbit recovery experiment, successful. The long-distance space navigation recovery experiment, successful. The short-range wormhole jump recovery experiment, successful. The long-range wormhole jump recovery experiment, successful. After repeated jump experiments, the structure and load of the Black Pearl were modified again and again, so that all conditions reached the optimal ratio. Finally, the ultra-long-range wormhole directional random jump recovery, successful. After learning that the Black Pearl had successfully reached the Star Alliance, Daliang immediately announced that he would lead a visiting team to the Star Alliance to hold a summit meeting with the Scarab Company. According to the news from the Scarab Company, the construction speed of the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station is very fast, and the Black Pearl departed from the Order Star to the meeting place, and the wormhole transmission plus interstellar navigation took about a month. Returning to a place suitable for activating the time and space gate also requires a long voyage. The time left for Daliang to operate within the Star Alliance was not sufficient, so Daliang was so anxious to prepare for the trip. The list of people who will follow Daliang to the Star Alliance has been prepared. In addition to Jessica, Vincent and Cindy who have been notified, the evil angel Solomon must follow, and Master Liang of the Black Fire Company must go. This is also Daliang's identity in the Star Alliance. There are some things that Master Liang is more suitable to do than to destroy the world. If Master Liang follows, then Julian, Juliet, Knight, and Sophia must follow. In addition, the Great Tomb will organize a demon guard composed of demons and fallen angels, led by Solomon, the vampire maid, and the vampire guard will also follow secretly. In addition to these, a mysterious big box was quietly moved to a special cabin in the Black Pearl under the guard of a group of frost dragons. Other crew members and cargo are not counted. The Black Pearl, which had just completed the sea trial, was ready to sail again, and the members of the delegation were boarding the ship one after another. Eliza also received an invitation from Mishi. She was the special consultant of the Star Alliance of Blackfire Company, and Scarab Company was her old employer. Whether the summit meeting between Mishi and Scarab Company could have a good result, Eliza's role in it was very important. Daliang invited Eliza to the Great Tomb and then to this large test field, just to show his strength to Scarab Company and make them lean more towards him. Another portal opened beside Daliang, and Solomon walked in first, followed by Eliza. Then Eliza was shocked by what she saw. Chapter 443 Departure. This is clearly a spaceship of the Star Alliance. Although Elisa has never seen this type of spaceship, its appearance and the magic alchemy technology of the Order world and the steam technology on the Order Star have almost no connection. Of course, Elisa has never seen what a magic-side spaceship looks like. But what she sees is really completely different from what she imagined. The compact metal feel has a restrained style, and the more obvious functional area positions and styles have a strong flavor of Earth civilization. Could it be? Eliza asked. Is this the spaceship that Master Liang provided for your majesty? Yes. The spaceship of the Black Fire Company can be used. Using this spaceship is indeed more efficient and safer than building a new one. Where is this place? Are we in the Exile Island teleportation array? Eliza was no longer surprised when she realized that the spaceship in front of her was from the Blackfire Company. And then she was attracted by this large test site. This is the magic environment she imagined. Although there is also a strong modern industrial style here. Magic alchemy technology has been widely used here. The black spaceship floated at a height of about 2 meters above the ground. And a large hexagram magic array was laid on the ground directly below the bottom of the ship. In the magic circle, various magic circuits and magic runes are intertwined in a certain pattern. Various elemental energies flow along the magic circuits. And runes flicker or go out from time to time. There are about 20 suspended platforms around the test site. And a magician stands on each platform. There are 3 or 4 magic light sources around the magician. As the magician creates, the magic light circle will emit a halo to wrap a pile of materials. And then the invisible force will grab the materials and transport them to various locations on the spacecraft. There are also hundreds of robot-like mechanical puppets busy at various locations in the test site. They push vehicles loaded with various materials to shuttle through the test site and deliver the materials to the hands of alchemists who are enchanting the spacecraft. From this test site, it can be seen that this is just a part of a large-scale magic research institution. There is no such advanced magic alchemy application on the Order Star. And the Destroyer Demon King could not have built this project on the Order Star in such a short time. Therefore, Eliza guessed that this place was inside the portal of Exile Island and was built in the Theocracy era. Feeling that Eliza's guess was reasonable, De Leon said, "Yes. This spaceship was provided by the Blackfire Company." "No. This was originally the property of the Blackfire Company. And now the Blackfire Company is mine. We are indeed located on the Exile Island, where we have all the technology and personnel to transform spaceships. In terms of appearance, I kept its original style. After all, we are going to the Star Alliance secretly this time. And we can't let the Star Alliance ships we meet on the road think we are weird." Inside the ship, my alchemists have made many modifications in magic alchemy. Especially, this trip to the Star Alliance is not a one-way trip. We have solved the problem of returning to the Order Star from the Star Alliance without the help of the wormhole station. This is good news for both the Blackfire Company and the Scarab Company. Eliza didn't expect that Mishi actually solved the problem of the return trip of the ship. In the plan of the Scarab Company, Mishi came to the Star Alliance for a summit meeting with the Scarab Company, and then returned to the Order Star after the wormhole station was opened. The control of the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station is in the hands of the founding company, and other Star Alliance companies basically have no way to use it. But Scarab Company is an exception. The Judgment Group allows Scarab Company to participate in the development of Order Star, and Scarab Company has a fleet near the built wormhole station. After the summit meeting, the spaceship of the World Destroyer can disguise as the spaceship of the Scarab Company and return through the built wormhole station. Scarab Company has arranged the entire itinerary of the World Destroyer's visit, and Murphy also hopes that the meeting with the World Destroyer will go smoothly. At the same time, Scarab Company dominates the entire meeting process, which not only allows the World Destroyer to see the status and capabilities of Scarab Company in the Star Alliance, but also can gain an upper hand in the negotiation. If the wormhole station is not opened, Mishi can't leave. Whether to talk or delay, the initiative is in the hands of Scarab Company. But Mishi solved the problem of the return trip. He has the choice of slamming the table and leaving if he can't reach an agreement. This is not good news for Scarab Company. However, from a long-term perspective, this technology is extremely beneficial to Scarab Company. As long as Scarab Company and Mishi reach a certain consensus on interests, it will have a secret transportation channel to Order Star. In the future, ships traveling between Order Star and Star Alliance can carry out interstellar smuggling without leaving any records in the Phi-2GW7 Starfield wormhole station. This magic is really great and mysterious. Eliza couldn't help but admire. "Can the Scarab Company's spacecraft use your technology, Your Majesty?" "Of course," De Leon replied, "but the cost of this technology is relatively high, and the spacecraft using this technology needs to be modified. If this meeting with Mr. Murphy of the Scarab Company goes smoothly, my alchemists can provide spacecraft modification services for the Scarab Company to deepen the cooperative relationship between the Blackfire Company and the Scarab Company." De Leon repeatedly emphasized that he represented the Blackfire Company, saying that the person who met with the Scarab Company this time was only the owner of a Star Alliance company, not the entire Order Star. let the other party understand that Scarab Company is not qualified to negotiate with Order Star, implying that if they want to get more, they must improve their status. At this time, Cindy arrived through a portal and said respectfully to Daliang, "Your Majesty, Princess Jessica and Master Vincent have arrived, and the princess's entourage is boarding the ship." Behind Cindy, Jessica and Vincent came to Daliang through the portal. Jessica, who came to this test site for the first time, was also stunned by the large spaceship in front of her, as well as the magicians and alchemists working around the spaceship. She could feel that any magician here was stronger than herself. In the outside world, they can easily obtain noble status and position. But here, they are just ordinary magic workers. Thinking about the Griffin City with a magical simulated sky, Jessica once again felt the unfathomable strength and power of her ancestors. "Your Majesty." Jessica used the royal etiquette she had just learned to lift her skirt and kneel to Daliang. Her clumsy appearance reminded Daliang of himself when he was just learning court etiquette. Daliang said to Jessica, "You don't need to be so restrained in front of me. Hell doesn't really value etiquette. During this visit, just pay attention to the details in public. If you have any questions, you can ask Master Vincent. This is Elisa from Scarab Company. She is now working for my Blackfire Company. You should know her. She will take us to a brand new world, where there is a civilization completely different from ours. I hope this is a friendly start." Chapter 444 The Destruction of the World is Coming. Your Highness, Eliza, who has been on the Order Star for a long time, is familiar with various customs. In order to do a better job, she has also learned some social etiquette from the ancient magic era. Eliza has met Sir Charles, and knows that Charles recruited top scientists from the Order Star to serve the destruction of the world. Eliza provided Charles with a lot of help on Earth technology, and naturally knew Jessica's identity. She is the descendant of the destruction of the world demon. It sounds a bit unbelievable that a demon actually has a human descendant, but it also shows that the destruction of the world should have been a human before becoming a demon, which is probably why the destruction of the world is not as chaotic and radical as the demon. In addition, when Mishi visited the Star Alliance for the first time, he brought Jessica with him, which means that the Demon King really values her. It also means that Mishi intended to use Jessica as a détente for this meeting. When the two sides were arguing and refused to give in, Jessica's identity was an informal communication channel that everyone could accept. Eliza could feel that Mishi was very well prepared for this summit meeting, which also means that he felt very hostile after contacting the founding company of the Star Alliance. He needs an ally in the Star Alliance, a voice that speaks for the Order Star. Facing the aggressive Judgment Group, the Scarab Company also urgently hopes to get support from Mishi. The two sides have a common opponent and a basis for mutual assistance. This is a very positive sign. Eliza praised Jessica. "Sir Charles is a very respectable person. During the time I worked with him for His Majesty, I was impressed by his wisdom. He often mentioned you to me, saying that you changed his life and were his greatest wealth. I also heard the story of your adventures with Charles. You are kind, beautiful, and brave. Star Alliance welcomes your visit, and your name will soon be heard throughout the universe." Daliang said to Eliza, "You can't represent Star Alliance, and Star Alliance doesn't welcome me now. I know that when you worked for me, your heart was still with Scarab Company. I don't mind. After boarding the ship, tell Murphy that I am here. Bring what he wants most, and let him reconsider the negotiation plan between Scarab Company and me. Although I don't know what his current plan is, it will definitely make me uncomfortable. Remind him not to provoke a demon. Get on board." A portal opened in front of everyone. All the personnel and materials of the Star Alliance who visited this time boarded the ship. The takeoff alarm sounded, and all the personnel and mechanical skeleton soldiers at the test site quickly left the scene through the portal. The power of the Black Pearl started, and the positioning lights lit up from all parts of the hull, and the magic circle below suddenly became bright. The white light formed a light curtain that submerged the Black Pearl, and the test field began to vibrate. The electric chain generated by the space tearing apart crackled and flickered. Then, there was another explosion, and the strong air pressure hit the surrounding walls. However, soon all the strange phenomena disappeared. The light curtain gradually faded, and the magic circle on the ground seemed to have exhausted its strength, and all the lights dimmed. The Black Pearl had disappeared from this enclosed space, and she was sent directly to the orbit of the Order Star by teleportation magic. Now the planet of the Order Star is right next to the Black Pearl, as if it could be touched by hand. On the other side of the Black Pearl, A spaceship with a length of 1 kilometer was being built. The spaceship under construction only has a power system and a hull that looks pretty good. It will take several months to form combat power. Now its only function is to establish a set of transmission channels that communicate with the Great Tomb. From the Great Tomb to the orbit of Order Star. Flying to break through the first cosmic speed is no longer the only way. 40 magically transformed airships stayed in the stratosphere of Order Star. They stayed at different altitudes and formed a super-large space transfer array covering hundreds of kilometers. The elemental magnetic field of Order Star was utilized. The concave space transfer array, like a parabolic antenna, would gather the elemental magnetic field and focus it on the spacecraft in orbit. If the Great Tomb wants to send something to the orbit of the Order Star, it can first send it from the ground transmission point, and then pass through the space transfer array that gathers powerful elemental energy to the spacecraft at the other end of the entire transmission system. The establishment of the near-Earth orbit space transmission channel makes it immediately convenient for the Great Tomb to transport materials to the orbit. All modules for building spacecraft can be manufactured or purchased separately on the ground, and then sent to the orbit for assembly through this channel. There are now 20,000 mechanical skeleton soldiers working inside and outside the spacecraft under construction, and the number of mechanical skeleton soldiers transformed by Frost City has reached 300,000. As the Soroyan steel plant continued to merge with other steel plants, the output of special steel showed explosive growth. The Blackfire Company transferred some steelmaking equipment to the Hellfire City at the bottom of the Great Tomb, the magma flowing in it, after a little refining and then through the dwarf rune technology, is a very good alloy. The arsenal provided by Marquis Whitehead allowed the Great Tomb to gradually master the mechanical manufacturing technology. A mechanical skeleton soldier production line has been built in Frost City, and there are parts purchased from factories around the world. Mechanical skeleton soldiers produce mechanical skeleton soldiers, and the speed of mechanical skeleton soldiers is very fast. The labor shortage in the Great Tomb has been greatly alleviated. Some mechanical skeleton soldiers, who have been transformed again and of qualified intelligence performance, are sent to the orbit of Order Star to be responsible for more complex spaceship assembly work. And more mechanical skeleton soldiers are producing modules and components of new space battleships in the newly built factories. As long as the construction of the first space battleship is completed and the trial is successful. With experience, technology, and the underground fortress of the Great Tomb, 10 battleships of the same level can be built at the same time, and a more advanced battleship can be developed. In order to accumulate battleship technology, the famous Blackfire shipyard, after obtaining the ship technology in the database of the Scarab Company, recruited a group of top ship designers from Order Star with high salaries, and had the ability to independently develop battleships. Blackfire Shipyard launched a 5,000-ton destroyer to the Vlaming Empire. At the same time, it also took out the design of the Yamato battleship to lure the Imperial Navy, and then gave the design of the Essex-class aircraft carrier to the Marcellus Council. The conditions are to pay first, and then build the ship. The Great Tomb wants to build its own space fleet, and the money is really flowing like water. Daliang is already anxious. He handed over the affairs of the Great Tomb to Minia, Mike and Kaka, and asked the Crystal Dragon Chinli and the Frost Dragon Astro to look after the house. Daliang took a group of heroes on the Black Pearl and gradually moved away from the Order Star. The elemental torrent sails were deployed at the bow of the Black Pearl, and the 3 sails sprayed colorful elemental streams backwards to drive the warship to accelerate continuously. The Black Pearl will reach the second cosmic speed after orbiting the Order Star for half a circle and escape the gravity of the Order Star, and then accelerate for another 4 days to reach the speed to start ultra-long-range random jumps. After boarding the ship, Eliza used the life support capsule to go offline and return to Earth, notifying Murphy, chairman of the Scarab Company, the Destroyer Demon King is coming. Chapter 445 Before the Finals. The Initial Star. The regular season of the New Universe's Strongest King contest has ended. Bella, as the dark horse of the 4th season, has continuously created the Strongest King contest's scoring record in 3 melees, and won the first place in the 4th season with a terrifying record of defeating a total of 42 people. Then, as the first attacker to use the micro-wormhole collision tactic against the battleship, Bella's deeds of snatching a fast assault ship alone were dug up again. For a time, Bella became an image-level star within the Star Alliance. She has a beautiful face, a proud temperament, and unparalleled strength. The games she participated in were watched repeatedly by countless people, and everyone was impressed by the lightning-fast attack. All opponents discovered by Bella lost the ability to resist the moment Bella appeared beside them. Her main weapons are a sword and a pistol, and she likes close combat. The use of micro-wormhole technology makes distance no longer a limitation. And then Bella appears and can eliminate the opponent in a few seconds. The combat efficiency is astonishing. Therefore, Bella has become a strong contender for the championship of this Strongest King competition, and has also received invitations from some large Star Alliance companies, and even founding companies to join. But they were all rejected by Bella. At the same time, the Iron City Mining Company also became more eye-catching because of Bella's outstanding performance in the competition. Some people came to the Iron City Suajing mine to acquire it. But there were no more people like the Stone Castle Mining Company who wanted to rob it. There were also people who wanted to cooperate with the Iron City Mining Company. Several small mining companies organized a mineral exploration team to search for undeveloped minerals in the universe. Parker, the Lord of the Iron City, was in high spirits. The gray industry shrank, and the city became depressed. The force displayed by Bella created a very good transformation environment for the Iron City. Therefore, Parker held a large celebration party at the Iron City base for Bella to win the first place in the 4th regular season of the Strongest King competition. Parker turned the large public restaurant in the base into a dance hall. The band played noisy hip-hop music, and laser lights illuminated the men and women who were swaying wildly. The bartender in the corner bar kept mixing various drinks, and the dancer on the middle stage was wearing extremely thin clothes and posing around a pole. Chaos. Decadence. Iron City has never been so glorious in the Star Alliance. The stimulation of alcohol and hormones made everyone feel like a big shot at this moment, to indulge themselves. Bella sat in a single room facing the dance floor. The decadent atmosphere here made her very uncomfortable. This was completely different from the celebration banquet she imagined. She had attended many banquets and celebrations, but they were all well organized, with a set of strict etiquette and rules. No matter how lively the party was, everyone knew what to do. Compared with the First Empire in the main world, this place was simply a riot of demons. Bella couldn't help but look at Wang Yi, who was sitting next to her. She had just come back from the dance floor, and she looked very excited after venting. After taking a sip of wine, Wang Yi said to Bella, "Aren't you going to dance? It's fun." "No." Bella refused very straightforwardly. "This place is simply a disaster for me. I'm thinking about whether I should leave now. Your kind of celebration is really not suitable for me. And I can't dance either." "You've never danced before?" Wang Yi asked in surprise. Bella replied, "No. In Cloud City, I am a battle angel, and dancing is not my duty. In the First Empire of the main world, I am the guardian of the Empire, and no one dares to invite me to dance. I also think dancing is embarrassing." Wang Yi jumped up. She bent down to Bella and invited her like a gentleman and a little playful. "Beautiful Miss Bella, can I have the honor of dancing with you?" Bella said, "I said I can't dance. You don't need to learn to dance." Wang Yi grabbed Bella's hand and pulled her up, then dragged Bella to the dance floor. Bella just struggled a little and followed Wang Yi forward. They came to the middle of the dance floor, surrounded by people dancing. Even though they recognized Bella, they did not stop their dance steps, and just made room for the two ladies. In the First Empire's ball, the superiors would not easily enter the dance floor in order to let people have fun, and even in order to liven up the atmosphere, they would take the initiative to leave the ball after staying for a while. The situation at this moment made Bella feel a little bit of dislike for this party. "Look, just like me. Listen to the music and follow the beat. Empty your mind and shake your body." Wang Yi stopped. She turned around to face Bella, listened to the music and slowly shook her waist. Then followed the beat and shouted loudly, "Don't think about those troublesome things. Don't control your body. You will find that it will jump up by itself. Gradually you will like this feeling. It will let you discover another side of yourself. A side without any disguise. You will feel relaxed, very relaxed." Listening to Wang Yi's words, Bella looked at the people swaying around. She saw the robber Tony drunk beside the garbage bucket, and saw Parker holding an electric guitar and singing passionately. The drinks were constantly supplied, and everyone was crazy. The surroundings were still chaotic and decadent. Everyone put aside their usual roles and unhappy moods, just to gain spiritual freedom at this moment. The music was no longer so harsh in Bella's ears. She no longer cared about her identity as an angel, and put the angel's rules behind her. At a certain moment, Her waist could not help but twist slowly to the beat of the music. And then, just as Wang Yi said, her body was moving. And she didn't need to control it. It shook by itself. Although it was a bit slow. It felt very good. Seeing Bella dancing with him. Wang Yi happily praised, "Wow! Wow! That's it. You dance very well. Did you see the eyes around you? You fascinated those men. Keep going. Let your hair loose. Show your charm. You will become the queen of this party." At this moment, Bella felt like an elf in the hazy period. Free and unrestrained. Focusing only on the beat and dance posture. She danced with a smile on her face. And laughed with Wang Yi without restraint. When Bella was pulled into the dance floor by Wang Yi to enjoy a carnival party, Wang Ran of the judgment group watched Bella's game again and again with a serious expression. The final rules of the Strongest King competition are a double-player elimination system. So for any player, every game in the future is very important. There are no weaklings who can enter the finals. Having a complete set of professional logistics data support teams and mastering micro-wormhole transmission technology are the most basic requirements. The founding company has the quota to send people directly to the finals, and has a way to know the battle table in advance, and also has a way to make some modifications to the battle table that is beneficial to itself. But no matter how it is modified, as long as Bella can always win in advance, no matter how much you hide, you will encounter her. And Bella is now an opponent that all the players who enter the finals are unwilling to encounter. Her offensive ability is too strong. So far, all the players who have fought with Bella have not escaped. All wins. 3 games against 87 opponents and 42 kills. Even if the level of the regular season is low. This data is very terrifying. And because of Bella's amazing performance in the first 2 games, there was a phenomenon of players banding together to fight against Bella in the 3rd regular season. As a result, Bella continued her undefeated record with a massacre. Bella is now ranked 94th in the Strongest King. She is the first player to be promoted to the top 100 in just 3 regular season games without playing the finals. Therefore, the rising Bella is highly favored to win the championship in this Strongest King competition. Some authoritative sources assert that if no one can find a way to curb Bella's attack, Bella can at least reach the quarterfinals in this session. The team behind Bella is still a little immature, and the equipment is relatively old. If Bella can transfer to a strong Star Alliance team before the finals, there will be no problem in sprinting to the championship. Have the strength to enter the quarterfinals. According to the final match table, Wang Ran will compete with Bella in the quarterfinals for a ticket to the quarterfinals. So Wang Ran is under a lot of pressure now. In previous competitions, the top 8 of the Strongest King competition must be the strongest 8 of the founding companies. No matter who the champion is in the end. The ownership of the top 8 has not changed. If Wang Ran loses to Bella in the competition and is blocked from the quarterfinals, the negative impact on the judgment group will be very large. This game must be won. But how to win? Research on Bella's competition videos shows that once Bella gets close to her, she is doomed to die. And she can't even open a micro-wormhole to escape. There is still very little data on Bella's strength data evaluation. I don't know if she has any weaknesses. The only weak point is that the team behind her is a novice in the competition. They lack competition experience. But they are not pure novices. The drone attack and defense technology is very sophisticated. Ranner. Wang Qian walked into Wang Ran's room at this time. He could see that his daughter, who is usually fearless, was worried about this competition. Looking at the frozen portrait of Bella in the virtual projection video, Wang Qian said, "Do you have the confidence to beat this Bella? You should know that the judgment group has a way to prevent her from participating in the competition. But we will pay a heavy price. Other founding companies will not let us do this easily." Wang Ran turned off the projection and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the starry universe. And the initial star was right in front of him, and the finals are different from the regular season. Bella is now a star that everyone is paying attention to. What's the difference between us stopping her from participating and me losing? Then do you have a way to beat Bella? Wang Qian walked to his daughter and asked. Wang Ran shook his head slightly and said, "Not yet. The finals are different from the regular season. It's one-on-one. And the time to decide the winner after the encounter is very short. In the case of not being able to fight Bella in close combat, I can only snipe from a distance. And I must be the first to find her. If our team cannot suppress the opponent during the drone attack and defense, our chance of finding her first is only half. If I miss a shot, there is no chance. The most important thing is that there is no way to fight her in close combat. She is too strong, both in combat skills and physical fitness. My enhanced gene is already S level. Can her enhanced gene be stronger than S level? She must have a fatal weakness. But we haven't found it yet. Wang Qian was silent for a while. Then said, no. S-level enhanced genes are not the best genes. Wang Ran laughed and said, better than the S-level enhanced gene? Dad, you are talking about the super enhanced gene. That is just an unfounded legend. A delusion of some people. We are a founding company. We don't have the super enhanced gene. It doesn't exist. You should know this better than me. Wang Qian said. No. The super enhanced gene does exist. Bella is so strong. She must have got the super enhanced gene. I have seen her games. Those crushing battles can't show the upper limit of her combat power at all. Her physical fitness surpasses the S-level enhanced gene in all aspects. Only the super enhanced gene can do it. Wang Ran couldn't imagine what his father said. You are just guessing. And it is said that the super enhanced gene can allow people to be directly exposed to the universe without any protection. We all know what kind of physical strength that requires, which is impossible to achieve. If Bella really has the super enhanced gene, she doesn't need to play in the strongest king competition. She has invincible power and can get whatever she wants. Maybe we don't know what she wants, or maybe I guessed wrong. Bella didn't get the super enhanced gene. Wang Qian didn't know what the person who injected the super enhanced gene looked like, and he didn't stick to his guess. He then said, but you are definitely not sure of winning against Bella. This situation should not happen, especially in this special period. The strength of the judgment group cannot be questioned in any way. The judgment group must have a seat in the top 8 of the strongest king competition. Wang Ran said, Dad, I know. I will prepare seriously and try my best to defeat her. No. I want to win. You can't lose. The judgment group can't afford to lose. But Wang Qian took out a wooden box and said to Wang Ran, I don't know if Bella has obtained the super gene, but the existence of the super gene is true. I have the super enhanced gene in my hand. The air in the room condensed instantly, and Wang Ran looked at the wooden box in her father's hand. There was no gorgeous decoration on it. Just an ordinary box that she would not even look at if it fell on the ground. Is it the super enhanced gene potion? This joke is a bit big. But would my father joke at this time? Is this really the super enhanced gene potion? Wang Qian said, yes. There are a total of 9 super enhanced gene potions, 8 of which are in the hands of 8 founding companies. And the whereabouts of the 9th is unknown. Whether Bella has the 9th super enhanced gene or not. As long as you have your competition experience, your team, and your physical fitness will surpass her in all aspects. You will win the game. And the judgment group will be proud of you. Chapter 446 Fall. Bella sat at the bar in the dance hall, drinking slowly with a glass of wine. The party was over. Most people left, and the rest were drunk in different places. Wang Yi, for example, was lying next to her, with a drunken blush on her cheeks and snoring softly. A carnival that she had never tried before made Bella feel very crazy. And she was like a different person. She didn't want to dance with Wang Yi at first. If she really didn't want to go, Wang Yi wouldn't be able to pull her away with her strength. But at that moment, the prophet's voice sounded in her ears again. She will take you to find what De Leon left for you. What always puzzled Bella was, Wang Yi didn't know what that thing was. So how could she take herself to find it? The words of the charlatan were always vague. What did the prophet want to express? Can she find that thing just by following Wang Yi? It was like guessing a riddle. Bella, who had a little understanding, chose to follow Wang Yi after just a little hesitation to see what she could take herself to find. In the dance floor, Bella listened to Wang Yi's words and completely gave her body to instinct, letting her body sway to the beat of the music without any control. She became more and more relaxed, following the noisy music, mixing in the lowly crowd, showing her graceful figure. How could she still be an angel with that charming look? At that moment, Bella felt like a succubus from hell. It seemed that if she took one more step, she would be completely corrupted. Angels are pure light element creatures. Cloud City is the leader of the lawful good camp. The angels have a very strict hierarchy and a very strict code of self-discipline. There are some things that angels will never do, because pure angels are very easy to be polluted. Especially chaotic thoughts can easily make angels fall into fallen angels. As a fighting angel, Bella has a very strict code of conduct. Even if Bella left Cloud City and joined the first empire of the main world, those rules and regulations were imprinted in her bones. People who are familiar with Bella know that she looks very arrogant and indifferent, and often despises those low-level creatures. But most of her friends are low-level creatures, and she is willing to lend a hand to her friends. She abides by the angel code and is high above. But she is impulsive and draws the sword against Michael for Daliang. She is a fighting angel who has fought countless battles. But she doesn't like wars in her heart. Once she encounters a war, she bravely rushes forward and fights at the forefront. Bella's personality is very complicated. She fought all the way from the lowest 13th level angel to the 16th level supreme angel. Every step left many marks on her and restricted her in invisible shackles. Prophet, have you also seen me taking off my angel coat? Daliang, what do you want me to do? Fall? Draw a line with the holy Bella of the past and be reborn as a fallen angel? If so, it's very simple. Bella stood up from the bar stool, and the angel's wings spread out from her back. And then she appeared in the palace that had sealed her for more than 2,000 years. The energy emitted by Bella in the angel state is really too strong. On the initial star, this energy level cannot be detected by the Star Alliance's spacecraft. This palace is the battlefield prepared by Yunzhong City to seal the God of Light. It is not only solid but also in another space. So it has become a training ground for Bella and Wang Yi. The pale golden wings flapped slowly, and the white light spread outward like a solid entity, illuminating every corner of the palace. Bella floated in the air, closed her eyes, and returned to the feeling of emptying herself. Don't let morality and rules constrain your thoughts. Follow your instincts like a creature from hell. At this moment, Bella saw herself on the dance floor. A completely different Bella from usual. She was no longer unattainable. Like an ordinary human girl, who could shout and laugh, and drink with people around her without using her identity. Bella didn't like herself in that state, but it was undeniable. She was really relaxed. At this moment, the holy energy emitted by Bella gradually dimmed. The white light slowly turned gray, and the golden feathers on the angel's wings were turning into black feathers. Bella felt the changes in her state of mind. And when she released herself, she also had the fear of the unknown. Theoretically, angels can become fallen angels, and fallen angels can also return to goodness and become angels again. But it is easy to fall, and it is very difficult for polluted angels to become pure again. Only those fallen angels who truly see through evil can reverse their position and make themselves pure again. Bella, even if she is a 16th level supreme angel who understands the law, it is impossible for her to immediately master the method of returning to an angel after falling. If I misunderstood? No. It's not wrong. I believe in my intuition. I believe in Daliang. He asked me to wait here for 2,000 years. And there must be something extremely important for me. I don't know now, because I haven't met his requirements yet. Just like in the City of Ashes, when he asked me to swing the sword for him. This time I will face my evil self. Bella completely let go of her fear of the unknown side of herself, and let go completely. I am no longer the holy Bella. No longer the guardian of the first empire of the main world. All the glorious titles are shackles that constrain me. Just like the seal here traps the real me in a gorgeous crystal. I want to swing the sword for myself, without caring about the dignity of the lower races, and without hiding my strength. When I spread my black wings, who in this world is qualified to be my opponent? I will do whatever I want, and no one can stop me. The energy in Bella's body burst out again, and negative emotions made more feathers turn black. However, just when Bella was about to transform into a fallen angel, an unknown energy suddenly appeared in her body, as if stimulated. And like a wall, Bella continued to fall. This energy is extremely powerful, and it is constantly stimulated as the power of the fall increases. How is this possible? How can his power be in my body? Bella is very familiar with this sudden energy that does not belong to her. Its original owner should be the God of Light. This is not the power of the God of Light that requires faith, but the original energy with the attribute of kindness. It is the most basic energy of all energy in the universe, and the origin of all energy. It is very dangerous to rashly absorb the original energy. Even a law-level hero may lose himself after absorbing the original energy. But if you can adapt to the original energy and make it a part of yourself, it means that you have the potential to become a god. These original energies should be left behind by the God of Light. Bella doesn't know when she absorbed these original energies, and these original energies don't seem to affect herself. Chapter 447 Qualification. Before Bella figured out how the energy left by the God of Light could be absorbed by herself, the good energy that emerged in response to Bella's transformation into evil fought back. Once energy has an attribute, it cannot coexist with energy of the opposite attribute. Positive is positive. Negative is negative. And there is no possibility of compromise and fusion. Just as once a god defines a certain energy, this energy is his exclusive energy. No one can use it without his permission. Not even other gods. The higher level energy is also the crystal energy application defined by Nicole. 2,000 years did not go by without any changes for Bella. The light divine weapon was released, and his consciousness could leave the sealed space. But the crystal energy that made up his body remained here. These crystal energies have good attributes, and are attracted by the holy energy with the same good attributes. After absorbing for such a long time, the crystal energy on the good side has truly merged with her. It's just that the amount of holy energy Bella possesses is really too large. She naturally can't actively sense its existence without using the crystal energy. The holy energy of the law level with the same good attribute makes this part of the crystal energy dormant in Bella's body. It's like a pearl hidden in the sea, which Bella can't know. But this time Bella chose to fall. And the holy energy on the good side she possessed was transformed into the fallen energy on the evil side. After noticing that the surrounding environment has become evil, the good side of the crystal energy can no longer remain calm. It passively burst out to block the evil corrupt energy from eroding Bella. It is the most primitive energy in the universe. Even the magic energy is produced under the influence of crystal energy. No matter how strong the corrupt energy is, it cannot break through the obstruction of higher level energy. Instead, it is suppressed by the good side of the crystal energy. The exclusivity of the crystal energy attribute makes Bella, who cannot control the crystal energy, unable to control the changes in her own energy attributes. She even lost control of her body, and let the crystal energy rage in her body, watching the corrupt energy being transformed back into sacred energy. Fortunately, after 2,000 years of integration, the crystal energy has completely adapted to Bella. Although it is out of control, it has not done anything to damage Bella's body and spirit except transforming the corrupted energy. The crystal energy pushes back like a tidal wave, and the dazzling light blooms out from Bella's body again. Her wings have changed from the previous pale gold to pure gold, and the external crystal energy has also turned into a layer of golden armor attached to Bella's body, and the whole palace is illuminated with golden splendor. What an unexpected harvest! Bella knew that after the theocracy began, Cloud City and Hell both started the god-making project, and the prerequisite for becoming a god was to absorb harmless crystal energy. Gaining your own crystal energy means you have the qualifications to become a god. This is probably why the Prophet and De Leon let themselves be sealed for 2,000 years. Crystal energy is not so easy to tame. Either you are lucky like Yuri and get your own crystal energy directly, or you are like Urgus and conquer it in the struggle with crystal energy. Bella doesn't know which one she belongs to, but it is undoubtedly safer to absorb the crystal energy tamed by the God of Light in a sealed state for a longer time. This is the answer, the Prophet who is unwilling to speak out. And De Leon knows that he will definitely choose to fall. So what should be done next? Bella felt that she should return to Wang Yi. This incident shows that Wang Yi is the key to all the mysteries. The Prophet and De Leon created Wang Yi, gave her a body, gave her a personality, and let her do something in certain circumstances. She will become her own guide. Even if she doesn't know what she is doing, she will lead herself to the final destination step by step. Crystal energy is all in this design, and the things hidden behind it. It seems really big. Bella took back the golden wings and turned back into a human, then opened the portal and left here. Then Bella found that the place where she appeared was different from when she left. When she left, this place was a mess after a party. And now, it has become an orderly public restaurant, where soldiers and staff from the Iron City base are having lunch. The changes are a bit too fast. Just as Bella was wondering what happened here, the robber Tony walked out through an open micro-wormhole. After seeing Bella, he said anxiously, "Miss Bella, where have you been these 10 days? We have tried every way to contact you. And even Miss Wang Yi doesn't know where you went." 10 days? Have I been away for 10 days? Bella was a little surprised by the time discrepancy in the time stream of her consciousness. Less than an hour should have passed. Have she stayed in the sealed palace for so long? The robber Tony looked at the time and said, "Fortunately, you came back in time. If we set off now, We can catch up with the first round of the finals of the Strongest King competition. Your first opponent has been announced. It is our old acquaintance, the people from Stone Fort Wilderness Company. Tony asked his subordinates to open 2 micro-wormholes around him and invited Bella to go in. Then the two appeared on the bridge command platform of the fast assault ship Mist. Bella sat in the captain's seat and said to Tony, who sat in the first mate's seat, let's set off now. Where is Wang Yi now? After the order was issued, all the pilots on the console immediately started the spacecraft takeoff procedure. The spacecraft after the overhaul was very sensitive, and after a vibration, the hull was felt to be rising steadily, while operating the console in front of him. Tony replied to Bella, originally, Miss Wang Yi was going to find you with us, but she received a recall order from Scarab Company yesterday. She is a player of the Scarab Company team, and she will play in the first round of the finals. Now she should be at the scene of the game with the Scarab Company team. We can't get through her communication signal now. Many Star Alliance companies don't allow their team members to contact the outside world at this time. Miss Bella, Lord Parker and your Iron City support team have boarded the ship. After learning the news of Bella's return, Lord Parker immediately organized the Iron City Bella cheering group to board the base's landing craft, catch up with the Mist that was taking off, and land in the open cabin. Tony sent the various data and personnel lists on the fast assault ship to the captain's command position. Bella browsed the data information and said, I know. Let's go! The Mist used the anti-gravity engine to rise to a position 1,000 meters above the city, and then turned on the main engine to accelerate to the final venue of the Strongest King competition. Chapter 448 Handshake of Two Civilizations. The Rafale is the most advanced battleship newly commissioned by Scarab Company. It is also one of the interstellar battleships secretly built by Scarab Company after discovering the Order Star. Its main function is to arrive at the Order Star and occupy it as soon as possible after the wormhole station is opened. Therefore, the Rafale has very strong comprehensive performance, and it can show excellent combat capability even if it is separated from the fleet and acts alone. In the empty universe, the Rafale floats silently. In the non-combat state, part of the battleship armor is opened, and the light shines through the window, reflecting the rough appearance of the ship. The warship's exploration equipment was fully powered, carefully distinguishing every signal fed back from the surrounding star fields. It was waiting for a special guest here, a guest that could not be known by others. Murphy, chairman of Scarab Company, was standing on the bridge of the Rafale at this time, looking at the black universe in front of him through the reinforced glass window with the protective armor retracted. On a display in front of him, a marked bright spot was approaching at high speed. Murphy asked Eliza, who was standing behind him, Scarab Company will soon usher in the most historic moment, and it will also bring uncontrollable changes to the Star Alliance. The Devil of Destruction, a virtual NPC created by an Earthling, was given a power that none of us had, and became a creature that was many orders of magnitude higher than their creator. It was really enviable and jealous. Elisa, what should I pay attention to when facing the world destroying? He seems to be a very difficult demon to get along with. At this time, Elisa already knew some things about Hero World, and knew that the Order World was originally a virtual game created by Earthlings. It is not an exaggeration to say that Earthlings are the creators of the Order World, but the world they created is moving too fast. Elisa replied to Murphy, the Destroyer is not a pure demon. He was once a human. Therefore, although he has the demon's arrogant temper, he also retains the human's rationality. The fact that he is willing to meet you means that he has seen the situation clearly, and knows when to be tough, and when to let go. I have only one suggestion for you. Demons are extremely utilitarian, and they will not cooperate with the weak. Murphy nodded and said, yes. Facing the founding company, no one wants their ally to be a weak one. What do you think of the strength of the World Destroyer? Can it take on the responsibility of becoming an ally of the Scarab Company? Eliza replied, it can now be confirmed that the World Destroyer must be a 16th level law-level hero. Although I have been stationed on the Order Star for such a long time, I still cannot clearly describe the strength of the law-level hero. However, once a team of 8 level 13 demons led by 2 level 14 big demons enter this battleship, we have no ability to resist. Hearing that his most advanced battleship could not stop 10 demons, Murphy said in disbelief, are demons so strong? Eliza said, the demons have the ability to move in the subspace, and our current equipment cannot capture their movement trajectory. Perhaps after we understand demons, we can create corresponding machines, but the ancient magic era of the Order World already had space technology. which far exceeds the micro-wormhole technology that we are just beginning to develop. Although Mishi has not yet mastered the ultra-long-distance transmission technology in front of their space magic, once the space coordinates inside this space battleship are cracked, all the cabins here are defenseless for them. The best way to fight against the magic army is to increase the power of the energy shield. Protect the entire battleship without dead angles. Block the penetration of space magic elements. And then destroy them before they get close to us. Extraordinary creatures are very powerful. And advanced magic is beyond our understanding. Above the 14th level Great Demon is the 15th level Demon Lord. And above that is the 16th level Hell Lord King, who comprehends the law. Mr. Murphy, you said that the Devil King of Destruction is also the Lord of Hell. He is no longer an ordinary 16th order law level. Destruction is extremely dangerous, and you must be very careful when dealing with him. So, when Destruction boards this battleship, our lives and deaths are all in his hands. Yes, Mr. Murphy. But Destruction knows that the realists are on Earth, so he won't do anything rash. Murphy nodded and said, I understand. Open the docking bay number 7, and we will go to meet the Devil King of Destruction together. While Murphy and Eliza were talking, in front of the Rafale interstellar cruiser, the high-power searchlight of the Black Pearl appeared. The pilot boat and escort aircraft of the Scarab Company had left the apron to greet them, and a welcoming light signal combination flashed on the hull of the Rafale. Murphy led the welcoming team to cabin 7 and looked at the black warship docked outside through the isolation layer door. After a violent shake, the Black Pearl successfully docked with the Rafale. The isolation cabin was pressurized, and the door gradually opened. First, a wave of heat came, and then Murphy saw a man wrapped in flames walk out under the escort of a group of fallen angels and demons. He was tall and strong, wearing a scarlet full-body armor. Every step he took made a heavy impact on the metal bottom plate, giving people the feeling of an erupting volcano approaching. The fallen angels and demons behind him were wearing armors with their own ethnic characteristics. The mysterious runes and flowing light showed the extraordinariness of the armors. The fallen angels folded their black wings, and the demons folded their demon wings. They all exuded a violent aura. The surging energy made their eyes glow with various colors, which was breathtaking when they looked over. The pressure from the pressure made some people, who came to greet them, retreat in fear. Murphy tried his best to suppress his fearful thoughts. This was the moment closest to hell in his life. In front of him was the most powerful demon. Fear and fear of exposing one's weakness would only make him passive in the next negotiation. Raising his head and steadying his breath, Murphy looked directly at the Devil King of Destruction, who came before him. De Leon, who stayed on the Black Pearl, looked at Murphy through Destruction's eyes. He was very young. He didn't look like someone from such a large Star Alliance company. However, he was able to remain calm under so many fallen angels and pressure, which made him a great figure. Please let me introduce you. Elisa came forward and wanted to introduce Murphy to Destruction. No need. De Leon stopped Elisa, stretched out his hand to Murphy and said, Black Fire Company. Destruction. Unbearable heat came over, and in a ball of flames. Destruction's hand was like a red-hot iron. Anyone with a little common sense knew what would happen if a person's hand was held. For a moment, the entire cabin was silent, and everyone looked at Murphy to see how he would handle the first handshake with Mishi. Murphy hesitated a little, and he looked at Eliza sideways. Seeing Eliza nodded slightly, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Mishi. The imagined thing did not happen. Holding the hand of the Demon King of Mishi, Murphy did not feel any burning sensation, but he could still feel the unimaginable temperature on Mishi's hand. Murphy marveled at the mystery of magic in his heart, and said, Scarab Company. Murphy, welcome to your majesty. You will have a pleasant journey here, and I also look forward to a deeper exchange with you. Chapter 449 Gift. I also hope that this meeting between our two companies can become a bond between the two civilizations and prevent the Order World and the Star Alliance from taking an irreconcilable path. At this time, a small space door opened next to Mishi, and De Leon took out a beautifully carved box from it and said to Murphy, This is a small gift I brought to you for our first meeting. Hell is not only evil and chaos. We also have our own culture and art. Dealing with demons is dangerous, but also very simple. Murphy took the box from Mishi. After opening it, a ball of dancing flames came out from it, and then it turned into a palm-sized little man dancing in the air. The appearance of the flame man is a hell demon lady. She has the most charming body curves and a pair of extremely unique and small sheep's hooves. She dances with a charming dance, and the sparks bloom around her as she dances. The swaying waist is very charming. After Murphy was attracted by the magical magic in front of him, De Leon said, "There is a ring in the box. And this flame demon lady is the ring wraith in the ring. The moment you put on the ring, you gain absolute control over the ring wraith. The flame demon lady is not only able to dance, she is a fire element puppet creature developed by my alchemist. And the magic circle contained in the ring is her true body. This flame demon girl is still in the nascent stage and can use some low-level fire magic. But her soul and strength are still growing. I believe that after she grows up and is trained, she will definitely become your capable guard." After hearing Niesher's explanation, Murphy realized that this gift was not just a work of art. According to Murphy's understanding of the magic system, being able to use low-level fire magic is already the standard for a junior magician. With a strength of level 1 to level 3, you have to know that she is only in the nascent stage. Just like a human newborn baby. Can you imagine the horror of a newborn baby casually releasing a fireball? She can still grow and become stronger. Being given as a gift by the Destroyer Demon King on their first meeting means that her growth ceiling is at least a 9th level high-level magician. The 9th level is backed by a 14th level fallen angel. The Great Demon's destruction may not seem like a big deal, but by the standards of the Star Alliance, it is a very terrifying individual strength. Moreover, she can hide in the ring, which can really save her life at a critical moment. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am really flattered to receive such a precious gift." Murphy has seen the ring in the box. It is a ring style, made of gold, and covered with fine lines that are difficult to discern with the naked eye. The inner ring is inlaid with red fire crystals according to a certain pattern. Murphy picked up the ring and put it on his finger impatiently. With a thought, the dancing flame demon immediately turned into a line of fire and gathered into the ring. De Leon said, "It's not expensive. The Hell race is not very good at making magic puppets. The top alchemists of the Order World Academy are capable of directly making a 14th level puppet titan. My subordinates happen to have alchemists from the Academy. The alchemy technology and materials for recreating the titan are being accumulated, and the ring wraiths are a derivative of this technology. If the Scarab Company is interested, we can discuss the export of the ring wraiths in the next negotiation." Murphy originally thought that the ring wraiths should be a very high-end alchemy technology. After all, it is already a kind of advanced life form. But I really didn't expect that this is a technology that can be mass-produced for the World Destroyer. Although it is not known how much the ring wraiths are produced, the fact that they can be exported means that the production is definitely not low. This is a good thing. Just a fire magic girl that can be cultivated and grown is enough for those rich people to flock to it. Not to mention that wearing the ring is equivalent to having a personal magician. It can be imagined that after the Scarab Company obtains the agency rights of the ring wraiths from the World Destroyer, it will definitely bring this declining old Star Alliance company back to life. Moreover, when they first met, Mishi brought out such a powerful thing. So we can guess that he will definitely bring more irresistible goods this time. Of course, Murphy also knew that in order to obtain the agency rights of these magic products, Scarab Company also needs to make corresponding efforts. "I am looking forward to the formal negotiation with Your Majesty. Compared with the gift you gave me, the gift I prepared for you seems too ordinary. But my sincerity is the same as yours." As he said this, Murphy also asked his subordinates standing by to present the gift he gave to Mishi, and introduced, "This is a piece of Ser gold ore. After we discovered the Order Star and the magic civilization, we searched for alchemical minerals in the universe according to the description of the returnees. To be honest, these minerals are useless to us. It seems that only by being in the environment of the Order Star can we obtain magic physique. Therefore, the investment of Scarab Company in these alchemical minerals has no return. And it has also brought a very big financial crisis to the company. But we firmly believe that as long as we can establish transportation with the Order Star, these minerals that are worthless to the Star Alliance can shine." After discovering the Order Star, the Scarab Company has made a lot of investments in the development of this magic civilization. Building a corresponding interstellar fleet is one aspect, and preparing the magic civilization industry chain is also a very large investment. And now, the founding company clearly wants to divide up the Order Star. Even if the Scarab Company can get some leftovers from it, it will be difficult to get back its investment as soon as possible. Not to mention that the Judgment Group has been eyeing the Scarab Company. Eyeing the Scarab Company's initial investment in the development of the Order Star for more than 30 years. In recent times, Wang Qian has summoned him, and his idea of acquiring the Scarab Company has changed from hinting to explicit. If Murphy continues to be ignorant of worldly affairs, then the Judgment Group is likely to take some measures. In the Strongest King competition, the Scarab Company's team performed very well in the finals, and 2 of the 3 players remained after 4 games. 1 year, who was promoted as an exception, lived up to expectations and eliminated an opponent ranked 125th in points in the second game. The following stable performance made it almost no problem for 1 year to enter the top 100. The universe's Strongest King competition is a platform for major Star Alliance companies to display their cutting-edge military strength. The excellent performance of the Scarab Company team in the competition can only make the Judgment Group all wary. But if the Judgment Group wants to stop the annexation, it needs something more hardcore. This is also the reason why Murphy took the initiative to assist the world-destroying visit. The Scarab Company needs to transform the useless alchemical ore into funds for commercial warfare, and needs the support of magic power to resist possible military attacks. Chapter 450 Starship. De Liang took the gift from Murphy and opened the box. Inside was a golden metal vase. Selcum is a very expensive raw material for magic energy diversion in alchemy. Just like the ring given to Murphy, it contains a lot of refined selcum. This metal vase is indeed made of selcum, but it is not an alchemical product. To be precise, it is a selcum ore product. Selcum ore can only be refined multiple times to obtain magical selcum, which can be used in alchemical technology. The Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory and Alchemy Factory consume a lot of alchemical raw materials. De Liang said that he had the manufacturing technology of the 14th level Titan Giant. And he was not fooling Murphy. Nicole was an academic alchemist, and manufacturing a Titan Giant would not be more complicated than manufacturing a Black Pearl. Now the alchemy technology of the Great Tomb is developing very fast. As long as De Liang is willing, he can let Nicole develop the manufacturing technology of the Titan Giant. But having the technology does not mean that it can be made, and it is better to make a constructed battleship creature like the Black Pearl than to build a Titan Giant. It is not built because there is no material. The Black Pearl is a complete collection of alchemical materials, not to mention the rare alchemical materials used. Those can be replaced by conventional alchemical materials. But even if all conventional alchemical materials are used, it is still an unimaginable huge amount, while maintaining several important alchemical projects. The Great Tomb simply does not have the materials to build another Black Pearl. Not even a simplified version. Although the Saiyajin that Murphy is showing is still a crude ore, its meaning to De Liang is like a hungry ghost seeing a granary. No matter how rich the magic resources on the Order Star are, it is just a planet. No matter how sparsely distributed the magic resources are in the universe, it is still a universe. The Scarab Company has been preparing for the development of the Order Star for more than 30 years. It is hard to imagine how much alchemical minerals they have in their hands, without other Star Alliance companies competing for it. De Liang laughed loudly. He closed the box containing the Saiyajin vase and handed it to Solomon behind him, and then said to Murphy, "It seems that the Scarab Company has also made sufficient preparations for this meeting. This gift, I like it very much." Murphy also laughed. "Our 2 companies are naturally complementary. Now please follow me. We have arranged accommodation for your Majesty and your entourage. After a short rest, your Majesty can let Eliza take you to tour the battleship. Tomorrow we can start the formal bilateral talks. The Black Pearl, which is only 1,000 meters long, and the Rafale Interstellar Cruiser, which is 5,000 meters long, have completed the overall docking." Then the Rafale started, and the tail engine nozzle sprayed blue flames backwards to accelerate the ship. The thrust-to-weight ratio of the Rafale is much higher than the current Black Pearl. The Great Tomb still has a long way to go if it wants to go further in the universe. De Liang cut off the connection with Miesher. He sat in a rest area on the Black Pearl and looked out of the glass wall. The Rafale Star Cruiser was on his right. This was the first time he saw the main battleship of the Star Alliance. The Black Pearl was like a toddler next to it. He had no doubt that at such a distance, the Black Pearl could completely paralyze the large warships around it in a very short time. But in a real combat environment, how could the opponent let the Black Pearl get so close? In the process of driving to the rendezvous point, the small Black Pearl was first discovered by the large Rafale Star Cruiser. And then, the Black Pearl was in a state of being unilaterally lit for a long time, which was a terrible thing. Now the Rafale Interstellar Cruiser has shown a higher acceleration capability than the Black Pearl. That is to say, once the 2 sides encounter a battle in an unfamiliar star field, the Black Pearl will be in a passive position throughout the whole process. How long the battle will last depends on how long the Black Pearl can last under the opponent's bombardment. The Black Pearl is the strongest warship that the Great Tomb can bring out. Seeing the Rafale interstellar cruiser this time made De Liang intuitively realize the gap between his strength and that of the Star Alliance. This is still an interstellar battleship, only a part of the military strength of a Star Alliance company. From this, we can imagine how strong the founding company is, and how strong the entire Star Alliance is. It seems that our decision to come to the Star Alliance this time is very correct, De Liang said, and his subordinate heroes stood behind him, all looking at the huge battleship next to them with solemn expressions. Only by understanding our opponents closely can we make correct judgments on the battlefield. After the opening of the Star Alliance's wormhole station, our enemies exceeded all our previous estimates. We are not only facing a few outdated law-level heroes, but also combat starships that we don't understand at all. After De Liang finished speaking, the room entered a long silence. For De Liang, although it was his first time to enter the universe and see a starship, at least he had a certain understanding of the universe when he was still on Earth. And there were also imaginations of the space age in novels and movies. So De Liang adapted to what he saw and heard this time relatively quickly. But his heroes are different. Considering the time of crossing, they were still in the game world nearly 2 years ago. At that time, the game world only had the concept of planes, but no cosmic view. As NPCs, they didn't know what was outside the sky, and they didn't think about it. Now they know that the ordered world they thought was very vast is just a speck of dust in the universe. They have arrived in a starry sky that even teleportation magic can't reach. Then, they saw a battleship that was larger than some cities. And the Black Pearl, which was trusted by everyone, was trembling and dared not show up. Black Pearl was really scared. And all the heroes were scared. Even Julia didn't say anything at this moment, such as massacring the city and destroying the ships, throwing her out. She wouldn't even be able to find her way home. As the mainstay of the Great Tomb heroes, Julian said, we also have our advantages. I think with our current military strength, we can still fight a defensive battle around the Order Star. We have the Angel Legion, the Demon Legion, the Frost Dragon Legion, the Dragon Legion, the 15th level Shadow Dragon Demon, the Fairy Dragon, the 16th level Arbitration Angel, Master Nicole, and the Supreme Angel Isaiah waiting to be awakened by us. We also have. There are also Lucifer, Satan and Michael. De Liang laughed and said, yes. We have Satan, Lucifer and Michael. But they are just our last resort after we lost control of the situation. Which means we have failed. In the future, I will release them. But not for help. But to make them part of the ordered world I lead. I am the Lord of Order. And no one can stop me from reassembling the ordered world. Chapter 451 Difficult Negotiations. The summit meeting between the Order Star Black Ire Company represented by De Liang and the Star Alliance Scarab Company represented by Murphy officially began. The first thing that started was the business negotiation. As a part of a magical civilization completely different from Earth civilization, the alchemical products and alchemical potions owned by Order Star are like magic weapons in mythology in the eyes of Earthlings, with extremely magical effects. For example, the magic shield generated by a defensive magic scroll is more effective than armor in some cases. Not to mention the armor with magical properties made by rune technology and alchemical technology. For this cooperation with Scarab Company, De Liang brought a lot of alchemical samples produced by the Great Tomb. In addition, the alchemists who followed him confirmed that the people of Star Alliance did not have the potential for magic cultivation in the human body test of Star Alliance. They also confirmed that returning magic was effective for the human body of Star Alliance. After using it, a certain amount of magic concentration can be generated in the body within a period of time. Not all alchemical products can be used by ordinary people. Only some advanced alchemical products have independent energy cores. And some special advanced alchemical products even have energy-gathering magic arrays that automatically collect elemental energy. Therefore, some of the more advanced alchemical products do not require users to provide magic to start, and ordinary people can use them. Of course, people with magic will have better results. For example, the ring wraith that De Liang gave to Murphy has an independent energy core. Even if the more advanced alchemical products have independent energy cores, they still need a lot of magic to drive them. And they must be used by very professional magicians. Low-level alchemical products do not have independent energy cores. Not to mention the more expensive elemental energy magic arrays. Low-level alchemical products require users to provide magic to stimulate, but the magic required is not high. For example, the alchemical rifles widely equipped on the Order Star require a certain amount of magic to activate the advanced spells inside. Among the alchemical products that the Great Tomb Alchemy Factory can provide, the highest grade alchemical products have no market in the Star Alliance, and they cannot use them even if they buy them. Before the people of the Star Alliance learned magic, the market potential was very low. The second-grade alchemical products are luxury goods due to their high cost. Although there is no need to worry about this type of alchemical products not being able to be sold in the Star Alliance. The market is too narrow, the profit is high, and the sales volume will be greatly limited. Most of the third-grade alchemical products are consumables. When the people of the Star Alliance are used to using magic scrolls and magic potions, the Great Tomb Alchemy Factory faces all levels of the entire Star Alliance and covers every individual. Therefore, the returning magic drink can allow people in the Star Alliance to gain magic power, which is of great significance to DeLeon, allowing him to gain a very good initiative in the negotiation with Murphy. During this negotiation, Murphy also felt the surprise brought to him by the destruction of the world again and again. These magic alchemy technologies from the ancient magic era of the Order world are much higher than the current Order Star. If the Scarab Company can get all the agency rights of these alchemy products in this meeting, the economic benefits brought will definitely be higher than their plan to directly occupy the Order Star, especially when the Scarab Company's colonization of the Order Star has a strategic failure. It can establish a smuggling channel exclusively for itself with the Order Star. It is not a dream for the Scarab Company to recover in a short time, and it is not a dream to surpass the founding company in economic strength in the future. But DeLeon did not intend to let Scarab Company become his only agent in the Star Alliance, and even kept the supply ratio very low. At the negotiation table, Murphy once again emphasized the importance of Scarab Company to the Order Star. He took out the number of fleets gathered by the founding company at the wormhole station in the Phi-2 GW7 star field, and said to DeLeon, "Your Majesty, I don't know exactly how many troops you could enter the universe to fight, but a planet can never fight against the founding companies of the Star Alliance. You need Scarab Company to provide you with alchemical minerals to manufacture weapons, and you need Scarab Company to provide you with technology. If necessary, we can sell you interstellar battleships. And we can also let everyone know about Order Star by selling alchemical products to the Alliance. And let everyone know that Order Star is a treasure. When the storm of gold rushing to Order Star by the entire Star Alliance is set off, even the founding companies will not be able to stop Order Star from integrating into the Star Alliance. Scarab Company only needs your permanent exclusive agency authorization for some products and future derivatives, and the priority purchase right for some products. Of course, your Blackfire Company is no longer restricted. We can even help Blackfire Company establish a direct sales channel in the Star Alliance. But the pricing power must be given to me, and all business decisions must be based on Scarab Company. I have no intention of infringing on your interests. It is because Scarab Company is familiar with the Star Alliance market, and we know what to do when encountering problems. This can eliminate malicious competition and make everyone make money. DeLeon certainly will not cling to Scarab Company and Star Alliance. Their secret meeting this time was completely driven by interests, and they united under the same pressure. Murphy is as sincere to himself as he is to him. When it is necessary to turn against each other, no one will hesitate at all. DeLeon directly ignited the copy given to him by Scarab Company and said to Murphy, who was sitting opposite him, "In business, Blackfire Company and Scarab Company are very complementary. You have raw materials and markets, and we have technology. But raw materials and markets do not mean that Scarab Company can monopolize. Order Star is facing some difficulties now, but the difficulties we face are not as severe as you think. We are not in an irreconcilable hostile relationship with the founding companies of Star Alliance, and the power I control is not as unbearable as you think. You should know who are behind the founding companies. I have a common language with them, and I know what they want to do better than you. So don't use the founding companies to threaten me to accept these terms. If we can't reach an agreement, the loss to me is great, and the loss to you is not small either." DeLeon refused to accept the terms given by Scarab Company, and Murphy was unwilling to accept the distribution of benefits given to him by Mjesher. Today's distribution ratio will determine how high Scarab Company can go in the future, and whether it can maintain its advantages and privileges in front of other Star Alliance companies. The two sides exchanged sharp words at the negotiation table, using all means and tricks for a number. After the negotiation was suspended, The two sides immediately resumed their intimacy. And Murphy also invited Mishi to visit the Niwan City Interstellar Airport. Raffaele has also been moving towards the Niwan City Airport. Chapter 452 Niwan City. As an important transportation hub connecting star regions, the Wormhole Station is a bustling airport in itself, while serving as a channel for starships to travel. Interstellar merchants will choose airports with convenient transportation for trading, and exploration starships will choose airports for supplies. The airport is rich in materials and has a concentrated number of personnel. Some obsolete starships are permanently installed on the airport to form different functional areas. And then a city is formed. Niwan City is a city formed by relying on the airport. And because there are multiple natural life stars in this star region, Niwan City is a very famous airport city in the entire Star Alliance. In this city, you can not only see the Star Alliance people, but also many intelligent creatures conquered by the Star Alliance, who are collectively called Star Domain natives by the Star Alliance. Some of these Star Domain natives have very high intelligence. After accepting the assimilation of Earth civilization, they are active in various fields of the Star Alliance. In some more enlightened Star Alliance companies, they can even become senior managers or top scientific researchers. Some natives may have very strong bodies. They will join the security forces of the Star Alliance company, or work as miners on a remote planet that Star Alliance people are unwilling to go to. In the more than 2,000 years of Star Alliance conquest history, the natives who can adapt and survive within the Star Alliance are all obedient people who accept their fate or their descendants. In the Star Alliance, a few successful natives cannot change the overall discrimination against natives in the Star Alliance. In the eyes of most Star Alliance people, natives are resources. Therefore, in some places in the Star Alliance, the indigenous slave trade is still a legal trade. Niwan City is a city that recognizes the legalization of interstellar indigenous slave trade. Many natural intelligent life planets in this star region provide natural fertile ground for indigenous slave trade. The slave economy has become an important economic industry in Niwan City. Therefore, even though many interstellar slave liberation organizations require Niwan City to legislate to ban indigenous slave trade, the Niwan City Citizens Council has voted countless times to release and ban slave trade. But the current situation in Niwan City remains unchanged. Niwan City does not recognize the interstellar natives' right to vote as citizens. Most of the Star Alliance people do not care whether the interstellar natives have human rights. Most of the citizens of Niwan City are related to the slave economy. Driven by interests, the slave trade in Niwan City is still strong. Murphy chose Niwan City as the stopover point for the Raffaele interstellar cruiser. It must be said, it is very bold. And it also exposes the sense of superiority accumulated by the Star Alliance in the 2,000 years of interstellar conquest history. In the eyes of the Star Alliance, the strong ones are individuals, and civilizations that cannot go out of the universe are uncivilized. Eliza once objected to the Raffaele docking in Niwan City, believing that doing so would anger the world. But Murphy said, I just want to let Mishi know that he is different from me. He only has a very primitive order star. He has no way out. If he loses, the fate of the natives on the Order Star will be like this. And even if the Scarab Company is swallowed up by the Judgment Group, I will take the money and open another Star Alliance company and start all over again. But neither of us wants things to go to that point. This negotiation is very important to me and him. Everything we do is a negotiation tactic, including his temper and the arrangements I made. But in the end, we will work out a final result that everyone is uncomfortable with but can barely accept. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Has the young Master Liang of Blackfire accepted my invitation to meet? Seeing Murphy's confident look, Eliza said, I have mentioned to him that you want to meet him. But he refused and never left his spaceship. He asked me to reply to you. The one who is negotiating with Scarab Company on behalf of Blackfire Company is the Destroyer Demon King. As a staff member, he is not suitable to meet with you at this special time, which will arouse the suspicion of the Destroyer Demon King. After this meeting, he is willing to have a simple meeting with you. Murphy nodded slightly to show that he knew, and then said to Eliza, as for young Master Liang, take me to say hello to him, and say that Scarab Company is willing to cooperate with his parent company on Order Star. We are no longer competitors in this regard, but partners. My negotiation with Mishi has reached a stalemate for the time being. I have proposed to refrain from the meeting for a few days. If they want to visit Niwan City, you and Needham will be responsible for the arrangements. It is best to stay in our car all the way, and not let others see their appearance. I know what to do. Mr. Murphy. Gus Star Cruiser entered Niwan City Airport and docked at the vacant dock. The starship is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. There is no need for the crew on board to not leave the starship. When Gus announced through the internal broadcast that it had arrived at Niwan City Airport, Jessica couldn't wait to find Mishi. As a princess, Jessica lived with the members of the negotiation team in the independent starship living area arranged for them by the Rafale. She participated in all bilateral negotiations and fulfilled her duties conscientiously. When the negotiations became intensified, she spoke to appease both sides and became an indispensable easing belt. As an explorer, this interstellar voyage was simply magical and amazing to Jessica. Many times, looking at the dark universe outside, she needed to pinch herself to prove that she was not dreaming. What she saw and heard on the Rafale interstellar cruiser was new to her. She was sitting in a warship of an alien civilization at an unknown distance from home, watching aliens whose ancestors were no different from the human race on the Order Star, discussing how to buy the goods on the Order Star throughout the universe. It was ridiculous, but true. Now she knew that the Rafale was docked in an alien city. If she didn't go out to explore, she would be unworthy of her adventurous spirit. Jessica saw the evil angel Solomon guarding the door of the world-destroying room. After watching Solomon's black wings for a while, she saluted him and said, "Lord Solomon, I want to see His Majesty. Ask him to allow me to leave the Rafale and go to Niwan City to take a look." Solomon returned the salute to Jessica and replied, "His Majesty has issued an order. No matter who wants to go to Niwan City, they don't need to ask him for permission. Find Eliza. She will arrange the tour. Your Highness, you are of noble status. I will send a team of fallen angels to protect your safety." At this time, the voice of Miesher came from the door. "No need to send too many guards. Call Master Vincent, and Solomon will follow them to take a look. You look no different from the Star Alliance people, and you won't cause too much trouble." "Yes, Your Majesty." Solomon put away his black wings and became a burly and square-looking human. Jessica and Vincent are human beings, and even Cindy has no flaws after the transformation. The team of Order Star visiting Niwan City confirmed that De Leon had left the Black Pearl with his people and walked into the exit of the airport terminal. Chapter 453 Guide. Jessica, Solomon, and Vincent changed into the Star Alliance uniforms provided by Scarab Company, and Eliza served as the guide of the tour group. Sitting in the elevator, the four people left the Rafale Star Cruiser and entered the interior of the airport terminal. They saw different types of vehicles shuttling back and forth. For some businessmen who rely on the airport for their livelihood, every starship entering the port is a business. A top Star Alliance Star Cruiser represents a big business. Such a large warship requires a lot of supplies, food, parts, energy, water and air. A starship will not carry too many engineers when it is sailing in the interstellar space. So some unimportant areas will be outsourced to local engineering teams when the starship stops for maintenance. In addition, during the cruise of non-combat missions, warships generally carry some goods for sale in other places. After all, the cost of maintaining a warship is really scary. Star Alliance is a businessman. The warship carries some goods for sale in other places, and saves as much as possible. Not to mention the current situation of Scarab Company. As long as the trade with Order Star does not start, Scarab Company will be a fat man who swells his face. If an interstellar cruiser moves casually, Murphy will feel distressed for a long time. Therefore, even though the Rafale was carrying an extremely important diplomatic mission, Murphy was reluctant to take some goods to subsidize some expenses. Jessica saw a busy dock when she left the warship. In the enclosed space of tens of thousands of square meters, the ubiquitous lights made it as bright as day, and vehicles and machines traveled in different functional channels on the upper and lower 4 floors. Surveillance drones were flying in the air. An intelligent mecha police maintained order to prevent some illegal personnel from sneaking in. Not long after Jessica and her friends left the warship, a barrel-shaped wheeled service robot drove in front of them and said in a synthetic voice with a little electronic feeling, "Dear travelers, hello. Welcome to Niwan City Airport. I am the guide robot GA29 of the Perm Travel Company. It can be seen that this is your first time in Niwan City. Niwan City is a prosperous city with poor public security, and some slave liberation organizations often carry out attacks. For the potential dangers, your self-defense ability is evaluated." The robot scanned Jessica and the other 4, and said without finding any weapons, 0. Therefore, I strongly recommend that you hire the guide and security services provided by Pern Travel Company. Jessica, Solomon, and Vincent were all very curious about a talking barrel with wheels, and surrounded the guide robot to listen to it talking to itself. When the robot began to sell its business, Eliza said, "No, we don't need any service. Leave here. Don't delay our trip." "Yes, ma'am." After being rejected, the robot made way to the side, but still said persistently, "I will remind you one last time. It is really too dangerous for you to enter Nowin City like this. If you don't need a guide, our company also provides insurance services. No, don't harass us again. Otherwise I will complain to you." "Yes, woman." "Okay, ma'am." The robot left quickly in fear, and Eliza explained, "Nowin City does have some violence problems, but it is definitely not as serious as it says. And the guests of the Scarab Company will not ask other companies for help with protection. Of course, with Lord Solomon and Master Vincent here, we don't need to worry about safety issues. In addition, the Scarab Company also provided us with a vehicle and 2 guard robots. They came out of the cargo hold and needed to register their weapons. When we got out, they must have been waiting outside the airport. The Scarab Company arranged a maglev commercial vehicle for Jessica and the others. In order not to attract attention, the commercial vehicle did not carry the Scarab Company logo. It was moved out of the cargo hold very low-key, and then mixed in with the vehicles for sale, and drove out of the airport. The maglev commercial vehicle is black, fully enclosed, and looks like a minibus. There is a large inclined surface on the front of the vehicle. From the outside, the car is very low-key, but the interior decoration is very luxurious. After all, it is a vehicle for receiving the visiting delegation from Order Star. The inner layer of the business car is a large holographic screen. Passengers can see the surrounding external scenery without opening the windows. The 16 magnetic seats can be adjusted in position, shape and size, and can also be assembled as needed. The driver's seat and the co-pilot seat are 2 anthropomorphic robots. Under the chairs are 2 comprehensive weapon arsenals, which can be combined into 2 armed robots in a few seconds when attacked. Jessica and her friends left the airport and got into the business car, driving deep into Nowin City. When De Liang and her friends entered the airport, they also encountered the same situation as Jessica, faced with a shopping guide robot promoting business. De Liang, who was unfamiliar with the place, chose to hire a guide and a taxi. A young man with brown curly hair and blue eyes drove the car and showed excitement when he saw the Julian sisters and Sophia. "Beautiful ladies. My name is Stephen, your guide for this trip to Nowin City. May I ask, where is the first stop of your trip? Do you want to find a place to have a drink to relieve the fatigue of the journey? Or go to the shopping area to see the special products of our star field? By the way, we also have an opera house that is famous throughout the Star Alliance. The built people are all born singers." Sophia sat in the co-pilot seat. She took out a Suojing coin and put it on the dashboard, and said to Stephen, "We need to apply for 4 new identity information. Since you are a guide, you should know where to take us." After a period of understanding of the Star Alliance, De Liang and his friends knew that the universal currency of the Star Alliance was the Star Alliance's credit points. Although so crystals were not legal tender, due to the large gray area within the Star Alliance, Suwa crystals that were not controlled by the Star Alliance were more acceptable than credit points in some cases. Suwa crystals were necessary consumables for starship navigation, so it was not difficult for the heroes of the Great Tomb to get some Suwa crystals in the Rafale interstellar cruiser. Looking at the small piece of Suwa crystal in front of him, Stephen realized that the guest he was responsible for this time was not a simple tourist. He did not rashly take the Suojing, but said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, guests. Our company has regulations and cannot do illegal things." De Liang, who sat down in the back, said, "At this time, the regulations are made for robots. So we chose a natural person guide. Your company did not even register our information, which shows that your company does not care who comes to Nowin City and what they do. If you want to earn a considerable tip, fulfill your duties as a guide and go wherever you are told to go. Even if we have to do something dangerous, we will not take you, a stranger, to do it. Don't you think so?" Chapter 454 Dark Cabin Area. Stefindo only now noticed that there was a boy in the middle of this group of beauties. He had a typical Oriental face, a little over 1.2 meters tall, and looked about 8 or 9 years old. He sat between the twin sisters, with a look of maturity that did not match his age. As a guide with some experience in Naiwan City, Stefano saw at a glance that this boy was the core of the team. Yes, because many guests who come to Naiwan City do not want to reveal their identities. Our company will not force guests to leave their identity information. I know where I can help you make a new set of identity information. But that area is not a place for women and children to go casually. The Star Alliance's internal management is very chaotic. Identity information is a big cesspool. There is no way to sort out the information accumulated over 2,000 years. Most service industries will not deliberately investigate the identity information of customers, because the records may not be true, and it will offend some potential customers. For a travel company, it is enough to make a deal and get the money in hand. As for what the guests do, it is not what they should consider. It is not something Stephen needs to consider too much. However, when he saw 4 guests who were either women or children, and who did not carry any shooting weapons, and only brought 3 ornament swords, going to that kind of place, Stephen still kindly reminded them. Daliang didn't say anything. Sophia took out another cup of Suojing coins and placed it in front of Stephen, saying, "Go wherever I tell you to go. Don't ask too many questions. Don't look too much. And finally take the money and leave. If you don't want to do it, we can change someone else. Anyway, we don't have identity information now, so there is no way to pay you employment credits." Stephen grabbed 2 Suojing coins and put them in his pocket, and started the hover taxi, saying, "Okay, this gentleman and 3 ladies, go wherever you say to go. I'm just a guide. Just do my job well." Next stop, the Dark Cabin area. Building a city in the universe is very difficult and costly, especially since all wormhole stations are built in extremely empty star fields. The cost of building a city is very high, so airport cities are all made of scrap starships. Scrap starships have different sizes, different performances, and different internal equipment. Mineral transport ships must be extremely simple, and most of the interior does not even have a lighting system. In addition, mineral transport ships travel under heavy loads in harsh environments for a long time, and when they are scrapped, various problems accumulate. There are also some small civilian spacecraft with multiple and concentrated functions, resulting in narrow space. These 2 types of starships, one is cheap, the other is large in number, and they have become the main part of an airport city. 50% of the structure of an airport city is assembled from these 2 types of starships, which are the main activity area for lower-class citizens. Then 10% of the structure of a city comes from obsolete warships and interstellar luxury cruise ships. Even if they are obsolete, these starships still retain very superior performance, with almost no problems in the internal systems. And the defense system can ensure that the rich can safely enjoy their wealth in their living areas. The remaining 40% of the city's structure comes from the gaps formed when the starships are spliced. After sealing, these areas can still survive. But this is the surface of a starship. No matter how it is repaired, the space formed is very irregular, and it is connected in all directions, and you can reach almost every place in the entire city through here. The maze-like structure has caused management troubles. After a long time, even the city managers don't know what these areas look like. Without management, it is easy to produce bacteria. As the bacteria grow, this place becomes the dark side of a city with a bright surface. There are 2 completely different worlds separated by a thick ship wall. This is the Dark Cabin area. Eliza took Jessica and the others to the upper-class community of Naiwan City, where they tasted special food, appreciated the customs of different intelligent planets, listened to an elegant opera, and experienced the great and glorious civilization created by the Star Alliance. Daliang and the others took a cheap taxi on the increasingly dark road, and soon even the smooth and unobstructed road disappeared. Due to the serious energy theft in the Dark Cabin area, Naiwan City limited the public energy output to the Dark Cabin area, so the lighting facilities in the Dark Cabin area were far from meeting the lighting needs of the entire area. It felt like it was always in the evening here, and the light was barely enough. The road is also extremely winding. Privately built houses have squeezed the originally not-so-good road into a very narrow one, and sometimes taxis have to borrow the city train tracks to travel. Looking at the houses and simple neon lights flying backwards outside the window, this place gives Daliang the feeling of an underground city, and you never know what dangerous things exist in those invisible places. It's hard to imagine how these humans, as surface creatures, survive in this environment. The oppressive and chaotic environment makes Julian, an angel, very uncomfortable. she said puzzledly. The Starfield world is just a choice for Earthlings. And they don't need to endure this here at all. Dalian glanced at Stephen, who was driving in front of him. Seeing that he had no reaction, he knew that Julian had activated the sound isolation barrier. He said, what if his life on the Earth side is worse than here? On the one hand, the development of the star world requires a large population. And on the other hand, the resources on the Earth side are limited. In the face of limited resources, the popularization of intelligence and mechanization will lead to an increase in the number of unemployed people. And then the excessive concentration of wealth. If the poor want to survive, they can only enter the star world to make money, and then exchange it for the living supplies of the rich on the Earth side. A large part of the people on Earth enter the star world because of life. And not everyone is doing well in the star world. Juliet broke the soundproof barrier and said to Stephen, hey, Stephen, where do you live? I mean the Earth side. I'll go to you for tea when I have time. If it was when they just met, Stephen would be very happy if a beautiful woman took the initiative to chat. But now, he didn't dare to provoke these people who came directly to the dark cabin area just after arriving in Nowin City. He said, Miss, please spare me. I am a taxi driver who makes a little money in Nowin City and a part-time guide. You look like you are doing big things. And you definitely don't want to enter our slums. We arrived. Dear guests, follow me closely after getting off the car. Don't stare at people. And don't ask for things you don't plan to buy. If anyone makes trouble, let me handle it. Stephen parked the car and pushed the door open and walked out. Sophia, Julian, and Juliet stood in three directions, holding the hilts of their swords and surrounding the taxi in the middle. Then Dalian jumped out of the car. This is a busy city. Under the waterproof shed are stalls full of various goods. There are various firearms and weapons, parts of starship fighters, food, and more things that Dalian doesn't recognize. There are a large number of indigenous slaves and many small houses with pink lights. Chapter 455 Slave Market. The most distinctive and worthwhile place in Nowin City is the indigenous slave auction venue. The auction venue is located in the center of the slave trade cabin area. It is a commercial building transformed from a large mineral transport ship. The entire slave trade cabin is connected from top to bottom. There is an electromagnetic transportation track in the middle and a circular commercial area around it. 45 elevators connect the 148 floors, and the top floor is the auction venue. At this time, Jessica and the others are experiencing the unique slave culture of Nowin City in the slave trade cabin area. Slave trading also exists in some places on Order Star that are far away from the center of civilization. For example, the orcs would degrade all the defeated parties into slaves. For another example, the slave farmers in the noble territories of the Vlamic Empire have always been criticized by free people. Jessica has been to many places, so she naturally knows what the slave market looks like. The slaves on the Order Star are the lowest level of labor. The price is very cheap, and they are either locked in cages or tied together with iron chains for sale. As for the venue, it is as messy as it is, and all shitting and peeing are done on the spot. You can imagine what kind of environment it would be. But the slave market in Nowin City is different. If you don't know it in advance, you can think of it as a luxury mall. The floor was paved with smooth tiles, and a cleaning robot would clean the floor every once in a while. Virtual projections were playing outside the store, introducing their products to customers. The shopping guide robot scanned every customer passing by, analyzed the customer's purchase intention for slaves through a special program, and then stepped forward to promote. Especially Jessica's temperament and clothes showed that she was a person of status. In addition, from the positions and expressions of Solomon, Vincent, and Eliza, it can be judged that Jessica must be from a big family. Therefore, Jessica was frequently stopped by the shopping guide robot and grabbed a bunch of advertising leaflets. Jessica walked slowly in the mall. As a new woman who accepted free thought, she opposed the existence of slavery. But she also knew that she could not change anything. She did not come here to buy slaves, but just came here to see it out of curiosity. Giving the advertisement leaflet she had just received to Solomon beside her, Jessica said. Eliza asked, "This slave trading market is completely different from what I imagined. Here, slaves seem to be relatively high-end commodities." Eliza has been in Order Star for so many years, and knows what slave trading on Order Star is like. She replied to Jessica, "Your Highness, you have also seen that the robot technology of Star Alliance is very advanced, and can replace people to do many jobs. Especially heavy labor jobs are all done by robots. Therefore, the Star Alliance does not lack labor, but lacks skilled workers, low-level managers, and some high-risk jobs that require adaptability. Therefore, no one wants slaves without any skills. It is better to buy a robot than to buy them. There are many slave training schools on the planets with intelligent life in the Nowin City star field. Slaves will study in schools from childhood until they become qualified commodities. I also know that slave trading is not something that a civilized society should do. There are many slave liberation organizations within the Star Alliance, and the Earthlings have also launched many debates on the slave issue. However, becoming a slave is the only way for most natural star natives to leave primitive and backward tribes and enter advanced civilizations. Many slaves are willing to become slaves. They are more willing to learn and obey orders than people on Earth. Some bosses are willing to spend a lot of money to buy a slave who can be used at ease. The existence of slavery has its rationality. Jessica didn't expect that there were so many things behind the slave system of the Star Alliance. If a life is willing to become a slave to enter a high-level civilization, this is also a part of freedom. It seems that I had some misunderstandings about the slave market here at the beginning. However, at this time, a person passing by them said indignantly, "It's all nonsense. These are lies that those shameless slave traders deceive the public. Miss, I'm afraid you don't know what fate awaits the indigenous slaves. I admit that some slaves will have a good life, and they or their descendants can obtain the status of Star Alliance citizens. But the fate of most slaves is definitely not as advertised. Some of them were sent to underground arenas. Some were locked up in factories to work in inhumane conditions. And when they can't work anymore, they will be disposed of like waste. Others were sent to red light districts to satisfy perverted masters with special fetishes. The existence of slaves is a regression of civilization. We have better ways to treat backward indigenous people, rather than drawing them a blueprint of a beautiful life in the Star Alliance and deceiving them to sign a contract that they can't understand. In fact, many of them don't know that they have become slaves." The man's strangeness attracted the attention of the mall's security system, and a patrol drone was already flying towards this location. After realizing that he was being noticed, the man stuffed a note into Jessica's hand and said, "The advancement of civilization cannot make us forget the respect we should have for life. Beautiful lady, reject slave trade and resist slavery. It's not too late to start now." After saying that, the man turned around and left quickly. He was very familiar with the environment of the mall and disappeared around the corner before the drone arrived. The drone stopped in front of Jessica and asked, "I'm sorry, dear guest. Did that person just harass you? People in the dark cabin area always try to find ways to get through the passage here and do some illegal things. If that person violates your interests, we will immediately activate the pursuit system." Jessica replied, "No. There is no need to catch him. He didn't do anything to me. He probably just drank too much and recognized the wrong person. No complaints were received." The drone replied, "Thank you for your support for our security work. If you encounter any trouble, you can call the guards at any time. Nowin City will ensure your safety during your journey here." After the drone left, Jessica opened the note that the man had stuffed into her when he left. This is a leaflet called Nowin City Slave Liberation Organization. Due to the limited space, there is not much substantive content on it except for some slogans. However, there is a barcode embedded at the bottom of the note, and there is a line of small words below the barcode. Please scan and follow for more content. "What is this?" Jessica asked Eliza, holding the barcode. Eliza said, "This solid-state information library. Scan and you can see the information stored in it." "Your Highness, do you want to see it?" "Of course I want to see it. Shopping in the mall is really boring." Jessica gave the note to Eliza and asked Solomon, "Where did that person go? Can you trace him?" "Yes, Your Highness. He has a feather of mine." Chapter 456, Make a Big Money. Stephen walked out of a very dim room with De Leon and the others. Now De Leon, Juliet, Julian, and Sophia are legal citizens of the Star Alliance. Okay. The identity application went very smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The identities you applied for are real. Their real owners may be on vacation on a planet dozens of light years away. There is a very high delay in the exchange of non-important data between interstellar cities. Some cities do not even share redundant data, so the chance of a fake identity being discovered is not high. But I still suggest you don't stay too long in large cities. And don't store credit points in your ID card. It's best to transfer them to the anonymous debit card given to you. Although the financial agent will charge a fee, it is very safe. Where are we going now? Shopping or finding a hotel to stay in first? Dalian put the ID card in his pocket and looked around at the market where there were more sellers than buyers. Many people looked at them from the beginning and showed unfriendly expressions. But Stephen seemed to be very familiar with this place. So the people here did not make more unfriendly moves. Stephen Duo. You know that we just got our identity. And the credit points in the debit card are 0. I think your company doesn't accept Suo Jing. Right? After hearing what De Leon said, Stephen Duo's face immediately became very ugly. Sir, don't joke. If you don't pay the corresponding fees to my company, you can't leave Naiwan City. De Leon smiled and said, I didn't say I won't give you money. But now I have no credit points except a little Suo Jing. Why don't you help us find a place to make money quickly? And I can give you double the reward after I make money. Stephen Duo felt like he was on a pirate ship. He never thought that the 4 people dressed so brightly didn't have any credit points. Stephen said unhappily, I have a way to make money quickly. I will drive a taxi here. And take the risk of bringing you to the dark cabin area? Well, I am unlucky today. I will take you back. The Suo crystals you give me will be considered as the fee. I will use my credit points to pay the company. Then we will separate. Whatever you want to do has nothing to do with me. Let's go. Get in the car. Stephen didn't plan to entertain these weird guests. The scheming shown by this child made him very uncomfortable. His intuition made him feel that if he continued to entangle with these people, he would definitely encounter bad things. However, what Stephen worried about still happened. A fat man with tattoos on his arms stood in front of Dalian. He looked at Julian and the others with lustful eyes and said to Dalian, Little friend, want to make money? I heard that you have Suo crystals in your hands. If you want to make a fortune, follow me. Stephen said quickly, Terry. They are following me. I want to take them out. Fatty Terry pointed at Stephen and said, Stephen, mind your own business. Everyone knows where the dark cabin area is. These big shots come here just to find excitement. Stephen wanted to stop him again, but several people surrounded him. Someone whispered to him, Stephen, don't cause trouble for yourself. They have Suo Jing in their hands. Terry will not let them go easily. Wait here. As long as they don't cause trouble, Terry will let them out. Stephen, you shouldn't bring them here. Terry ignored Stefendo and said to Dalian with a forced smile, Little boy, I know you came to the dark cabin area to have fun. There is no place that can show manliness more than the fighting field. You can see the bloodiest fights. Bet on the fighters you admire most. And hear the girls scream for your boldness. Fighting and gambling are really good ways to make quick money. Dalian smiled and said, You are a good person. Take me with you quickly. Sir. Ladies, please follow me. Seeing that his guests were about to leave with Terry, Stefendo hesitated and shouted, Terry, let me follow you. I promise I won't make trouble. Terry didn't want Stephen to follow him. But De Leon said at this time, let him follow. He is my hired driver. He is my man. Terry gave Stephen a warning look, and then signaled his men to let him go. After Stephen caught up, De Leon had already followed Terry, and Juliet was trailing behind as if waiting for him. Juliet, wearing a dress and white stockings, seemed to be a harmless girl next door. Stephen whispered to Juliet, I know there are many frustrations in accompanying a naughty child, but you are really in trouble this time. If you want to leave the dark cabin area safely, don't value money, and leave immediately after losing all, otherwise you can't leave. Juliet smiled charmingly. Naughty kid? I like your metaphor. Thanks for your reminder. But you will soon know, your worries are unnecessary. And you will be grateful that Master Liang just saved you. Save? Save me? Stephen was puzzled, although he was just controlled. As long as he was honest, Terry's people would not do anything to him. Juliet did not answer, but just blinked at Stephen, and then walked forward with a smile. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood. A strange group of people. Stephen, who couldn't figure it out, had to follow, although he could just leave. He didn't want to see the guests he brought disappear in the dark cabin area. The universe's strongest king contest has entered the middle of the finals. The high-quality competitions have stimulated people to turn their attention to various legal and illegal fighting venues during the intervals between the competitions. Compared with legal competitions with various restrictions, illegal fighting is more violent and bloody. In order to attract more attention, the Black Boxing Arena not only holds fights between Star Alliance members, but also generally uses interstellar natives who have been trained in combat, and even monsters that have been strengthened in various ways. Torn limbs and splattered flesh and blood stimulate the audience's adrenaline, making them lose their minds and bet without regard for the consequences. In order to make money, these black boxing gyms will also hire many people to help them attract gamblers. Terry is such a snakehead. He can get a certain percentage of the money lost by gamblers. At the same time, Terry also lends money at high interest rates. After losing all the money, gamblers always want to get back their money. And then, they get deeper and deeper into trouble. In Stephen's opinion, losing all the money is the least of the matter. The worst consequence is that they will lose themselves. Stephen has even seen that Terry will not let these three beautiful women leave. He will let the gamblers use their real identities on the other side to borrow money from him. The rest of the things are not under the control of the gamblers. Chapter 457, Two-Horned Rhino. It is impossible for an illegal black boxing ring to prepare a venue that is the same as a regular match. The magnetic field wall separates a fighting area of about 20 meters by 20 meters, surrounded by a trapezoidal stand. The audience shouted excitedly, using the most obscene language to greet the opponents who beat up the fighters they bet on. Scantily clad women shuttled around the viewing area, selling psychotropic drugs while collecting bets. In order to make the audience even crazier, the black boxing ring did not have too many restrictions on the competition, and even offered large bonuses to encourage the contestants to seriously injure their opponents. This has resulted in a very high mortality rate in the black boxing arena. And the high bloodiness also makes some people prefer to watch black boxing matches. DeLeon followed Terry to a fighting arena where a boxing match was taking place. The arena, with a capacity of 10,000 people, was full of people, including Star Alliance people and interstellar natives who had obtained free status. The shouts formed a sound wave that impacted back and forth in this small arena. The crowd that stood up made DeLeon unable to see the front at all. "Find us a good position." DeLeon snapped his fingers, and Sophia ejected a Suojing coin. Terry quickly caught the Suojing coin and said, "No problem." As a snakehead, Terry still had some power here. He asked his men to push away the crowd blocking the way, and escorted DeLeon and his party all the way to the edge closest to the fighting arena. Then DeLeon saw the two players who were fighting in the fighting arena. One was from the Star Alliance, and the other was nearly 3 meters tall, with a human-like torso and limbs, extremely strong, and a skin layer similar to that of a rhinoceros. There were horns on the shoulders, and the head was protected by the roots of the horns. This appearance showed that he was a natural fighting race. The original stone of the two-horned rhinoceros has won 14 games here. Terry actively introduced DeLeon. He is a fighting slave, who has received the most brutal training and selection since childhood. As far as I know, no less than 10 two-horned rhinoceros, who have also been trained, died in his hands. And he was considered an excellent fighting slave, and was taken to Naiwan City. His master spent 400,000 credit points to buy him, and then sent him here to play. I think the money he spent is worth it, and his master has made a fortune on him. The current strength of the two-horned rhino stone is equivalent to that of a sea-level gene enhancer, but he is stronger than most Star Alliance people with sea-level enhanced genes. For example, his current opponent, the Roar. This is his nickname. Currently, he has only 5 wins. He just returned after being seriously injured a month ago. Did you see his mechanical left leg? It was torn off by his last opponent. It was really miserable. This is his first battle after his comeback. Although he is also a C-level gene enhancer, we all know that the gene level does not represent the strength level. When encountering a two-horned rhino stone, even a B-level enhanced gene enhancer may not be able to win. I guess the Howler can only roar in this game. Listen to me. Spend a little money to buy raw stones to win. Perhaps because of the commonality of evolution. Most of the interstellar natives discovered now are humanoid. And the more intelligent the natives are, the closer they are to human appearance. For example, the two-horned rhinoceros is more human-like than many races in the Order world. During the negotiation with the Scarab Company, DeLeon also obtained a lot of information about the Star Alliance through Eliza. It is known that the two-horned rhinoceros lives on the planet Maud in the star field where Naiwan City is located. The civilization is still in the post-Stone Age, and was discovered in 1569 of the Star Alliance calendar. The physical fitness of the two-horned rhinoceros has evolved very well. Most adult two-horned rhinoceros can reach the level of D-level genetically enhanced Star Alliance people, and can easily reach C-level after training. The intelligence is also good. From childhood, they can skillfully operate conventional weapons. They are slave warriors that many Star Alliance companies are willing to buy. The general price of two-horned rhinoceros slave warriors is between 50,000 credit points and 10 credit points. The two-horned rhinoceros original stone in the fighting arena is actually worth 400,000 credit points. It can be seen that he is indeed very strong. In this game, the two-horned rhinoceros original stone also gained a relatively large advantage. It was taller and stronger than the opponent. Several shoulder horn collisions easily pushed the roarer up. DeLeon asked Terry, "Okay, I bet on the two-horned rhino to win. How do I place the bet?" Seeing the fat sheep taking the bait, Terry said, "The odds of the two-horned rhino raw stone are 3-1. How much do you want to buy? Just give it to me directly." Suijing. Credit points. As long as it is valuable. We want it. Sophia. Give him 20 Suijing. Exchange the winning money for credit points for me. No problem. Boss. About 10 minutes later, a game ended. The two-horned rhino raw stone knocked the roarer to the ground. And he held the torn mechanical leg and shouted loudly to the audience around him. Although the audience did not know what the raw stone said in their native language, it did not affect them shouting along. The game just now was so exciting. And most of the gamblers here made money. The two-horned rhino is still strong. And his cumulative wins have reached 15 games. People believe that he will continue to win in this game. DeLeon also got the principal and the winnings. Terry also said happily, "Look, winning money is so simple. I am very familiar with the players here. When you leave the dark cabin area, I guarantee that your current assets can at least double." DeLeon said confidently, "Double? Too little. I want to make more. Who will win this game?" The two-horned rhino sat in the lounge. The assistant team helped him remove the protective gear. And the doctor cleaned the blood from the injured part for him. Yuancher was silent and drank a bottle of energy water slowly. Although he won another victory, he also paid a certain price. There are no weak people who can stand in this fighting field. After all, this is a field where one may lose his life. People who are not confident in their own strength will not sign up for the competition. Moreover, in the competition between the Star Alliance and the natives, the rules favor the Star Alliance. Yuancher fought barehanded throughout the game and only had simple protective gear on his body, while the roarer not only had comprehensive protection, but also obtained a war hammer from outside the field at the end of the game. This war hammer dealt a lot of heavy damage to Yuancher. Yuancher actively recovered his strength with the help of the logistics team. He still has another game to play today. Great. Great. A fat man clapped his hands and walked into the lounge. A woman followed him with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. The fat man asked the logistics team to go out, and then said to Yuancher happily, "Yuancher, you are the most dazzling star in the entire arena today. None of your opponents can last 15 minutes under you. You can never imagine how much money you have made for me. We still have one last game to play today. I promise that as long as you can continue to win, I will let you regain your freedom. I will help you complete the citizenship registration in Niwan City, and you will become a two-horned rhino that your entire tribe envies. Come! Let's toast to victory." Chapter 458 Gambling. DeLeon continued to watch the repeated life and death fights at the side of the fighting arena. And at the same time, he followed Terry's advice to bet on the players in each game. Not to say that he won every time, but he lost less and won more, making a small profit. Slowly, DeLeon exchanged all the Sua crystals in his hand for credit points. A total of about 70,000 points. At this time, the display screen above the fighting arena began to match the players for the new round of battles. The competition system will randomly match the players who have games today and have completed the preparations for the game. Therefore, unless the player specifically challenges a certain opponent, every game carries a lot of uncertainty. This is done by the organizers of the fight to show the fairness of the competition and to prevent people from manipulating the results of the competition. Of course, those who think this way have already lost everything. During the match, the entire arena was silent, and everyone looked up at the big screen above. And when the selection box stopped at the head of the two-horned rhino, the whole arena immediately set off a wave of cheers. Many of them made money from the two-horned rhino. This barbaric primitive native has never disappointed people in the arena. Then the match continued, and the selection box soon stopped at a Star Alliance player. And then the whole arena was booed. A novice. Terry also had an extremely disappointed expression. The best performing two-horned rhino in the competition today was matched with a novice who just signed up for the fighting competition. It seems that we have to wait for a garbage time. But I believe that the rough stones will not delay us too much time. In such a competition, no matter how strong the inexperienced players are, they can't beat a veteran at the peak of their condition. Look, the odds of the game are also out. Wow, 10 to 1. It seems that the competition organizers also think that this is a game without suspense, and can only stop the loss by lowering the odds. Boss, I strongly recommend that you continue to buy the two-horned rhino rough stones to win this time. Given that the odds are too low, you should increase your bets. This is no longer gambling. This is risk-free investment. You can definitely increase your assets by 10%. After collectively booing the newcomers, the audience in the entire stadium was mobilized. As Terry said, this is a game without suspense. Although the odds of 1 to 10 are a little low, it is free money. As long as you bet more, you will naturally win more. The psychology of gamblers is not something that ordinary people can guess. Until they go bankrupt, they will always believe that they will have good luck, because the audience was too active in betting on this game. The competition had to suspend the game and wait for the betting to end. In the VIP room of the stadium, the fat man who had just had a glass of wine with the two-horned rhino sat on the sofa with a cigar in his hand and said, "Kona, I have done my work. After this game, you should earn at least 100 million credit points." Kona is a young man wearing a wraparound mechanical eye mask. His head has been mechanized to process data streams more quickly. He sat opposite the fat man and focused on the data feedback from all aspects. Then he said, "Now people watching the live broadcast inside and outside the stadium are betting on the two-horned rhino to win in large quantities. After this game, after deducting the money that needs to be paid, I can earn at least 140 million credit points. Or even more. You can get at least 20 million. The $400,000 two-horned rhinoceros earned you 20 million. Which is definitely one of your most successful investments. How did you deal with the two-horned rhinoceros? Don't make it so that I can't finish it." The fat man took a puff of his cigar, and after a long puff of smoke, he said, "We are old partners. Can you still not trust me when I do things? I had someone give the roarer the hammer, and everyone saw the hammer hit the two-horned rhinoceros. My doctor told me that the two-horned rhinoceros had a bruise on his chest, which was not serious. However, the glass of wine I just let him drink can cause his bruise to cause internal blood vessels to rupture during intense exercise. As long as the person you find is not a fool, you can kill the two-horned rhino. Afterwards, we will conduct a public autopsy on the two-horned rhino, which will prove that his fatal injury was actually the hammer hit by the roarer. Those who lose money will only admit that they are unlucky, and will not think that all this is arranged by us." Kona also believes that this arrangement is flawless. As long as the two-horned rhino dies in the fighting field, there will be no evidence. De Leon doesn't know what's special about the next game. After listening to Terry's comprehensive analysis of this game, he said to Sophia, "Put all your credit points in your hands on the two-horned rhino to win." After that, De Leon said to Terry, "It's too boring to watch other people's games here. Can my people sign up for the competition?" After receiving 70,000 credits from Sophia, Terry knew he was one step closer to his goal. But when he heard that De Leon wanted his people to participate in the competition, looking at the three beautiful women with flesh growing in unsuitable positions for fighting, Terry said, "The fighting field is not a place where you can enter casually. Your followers make it impossible for the organizer to set the odds." Juliet echoed, "Yes. Even the level of the two-horned rhinoceros can be 10 to 1. And I will have to pay 10,000 to 1 when I go on stage. You won't make any money if you bet on me to win." De Leon nodded slightly, agreeing with Juliet's statement. It seems that letting Juliet participate in the competition, and then always betting on Juliet to win is not feasible. Maybe you can make some money in the first 1 or 2 games. But if the dealer lowers the odds later, it will not make much sense to continue buying. The dealer has the initiative. If necessary, they can completely not arrange Juliet to play. The pre-planned plan is a bit unworkable. Who would have thought that Terry couldn't help laughing after hearing Juliet's words? 10,000 to 1. Ha ha ha. You are talking about your opponent's odds. You never know how cruel it is outside the court. You will be torn to pieces in a few seconds when you go on the court. Just watch here honestly. Your value is not in this court. Juliet laughed strangely. "You don't let me play. But I want to play. Don't you want to see what a beautiful woman like me looks like when I am torn to pieces?" Stephen, who had been silent, warned Juliet, who was not in a good state. "Hey, are you crazy? Even a B-level gene enhancer in this fighting arena may not guarantee that he can survive. After this match, We will leave. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Juliet turned to Stephen, her eyes like a sword. And Stephen could not help but step back. Juliet did not affect the other's pressure, and turned to Terry and said, "You said that anyone can directly challenge the players on the fighting list. So I will challenge the winner of this match." Chapter 459 Slave Liberation Movement. Eliza, who was in the slave trading market, took Jessica and the other two into a coffee shop, and used her personal computer terminal to interpret the content of the QR code on the note. Then Eliza found that she seemed to have underestimated the increasingly fierce slave liberation movement within the Star Alliance. Most of her understanding of the Star Alliance was still more than 30 years ago. Although slave liberation organizations existed at that time, most of them were just shouting slogans. Star Alliance people who sympathized with indigenous slaves hoped to use peaceful means to encourage the Star Alliance to legislate to ban the slave trade and eliminate civilization discrimination. Some leftists even believe that the Star Alliance has an obligation to help backward civilizations develop, and that all natives should be allowed to become free citizens of the Star Alliance and enjoy the same rights and obligations as Star Alliance people. But under the mainstream ideology of the Star Alliance, these voices are very weak. Most Star Alliance people can accept interstellar natives to obtain the status of free citizens of the Star Alliance, and can also accept natives working with themselves. But it is absolutely impossible to let natives and themselves be on an equal footing. Interstellar development brings about a huge demand for population, and the number of people that can be supported on the Earth side is very limited. If some high-risk industries use Earth people, they need to pay high salaries, provide comprehensive security measures, need a comfortable working environment, limit working hours in accordance with labor laws, and need vacations. It is much simpler to use native slaves. You just need to load the slaves into the work cabin and launch them, and then send robots for regular maintenance. Slave owners with some conscience will take the slaves back regularly to rest for a while. But there are also slaves who are locked up for decades and let them work non-stop until they die. Therefore, the slave trade is a very large industry, and the direct interests are related to many large Star Alliance companies. Almost all Star Alliance companies have more or less slave workers. It is too naive to want to liberate slaves through peaceful means. So some slave liberation organizations became radical. Distributing leaflets in the slave market is just a small matter. Now the Slave Liberation Organization has its own armed forces. They will attack slave traders and rescue imprisoned slaves. Even the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization has a small fleet. Not long ago, they attacked a slave training school on a certain indigenous star and armed several indigenous armies on the planet. In the information file, part of it is the tragic information of the persecution of indigenous slaves, and the other part is the result of the armed struggle of the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization. Many indigenous people who have obtained the status of Star Alliance freemen have joined this organization. They actively return to their home planets to expose the scam of Star Alliance slave training and organized armies to attack the industries of slave companies on various natural stars. There is also an extremely important piece of information in this document. All the independently operated slave liberation organizations within the Star Alliance have been connected, and the elite forces under each organization will be reorganized, and the Indigenous Freedom Army will be officially established. Finally, there is a donation request. The Indigenous Freedom Army is now in short supply of personnel and equipment, and I hope that every Star Alliance member who supports the slave liberation movement can lend a helping hand. After reading this information, Eliza couldn't help but show a look of shock. She said, "I didn't expect that the slave liberation movement within the Star Alliance has become so big now." At the airport terminal, the sales robot said that the security in Niwan City was not good. I thought it was deliberately exaggerating to promote business. Now it seems that this place is not as safe as before. Every airport city has a very large and difficult to manage dark cabin area, and the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization should be in it. They hate the slave trade. If your highness does not intend to buy slaves, I suggest leaving the slave trading area. There are many places worth visiting in Niwan City, which are relatively safe. If Jessica was an ordinary princess, she would probably listen to Eliza's advice and leave the dangerous area. But she has not been a princess for a long time, and she is full of the adventurous spirit given to her by Sir Charles. Everything in Niwan City is new to Jessica. But when she knows about the Slave Liberation Organization and the Native Free Army, these things are not so attractive. We should leave here. Jessica put down her coffee cup and said to Solomon, "Where is the person who gave me this note? Take us there." Yes, Your Highness. Eliza realized that Jessica was going to find the Slave Liberation Organization, and she immediately stopped her. Your Highness. The Slave Liberation Organization is an illegal organization in Naiwan City. If the Naiwan City government knows that we have contact with them, it will bring great trouble to Your Majesty's meeting this time. Jessica smiled mysteriously. Then we won't let Naiwan City know. Go buy some ordinary clothes first, and then go back to the car. Let the robot drive back to the Rafale. Solomon will open the portal to find the Slave Liberation Organization in Naiwan City, and we will donate money. Master Vincent? Seeing that Jessica was determined to find the Slave Liberation Organization, Eliza hoped that Vincent could stop her at this time. Vincent said to Eliza, as the princess's mentor, I am only responsible for guidance. Adult members of the royal family should have their own opinions and be responsible for what they insist on, even if it is a wrong behavior. It is also a training for Her Royal Highness. Don't worry. The other party is just an underground organization that cannot be put on the stage. The attitude of Naiwan City is not a problem for His Majesty. When His Majesty was her age, he had already sat together with the strong men from all planes to discuss the establishment of world order. The confidence of the Star Alliance people comes from their own civilization, and the confidence of the heroes of the Order world comes from their own strong strength. Vincent believes that Jessica does not need excessive care. A qualified member of the royal family needs all kinds of experience, especially the experience of dealing with emergencies, which will become an important asset for her in the future. Vincent is confident that with himself and Solomon, Jessica's tolerance for making choices is very high. Okay, we will listen to Her Royal Highness this time. Even Master Vincent did not stop Jessica. Eliza knew that she could not save anything and could only pray secretly. Don't make any trouble. Sinclair returned to the dark cabin area through the hidden passage of the slave trading area. He was a little scared of what he had just done. If he left later, he might trigger the tracking of the slave trading area's public security system. At that time, not only would he be hunted down, but this secret passage might also be exposed. But he couldn't stand that someone would continue to be deceived by the slave trade whitewashed by slave traders. The slave liberation movement needs more Star Alliance people to recognize the blood behind the slave trade and know what most indigenous slaves are going through. The public security stress response of the slave trade market has been raised again. I need to report this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 460 Apartment Building. Sinclair walked through a dirty garbage alley, entered a seemingly abandoned ventilation duct, and finally walked out of a maintenance workshop and into a remote path in the dark cabin area. Seeing that there was no one else around, he threw all the remaining leaflets he carried into a broken oil barrel. He took out a leaflet and lit it, and poked it with an iron rod to make all the leaflets burn as soon as possible. Then Sinclair lifted a waterproof felt next to him, pushed out a simple motorcycle, rode it, and left quickly. About 20 minutes later, Sinclair stopped in front of an apartment building. At this time, more than a dozen people came out of the apartment building. They were wearing blue canvas maintenance uniforms, and some of them were interstellar natives. A truck also drove over at this time and stopped in front of the apartment building. Sinclair, you came back a little early today. Have you distributed all the leaflets? When these people climbed into the truck, one of them, who had a bit of leadership, stopped and asked Sinclair when he saw him. No. Sinclair answered with some self-blame. The security system of the slave market reacted too quickly, and a drone noticed me. Don't worry. I was not followed, and I burned all the remaining leaflets. The leader looked around vigilantly and said to Sinclair with concern, don't go to the slave market recently. Now the entire Star Alliance slave traders know about the establishment of the Native Freedom Army. These slave traders are operating within the Star Alliance, trying to get the Star Alliance to classify the Native Free Army as a rebel and eliminate it. Naiwan City must be trying to find us. I know, brother. Sinclair nodded and asked, what are you going to do? Do you need my help? A batch of 8 weapons were found and detained by Kona's people. I took people to get them back. Don't worry. Kona is a fighting arena owner who only wants to make money. He won't offend us for those weapons. The leader patted Sinclair on the shoulder. Seeing that his subordinates had already got on the car, he finally said to his brother, go back. I'll leave the food in your room. If there is anything, we can talk about it when I come back. Watching his brother get on the truck and leave, Sinclair parked a motorcycle on the side of the road and walked into the apartment building. This is a secret base of the Slave Liberation Organization in Naiwan City. Its main task is to organize the external circulation of materials, receive aid from the outside world, or send the materials allocated by the organization to the departing starship, and then send them to the hands of a certain natural star native freedom army. Due to the function, this base inevitably has to deal with various gangs in the Dark Cabin district. If the relationship with this gang is not smooth, it is difficult for materials to flow in the Dark Cabin district. Most of the gangs in the Dark Cabin district are just seeking money. They seem to be extremely vicious. But facing the slave liberation organization that dares to attack the slave traders in Niwan City, they are still quite cowardly. Therefore, the gangs in the Dark Cabin area mostly turned a blind eye to the activities of the slave liberation organization, even if there were some minor conflicts. As long as the slave liberation organization used both kindness and force, they could basically be resolved peacefully. Therefore, Sinclair was not worried about his brother. He parked his motorcycle on the side of the road and walked into the apartment building. The apartment building was a relocated ship crew living area. Sinclair had his own single room here. A bedroom, a bathroom, and a fairly large living room. Hanging his coat on the hanger, Sinclair looked about 17 or 18 years old. He turned on the TV, poured himself a cup of coffee, and then prepared to sit on the sofa to watch the live broadcast of the Strongest King competition. This is the most watched program in the entire Star Alliance. Niwan City, which is close to the Wormhole Station, can watch the live broadcast of the competition with very low latency. Star regions that are a little further away can only watch the post-match recording. Sinclair likes to watch the Strongest King competition very much. People of his age have the dream of becoming a hero that everyone pays attention to. What Sinclair didn't expect was that when he turned around, he found that there were 4 more people in his room. Look at the door. It's closed. You? Who are you? Sinclair slowly retreated towards the door. This apartment building is full of people from the Slave Liberation Organization. As long as he escapes, he will be safe. Jessica, who had just walked out of the portal, took a quick look around the room and then sat on the sofa. She picked up a donut on the coffee table, took a bite and said, "You actually asked who we are? Just now. You stopped us and said some strange things. I thought you knew us, so I came to confirm if I met a friend here. I don't know you." Sinclair had retreated to the door. He turned on the switch, but it didn't turn on. In panic, he finally recognized the people in front of him. They had indeed just met in the slave market. It was because he talked too much with them that he was noticed by the patrolling drone. "You are from the market. Are you a slave trader? Or a slave trader's mercenary?" Jessica slowly ate the donuts and slowly answered, "Neither. I saw the leaflet you gave me. I am very interested in the slave liberation cause you are engaged in. You are carrying out a great movement. I support you. We are here to donate money." Sinclair was relieved to hear that the other party was not a slave trader. But he did not take it lightly. He continued to turn on the switch and said, "Donation? We welcome it very much. But I am not the fundraiser. Why don't we go out together, and I will take you to find the person in charge here." Sinclair wanted to open the door to buy time. But at this time, there was an explosion outside, followed by dense gunfire. The entire apartment building shook violently, and bullets hit the metal wall. Sinclair no longer cared about the 4 people in his room. He turned around and tried desperately to turn the switch to escape from here. But the door did not respond. The gunfire and explosions outside were more intense, and the guards of the apartment building could be heard fighting back. At this time, the door was suddenly knocked open. A man holding a rifle said loudly to Sinclair, who fell to the ground, "Sinclair, we are under attack by the City Defense Army, and we can no longer defend outside. Come with me quickly. We need to retreat from here. Do you have any guests?" The man saw the 4 people in the room. After finding that the 4 people were unarmed, he did not think about other aspects, and the emergency situation did not allow him to think too much. The City Defense Army attacked too suddenly, and Sinclair's brother took away some people, and the remaining people could not stop the well-prepared attack. Sinclair, who got up, was about to say that he did not know these 4 people. But Jessica said first, "We are Sinclair's friends and sympathize with the indigenous slaves. So we came here to donate money and do our part for the freedom of slaves." The man with the gun said, "Then you came at a really bad time. But don't worry. We will protect your safety. Sinclair, take your friends out of the secret passage quickly. I will help you buy some time. Be quick." After saying that, the man called a few people to stop the City Defense Army without waiting for Sinclair to explain. It was a mess outside, and most people were retreating in a hurry. Jessica walked to the door and said to the bewildered Sinclair, "You see, we didn't bring any weapons. We are not from Nywin City, and have nothing to do with your attack. To be honest, I really came to donate. But now you'd better take us to escape first." Okay. Sinclair didn't know where these strangers came from, but he really couldn't waste any more time. It wouldn't be too late to identify them after escaping. At that time, they would be surrounded by armed members of the Slave Liberation Organization, and it would be easier to control them. "Follow me. Don't get separated." Jessica followed Sinclair out the door. She looked back and saw that Master Vincent and Eliza had followed him out, while Solomon sat on the sofa and stared at the TV in front of him. "Solomon, aren't you going with us?" Solomon didn't move his eyes and replied to Jessica, "I saw something interesting. You go first." Chapter 461 Greed. On the fighting field, after a rush of bets, a new fight began. The appearance of the two-horned rhino Yuanshi once again pushed the entire field to a climax. The crowd cheered for Yuanshi crazily. They all bet heavily on this two-horned rhino, and everyone believed that they would make a lot of money. When Yuanshi's opponent in this match came out, he was greeted by boos from the audience. This was a new face, strong and wearing a full set of protective gear, with a pair of metal gloves on his hands, looking quite powerful. But his opponent in the first match encountered Yuanshi, which meant that his boxing career was destined to end just as it began. The two fighting parties entered the arena. The magnetic field protection wall was closed, and the game began. In the VIP room, Kona watched the fight in the arena through the holographic goggles. Raw Stone showed a very strong desire to attack from the beginning. As long as he won this game, he would be free, and he could become a free man of the Star Alliance and live the life he dreamed of. In his hometown, the Star Alliance people who can freely travel between the stars are gods. They can bring disasters and blessings at will. They live in the Sky City made of steel, have endless food, and never have to worry about starvation. The two-horned rhinoceros people respect the Star Alliance and yearn for a godlike life. In order to have enough food, Yuanshi, like many other two-horned rhinos, left the tribe at a young age and sold himself to a fighting school founded by a Star Alliance merchant. Yuanshi was unwilling to recall everything he had experienced in the fighting school. He did many things that troubled him, and he had killed his training partners. What allowed him to persist until now was his original ideal, to go to the Star Alliance and live a godlike life. Now, all his efforts have finally paid off. As long as he wins this game, everything will be fine. In this game, Yuanshi fought for himself, and he burst out with unprecedented fighting spirit. All his fighting experience told him that the opponent in front of him had good strength. Perhaps in an ordinary game, he could cause him some trouble, just like the Roarer who was knocked down by him in the last game. But in this game, he has no chance. Yuanshi doesn't care how much he will be injured in the game, or how long he will lie in bed after the game. He only wants to win. And for freedom, he is not willing to wait for a second. In the battle, Yuanshi is like a rhino with strong fighting spirit, knocking his opponent into the air again and again. And his opponent is defending with all his strength, waiting for the boss to tell him the moment of turning. Seeing Yuanshi's appearance, Kona was relieved. This two-horned rhino was too excited, and the effect of the medicine would soon cause internal bleeding. And then the people he arranged could easily win. Thinking of the money he was about to make, Kona was in a very good mood. He said to the sudden visitor in a relaxed tone, "Boss Ryan, you have so many weapons. You can even organize a fleet of starships. Why bother about that car of low-end guns? I helped you a lot when you were in the dark cabin area. Otherwise you wouldn't have lived so peacefully. Even if you gave me that batch of weapons, it would be a thank you gift for my support of your Slave Liberation Organization." Ryan is Sinclair's brother. He is the person in charge of the external material distribution of the Slave Liberation Organization in Nywin City. This time he came to Kona to ask for a batch of weapons that were detained for no reason. Seeing that Kona didn't want to give it, Ryan, who was sitting opposite, said, "Kona, I have already paid for the road. You have to abide by the rules. I can't explain to other gangs if I give you that batch of weapons. This time you sold me a favor, and I will repay you when I have the chance. Give me the weapons quickly. Our ship is still waiting for all the goods to arrive, and then we can load them and leave the port." Kona smiled and said, "Okay. Boss Ryan is my senior. When I was still helping others to settle accounts, You are already very famous in the dark cabin area of Naiwan City. If you come to ask for it, I will definitely give it to you. After that, where is your warehouse? I will have someone send it directly to you. Ryan certainly would not let Kona know where his weapons cabin was. This time, he was responsible for delivering weapons to the Aboriginal Freedom Army. The cargo ship had already arrived at the port, and they were just waiting for the weapons to be ready for secret loading. Brother Kona, I have my people in my car. Give me the goods, and I can take them away myself. Kona stopped playing with Ryan when he saw that Ryan didn't want to let him know the location of the weapons compartment. He knocked on the bell on the table, and 2 multi-barreled machine guns appeared on the ceiling of the box. At the same time, a group of thugs rushed in with guns and arrested Ryan and his men. Ryan didn't expect that Kona would dare to attack him. He said to Kona angrily, "You should know who we are. We will be reorganized into the Aboriginal Freedom Army soon. If you don't want a bomb to explode in your fighting arena tomorrow, get your men out of here quickly." Kona laughed out loud. Ryan, you are obviously a promising gang leader, but you chose to join the Slave Liberation Organization. What does the human rights of the indigenous people have to do with you? As for risking your life for a group of low civilization creatures, it's okay for you to shoot black guns at ordinary times. But now you are going to set up a free army. Let me tell you, you really pissed off some big shots. Now, the Naiwan City Defense Force has entered the dark cabin area and launched an attack on all your strongholds. In the future, you will not be as free as before in Naiwan City. In the future, the Free Army may not be in the mood to place bombs in my fighting arena. Hearing that the Naiwan City Defense Force entered the dark cabin area to encircle the Slave Liberation Organization, Ryan couldn't help but think of his brother. He said to Kona, "Kona, the weapons are yours. Let us go. I will pretend that what happened today didn't happen." Kona said with a smile, "Ryan, I call you the boss. Do you really think of yourself as the boss? Do you see the current situation clearly? I don't know how the Free Army is doing, but the Naiwan City Slave Liberation Organization is definitely finished. I can hand you over and get a bounty. Why should I let you go? Of course, I can let you go. Tell me the location of the weapons cabin. As long as I confirm that everything is inside, I will immediately send someone to send you out of Naiwan City." Kona lured Ryan to the fighting arena at this time for the weapons. There is an insider bought by Kona in the Slave Liberation Organization in Naiwan City. Recently, he received news that the Slave Liberation Organizations in various parts of the Star Alliance are about to establish the Indigenous Free Army. This batch of weapons is prepared for the Free Army of this star domain, so the quantity is very large. And there are at least 300 components of interstellar fighters. These weapons are transported from other star domains to Naiwan City in a scattered manner, mixed with various materials, and then stored in a centralized manner, waiting for the arrival of the transport ship. They can all be transported away at once and delivered before the Free Army is established. Most of the cargo yard area of the airport terminal is mechanically automated. Only Ryan, who is responsible for the entire transportation process, knows where this batch of weapons is stored. And even the people around him don't know. Chapter 462 Redemption. Seeing Kona reveal his fox tail, Ryan calmed down instead. He said, "Kona, I advise you to run your fighting arena honestly. You can't eat this batch of goods. It will make you die. The slave liberation movement is not as simple as you think. The Free Army will definitely be established. We will not be driven out of Naiwan City. The future war will only be more cruel. While you haven't really caused trouble, stop it quickly." Cause trouble? I prefer to describe it as adventure. With this batch of weapons, I can unify the entire dark cabin area and then go out and enter the upper class. I can also be like other slave traders, driving a fighter plane and holding a gun to catch slaves on the natural star. Ryan, we all make a living in the dark cabin area, but we all hate it here. Just as Kona finished speaking, the fighting field suddenly erupted with cheers that could break the ceiling. Then Kona saw the two-horned rhino won. How did he win? This game involves hundreds of millions of credit points. If the two-horned rhino wins, Kona will have to pay tens of millions of credit points. Thinking that the hundreds of millions of credit points will fly away like this, and he will have to pay a large sum. Kona felt that his chest was stuffy, and he was about to spit out blood. He didn't care about Ryan, who was already under control, and he played the replay of the previous game as quickly as possible. After the game started, Dalian was still thinking about how to make more money. He wanted to buy some technology and high-tech machine tools from the Star Alliance, which required a large sum of money. Juliet's challenge request had been sent to the organizer of the fighting arena. Someone wanted to die to add fun to the arena, and the organizer had no reason to refuse. Juliet's match was scheduled after the fight. As long as the winner was in a state to accept the challenge, Juliet would be allowed to go. Dalian calculated in his mind how much money he could make from Juliet. I have 70,000 credit points now, and I will have 77,000 after this game. What odds can the fighting arena offer for Juliet? 10,000 to 1 should be impossible. Let Juliet pretend to be weak for a while. Facing such a big guy like the two-horned rhino, it doesn't look like she can win. Maybe the fighting arena can offer a 100 to 1, which is better than nothing, and pay a little money to attract popularity. I bet all 77,000 credit points on Juliet to win, and I can win 7.7 million per game. A big upset. The fighting arena will definitely make a fortune. Then let Juliet continue to fight, and I will continue to bet on her to win. The odds will definitely be adjusted in the future, but as long as I bet on Juliet to win, I will make money. Until the fighting arena does not allow Juliet to continue to fight. Set a small goal for myself. Make 100 million first. Dalian was calculating on the sidelines. As long as Juliet could play a few more matches, he would use all his credit points to buy her to win. It would be no problem to make a fortune in this fighting arena. However, during the calculation interval, Dalian glanced at the arena and found that there was a major loophole in his calculation. At this time, the two-horned rhino Yuanshi, who had been attacking hard and taking advantage of his opponent, was not sure what was going on. His steps became weak, and his mouth opened wide as if he was suffocating. His opponent, although beaten black and blue, still had the strength to fight back. He took the opportunity to leap up and punch Yuanshi in the chest. There seemed to be a device for adding fuel in his boxing gloves, and a loud bang sounded when he hit the stone. The stone was hit and flew backwards, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and sprayed in the air, and he fell heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up, but he tried several times and failed. The whole arena was silent in an instant, and only the boxer shouted loudly in the fighting arena for their victory. At this time, Dalian found a loophole in his calculation. He bet all his capital on the two-horned rhino. If the two-horned rhino lost, he would lose all his money. And where would he get the money to bet on Juliet to win? While the stone was still struggling and the referee had not yet announced the verdict, Dalian hinted to Julian, this match should be won by the two-horned rhino. Yes, the two-horned rhino will win this match. The two sentences were like an oracle. The two-horned rhino Yuanshi was lying on the ground, bleeding continuously, but the referee did not announce the end of the match. He knew that the referee was waiting for him to die. If he died, he would not need to be saved. A dead person would not reveal their conspiracy. As a strictly trained fighter, Yuanshi was very clear about his physical condition. Now his body was bleeding heavily. Someone had poisoned him, and the poison was in the glass of wine that his master had just given him. What freedom! It was all lies. As a slave, his value is to be squeezed out of the last bit of value. A famous gladiator can no longer make big money for his master, so he will use death to make a final profit. Ridiculous. Pathetic. Strength gradually fades, and the spirit becomes scattered. The dying stone regrets very much. Although the tribe often starves, he can live, and he is free. The Star Alliance is not as good as imagined, and God is so evil. If I can start over. The stone closed his eyes, and he died with his vision of the Star Alliance shattered. Resurrection. A white light appeared in the scattered spirit of the stone, and a voice with supreme majesty reawakened the stone. He didn't know where the voice came from, nor did he know what happened to him. He felt a powerful vitality being pressed into his body. He seemed to see a person with white wings spread out standing in the sky, looking at him with compassionate eyes. It seemed that he was being saved. Who is she? Yuanshi heard a strong heartbeat. He was familiar with this sound. It was his heart beating again. Strength began to return. The bleeding position in the body returned to normal, and breathing gradually became smoother. Opening his eyes, Yuanshi saw the ground of the fighting field, and the blood on it was particularly dazzling. He got up and turned around to see his opponent jumping and shouting like a clown with blood all over his face. Yuanshi said coldly, "Hey, the game is not over yet." Hearing Yuanshi's full-body voice, the boxer who was still celebrating trembled all over. He turned around slowly and saw that the two-horned rhino, who should have died, was resurrected on the spot. And his condition was fine before the game. What happened? Seeing Yuanshi walking towards him like an angry bull, the boxer, who was injured all over his body, quickly raised his hands and shouted, "This is different from what we agreed on. I surrender. I won't fight anymore." Yuanshi pushed the horn on his shoulder forward and rushed towards the boxer, saying, "Since it is different from what we agreed on, let's fight differently. In the competitions I participated in, no opponent walked out standing." Chapter 463 Rules. The audience in the fighting arena didn't know what happened, but they all saw the two-horned rhino stand up. The boxer just hit his chest, just like tickling. People ignored the blood spit out by Yuanshi, ignored the embarrassing situation of Yuanshi lying on the ground. They didn't care whether Yuanshi lived or died after the game. They only cared whether the two-horned rhino could win and continue to make money for them. Yuanshi knew that this game was a conspiracy, and he didn't accept the opponent's surrender. He pushed the boxer who had no fighting spirit into the air, then grabbed his legs and threw him heavily to the ground, repeatedly throwing him. There was a magnetic protection wall in the fighting arena, and his master and the owner of the fighting arena were surrounded by a large number of bodyguards. Even though Yuanshi knew he was deceived, he could do nothing. He vented all his anger on the boxer. For the first time, he really wanted to kill his opponent. Soon, the boxer was dead. When Yuanshi threw the body down, the referee could only announce that the two-horned rhino Yuanshi won the game in the face of the boiling fighting arena. Damn it! Damn fat pig! Damn two-horned rhino! After watching the replay of the game, Connor cursed angrily. He didn't know what happened. It was obvious that Yuanshi had only exhaled but not inhaled. So how did he recover and climb up? He could only blame Yuanshi's owner. It must be that the poison he gave Yuanshi did not have the desired effect. But it was too late to blame anyone at this time. The boxer he arranged had been killed, and he couldn't do it even if he cheated and judged the original stone to lose. The hundreds of millions of credit points flew away, and Kona had to get the arms of the Free Army. Just as Kona was about to continue to force Ryan to tell him the location of the weapon compartment, the fighting field sent a message that the next game would start soon, and asked Kona to set the odds. After human body modification, Kona was very proficient in data analysis. He could set the most favorable odds for himself based on the big data of the players in the previous games. Therefore, Kona stipulated that the odds of every game in the fighting field must be set by him. The match just now has ended. No matter how much money is lost, the fighting arena needs to continue to operate. Kona called up the player information of the new match. Is someone going to challenge the two-horned rhino stone? Kona doesn't like the generals, who always win in the fighting arena, because the results of the game are too easy to predict, and the possibility of secretly manipulating the results of the game is also very high. Therefore, the stone, who has never lost, has become an obstacle to the fighting arenas making money. So Kona directed the death battle of the stone. But the stone is not dead. The game must continue, and the fighting arena will lose more money on the stone. Let's take a look at the person who challenged the stone this time. A Star Alliance person named Juliet. The identity information is full of errors, and it is obviously a fake identity. There are too many people like her, and the Star Alliance can't handle it. Kona has no way to find out Juliet's true identity. There is no consumption record in Naiwan City, no residence record, and no fighting record. From the appearance, except that she is very beautiful, it is not clear how advanced the enhanced gene is. Even if Kona uses a self-made combat power evaluation system to estimate Juliet's combat power, it can't be seen that she has an enhanced gene above level C. I don't know what medicine this woman took wrong. She dared to go to such a fighting arena where she would either die or be injured, and challenge the two-horned rhino who had never lost. It's just a way to die. However, the Earth is so big that there are some people with special fetishes. Anyway, death in the Star World is not a real death for Earthlings. It is not impossible for some people who are not afraid of death to experience the fighting field. Kona looked at the very irritable Yuanshi and changed his prediction of the result of the game. She will die miserably. There are still people from the Slave Liberation Organization to deal with in front of him. And Kona quickly set the odds for Yuanshi versus Juliet. 1:150. Kona felt that he had lost enough money today. He believed that this odds would make most people lose interest in continuing to bet. At the same time, Kona also closed the peripheral casinos and only accepted bets from people in the fighting field. This is just an entertainment match. Let the audience see the two-horned rhinoceros tearing the beauty apart, which can make them even crazier. This match is over. Don't let the original stone continue to fight. No matter what method you use, get rid of him secretly. After giving the order, Kona no longer cared about this rubbish match. At this time, he only had the arms in his mind. Now the Niwen City Defense Force is attacking the Slave Liberation Organization. I don't know when they will notice the existence of this batch of weapons. They must be found and transferred before Niwen City starts looking for this batch of weapons. Ryan, I know you are not afraid of death. Most Star Alliance people are not afraid of anyone. But if you don't think about yourself, you should also think about the men who came with you. Especially these natives. If he dies, he is really dead. Anyway, you can't take the weapons away. Rather than being found by Niwen City, it's better to give them to me. Kona continued to coerce and lure Ryan. And Juliet finally walked into the fighting arena as she wished. A beautiful woman entered the arena, attracting whistles from the whole arena. Everyone likes beauties, and also likes to see beauties being beaten by beasts. Thinking about this beautiful body being smashed and torn apart, people feel inexplicably excited. At this time, the odds of the game were announced, and no one paid attention to the casino girls passing by. Everyone shouted loudly in the most obscene language. You shouldn't challenge me. Seeing that the person challenging him was a very weak Star Alliance woman, the two-horned rhino did not rush to attack. He said, "My body is in the best condition now, and I am in a very bad mood. I hate you Star Alliance people. Therefore, I will kill you." Juliet looked at the sidelines and saw De Leon nodding to her. So she knew that he had made his bet. I know you are in a good condition now. Otherwise, I really don't want to bully you. After saying that, Juliet smiled. Ha ha ha. Just kidding you. No matter what your condition is, I am happy to bully you. Seeing that Juliet was ignorant and fearless, Stone did not continue to talk nonsense. He took a charging posture and said, "Draw your sword. You Star Alliance people will use weapons when participating in the competition. This is your privilege. Draw your sword?" Juliet looked at the two swords she was wearing and said to Stone, "If I draw my sword, I am afraid I will not be able to control myself and kill you. But your situation is a bit special. Someone has given you a new life. So I can't kill you casually. But it is impossible for me, Juliet, to not kill anyone. After defeating you, I will help you kill the person you want to kill. Think about it carefully. Opportunities are rare. The more the better." Yuancher didn't expect that the other party actually knew that he was resurrected. What happened just now was really weird. He himself didn't believe what he had experienced. But the woman in front of him said so, which proved that he was indeed dead and resurrected. Resurrection. The voice became clear at this time. And the figure with wings also became clear in his mind. He was really resurrected. Who is it? What kind of power can bring the dead back to life? Is it a real god? Do you know what happened to me? Tell me. Who is it? Who gave me a new life? Juliet smiled strangely. I'll tell you if you win. Okay. Since you insist on fighting. Don't worry. I won't kill you. The two-horned rhino Yuancher rushed towards Juliet. He adjusted the angle of his arm, so that the tip of his horn was on the side of Juliet's body. At the same time, his speed was not as fast as when he really collided. If he wanted to know the answer, he couldn't kill this woman, who was not vulnerable to a single blow. But the fighting arena was so small that even if Yuancher slowed down, he still rushed to Juliet in an instant. Seeing that his opponent had no reaction, Yuancher couldn't help but feel annoyed. He still hit a little too hard. However, before Yuancher could retract some of his strength, he felt someone kicking his butt. The forward momentum could no longer be stopped, and his body left the ground and rushed forward. But at some point, the woman who was supposed to be in front of him disappeared. The original Stone, feeling somewhat relieved, fell heavily on the magnetic protective wall, and was bounced back heavily. The huge body of the two-horned rhino rolled in the air, and he saw himself flying towards Juliet while spinning. "Get out of the way!" The original Stone shouted loudly. But a huge force hit his shoulder. The original Stone, who didn't know what happened, was knocked back by this huge force, and then hit the magnetic protective wall and bounced back. Then it was knocked back again. It was spinning faster and faster, and the original Stone could no longer see anything, and felt himself hitting back and forth between the huge force and the magnetic wall. At this moment, the entire fighting field was silent. The audience here had seen countless fighting matches, But they had never seen this kind of fighting style. The seemingly weak and powerless woman stood in the middle of the fighting field. She was like a skilled football player, shooting at the two-horned rhinoceros, who bounced back in the air in various postures and angles. People couldn't figure out how a woman, who seemed to have no muscles, could have such great strength. They also couldn't figure out how the powerful and undefeated two-horned rhinoceros was beaten without any ability to fight back. Who is this person? De Leon outside the field was also helpless at this time. Before the game started, he repeatedly reminded Juliet, "Be more controlled. Don't knock the opponent down right away. We need to leave some room for future games. If no one wants to play with you, we won't make any money. Look, what's the situation now? Yes, you didn't knock the opponent down right away, but it's better to knock him down. What kind of leg skills and ball skills are you showing at this time? How can you continue to play after this game is over? Alas, I shouldn't let Juliet play. If I don't let Juliet play, it will be more troublesome to annoy this killer." Ahem. Juliet. Seeing Juliet kicking more and more happily, De Leon couldn't help coughing and shouting in a low voice. Juliet finally stopped. The rhino's stone finally fell to the ground. He barely stood up and then turned around, then sat down on the ground and vomited. "Does this count as my victory?" Juliet asked the outsiders. But the response was silence. The referee didn't know how to judge now. In this game, the total amount of winnings from betting on the rhino stone was only more than 1 million, while the winnings from betting on Juliet were 77,000 Star Alliance credits. Juliet's odds were 150 to 1. If Juliet was declared the winner, the fighting arena would have to pay 11.55 million credits. Without waiting for the referee's verdict, Juliet walked over to the stone and said, "Big guy, we have to continue fighting." At this time, Yuanshir was vomiting all over the place. He had experienced death, but now he found that death was not the most terrible thing. He no longer wanted to experience the feeling of rolling endlessly in the air. He finally understood that the woman in front of him was really strong, invincible. Even if he fought seriously, he would never win. Seeing Juliet coming, Yuanshir waved his hands again and again. "No more fighting. No more fighting. I can't beat her. I can't beat her. I give up. I give up. Things have developed like this, and De Leon can only accept the reality. Just fight one game. Anyway, the benefits are still considerable." So De Leon said to Terry, who was already stunned, "Hey, the two-horned rhino has already given up. Why hasn't the referee announced the verdict?" This. Terry's expression was strange, and his words were incoherent. These people were brought into the fighting arena by themselves. If they really won more than 10 million, Kona would never let him go. Terry said, "The fighting arena has rules. The two-horned rhino's surrender does not mean that he really lost." De Liang's face darkened, and he asked in a bad tone, "What is this rule?" At this time, the referee of the fighting arena ruled. Contestant Juliet violated the rules, and brought weapons that did not comply with the rules into the arena. This match is invalid. If many people won more than 10 million together, the fighting arena would definitely take out the money in order not to anger the public. But this time, the winner of more than 10 million yuan in gambling money was one person, and he was an outsider, which was different. Therefore, when the fighting field reported this strange match to Connor, who had just lost hundreds of millions and couldn't pry Ryan's mouth, angrily said, "Do you still need to ask me about this? It's obvious that someone wants to cheat me of my money. Find a reason to declare the match invalid and let them go." Connor got angry, and the fighting field referee declared the match invalid on the grounds that Juliet was carrying a weapon. Carrying a weapon. Haven't the Star Alliance used weapons against indigenous fighters in the fighting field? Besides, Juliet didn't use her sword at all. However, no one complained that the match was unfair, because they had no interest in the match, and no one bet on Juliet. Terry said to De Leon with a wry smile, "Look, this is the rule of the fighting field. It is unfair for your people to bring swords to the field against the bare-handed two-horned rhinoceros. So the match is invalid. And I suspect that you are maliciously blackmailing the fighting field. So the credit points you bet on were confiscated." Hearing this, De Leon laughed. "I play according to the rules you set. But you break the rules. Then I will not play with you according to the rules. You will regret breaking the rules." Chapter 464, Sudden Rage. Seeing Juliet beat the two-horned rhino without any chance to fight back, Terry knew that he had encountered a tough guy today. The other party came prepared to defraud the money of the fighting arena. or these people are mercenaries hired by other gangs to seize territory. Since the relationship has been torn apart, Terry will not play along. He waved his hand, and a group of thugs gathered around. Some took out pistols, and some held knives and sticks. Terry said to DeLeon proudly, "In this fighting arena, Kona's words are the rules." However, before Terry finished speaking, he saw a white sword flashing, a figure swaying back and forth, and then a sword was placed on his neck. Terry finally saw that the one who drew the sword was a woman with short black hair who had been standing next to the boy. She was wearing a black leather windbreaker and had an extremely cold temperament. A sword was hidden under the hem of her windbreaker. Terry was no longer as arrogant as before. He had seen what the woman in front of him had done. It only took a few breaths for all 8 of his men to fall to the ground after being stabbed by the sword. Blood flowed out from the tiny wounds on their chests. The spicy swordplay pierced their hearts, and they were all dead. With his life threatened, Terry said timidly, "Let's talk. I will cooperate with whatever you want." Sophia suddenly drew her sword and killed someone, causing quite a commotion in the fighting arena. People around her were afraid of being accidentally injured and quickly moved away, while those who were a little further away watched excitedly. DeLeon said to Terry, "From your appearance, I know that you are not the one who can make the decision here. What's the name you just said?" "Kona. Since he made the rules here, I should ask him for the money I owe him." "Where is he?" The sword defined by the semi-energy attribute is no longer sharp in the conventional sense. Sophia's hand is very steady, and the sword edge pressed a blood mark on Terry's throat. Terry did not doubt whether the other party dared to kill him. He trembled timidly and said, "Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything. Kona is the owner of this fighting arena. He is right there." Terry pointed to the VIP room in the audience. Juliet, who was in the fighting arena, was very upset when she saw Sophia kill people before her and killed so many people. She stood in front of the 2-horned rhinoceros and used mental stabilization magic on the original stone, who was taller than her. After stopping the dizziness and vomiting of the original stone, Juliet asked, "According to the agreement just now, if I defeat you, I will help you kill people. So, who do you want to kill?" After vomiting a lot, the original stone was a little short of breath. After taking a deep breath, he replied to Juliet, "The people I want to kill are my master and Kona. They lied to me. They poisoned me to kill me. And they destroyed all my fantasies about the Star Alliance. I advise you not to provoke them. They have a very strong influence in the dark cabin area. Although you are very powerful, you are still a person after all. Stop talking nonsense." Seeing that DeLeon had begun to interrogate Terry, Juliet became even more impatient. She kicked Yuancher and kicked him to the ground, stepped on his shoulder with one foot and asked viciously, "Tell me where they are? I, Juliet, will never let go of the people I promised to kill." Yuancher felt that his shoulders were about to be crushed. He pointed to the VIP room and said, "They should be there. At least Kona must be there." Juliet turned her head to look in the direction of DeLeon, and found that Terry was also pointing to the same VIP room. She thought it was not good and rushed to that room first. Yuancher shouted loudly, "Be careful of the magnetic defense wall." But Yuancher's reminder was too late. Juliet had already hit the magnetic protection wall at a speed he could not imagine. Just now, Yuancher had deeply experienced how strong the magnetic protection wall was. This is an energy field shield. The greater the impact force, the greater the reaction force. As long as the energy is continuous, human power is impossible to break through. However, Yuancher experienced too many magical things today. Juliet hit the magnetic protection wall, and the thing she imagined that she would be bounced back did not happen. The magnetic wall was pushed out by her to form a big bubble, and then it was torn apart at the impact point. The energy it endured exceeded the critical point, and the destruction of a single point triggered a chain reaction. The disorder of the magnetic energy field caused a gust of wind, which then produced a series of lightning that exploded around the fighting field. And then all the magnetic generators exploded one by one. The magnetic protective wall was violently destroyed by Juliet, and the explosion affected the surrounding spectators. Those who were ready to watch the excitement were finally scared and began to flee, leaving the original stone in a daze in the fighting field. Juliet turned into a residual shadow and broke into the VIP room where Kona was through the window. "Hey, who is Kona? Who is the master of the 2-horned rhino?" At this time, Kona didn't know what happened. In his opinion, Those who wanted to defraud him in the fighting field were all small characters. Now he only had eyes for the batch of arms of the Free Army. When the explosion sounded into the room, he realized that something uncontrollable had happened in the fighting field. And then a woman broke the window and jumped in. "Who is Kona?" Without waiting for anyone to respond, the automatic defense system was activated first. The two multi-barreled machine guns that were originally aimed at Ryan's group turned their muzzles and threw two fire whips at the woman who rushed in rashly. The dull sound of the heavy machine gun echoed in the room, and the golden shells fell like splashes. Everyone thought that the woman would be torn into pieces by the machine gun bullets. But something unexpected happened in front of them. The woman actually drew out her double swords and easily blocked the two bullets shot at her in another direction. She stood there and ignored the powerful impact of the heavy machine gun bullets. Her hand shook the sword slightly, and no bullet could threaten her. Is this something a human can do? Even if they don't believe it, the fact is happening in front of them. Kona, who reacted quickly, knew that the other party must have bad intentions to find him by name. He quickly retreated and ordered his men, "Hit her. Kill her quickly." The gunmen immediately turned their guns and aimed at the woman and pulled the trigger. Bullets and energy beams formed a barrage and enveloped Juliet. Juliet, who did not get an answer to her question, but was greeted by a barrage of bullets, had already noticed that Dalian and his men were rushing over here. She did not wait any longer, and her body accelerated to an elusive shadow in an instant. The black sword and the white sword flashed two rays of light in the air, and the two machine guns that were spraying bullets were cut in half. Then, there were all the gunmen who were shooting with guns. Juliet was not like Sophia, who would pursue some killing skills. The vampire sword guards were very elegant even in battle, especially the guards and maids who followed Dalian, who paid more attention to many details to show the king's majesty and kindness. Hell Angel Juliet didn't have so many taboos. She moved at high speed and slashed the gunman with the blade. The gunshot stopped almost at the same time, and the body of the man who was shooting just now was torn apart and blood spurted out. Juliet stopped and stood in the middle of the house with a sword in both hands. She looked around at the blood-stained walls and the trembling people. She asked in a faint tone, "Now someone tell me, who is Kona?" "It's him." Ryan reacted very quickly and immediately pointed at Kona, who wanted to escape from here. This powerful and perverted woman killed people so bloody, and it was obvious that she came to cause trouble for Kona. If we don't identify Kona quickly at this time, if the woman spots us, the broken limbs on the ground will be the fate of our people. Ryan did not forget to add, "Miss, you just saw that we are innocent people kidnapped by Kona." Juliet looked at Kona with his back against the door and said to Ryan, "I saw that you really have nothing to do with Kona. But it doesn't mean I won't kill you. You find a suitable weapon on the ground, and I will consider how to deal with you after I chop Kona." After that, Juliet flashed in front of Kona. At this time, Kona no longer had the prestige just now. His legs trembled and he begged desperately, "Please don't kill me. No matter which gang hired you to kill me, I can give you double the price. No one in the dark cabin area of Naiwan City is richer than me." Chapter 465, The Intertwining of Fates. Although Earthlings can be resurrected on the initial star after death in the star domain world, the cost of body reconstruction will be lost. Moreover, there will be a long vacuum period between reshaping the body on the initial star and returning to Naiwan City. The competition among gangs in the dark cabin area is very cruel. The time when Kona is away is enough for other gangs to completely devour his territory. Without territory, Kona is nothing here. However, Juliet doesn't care about Kona's money. She said, Juliet, don't ask for the price when killing people. I only look at my mood. I just promised the two-horned rhino to help him kill whoever he wants to kill. You are one. The other is his master. Where is the guy without a name? Are you a friend of the original stone? I think there must be some misunderstandings here. I am just the boss of this fighting arena. What I can do is just to arrange the players to compete on the stage. I have no direct relationship with the two-horned rhino. No matter what conflicts there are between the original stone and his master, it has nothing to do with me. I think I should call the original stone over. Maybe after listening to my explanation, he will change his mind. Kona did not immediately reveal the name and location of the original stone's owner. It was not because he was loyal. He knew that in this situation, if he revealed the information of another person, the woman in front of him would chop him without hesitation. As long as the conditions are good and he can survive, Kona can sell out anyone. Juliet smiled. No, He doesn't need to change his mind. I won't allow him to change his mind. Why should I kill one when I can kill 2 people? Come on. Where is that person? You want to kill someone? Okay. Kona understood that this woman just wanted to find a random reason to kill someone. No matter how she explained, she would die. Then, damn fatty, you made me lose so much money. So I'll let you be buried with me. Just when Kona was about to speak, the door behind him was slammed open. Terry rolled in from outside. When he got up, the first thing he saw was a room similar to a slaughterhouse. And then he collapsed to the ground in fear. De Leon then walked in, and couldn't help frowning at the bloody room. Juliet, De Leon said in a bad tone, control your behavior. Kona didn't die here. Did you? If you kill him, my money will be gone. Seeing De Leon, Juliet put away her swords, kicked Kona and said, well, this is Kona. I'll leave it to you. But I'll do the killing. De Leon ignored Juliet and continued to frown, letting her know that he was angry. He said to Kona on the ground, this is not a good place to talk. Let's go to the next room. After that, De Leon walked towards a wall, next to which was another VIP room. When De Leon approached the wall, Sophia rushed to the wall first, and with one hand, she pushed and opened a round hole in the metal wall that could accommodate 1 person. The people in this room had all been scared away when the gunshots rang out. De Leon sat on the sofa and looked at the fighting arena outside through the French window. Most of the spectators in the fighting arena also fled, and only a few brave ones were hiding in the corner and watching. Many thugs in the fighting arena gathered together. They knew that the enemy was in the VIP room, but they did not attack directly because Kona was also in it. Kona timidly walked in through the hole in the wall. Then came Ryan and his men. They had all seen Juliet's efficiency in killing people. If they escaped without permission, they might get killed. He saw that the boy behind him could obviously command the killer, and he seemed easy to talk to. Maybe he would let him leave safely. De Leon turned his gaze back to Kona and said, are you the boss of this fighting arena? Kona replied, yes, I am the person in charge of this fighting arena. I think there is a misunderstanding between us. The 2-horned rhino and I. De Leon interrupted Kona's explanation and said, I didn't come to you for the 2-horned rhino. And there is no misunderstanding between us. Just now your fighting arena announced that the last match was invalid, which made me lose a lot of money. I came to you to ask for an explanation. Please explain it to me. At this time, Kona finally remembered who the woman who killed so many of his men was. Juliet, the opponent of the 2-horned rhino in the last fighting match, and defeated the original stone. In order not to pay more than 10 million credit points for the bet, he asked the fighting arena to find a way to declare the match invalid. As a result, he really offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Speaking of money, Kona immediately said, I'm sorry. I was just dealing with an important matter, and didn't know that the fighting arena had done something that was detrimental to your interests. I will hold all the people involved accountable, and will fully compensate you for your losses. In addition, as long as you let Miss Juliet let me go, I can give you an additional 10 million credit points as mental compensation for you. I really don't know what just happened. No. He's lying. Ryan exposed Kona and said to De Leon, sir, don't believe Kona's lies. He doesn't say a word of truth. I was next to him just now, and I and everyone here heard with our own ears that it was Kona who asked the fighting arena to declare the match invalid. He is a despicable villain. Don't trust him. De Leon originally thought that everyone in the room was Kona's people, but now it seems that this group of people is obviously not. He asked curiously, who are you and why are you here? We are. Ryan was about to say that he was from the Slave Liberation Organization, but he looked at Juliet and said, we are friends of the 2-horned rhino Rough Stone. Kona, who was exposed, said angrily, they are the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization, and now Niwan City is arresting them everywhere. Ryan explained, it is precisely because we are the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization that we are friends of the 2-horned rhino Rough Stone, and friends of all 2-horned rhino slaves. This lady is willing to kill for the raw stone. You must also be people who sympathize with the native slaves. We are now being attacked by the government forces of Niwan City. I beg you to let us go. We were captured by Kona and have nothing to do with this fighting arena. Slave Liberation Organization? It was the first time that De Leon heard that there was such an organization within the Star Alliance. He suddenly became very interested in this organization. So he said to Ryan, since you are here, Don't rush to leave. Anyway, Niwen City is besieging you. And it is more dangerous to go out from here. But tell me what kind of organization the Slave Liberation Organization is. Maybe I can help you. Chapter 466 First Contact. Kona said that the government forces of Niwen City had entered the dark cabin area to encircle the Slave Liberation Organization. Ryan was very worried about his brother's safety at this time. But this strange force that suddenly appeared in the fighting field did not let him leave. The next room was like a hell of Shura. Even if there were many people, Ryan did not have the courage to force his way out. Wanting to gain sympathy and understanding, Ryan briefly introduced the Niwen City Slave Liberation Organization to Daliang. Finally, he said, when I was most confused in my life and was going deeper and deeper towards a road of no return, I got the help of an indigenous person. He taught me a lot of things and was a beacon on my life. Although the technology of the interstellar natives is lower than ours, their civilization is as respectable as ours. Most of the natives I have come into contact with are more humane than the Star Alliance people. On the contrary, many Star Alliance people are as indifferent as the Walking Dead. At that time, I began to help the natives, and then joined the Niwen City Slave Liberation Organization. Sir, I can see that you are a kind person. Now my comrades need my support, and I don't know if my brother is safe. I beg you to let us go. When Daliang knew that Niwen City was a city where the interstellar native slave trade was legal, he understood what Murphy of the Scarab Company was planning. Daliang was not angry because of this. After all, negotiations involving fate would certainly be done at all costs. In addition, he really felt the pressure in this interstellar city. The Great Tomb could only use a few high-end combat forces. And wars, especially long-lasting wars, could not be fought by a few high-end combat forces. The universe is so big that the Star Alliance has an absolute strategic advantage in the war against the Order Star. Once the human wave tactics are used, the military forces of the Great Tomb can only passively fight and run around. Therefore, in addition to actively improving its own military strength, Daliang is also seeking to disperse the strength of the Star Alliance through other means, so that the founding company cannot concentrate all its strength on the conflict against the Order Star. This visit to the Star Alliance to meet with Scarab Company was for this purpose. Daliang wanted to establish a stable trade cooperation channel with Scarab Company to obtain a golden blood transfusion line for the Great Tomb. In addition, he also wanted to investigate Scarab Company to see if it has the strength to become a higher-level strategic partner. But now, there is basically no problem with business cooperation. Although everyone argued fiercely at the negotiation table, they were actually actively promoting this cooperation. It was just a matter of who got more benefits in the end. As for going further, Daliang felt that Scarab Company had not yet challenged the strength of the founding company. At least in the short term, the Scarab Company is not qualified to let the Order Star, the representative of the world, reposition the bilateral relationship with them. This Star Alliance company can only be a ginseng for survival at a critical moment, and cannot be a magic pill for resurrection. The Slave Liberation Organization encountered this time undoubtedly made Daliang see another way. The Star Alliance has been developing the universe for more than 2,000 years, and has discovered hundreds of natural life planets, including dozens of planets that have evolved advanced intelligent life forms. These advanced life forms are collectively called interstellar natives by the Star Alliance, and a large number of natives are requisitioned to join the Star Alliance's construction army to explore the universe. The Star Alliance people discriminate against the natives and low-level civilizations, which they themselves admit. Many Star Alliance interstellar cities have clearly legislated to recognize the legality of the indigenous slave trade, although the vast majority of interstellar cities have not clearly defined whether the indigenous slave trade is legal. They recognize that slaves are the legal property of slave owners. So far, there has not been a star city that has truly legislated to prohibit the indigenous slave trade. Only a few cities are willing to accept escaped slaves and will try their best to apply for the Star Alliance Freeman Certificate for them. Although the interstellar natives are at the bottom of society within the Star Alliance, they have a very large population base. Moreover, the contradiction between the interstellar natives and the Star Alliance people is natural, and where there is a contradiction there will be friction. The Slave Liberation Organization in Niwen City has reached the point where the city needs to mobilize the army to encircle and suppress it, which means that they already have a relatively strong military force and have made Niwen City feel threatened. This is just one slave liberation organization. According to Ryan, there are many slave liberation organizations in other Star Alliance cities, and their conflicts with the rulers are gradually intensifying. and have risen to the point where they have to be resolved by force. Perhaps the sparks of these frictions are still very weak, and most Star Alliance people don't even know what is happening inside their city. But for De Liang, it means no less than the ongoing negotiations between himself and Scarab Company. A single spark can start a prairie fire, and we should let it burn more vigorously. However, De Liang did not show any eagerness to contact the Slave Liberation Organization. His current identity is Master Liang, and he must play this role well. So when Ryan pleaded again, De Liang thought for a while and replied, "As a member of the Star Alliance, I also sympathize with the plight of the natives. My men even lose control when they see the natives being treated unfairly. Sometimes they lose control. I apologize for delaying your time to rescue your companions here. You can leave now." Seeing that the other party let him go so easily, Ryan was extremely happy, and he immediately walked out with his men. At this time, De Liang called him again and said, "If you need help, you can find me on the Gus Mord at the airport terminal. Just ask for Master Leon of the Blackfire Company." Blackfire Company? Ryan didn't find the name of this company in his memory. It was probably a small Star Alliance company. Being able to make a friend who was willing to lend a hand at this time, Ryan thanked De Liang again, and then hurriedly left with his people. The room immediately became empty, and De Liang turned to Kona and asked, "Why do slave liberation organizations have so many people here at this time? Don't try to lie to me. I saw the appearance of the next room. Ryan brought people to negotiate with you. They didn't bring weapons, probably because your relationship was not tense, and he was confident that you wouldn't dare to attack them. But you suddenly turned against them and controlled them. Tell me, what did you talk about?" Kona would not easily tell others about the Free Army's weapons compartment. He secretly looked out the window, and the thugs in the fighting field were gradually surrounding him with weapons. De Liang also saw the people outside. He waved his hand and said, "Juliet, all the people with weapons outside are yours. Don't let anyone disturb Mr. Kona's thoughts." "Okay." Juliet, who had just looked depressed, immediately changed her expression. The bright smile made Kona's pores close. Juliet, who received the order, drew out her double swords and broke through the window and rushed out. Red blood splashed high outside the window. De Liang said to Kona, "Have you thought clearly about what you want to say to me now?" Chapter 467 Clues. Except for sporadic gunshots, no screams could be heard. Kona knew that what had just happened in the next room was happening in the entire fighting arena. No one here could stop the bloodthirsty killer, and the fighting arena would become a hell filled with blood today. I say. Kona's spirit was extremely depressed, and he said, "I have indeed always had a good cooperation with the Slave Liberation Organization, but the Niwen City Defense Force found me and asked me to cooperate with them to encircle and suppress Ryan's base. So I found a reason to trick Ryan out, hoping to capture him in exchange for the bounty offered by the City Defense Force. I know I did something wrong. I also sympathize with the natives. I am willing to compensate you. No matter how much money you want, I am willing to give it, as long as you don't kill me." Kona still made a final resistance. His men were slaughtered, and the fighting arena could not be opened in the future, but he would have to stay in the dark cabin area whether he lived or died. In the current situation of Niwen City, the batch of arms of the Free Army will definitely not be transported out in a short time. Kona still has illusions about the weapons cabin, and he still wants to turn over. "You are very dishonest." De Liang stared at Kona and said, "I believe that others lured Ryan for the bounty, but you are a well-known person in the dark cabin area, and Ryan is just a small leader of a stronghold of the Slave Liberation Organization. No matter how high the bounty Niwen City can offer for him, it is worth it for you to lure him in person. You know the situation in the dark cabin better than I do. Are you so sure that Niwen City can completely eliminate them, and there is no need to worry about their revenge on you? Tell me again, how much is Ryan worth that makes you willing to bear the stigma of a traitor in front of the gangs in the dark cabin?" De Liang's question left Kona speechless. In the face of the overall situation, many gangs in the dark cabin stabbed the Slave Liberation Organization in the back, but none of them publicly said that I reported you. The Slave Liberation Organization is very powerful in the dark cabin. Almost all the natives living here are supported by the Slave Liberation Organization. In addition, many left-wing members of the Star Alliance support them and become the backbone of the organization. The military action of Niwen City in the dark cabin area can strike the Slave Liberation Organization, but it is impossible to eliminate them. The complex terrain here has too many places for members of the Slave Liberation Organization to hide. And many people are willing to provide intelligence and cover for them. Anyone who publicly betrays the Slave Liberation Organization at this time will definitely face retaliation in the future. If Kona captures the leader of the Slave Liberation Organization this time, he can also exchange it for a high reward and protection from Niwen City. What's the point of capturing the person in charge of a stronghold? The City Defense Army has already sent troops to attack. Do you need to capture these dozen people? Therefore, Dalian did not believe that Kona wanted to use Ryan to collect the bounty. A Ryan bounty was too small for this fighting arena. After being exposed, Kona's face became strange. Hearing the sound outside gradually subsided. He was very hesitant. Dalian said at this time, 30 million federal credit points of compensation. You can live. My people will ensure that no one invades your territory while you rebuild the fighting arena. In addition, I will let the Slave Liberation Organization not pursue your offense against them this time. I just want you to tell me the truth. This is your last chance. Ryan has left, and it is unknown whether he can get the arms. Kona was holding on to the arms because he saw the loss of his territory and regarded the arms as a life-saving straw. Now Dalian promised to help him keep the territory. And money and other things were nothing. You didn't lie to me? When Kona asked Dalian, Juliet finished her work and returned to the room. The murderous intent she had raised had calmed down a lot. Seeing Dalian wanted to spare Kona, she said, I promised the two-horned rhino to kill his master in Kona. Kona must die. Facing Kona, who retreated again, Dalian added, then you die once. Anyway, you are a hero again after returning from the initial star. As compensation, you can let Juliet help you kill 2 people. 1 life for 2 lives. You've made a profit. It's not easy to hire a high-level killer like Juliet. Kona also thinks that a killer like Juliet, who is extremely powerful, clean and efficient, and will not be bribed is really hard to hire. But I have to die once. Isn't it just 1 death? I can defend my territory and have 2 more killing targets, which is definitely a profit. Okay, I say. So Kona told Dalian about the internal slave liberation organizations of the Star Alliance connecting to form the Free Army. As for the batch of arms prepared by the slave liberation organizations in Niwen City for the Free Army, Kona also told Dalian about the intelligence he knew. The quantity of this batch of arms is very large. It is hidden in a warehouse at the dock. I only know that Ryan must know the location of the weapons compartment. Also, if the existence of these weapons is known to Niwen City, they can also find them after a thorough investigation of the dock warehouse. If you want this batch of arms, you need to ask Ryan for the location of the weapons compartment as soon as possible. I can provide a new safe warehouse for weapons transfer. The matter of the Free Army is another important intelligence for Dalian. This also explains why Niwen City is so eager to eliminate the slave liberation organization hidden in the city. This thorn has become a dagger stabbed in his heart. The intensification of racial conflicts within the Star Alliance is more serious than Dalian imagined. This is no longer a spark, but a prairie fire. It's just that the fire started a little suddenly. It's not a simple matter to connect many independent slave liberation organizations. This is a very large organization. It takes a long time to clarify the internal structure and functions. Not to mention the formation of an army directly under the organization. And the army is formed under the eyes of slave traders. Through Kona's narration, Niwen City only knows that the Free Army is about to be established. It is certain that when this news came out, this army must have already existed and formed a certain combat effectiveness. This batch of arms is just the icing on the cake. The Free Army of this star field will definitely not be unable to be established without this batch of arms. Now Niwen City does not know the size of this Free Army, and does not know which area they control. It seems that it is actively encircling the Slave Liberation Organization in the city. But in fact, in terms of the strategy of the Free Army, Niwen City is already in a very passive position. As a large Star Alliance company, the Scarab Company actually brought itself to Niwen City at this time. It is obvious that it has not yet realized that this slave liberation movement that can no longer be suppressed and will affect the entire Star Alliance will break out. Is the intelligence system of the Scarab Company so closed? The first thing that Dalian felt at this time was the terrorist organization capabilities of the Free Army. He did not believe that a group of independent slave liberation organizations could accomplish so many things without the entire Star Alliance noticing. There must be a hand behind this. Chapter 468 Settling Down. Jessica, Vincent, and Eliza followed Sinclair and left the apartment building engulfed by flames through a secret passage. Under the joint blockade of the guards and the automatic defense system, most people in the base were evacuated safely. The sound of the battle gradually faded away, and everyone kept order and walked silently along the remote alley. Then, they got on the various vehicles that came to meet them and drove towards the open shelter. "Why are there only 3 of you left?" That Sinclair, who had been nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief after sitting in the closed transport vehicle. Then he noticed that there was one less stranger out of the original 4. Sinclair looked at the other dozen people in the car, and after not finding the somewhat sturdy man, he asked Jessica, "Did your companion fall behind?" Jessica didn't know what Solomon had found, and insisted on staying there. She explained to Sinclair, "Are you asking about Solomon?" "Yes. He didn't catch up. But there is no need to worry too much about him. He is very capable, and can take care of himself." "Where are we going now?" Someone in the car distributed blankets, and Sinclair handed one to Jessica, and then said, "We can only pray that your friend is safe. And my brother. I hope he is also fine. We are heading to the evacuation point. You now know that the Slave Liberation Organization is going to set up the Freedom Army, and the political demands of the interstellar natives will take more violent means. The personnel of the Slave Liberation Organization in Niwan City will be greatly streamlined. There is no need for too many people here. Non-essential personnel will be evacuated from the city and incorporated into the Freedom Army system. I don't know who you are, but if you really have no other intentions towards the Slave Liberation Organization, don't act hostilely. Someone will check you in a while, and you must hand over your weapons and some personal belongings. The purpose of our Freedom Army is not to be an enemy of the Star Alliance. As long as we can confirm that you are not an enemy, someone will send you to a safe place, and your things will be returned to you." Jessica and Vincent's weapons were in their own private spaces, and Eliza was only wearing a bracelet-type personal terminal. The 3 of them were empty-handed, and did not seem to be holding dangerous weapons, which was also the reason why Sinclair reduced his hostility towards them. The bad roads often caused some vibrations when the vehicles were driving, and because the equipment in the dark cabin area was old, the temperature in some places would drop suddenly. Jessica wrapped herself in a blanket and said to Sinclair, "Of course we are not enemies. I just said that I think the cause you are doing is very great, and I just want to do my part. But you showed up?" Sinclair was very upset about Jessica and the others suddenly appearing in his room. But seeing the charming and sincere girl in front of him, the young Sinclair made an important decision. He whispered to Jessica, "Remember, no matter who asks you, you should say you are my friends. I brought you into the residence. You must say so. Bringing non-organized people into an important base within the organization is a serious violation of regulations." But Sinclair knew that if he didn't do this, when the organization was under attack by the Niwan City Defense Force, he would never let these 3 suspicious people go easily. Sinclair felt that Jessica was not a bad person, and he didn't want to see such a beautiful girl encounter an accident. "Thank you. I know what to do." The convoy continued to drive. They took the most remote road, and the sound of fighting came from afar from time to time. The Niwan City Defense Force was encircling the Slave Liberation Organization with all its strength. But the special environment of the dark cabin area allowed most of the people in the Liberation Organization to escape. More and more vehicles joined the convoy, and some natives who wanted to join the Free Army also followed with their own cars with weapons. Soon, the huge convoy was dispersed again under deployment, and the vehicle Jessica and her friends were riding in turned into a newly opened shelter. There are more professional armed personnel here. They were individual mechas to command armed robots to control the key points of the entire shelter, while guarding against possible attacks from outside. Also guard against people inside. This attack caused chaos in the entire Slave Liberation Organization. Those who followed the retreat included people from the Liberation Organization, slaves who had just been rescued, peripheral personnel serving the organization, family members of people inside the organization, and people who didn't know what was going on and were frightened by the sudden battle on the road and ran with the convoy. These people must be identified in time, and their weapons and personal belongings must be confiscated to prevent spies from leaking the location here. New vehicles parked in the isolation area, where there was a signal jammer to block all signals from being sent out. And then the security personnel asked everyone to get off the car. "Friends, you are safe for the time being. Now please come out in an orderly manner. Keep your breathing steady, and don't make any big movements. After passing the security check, you can get food and shelter. After getting off the bus, Jessica and the others were also asked to register and undergo inspection. Please put everything on the plate. Tell us your name. Identity. Jessica slowly took off her jewelry and looked around. This is a large warehouse. Very empty. At this time, there are many vehicles of various types parked in the warehouse, both civilian and military. Some people who arrived first have been settled, and simple tents are being built over there. Someone directed the robot to move the boxes that had just been unpacked to distribute daily necessities. There were also vehicles driving in from the half-open warehouse door. In such a short time after the attack, the shelter was able to operate. Jessica couldn't help but look at this slave liberation organization with new eyes. Hurry up. Put your things on the plate. Seeing Jessica's unhurried pace, the person sitting behind the registration desk became impatient, especially seeing that Jessica didn't look like someone living in the dark cabin area. He had already thought of calling the guards over. At this time, Sinclair ran over and explained, "They are with me. Miss Jessica is my friend. She is a good person." The recorder knew Sinclair. He didn't know when this boy knew this lady, who was obviously not from an ordinary wealthy family. But since he had guaranteed her, the recorder didn't make it difficult for Jessica. After all, there were many people waiting to register. After Jessica put the jewelry on the tray, the recorder poured it into a plastic bag and asked, "What's your name and your identity?" "Jessica." Jessica replied, "I am the granddaughter of the owner of the Blackfire Company. This gentleman is Vincent, my private tutor. This lady is Eliza, the special consultant of the Blackfire Company, and my tour guide for this trip to Nowin City." The recorder didn't know which Star Alliance company Blackfire was from, but he heard some doubts. So he asked, "You are not from Nowin City. So how do you know Sinclair? We who work hard for food in the dark cabin area don't have many opportunities to meet big shots like you. And big shots from outside." When the recorder asked Jessica, he also looked at Sinclair, who hesitated and didn't know how to explain. When the recorder was about to call the guards, someone shouted Sinclair's name. It was Ryan. After he came out of the fighting field, he contacted his superiors and knew that the base he presided over was occupied. Ryan, who was worried about his brother's safety, drove to the shelter. Seeing that his brother was safe and sound, Ryan finally felt relieved. Ryan gave Sinclair a big hug and said happily, "I knew you were so smart. You must be fine. Come on. I have something for you to do." The recorder stopped Ryan and said, "Ryan, I know Sinclair is your brother, but he must explain the matter between him and the lady of Blackfire Company. I think you will also be very concerned about why these strangers appeared in your retreating vehicle." "What company?" Ryan's face, which was just full of smiles, immediately became serious. The recorder looked at his records and confirmed, "Although I didn't find Blackfire Company in the Star Alliance's registered directory, these ladies did say that she was the granddaughter of the owner of Blackfire Company. Did I record it correctly? Miss Jessica. Blackfire Company." When Ryan repeated the name, the tragedy that happened in the fighting arena was recalled. He never wanted to see the woman who was happier the more she killed people. But he didn't expect to hear the name Blackfire Company again so soon. "Maybe it's not the same company." Ryan asked Jessica, "Miss Jessica, do you know Master Liang?" Jessica was very confused about how Ryan knew Master Liang. Jessica was quite familiar with Master Liang. He was a very successful businessman in Saroying and later became a very important business partner of Sir Charles. Charles often praised Master Liang's business acumen in front of Jessica. Later, after Miesher appeared, Jessica knew that Master Liang and Eliza were both from the Star Alliance. He even donated the Blackfire Company he founded to Miesher in order to gain his own interests on the Order Star. Master Liang was also a member of the Blackfire Company's delegation, but he had been staying with his subordinates on the Black Pearl and rarely showed up. Jessica and young Master Liang didn't have much interaction. At most they would just say hello to each other when they met. It's just that young Master Liang always gave Jessica a very special feeling. Ryan knew from Jessica's expression that she knew young Master Liang. And he asked, "Is there anything inconvenient to say?" Jessica came back to her senses and replied, "No, there is nothing inconvenient. Young Master Liang is an important shareholder of Blackfire Company, and most of the company's internal business activities are managed by young Master Liang. He is my grandfather's right-hand man." Feeling shocked, Ryan asked again, "Then Juliet, what position does Miss Juliet hold in Blackfire Company?" Juliet. Jessica thought of the woman who often appeared beside Master Liang, and she said, "I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with the people inside Blackfire Company. I only know that Juliet has a twin sister named Juliet. Eliza, can you help me answer this gentleman's question? Eliza said, Master Liang is now the CEO of Blackfire Company. Miss Juliet and Miss Julian are Master Liang's personal attendants. Their positions in the company are administrative secretaries in the president's office. I don't know where this gentleman met Master Liang. Ryan felt that his head was about to explode. Juliet, the killer, obviously has a strengthening gene of no less than a level. She is so bloody and vicious. But she is just an administrative secretary in the president's office in Blackfire Company. Young Master Liang, who can order Juliet around at will, is just a CEO. What level of company is this? As the granddaughter of a company owner, she actually disdains to know Juliet's position in the company with such a powerful force. The introduction of young Master Liang is just an important shareholder of the company and a capable assistant of his grandfather. What is the origin of Blackfire Company? No matter what the background of Blackfire Company is, during this period, as long as the Blackfire Company does not regard the Slave Liberation Organization as an enemy, they must not offend them. Especially since Jessica is a heavyweight in the Blackfire Company. Ryan absolutely does not want to imagine what will happen when Juliet appears here. Master Liang is a very good person. He just saved me and my brothers. I owe you a favor for the Blackfire Company. Then Ryan said to the recorder, Don't get entangled in this matter. I am fully responsible for Miss Jessica's affairs. No matter who has any questions, let him come to me directly. Ryan used the momentum of the former gang boss to calm the recorder, and then said to Jessica kindly, My name is Ryan, and I am Sinclair's brother. Please follow me. It's very chaotic outside. There are city defense troops everywhere, and some gangs are taking advantage of the situation to rob. It's not safe for you to leave now. I'll settle you here first. Please don't be disgusted by the simplicity here. I'll contact Blackfire Company as soon as possible, and then send you to your spaceship. Is it called Gust? Yes, it's called Gust, Jessica answered politely, and then followed Ryan to the depths of the warehouse. With Ryan's care, Jessica and the others got a separate camping tent. The space is more than 10 square meters, and the maximum height can reach 4 meters, and the room can be divided by itself. There are independent energy storage, water recycling system, and air generation system. There are also some necessary furniture and simple life support cabins and medical cabins. During this period, Sinclair sent some food and clean bedding. Ryan told me, if it weren't for the help of Master Liang from the Blackfire Company, he wouldn't be able to come back today. I can now be sure that you are all good people. Tell me if you need anything. I will try my best to help you find it. After Sinclair left, Eliza couldn't help but say, We have been involved in a big trouble. The Slave Liberation Organization and the slave traders have already started a war. Now it is very dangerous here. The Niwan City Defense Force may attack at any time. We should leave. Leave immediately. Jessica was interested in decorating the room with the blocks that came with the tent. She said excitedly, This is really a good thing. If Sir Charles and I had such a tent when we were adventuring, we wouldn't have suffered so much. I think we should buy some and sell them to those adventurers. Eliza looked at Vincent again. Vincent also fiddled with the little things in the tent. He said, Don't worry. Everything is under control. We have to believe in Her Royal Highness. This is the path that must be taken to become a great leader. Chapter 469 Temptation. After Juliet sent Kona back to the starting star with a sword, the entire fighting field finally returned to silence. On the stands outside, there were corpses cut into 2 pieces everywhere, and gunshots and explosions continued to be heard from the distant streets. At this time, the 2-horned rhino Yuanshi knocked on the door and walked in. His huge body seemed quite clumsy when passing through the relatively narrow door. Looking at Kona's body lying in the middle of the room, Yuanshi was not too excited. He saluted Juliet with tribal etiquette and said, Thank you, Miss Juliet, who is as fast as lightning. I will do my best to repay your kindness to me. Juliet looked indifferent and said to the stone, No need to thank me. I owe you. Juliet, can owe you anything, but not a head. Connor, I have killed him for you. Of course, he will come back soon. The Star Alliance people are so scoundrel. As for your master, I have found out his whereabouts, and he will definitely not escape. The 2-horned rhino had a slightly strange expression, and was a little afraid of Juliet's murder. But he still took a breath and asked, Miss Juliet, I want to know who resurrected me and gave me a new life. I saw that she had a pair of extremely sacred wings, looking at the humble me with pity like a god. I will regard her as my only faith, and I am willing to give her everything I have. At this time, Julian was afraid that his sister would talk nonsense. So he said, "It is the Lord of Order who resurrected you. God does not need you to sacrifice anything. Cherish your new life. Leave here, and do what you want to do." The original stone looked at Julian and stared at her. When he was dying, he saw the god shrouded in a holy white light. He could only see the beautiful wings and golden hair. But the temperament and long golden curly hair exuded by Julian made the original stone overlap her image with the image of the god. Realizing something, the original stone did not pursue further. He stepped back and saluted Julian, saying, "Thank you. Although I am extremely humble in the eyes of God. God is my entire sky." After that, the two-horned rhino original stone left. Julian said to Dalian, "I saw that the two-horned rhino is a simple race. I have a hunch that we will see this two-horned rhino again. I can see that you appreciate the original stone. If you want to help him or the two-horned rhino race, I am willing to support you." Dalian knew that Julian could see a lot of spiritual things when he performed the resurrection spell on the original stone. It will also leave a sacred mark in it, which will affect the future development of the resurrected person to a certain extent. Julian rarely praises anything. Dalian can feel that this angel likes the two-horned rhinoceros, so he is willing to provide some help to Julian against the two-horned rhinoceros. After making a promise to Julian, Dalian turned to Stephen and said, "The matter here has been resolved. Now I have 30 million federal credit points. I want to spend all these credit points. Do you have any suggestions?" As a guide, Stephen has never suffered such a big blow. The guests he brought killed everyone in the fighting arena, including Kona, the owner of the fighting arena. It is conceivable what he will face when these people come back from the initial planet. Those villains may not dare to provoke these mysterious people again, but they will definitely make trouble for him. At the same time, he did not expect that Juliet, who looked like a girl next door, had another look. The scene of blood splashing when the sword swept across was probably something Stephen would never forget. And in the conversation with the two-horned rhino original stone, resurrection was even brought up. Stephen didn't know what happened specifically. It seemed that the original stone died and was resurrected by these mysterious guests. There were too many things that could not be explained. He only knew that he was really in a big trouble, which might not only make him unable to survive in Niwen City, but also put himself in crisis on the Earth side. When Dalian asked, Stephen said with some fear, "Sir, I am not suitable to continue to be your guide. I am just a small person, making a living in Niwen City. If I continue to stay with you, Kona will definitely find me out after you leave." Dalian said, "Stephen, before meeting me, you were really just a very inconspicuous little person in Niwen City, accompanying guests of different personalities, earning a negligible salary, and enduring the bullying of a small character like Terry. You are willing to be ordinary all the time. And when you are old, you find that you have no experience worth bragging about. You can see that following us will definitely bring a lot of trouble. But you should also be able to see opportunities that are equal to the trouble. The door is there. If you want to continue your previous life, you can leave now. I will hire another guide through your company. He will replace you and take the road you dare not take. If you want your life to have some ups and downs, continue to perform your duties." Dalian's words made Stephen very entangled. He was right. Danger and opportunity coexist. With a group of extremely strong subordinates, the identity of this young Master Liang is definitely not ordinary. As long as you follow them, something that will change your life may happen. In fact, your fate has already changed. If I leave now, someone else will definitely take my place. Will I regret it after that person takes away what should belong to me? Look at Juliet, who has regained her composure. Julian, who is full of integrity. And Sophia, who is always cold as ice. Finally, looking at Master Liang again, Stephen suddenly felt that he was facing a demon who was leading him into the abyss with a sweet apple. I can't refuse the temptation. Well, I also think I should try my luck while I can still fight. Stephen, like a gambler, bet his own fortune and said, "Master Liang, what do you want to buy? I am very familiar with all the places in Niwen City." While Dalian was thinking about what equipment and technology he needed, Julian whispered in his ear, "Solomon said he has something important to see you about." "Solomon? Isn't he playing with Jessica and the others in Niwen City? What could be going on at this time?" But the important thing Solomon said must be very important. Daliang said to Stephen, "Let's stop here today. Go back and help me think about what 30 million credit points can buy for purchasing aerospace technology and equipment. I know these credit points are not much. So please help me think about other ideas for making money quickly. See you tomorrow." Chapter 471 Year's Match. After leaving the fighting arena, Daliang led the team back to the Black Pearl. At this time, the Black Pearl was still docked on the side of the Rafale interstellar cruiser, hiding itself from the attention of the Niwan City airport, quietly collecting all kinds of data that it thought it needed. Daliang, who came back, saw Solomon waiting here. He sat in the chair first, then took a glass of fruit milk from Sophia, drank a sip and asked Solomon, "How is Jessica playing? What did you find?" Solomon said respectfully to Daliang, "Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness is now with the people of the Niwan City Slave Liberation Organization. Master Vincent is with her. You can rest assured of Her Royal Highness's safety. I came back this time because I found traces of angels here." Daliang didn't expect Jessica to also encounter the Slave Liberation Organization. It seems that this organization is really destined for him. But the traces of angels mentioned by Solomon made Daliang even more curious. Who could it be? Does Julian know him? Daliang looked at Julian beside him and said to Solomon, "Be more specific." Solomon took out a TV projector from his private space, placed it on the table in front of Daliang, and then fiddled with this unfamiliar machine with his hands and feet, in order to let Daliang see what he saw. Solomon specially consulted a soldier of the Niwan City Defense Force, who broke in after watching the game. After the persuasion of tearing apart 5 armed robots with one hand, the soldier patiently taught Solomon how to use the machine and save the game. After some debugging, the TV showed images. This is a fighting match, which is more formal than the black boxing ring in Bicona. The venue is a small island with various artificial terrains. At the beginning of the game, both players enter the island randomly, and then track their opponents. The one who defeats the opponent within the specified time wins. At the beginning of the game, the players who entered the arena used micro-wormhole transmission technology to occupy favorable terrain. And then the drones of both sides deployed formations. When players are moving, they will try to use micro-wormholes to prevent themselves from being discovered by the opponent's drones due to excessive exposure of their tracks. In the early stage, this kind of tracking and anti-tracking, as well as the competition between drones, is very boring in the eyes of the heroes of the Great Tomb. The application of low-level space skills will only expose oneself when used. Even Yusei, who has mastered the track of time and space, will not use space skills in this way. It can only be said that the Star Alliance has just started in the micro-application of space. However, since Solomon asked everyone to watch this game, there must be something special in it. So everyone continued to watch it patiently. Not long after, both sides of the game found their opponents almost at the same time. And then a short battle broke out instantly. Micro-wormholes were constantly opening in a small space, and the engines on the individual mechas sprayed in all directions. The two players appeared and dodged like interlaced butterflies. Long and short guns shot at the limit, and micro-missiles chased like petals spreading bait. When the two sides of the game used shooting weapons to tilt bullets at each other, one of the players would actively use micro-wormholes to teleport and pull the opponent into close combat. Although the melee weapon used by this player was a long dagger. When seeing some of her movements, Julian said very confidently, she used angel combat skills. Although there is no holy energy, some of her movements are obviously from Cloud City. Solomon also said, yes, she did use angel combat skills. But she is definitely not an angel. Her movements are more like a novice, who is just learning angel combat skills. There are heroes from the Order world within the Star Alliance, and there may be angels among them. It is not impossible that she has won the favor of that angel. What puzzles me is, it is impossible to learn angel combat skills without mastering divine energy. She uses the engine power of a single soldier mecha instead of angel wings to complete the movements of angel combat skills, which means that she has a very high talent and her divine energy has reached a very high level. Not only does she have the guidance of an angel, she is also only one step away from becoming an angel. Daliang looked at Julian again, wanting to hear her comments. Julian stared at the girl who won on TV, frowned and said, I agree with Solomon's judgment. She is very talented. In addition to the light element, she is only one pair of angel wings away from becoming an angel. This is interesting. Daliang saw the identity of the winning contestant, Wang Yi. the finalist of the Scarab Company's Universe's Strongest King competition. Dalian, who had just complained about the contestants' application of space technology, couldn't help but fall into thought after realizing Wang Yi's potential. People like Wang Yi are a common phenomenon in the Star Alliance, and are just an exception. She is from Scarab Company. Does it mean that Scarab Company has made an amazing breakthrough in the study of angels? Or is it due to other reasons? There is really too little to be seen from a video of a game. We need to conduct a comprehensive investigation on this Star Alliance member named Wang Yi. Dalian believes that this matter cannot be left alone. Even if the venue of the Strongest King competition is on the initial star, someone must be sent to investigate the matter. But who should be sent? I still need to conduct the next negotiation with Scarab Company, so I definitely can't go. Solomon must stay with Miesher and can't leave easily. Moreover, he is a fallen angel. If the other party is an angel before the establishment of the Order World, I am afraid that they will fight each other when they meet. Julian. She can't move. Juliet. No need to think about it. Sophia. At this time, Dalian found that it was not a question of who to send, but how to get to the initial star. The Star Alliance regards the initial star as its heart. Even if the internal management of the Star Alliance is chaotic, all starships going to the initial star will be strictly inspected. No interstellar natives are allowed to enter the initial star without reliable internal personnel. Angels, fallen angels, vampire sword guards, no matter how human-like they look, can they pass the inspection smoothly? For the sake of safety, the candidates who will go to the initial star to investigate Wang Yi must be human. There is no difference between the human race of the Order Star and the Star Alliance. So, the only people that Dalian can use now are Jessica and Vincent. They are at the Slave Liberation Organization at this time, and they can enter the initial star secretly through this line. The entire route from Nylon City Airport to the initial star is the wormhole post-trunk line. As long as there is no obstruction when passing through the airport, it won't take too long to get from here to the initial star. If everything goes well, you could also investigate who is behind the Slave Freedom Army. After thinking it through, Dalian said to Sophia, arrange 2 vampire guards to follow Cindy to protect Jessica, and let Jessica and Master Vincent go to the initial star of the Star Alliance to check on Wang Yi and the Angel. Eliza, let her go to the initial star with us. She is a Star Alliance member, which will save a lot of trouble. Tell her that I don't want anyone from the Scarab Company to know about this, and she knows what to do. Chapter 471 Jessica's Thoughts. After staying in the shelter provided by the Slave Liberation Organization for one night, Jessica received an order from the King of Destruction from the 2 vampire guards sent by the organization. Find a way to go to the initial star of the Star Alliance through the Slave Liberation Organization and investigate Wang Yi, a player of the Scarab Company team who participated in the Strongest King competition. Find out why this Star Alliance woman obtained the divine energy and find the angel who taught her. If there is time and clues, investigate again which party is secretly supporting the Slave Liberation Freedom Army. This is not the main task. Everything is based on investigating Wang Yi. Eliza also received a warning from the King of Destruction. Master Vincent checked the magic sentinels that had been placed, and after confirming that no one noticed the tent, he said to Jessica, it can be seen that His Majesty attaches great importance to this Star Alliance person who has obtained the divine energy. We need to go to the initial star of the Star Alliance as soon as possible. Ms. Eliza, do you have any questions? Everyone knows that although Eliza works at the Black Fire Company, her heart is inclined to the Scarab Company. This trip to the initial star of the Star Alliance must be kept secret by Eliza. When Eliza learned that the King of Destruction was going to send people to the initial star, she was very resistant in her heart. After all, this planet is the intermediary between the Earth and the Star World, and it must not be easily exposed to the interstellar natives. Since its establishment, the Star Alliance has strictly prohibited interstellar natives from approaching the initial star. If this matter is exposed, not only will he be severely punished by the Star Alliance, but the Scarab Company will also pay a heavy price for it. But Wang Yi is a member of the Scarab Company, and she is now involved with the Angel. If this matter is not clarified, it will inevitably affect the ongoing meeting between the 2 parties. Eliza quickly used her authority in the Scarab Company to retrieve Wang Yi's information. She was incorporated into the Internal Security Force and joined the Scarab Company's Strongest King team. But it was just a recent thing. Before that, she was a member of Kirk's Advanced Special Forces against the Order Star. Before that, Wang Yi was a prominent mercenary in the company's security force. It is hard to tell from the information alone. And I wonder if the Scarab Company knows about the existence of an angel. After some consideration, Eliza said, "It is too risky to take you to the initial star. The more people there are, the easier it is to be exposed, especially the non-human guards around His Highness. Once it is discovered that they are different from humans, we will all be trapped on the initial star. If only His Highness and Master Vincent go to the initial star, I can be your guide. I won't go if there is one more person. And you have to promise me that you will never do anything that harms the interests of the Earthlings except for the tasks in the mission." Elisa didn't know whether the bodyguard sent by the King of Destruction had other purposes. She only knew that Jessica was kind-hearted and Vincent was a scholar with his own principles. What they promised was basically trustworthy. If Cindy and the other 2 vampire guards were to stay, the guards around Jessica would be greatly reduced. Although Vincent was also a 15th level hero, he was alone, and it was inevitable that he would not be able to take good care of her. But Elisa's attitude was very firm. "Okay, I'll report this to His Majesty, and he'll make the decision." Just as Master Vincent was about to use magic communication to contact the Black Pearl, Jessica said, "Just do as Ms. Eliza said. Too many people going to the initial star will only increase the risk of exposing us. We're just investigating this time, not fighting. Master Vincent and I are enough." After practicing magic with Master Vincent, Jessica had a deeper understanding of magic. Her talent was good, and with the cultivation of the Great Tomb's magic resources that were not consumed, Jessica's magic level had reached level 12. At the top of the mage, if she goes one step further, she can become a great magician of level 13. Jessica's own strength is not weak, but there are too many heroes and creatures above level 13 in the Great Tomb, which makes her look like a princess in urgent need of protection. This treatment makes Jessica very uncomfortable. You know, when she followed Sir Charles on an adventure, she experienced many crises. This time she is going to the initial star, the core of an interstellar civilization, and she doesn't want to ruin this adventure for other reasons. Vincent finally worriedly said, "Your Highness, this is related to your safety. I think I should ask His Majesty for his opinion." Jessica has walked out of the tent and said at the same time, "You can go and ask. But this can't change my mind. And no one can stop me from going to the initial star. I'll go find Sinclair and see if they have a ship to the Order Star." Jessica went alone to find a starship to the initial star. Vincent didn't dare to let Jessica make the decision on her own. He immediately used magic communication to contact the Black Pearl and reported Eliza's request to Daliang. Jessica, who left the tent, quickly found Sinclair, who was distributing supplies. She took out some daily necessities from the cargo box to help distribute them, and whispered to Sinclair, "It's really boring to talk business with the old man. I want to go back to the initial star quietly. Do you have any way to help me find a starship to the initial star?" Jessica was so close that the adolescent Sinclair's heart was pounding. However, after hearing Jessica's request, he was quite surprised and said, "You want to go back to the initial star? Do your companions know?" "Stupid." Jessica rolled her eyes at Sinclair in a weird way, and continued in a low voice, "If they know, can I still run away? Look at the people my grandfather sent to be with me. An old man, an old woman, and a bodyguard who has gone to who knows where. I really don't have a little freedom. I don't want to continue to drift in the universe with them. I want to go home. Are you my friend? Are you willing to help me?" Sinclair expressed great sympathy for Jessica's experience, and it was reasonable for her not to accompany the old guys to go back to the home of the initial star. So Sinclair said to Jessica, "I can take you to the Nylon City Airport, where there are many passenger starships heading to the initial star." Jessica interrupted Sinclair and said, "If we go to the airport and take the starship back to the initial star, I'm afraid my grandfather will find us before we even get comfortable. I want to leave secretly. And only you must have a way." Jessica's request not to take the passenger starship at the airport made Sinclair frown. He thought for a moment and said, "The intensity of the attack on us by Nylon City is getting stronger and stronger. There are more and more people in the shelter, and it will soon be unsafe. So we are arranging starships to transfer the people here. Some Star Alliance people and interstellar natives will be placed on the natural star where the Free Army is located. The remaining Star Alliance people will be transported to the initial star and wait for the next allocation. I'm on the list of people who will be transferred to the initial star. If you don't mind the simplicity of our starship, I can arrange for you to board the ship." Jessica smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what starship it is. The sooner the better. Chapter 472 The Runaway Princess. When Master Vincent reported Eliza's request and Jessica's idea to De Leon only thought about it for a moment and replied to Vincent, "I can't be completely confident in Scarab Company. I don't know whether the angel is a friend or foe, and what kind of strength he has. If only you and Jessica go to the initial star. You will have no help if you encounter a difficult situation. If Eliza insists on her request, you can come back. I will find other ways to investigate Wang Yi." "Yes, Your Majesty. This is the safest way." After finishing the communication with Black Pearl, Vincent left the tent to find Jessica. Then he found that there was no trace of Jessica in the huge shelter. Gradually, Vincent found that something was wrong. He looked for Sinclair, but found that Sinclair was not here either. And then he found Ryan. When Ryan knew that the lady of Blackfire Company was missing here, he was more anxious than Vincent. He immediately called up the surveillance videos of various places in the shelter, and quickly found the traces of Sinclair and Jessica. The two of them actually got on the evacuation vehicle and left the shelter together. Looking at the time again, the starship that secretly transported people had left the airport. There were still many people on the starship who needed to be evacuated, and Ryan was not a big official of the Slave Liberation Organization, so he had no power to call back the departing starship. "I'm very sorry." Ryan could only apologize to Vincent. He said, "Sinclair must not know what he is doing, but you can rest assured. I promise that Sinclair will take good care of Miss Jessica. The destination of that starship is the initial star. There is no interstellar native on the ship, and no one knows that the people on the ship have any relationship with the Slave Liberation Organization. They will arrive at the initial star smoothly. When I re-establish contact with Sinclair, I will ask him to send Miss Jessica to the Blackfire Company's headquarters immediately. I apologize to you and the Blackfire Company again. No matter how much you apologize, no matter how much you regret, it's too late. No one can stop the starship that goes directly to the initial star, and there is no Blackfire Company station on the initial star." Vincent knew that he had caused a big disaster. He did not blame Ryan here, but quickly returned to the tent and told Daliang that Jessica went to the initial star alone. Hearing that Jessica was like a runaway child, leaving Vincent behind, Eliza secretly ran to the initial star. Daliang was stunned at first, and then he laughed. "We watch her too strictly, and she is more adventurous than me. Since we can't catch her back, let's not chase her." Hearing Daliang say that he would not chase Jessica, Vincent asked worriedly, "Not chasing? Eliza and I will find a way to go to the Order Star now, and we should be able to find the princess soon." Without thinking too much, Daliang replied to Vincent, "Vincent, you are a very powerful magician and a very good magic instructor, but in terms of adventure experience, you are not as good as Jessica. If the team heading to the initial star needs to be reduced, then the way of investigation needs to be changed. Neither you nor Eliza are suitable to continue to follow Jessica. She is safer alone and less likely to be exposed." "Is Cindy still with her?" "Cindy has always been with His Highness," Vincent replied. "She is the last resort for His Highness' safety." De Leon said, "Since this is what Jessica insisted on, then we should not hinder her. Leave the matter of the initial star to Jessica. You and Eliza should come back when you have the chance. Our job is to reach a consensus with Scarab Company as soon as possible." "Yes." Vincent was about to answer when the alarm sounded throughout the shelter. The place was discovered by the Niwen City Defense Army. Then, the sound of fighting sounded in the distance. The guards of the shelter were struggling to resist, but the personnel and weapons of both sides were very different, and they could not resist for too long. The Slave Liberation Organization immediately mobilized vehicles to evacuate the people in the shelter. But the battle caused chaos in the entire warehouse. Most of the people here were undisciplined, and panic made retreat more difficult. After learning what happened in the shelter from Vincent, De Leon said, "Tell Ryan that if the Niwen City Slave Liberation Organization is willing to accept the assistance of the Blackfire Company, we can open the micro-wormhole transmission to help them transfer the personnel to a safe place." When Vincent told Ryan that the Blackfire Company was willing to provide assistance, it undoubtedly brought hope of life to the desperate shelter. The Slave Liberation Organization organized some Star Alliance people to leave here so quickly because they realized that it would be unsafe here. Ryan sent his brother away for the sake of protecting him, but they did not expect the Niwen City Defense Force to come so quickly. When the Niwen City Slave Liberation Organization was established, its purpose was to peacefully promote legislation in Niwen City to end the slave trade. So the entire organizational structure was not secretive. At the beginning, The headquarters of the Slave Liberation Organization was not in the dark cabin area, but was squeezed in step by the slave traders after the fierce struggle. In terms of intelligence confidentiality, the Slave Liberation Organization had many loopholes. During the establishment of the Free Army, the Liberation Organization was ready to reorganize its internal affairs and hide itself more secretly in the city. But they underestimated the reaction speed of the slave traders and were caught off guard by the Niwan City Defense Forces and were chased and beaten. If all the people in the shelter were blocked here by Niwan City, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the Free Army. Therefore, when Blackfire Company was willing to provide micro-wormhole transmission to help the Slave Liberation Organization evacuate personnel, Ryan agreed without thinking. I know that opening micro-wormhole transmission consumes a lot of equipment and energy. We only need to transmit personnel and a batch of important information. Vincent said, since our Blackfire Company said that we will help you evacuate, then no matter what you want to transport, we will help you transport it. Even a screw, including other places where you need to evacuate personnel and materials. You can give us the coordinates. Please organize the evacuation of personnel as soon as possible. The micro-wormhole has been opened. When a portal was opened in the middle of the shelter, Jessica was sitting in a modified cargo starship and sailing towards the initial star. She got a small rest cabin, which was a bit shabby but clean. After cleaning her room briefly, Jessica sat by a round window, looking at the colorful nebula outside, and had mixed feelings about her choice to travel alone. Sinclair knocked on the cabin door and walked in after getting permission. He was holding a dinner plate with some synthetic food and a glass of milk. Putting the dinner plate on the table in front of Jessica, Sinclair was a little shy to be alone with a beautiful girl, and he said, "Cargo ships always smell of engine oil after a long time. I hope you don't mind. This starship will load and unload cargo at the Kedafin Space Base and is expected to arrive at the initial star in 3 days. Well, these are your food. Although they are synthetic, they taste good. I live next door to you. If there is anything, knock on the wall and I will know." Seeing Sinclair leaving, Jessica said, "You haven't eaten yet. Bring your food to eat together. I am very curious about your life on the initial star. It must be more interesting than my life as a prisoner. Tell me about it." Chapter 473 Top 64. Ms. Bella, I am Tiyaki, a professional agent of IWF. You should have heard of IWF. We are the most prestigious media company in the Star Alliance. We always lead the world's trends and have made countless stars famous. I have been following you since the regular season of the Strongest King competition. Your recent performance in the finals made me decide to come to Tika City. First of all, congratulations on entering the top 64. You are the strongest dark horse in this year's Strongest King competition. Some people predict that you will become a strong contender for the top 8. You have gained a certain degree of fame in the Star Alliance. But this circle is very narrow. Not everyone in the Star Alliance pays attention to the King of Kings contest. And not everyone will notice a top 64. If I predict correctly, your King of Kings contest will end soon. And the founding company will definitely not let you enter the top 8. They are likely to eliminate you in the next game. And you still have a long way to go before you can become truly famous. And there is a high probability that you will be quickly forgotten. I am here, and it is your chance. You are now at a very critical point. Your popularity has risen to the peak, and you see a downward trend. What you need most now is a professional agency to help you complete the work of further sublimation. As a contestant in the finals of the Strongest King, you have very good personal conditions. Many female stars cannot achieve your temperament even with makeup and photo editing. As long as you are packaged and promoted by us, you can get traffic that other stars can't even dream of in a short time. I have several very strong advertising contracts in my hands now. Your posters will appear in all places in the Star Alliance, including the most remote mineral stars. You will gain more wealth and fame than the Strongest King competition. I promise. One day, the whole world will go crazy because of you. After Bella won another game, the professional agent Tiyaki followed her to the Iron Library City. In his eyes, Bella, who has both beauty and strength, is a gem that has not yet truly shone. She only needs to be carefully carved by him to become the dazzling queen of luxury goods advertising. After seeing Bella up close, he is more convinced of his idea. Bella's appearance is of course superb, but with the advanced biotechnology of the Star Alliance, it is not difficult for a woman to become beautiful. And a person's temperament and demeanor cannot be solved by technology. Even Tiyaki, who is used to seeing all kinds of women, can't help but be impressed by the momentum she exudes after seeing Bella. Even if it is very impolite to cross her legs on the coffee table, it is still a domineering aura that controls everything, which makes Tiyaki, who is talking freely, feel pressured. After Tiyaki finished speaking, Bella waited for a while before saying, "Are you done? You can leave after you finish." Seeing that Bella was completely uninterested, Tiyaki said anxiously, "Ms. Bella, you really need me. The founding company will never let you enter the top 8. If there is no professional manager to take charge of your subsequent publicity, you will soon lose the little fame you have accumulated with great difficulty. You have the potential to become a world-class superstar. Don't bury your talent." Bella remained unmoved. She drank her coffee and replied, "If I want the world to know me, I don't need you at all. Don't bother me anymore. Too many agents have come to me recently, and they all say the same boring things as you do. Why do you all think I like being a star? Isn't it good to spend a day drinking coffee and reading a book without being disturbed?" Tiyaki didn't expect that there are women in this world who don't want to be stars. But seeing that Bella really didn't seem interested, he had to put away the contract and plan he brought and prepare to leave. At this time, Wang Yi, who was accompanying him, asked Tiyaki tentatively, "Wow, you are from IWF. I know you. You have too many popular superstars under your company. Why don't you take a look at me? Do I meet your requirements? I am also very good at fighting. And I also made it to the top 64 of the Strongest King competition." Tiyaki was not very interested in Wang Yi. He said, "Ms. Wang Yi, I know you are also a more eye-catching player in the Strongest King competition. But being able to fight is not a necessary skill for an artist. After all, the special effects we synthesize later will be better than your fighting. We at IMF will not sign artists casually. After all, it takes a lot of money to make a star famous. Although you are also very good, there are too many people as good as you. Of course, if you can convince Miss Bella to sign, I can sign you as an intern at IMF and see how to train you." Wang Yi looked at Bella, who had already picked up a book and started reading. Without looking up, she said, "IMF doesn't value you. If you want to get a better contract, you must prove your worth first. If you want to become a star, I can accompany you to the quarterfinals of the Strongest King competition." The quarterfinals. With continuous advancement, Wang Yi has been increasingly struggling in the Strongest King competition. She cannot use divine energy. After all, her body is at the level of C-level enhanced genes. She can still fight against players with B-level enhanced genes, but she has to use the angel combat skills she has learned to pull the opponent into close combat against A-level enhanced genes. In the following matches, all the opponents were S-level enhanced genes. Without using divine energy, Wang Yi had no confidence in winning. Tiyaki, who had held out a glimmer of hope, was completely desperate after Bella asked Wang Yi to enter the quarterfinals before signing a contract with IMF. However, he still politely left his contact information, hoping that Bella would realize her delusion about the match and change her mind. After Tiyaki left, Wang Yi sighed. "How is it possible to enter the quarterfinals? In the current match, I am already at a great disadvantage in terms of absolute strength. In the future, I will encounter stronger opponents. They also have more advanced weapons than me, and they are no match for me in close combat. How can I win?" Bella said, You have to believe that the enhanced gene you have is definitely not C-level. It is weak now, which means you have not yet exerted its true power." When there was no one else in the room, Wang Yi stimulated the sacred energy from her body, and a faint white halo covered her body. She said to Bella, "I can feel the sacred energy strengthening my body, but the speed is not as fast as I imagined. I am afraid that by next year, my body will not be able to reach the level of the B-level enhanced gene. This is your problem. I only know that your potential is very high, but how to tap it is not something I can help you with. On the contrary, I am still looking forward to what you can bring to me." Chapter 474 Superior. Wang Yi has always insisted on logging off every day as long as there is no urgent task in the Star Domain world. After leaving Bella, she returned to the Earth side. Her outstanding performance in the Strongest King competition allowed her to receive a large bonus from the company. And then she used the bonus to sell a small apartment near the company base. She didn't want to spend the money, but the inexplicable divine energy in her body forced her to find a safer place to live. Wang Yi has never figured out the origin of the increasingly strong divine energy in her body on the Earth side. There is no need to practice according to the method taught by Bella. It will grow naturally, if practiced. It will grow faster. Now the sacred energy she has on the Earth side has exceeded several times that of the Star World's own practice, which is very abnormal. Even Bella can't give any explanation based on Wang Yi's description. If you can't stop it, you can only let it develop. Fortunately, Wang Yi can control these sacred energies based on the skills she learned from Bella. Otherwise she will be a very conspicuous luminous body wherever she goes. Spiritual reinforcement. Using sacred spiritual magic to quickly get rid of the discomfort of returning. Wang Yi walked out of the life support cabin and changed into a set of travel clothes. After taking a few more nutritional pills, she left the house and cast a purification magic on the room. When she came back from outside, she could smell fresher air than any air purification device. Take the elevator to the top floor of the apartment building and get on a shared floating taxi parked there. 90% of Martian residents live in cities, which makes each Martian city very large and extremely prosperous. After entering the aerial track, the self-driving taxi immediately merged into the endless flow of cars and aircraft. After driving for about 20 minutes, the voice of the superior, who had been in contact with Wang Yi, suddenly came from the car. He said in a questioning tone, "Liu Li, I found that you were using your authority to investigate the judgment group. I said that the case had been taken over by other departments. You will get into trouble if you do this." Wang Yi was not surprised to hear her superior's voice suddenly. She had come here to meet her superior after receiving the news. Facing the superior's accountability, Wang Yi replied, "Boss, the information I collected about the judgment company has nothing to do with that case. Is the judgment company related to the case that was robbed of us? How come the founding company is also involved?" The superior did not expect that his slip of the tongue actually revealed important information to the low-level intelligence personnel. But he could not take back what he said. So he had to say, "There was an emergency recently, and I was busy for a few days without rest, and my mind was a little unclear. What I said? You should never hear it. And don't tell anyone. Why are you investigating the judgment group? Tell me honestly. This is a very sensitive period, and any mistake may lead to an unmanageable situation." After Wang Yi learned from Bella that her life experience was closely related to the judgment group, in order to find out her origins, she actively investigated the judgment group. However, her personal ability is limited after all, so she used some of her position's conveniences to find some information about the judgment group in the database of the Federal Ninth Bureau. Unfortunately, Wang Yi is not a professional data processor, so naturally some traces were left. Now, the federal government is playing a game with the founding families on the issue of the Order Star. At this time, Wang Yi's investigation of the judgment group will naturally be considered as her secretly investigating the revoke mission. Facing the inquiry of her superior, Wang Yi didn't know how to answer. The other party is a senior intelligence officer, and ordinary lies can't deceive him. "Boss, can I trust you?" After a period of silence, Wang Yi suddenly asked. The superior replied, "As your single-line contact, you can only trust me at certain times. As a subordinate intelligence officer under my responsibility, I will also do my best to protect your safety. This is based on the premise that you have not betrayed the Federation. Wang Yi, I watched your battle in the Strongest King contest. You have changed a lot, far beyond my understanding of your strength. If you encounter any troubles, please tell me." After actively investigating the judgment group, Wang Yi realized that the founding company was not something that a low-level intelligence officer like him could investigate in depth. What he could see with his authority was very superficial. If he wanted to investigate more deeply, he had to have someone to help him. Wang Yi didn't know if he could trust the superior, but his investigation of the judgment group had been exposed, and he had to give an explanation. "Head, I investigated the judgment group because I found that my life experience might be related to the judgment Wang family." "Are you kidding me?" The superior's tone was a little angry. He said, "In the East, there are more than 100 million people with the surname Wang, and we know that your parents have no real blood relationship with you. That is to say, your biological father may not have the surname Wang. Your bloodline may also come from Hokkaido or Southeast Asia. The important thing is, you know the rules of the federal government recruiting soldiers. In the physical examination, if your genes are related to the Star Alliance family, you can't join the federal government army." Wang Yi said, "I know. I didn't say that I was from the Judgment Wang family. I just said that my life experience is related to the Judgment Wang family." Now there is evidence that everything about me is arranged. From the time I was born until now, someone has been controlling my fate. I am manipulated like a puppet. And this feeling is very bad. I know that my life experience has a great relationship with the judgment group. Even if I meet Wang Qian, I will know who I am. The superior still doesn't believe it. Your idea is too absurd. No one can control fate like that. And immediately give up the idea of meeting Wang Qian and investigating the judgment group. It will kill you. You are under too much mental pressure now. I think the first thing you need to do now is to adjust to your own state. Wang Yi said, Boss. You also said that I behaved strangely in the strongest king contest. My current enhanced gene is still the C-level enhanced gene potion you gave me. I defeated the B-level enhanced gene and the A-level enhanced gene in the finals. I will soon face the S-level enhanced gene. But I still have the ability to fight and even win. Some strange things are really happening to me. And the clues are in the judgment group. If you don't believe me, go and check what's going on with the C-level enhanced gene you gave me. There is definitely something wrong with it. For her superiors, some of Wang Yi's words are incredible. But her performance in the strongest king contest is real. If Wang Yi still had a C-level gene-enhanced body, how could she have eliminated B-level and A-level gene-enhanced players in a row in the professional arena? Okay, I'll check the origin of your enhanced genes. But you absolutely cannot continue to investigate the judgment group privately. If you investigate too much, even the Wang family members will not be able to escape death. Chapter 475, A new round of negotiations. Naiwan City. As the slave traders took the initiative to launch a large-scale attack on the Slave Liberation Organization, the entire city gradually entered a wartime state. After the initial heavy losses, the recovered Free Army began to use the complex environment of the Dark Cabin area to counterattack the City Defense Army, in order to prevent the Free Army in the city from continuing to receive assistance from the outside world. Naiwan City began to limit the passage of starships through the airport wormhole, and a large number of civilian starships were trapped in the Naiwan City airport. When Naiwan City realized that the Free Army had hidden a large number of arms in the city, it realized that there might be a large consortium supporting the Slave Liberation Organization. So it cut off all interstellar information relays and checked the entire airport. At such a sensitive time, the Scarab Company had a most advanced interstellar cruiser docked in the Naiwan City airport, which naturally attracted the attention of the slave traders in Naiwan City. But the Scarab Company is an old Star Alliance company after all, and has recently been very close to the founding company, the Judgment Group. Therefore, Naiwan City did not dare to do anything excessive to the Scarab Company's warship without evidence. Murphy did not expect that a simple docking would actually cause the Scarab Company to fall into the struggle between slave traders and slave liberation organizations. In Naiwan City, the City Defense Army and the Free Army were fighting fiercely, and staying here for too long would only make themselves more conspicuous. What bothered Murphy even more was that Mishi and his people seemed to have intervened in the internal turmoil of Naiwan City. It was necessary to control the situation before things got out of control. After the Gust interstellar cruiser docked in Naiwan City, Murphy first proposed that the bilateral meeting continue. When the two sides entered the conference room, Murphy first noticed that Princess Jessica was not at the Black Fire Company's representative seat. She had disappeared for a few days, which gave Murphy a bad premonition. He looked at Eliza, but Eliza did not pass on any information. Your Majesty Mishi, Murphy said to Daliang in a questioning tone, you should know that our meeting needs to be kept strictly confidential. But I know that you have intervened in the internal struggle of Naiwan City. It is very dangerous to do so. Once the founding company knows that we are meeting here in secret, we will all be finished. We ask you to immediately terminate all operations in Naiwan City and let all the people you sent out return to the starship. However, Daliang has already connected with the Free Army and his relationship with the Slave Liberation Organization continues to heat up. He needs this troublemaker to stir up trouble within the Star Alliance. So how could he stop? Miesher Hung Dao immediately sat opposite Murphy and said, I don't need you to tell me what to do. If you want to blame me, then reflect on what the Scarab Company has done. The Slave Liberation Organization has already grown to such a large scale, and the Scarab Company has no vigilance at all, and did not realize any danger and brought us to Naiwan City. When civil unrest broke out in Naiwan City, instead of actively handling the crisis, you blamed your friends who trusted you. Is this how Scarab Company treats future allies? I am now very disappointed with Scarab Company's intelligence system and crisis handling capabilities. Being bitten back by Mishi made Murphy look very ugly. However, Scarab Company did expose many problems in the Nylon City issue. In order to save costs, Murphy cut down many branches after taking office. The company's intelligence collection tended to be more targeted, and it was inevitable that there would be omissions in some aspects. After comprehensive consideration, Murphy said in a gentle tone, "Yes, I admit that it was the mistakes of Scarab Company that put my friends in danger. But I also hope that your actions in Nylon City will be open and transparent to us. We can use this crisis as a test of the coping mechanism of both sides. This will be the first time that Scarab and Blackfire work together." DeLeon agreed with Murphy's proposal. In Star Alliance, Blackfire is an outsider after all, and they don't understand many things. The adaptive computer database of Black Pearl has no way to connect with the information system of Star Alliance, and many intelligence are passively received. It's like groping in a house without any light. You can only know what's here when you touch something. It's inevitable to be restrained when doing things. Just like Bella, who is playing in the Strongest King competition. If Black Pearl can connect to Star Alliance media, it will be easy to find Bella's existence when collecting Wang Yi's information. But the heroes of the Great Tomb who came to the Star Alliance for the first time were like Granny Lu, who entered the Grandview Garden. They didn't know where to go and couldn't even use a TV. How could they find Bella, who had just emerged among the billions of people in the Star Alliance in just a few days? If they want to get more deeply involved in the slave liberation movement of the Star Alliance, there is really too little that the Great Tomb can do. DeLeon quickly responded to Murphy, "You are right. Blackfire Company and Scarab Company should work together to deal with this crisis. I admit that Blackfire Company has established contact with the Slave Liberation Organization in Nylon City. We are now providing teleportation magic support for the activities of the Free Army in the Dark Cabin area. Of course, in the name of micro-wormhole technology. Our Master Liang is in charge of the contact with the Slave Liberation Organization. He has reached a consensus with the Free Army on the use of micro-wormhole transmission. The Free Army will pay for the transmission service we provide. They are rich, not a spontaneous organization as we understand." After listening to Miesher, Murphy finally understood why the Nylon City Defense Army could not deal with the Slave Liberation Organization hidden in the Dark Cabin area, but was counterattacked by the Free Army, causing the internal fighting in the entire city to escalate, causing Nylon City to make the extreme decision to restrict wormhole transmission. The Order world has a huge gap with the Star Alliance in aerospace technology, but its short-distance space application is several generations higher than the Star Alliance. Space magic is a skill that high-level heroes must master, compared with the space magic they can perform at will. The micro-wormhole application that has just emerged in the Star Alliance is simply a baby's learning step. Although the Freedom Army is weak in Nylon City, it has the support of the space skills of the Order world, and with the help of its familiarity with the Dark Cabin area, it can completely fight the Nylon City Defense Army with a small number of troops. Moreover, Murphy also knew from Miesher that there must be a big force behind the slave liberation movement. Murphy is quite familiar with the Slave Liberation Organization. They were originally very scattered and belonged to spontaneous organizations. There was no fixed source of funds. Most of the funds for activities depended on donations from left-wing people and indigenous free people. If such an organization did not have the help of a strong external force, how could it be possible to unite so quickly? How could it establish a free army? And how could it get so many weapons and supplies? So, who is directing the slave liberation movement? Chapter 476 Revolution. After Murphy realized that there was something fishy behind the slave liberation movement, he asked DeLeon, "Your Majesty, you have already been in contact with the Free Army. Do you know who is funding the Slave Liberation Organization?" DeLeon replied, "That's exactly what I'm concerned about. But I have limited manpower and am not familiar with this place, so I can't do more investigation. But once the slave liberation movement spreads throughout the Star Alliance, they will be exposed sooner or later. I think we will know soon." Murphy asked again, "Your Majesty, by helping the Free Army, are you ready to stand on the side of the Slave Liberation Organization? I want to remind you that no matter who is funding the slave liberation movement, as long as they can't change the attitude of the entire Star Alliance towards the natives, they won't get much help. The indigenous slave trade affects the interests of many Star Alliance companies, including the Scarab Company, which is also involved in the slave trade business. Not to mention the high-ranking founding companies. It is impossible to achieve anything big by relying solely on the indigenous Free Army and a few left-wing Star Alliance people. We are now facing only a part of the founding companies. If the Free Army makes too much trouble, We may be dragged into the opposite side of the entire Star Alliance. You are on the Order Star, but I am on Earth. Murphy's worries are not unreasonable. If the slave liberation movement spreads from the Star world to the Earth side, then all the Earthlings who support the interstellar natives will be in a threatening situation. If the Free Army angers the founding company, Scarab Company cannot bear the subsequent risks. De Leon knew that there was not enough interest for Murphy to take such a big risk with him. Mishi said to Murphy, "All history tells us, new things will definitely eliminate old things. The progress of civilization is the continuous cycle of advancement defeating conservatism. You are a businessman. You should know best that when a new business field just appears, the first people to enter the game will occupy the vast majority of the profits. And those who follow the trend to make money will mostly drown in it, and continue to become the nourishment of the big sharks. The reason why the founding company is that they were the first to enter the Star world, and then formed the Star Alliance pattern for more than 2,000 years. Following them, their position will never be shaken. The slave freedom movement. Small-scale fighting is meaningless. Some people are desperate to support the establishment of the Freedom Army, obviously wanting to open up a new history to replace the founding company. Mr. Murphy, you know the Star Alliance better than me. You should know that although the influence of individual interstellar natives is very small, if all interstellar natives, including Star Alliance native free people, slaves, and natives who yearn for the Star Alliance on their respective planets, if they all awaken, or half of them awaken, how much power can they aggregate? This is not a simple issue of slaves' human rights. This is a revolution. Murphy, sooner or later you will have to choose a side in this revolution. Will you follow the old forces of the Star Alliance and continue to maintain the vain arrogance of the Star Alliance people? Or will you follow the progress of civilization and jointly establish a new Star Alliance with the awakened natives? The sooner you decide, the greater the risk. But when this revolution is over, you will be the ancestor of the founding family of the new Star Alliance. The big pie that De Leon painted for Murphy is really big. Yes, the big forces behind the Slave Liberation Organization cannot make such a big move just for the human rights of slaves. The risk of offending the entire Star Alliance means that the benefits they gain are worth the big risk. How much benefit can the abolition of slavery bring? Think about the major events on Earth related to the abolition of slavery. Those who launched wars under the banner of liberating slaves. Did they do it for the human rights of slaves? Some people in the Star Alliance want to use the slave liberation movement to trigger a revolution, want to end the 2,000 years of unchanged pattern of the Star Alliance, and want to become the founding family of the new Star Alliance. The opportunity is now in front of Murphy. With the background of the Scarab Company, once it firmly stands on the side of the Freedom Army at the beginning of this movement, it will surely quickly become the backbone of the revolutionary forces. But Murphy, who knows the secret of the founding family, is still very hesitant. He said, "Some people support the Freedom Army because they don't know what is behind the founding family. Those 16th and 15th level heroes from the Order world are invincibly powerful, with the powerful military force of the founding family. This revolution has no chance of success." The hand of Miesher slammed heavily on the table. According to the standards of the Star Alliance, I and the Order Star are also interstellar natives. I will fully support this revolution. The founding family has its own law-level heroes, and the Free Army will also have its own law-level heroes. Let me tell you, on the Black Pearl, I brought a 16th level law-level hero that I sealed with my own hands. Originally, I wanted him to help the Scarab Company resist the founding company. If you are timid and only think about making money and protecting yourself, then this law-level, I will give it to the Free Army. Mishi's words shocked Murphy extremely. Can a 16th level law-level hero also be given as a gift? Murphy asked Mishi with an extremely excited tremor. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. I don't know if I heard it wrong or you are joking with me. You said that there is a law-level hero on your ship, and you will give him to the Scarab Company. Dalian replied calmly, respect the law-level hero. Don't use the word give. I do have a banned law-level hero on my ship, and he is one of my many collections. I think he will be happy to gain freedom with some conditions, and I will persuade him to stay in the Scarab Company or go to the Freedom Army. You don't let me use the word give, but you describe the law-level hero as a collection. The devil who can conquer hell is indeed powerful. This also means that Mishi is not only powerful himself, but also has many law-level heroes to give. After realizing how powerful his ally is, Murphy immediately said earnestly, Great Devil, Master of Hell, Your Majesty Mishi, Please keep this law-level hero in Scarab Company. As long as we can get the protection of the law-level hero. Scarab Company is willing to pay any price. Murphy, who knows the details of the founding family, knows that it is absolutely impossible for a family without the protection of the law-level hero to be glorious for more than 2,000 years. Although the family will definitely pay a certain price for the existence of the law-level hero. These prices are nothing compared to the prosperity of the entire family. Scarab Company must get this law-level hero. Okay. I'll go talk to my collection and see what his attitude is. What is Mr. Murphy's attitude towards this revolution? Murphy answered without any hesitation, whoever your majesty supports. The Scarab Company will support. We will fight to the last drop of blood for the Star Alliance people and the natives to live in equality. And I am willing to work with your majesty to establish a new Star Alliance and rebuild the order of the universe. Dalian did bring a sealed law-level hero for the meeting with Scarab Company. But he didn't have to give this law-level hero to Scarab Company. Just to prepare for the emergency. If he could get what he wanted at the negotiation table, then this law-level hero would be taken back intact. Now Dalian wanted Scarab Company to fight for him. So he had to give enough benefits. Chapter 477 Greed. In the old evil camp of the hero world, the 7 Hell Lords led hell, and fought countless wars, with the Cloud City led by the Supreme Angels. The 7 Hell Lords are all evil and powerful. Satan, the Lord of Hell, and Archangel Michael firmly occupy the 2 poles of good and evil. In the hell ruled by Upper Satan, the 7 Hell Lords are: the first devil, Satan, the arrogance devil; the second devil, Beelzebub; the fraud devil; the third devil, Ergus; the fear devil; the fourth devil, Meshuka; the greed devil; the fifth devil, Angela; the jealous devil; the sixth devil, Baal; the pain devil; the 7th demon king, the sinful demon king Morgan. The pattern of the 7 demon kings ruling hell was broken until the arrival of Lucifer. After failing to compete with Michael for the position of Archangel, Lucifer led 1/3 of the angels to rebel against Cloud City and fall into hell, and was reused by Satan. But Lucifer was unwilling to continue to be the second in hell. So he colluded with the pain demon king Baal and the sinful demon king Morgan to design a trap to capture and seal Satan, and also captured the fraud demon king Beelzebub, the fear demon king Ergus, the greed demon king Meshuka, and the jealous demon king Angela, who were close to Satan. Lucifer proclaimed himself the Lord of Hell. But most of the demon lords did not recognize the position he obtained through conspiracy. The 5 sealed Hell Lords became a hot potato, faced with countless demons who wanted to rescue them. Lucifer could not keep them anywhere. Lucifer had no choice but to propose an indefinite truce between the evil camp and the good camp to Yunzhong City, and handed the 5 sealed Hell Lords to Yunzhong City for custody. Yunzhong City imprisoned the 5 Hell Lords for 10,000 years. But for some reason, they still escaped. For a while, Yunzhong City and the hell ruled by Lucifer were all chasing the 5 escaped Hell Lords. It was also in this plane that De Leon began his fantasy journey in the game. In a special cabin of the Black Pearl, the heroes of the Great Tomb were on full alert. In a magic cage, there was a black box as tall as a person. The box was placed upright and looked very much like a Western coffin. This was actually a coffin, made of a very special wood from the Kingdom of Death. The special environment of the Kingdom of Death, which was full of the breath of death, could not grow plants. But there was only one kind of tree that was an exception. It grew in the Kingdom of Death with dead air as nutrients. And some old trees would have the characteristic of absorbing magic. This kind of tree was very rare in the Kingdom of Death, and even rarer to grow to the point of absorbing magic. And those with strong absorption ability were themselves priceless treasures. At this time, there was a sofa in front of the coffin, and De Leon was sitting on it. His expression was solemn, and he slowly threw a dark red badge in his hand. He threw it again, and everyone was silent. Finally, De Leon held the badge and said, as if he had made up his mind, "Black Pearl, open the first ban." After receiving the order, the magic barrier outside the coffin disappeared layer by layer, and the 2 demons walked forward and carefully opened the lid. The mist with dark red light rolled out from inside, and then you can see a demon standing in the coffin. He has a slightly thinner body than ordinary demons, and the double horns on his head are sharper. At the same time, the armor on his body is also unusually gorgeous. At this time, he closed his eyes tightly as if he was asleep. But the pressure from the Lord of Hell became stronger and stronger, making everyone in the room nervous. Sitting on the sofa, De Liang looked at the demon in front of him. After a while in silence, he said, as the Lord of Hell, "This long time should be enough for you to break through all the remaining restrictions. If you can move, come out, and then we will talk about our things. If you can't even break the seal, then I will reinforce the seal and lock you up again." As soon as De Liang finished speaking, the demon king in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and the king's momentum swept out. He stepped out and looked around. Demons, angels, fallen angels, undead, humans, fairy dragons. The devil finally stopped his gaze on Daliang. "You are Eviscerator? How did you become like this? Why are creatures from the good camp and creatures from the evil camp standing together? How long have I been sealed? What happened in the world?" Daliang waved his hand, and Black Pearl teleported the sealed coffin out, and then set a piece of sand behind the devil. Then Daliang shook the badge in front of the devil and said, "Mishka, you should recognize this badge. Sit down now. We can slowly reminisce and answer your questions by the way." The one released from the seal was the greedy demon king Mishka. When he saw the badge in Daliang's hand, his whole body seemed to freeze, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Even though he had seen big scenes all his life, he still couldn't help but stammer and asked, It's the evil power. You actually got the evil power. What did you do?" "Sit down. As the demon king of hell, don't do anything that loses your dignity." Daliang threw the badge to Julian as if he was collecting a small toy, and then said to Mishka, who sat obediently on the sofa, "I want to thank you. It's you who let me know the secret of the evil power, so I can collect all 7 badges step by step. To be honest, when I put the evil power together, I didn't like it, so I threw it in a corner. If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten it." Daliang's description of the evil power made Mishka look very strange. He couldn't imagine that someone would describe the top artifact of hell so badly, as if it was just a stone. And you gave the artifact of hell to an angel so casually. Anger made Mishka want to explode. But reason told him that he'd better be honest. The situation around him was too weird, and the person who could obtain the evil power was definitely not someone he could provoke. Even though Bone Pickering had somehow turned into a powerless human child. Even though there seemed to be no stronger hero nearby than himself. Bone Pickering. Mishka put away all his momentum, thinking about how to leave safely. But his words were immediately interrupted. "Vampire Sword Guard," Sophia said, "Respected King Mishka. The one sitting in front of you is the Bone Pickering monarch of the Kingdom of Death. The proposer of the ultimate faith. The disseminator of the new immaculate doctrine. The Death Mentor. And the immortal king of the undead." Magic Master Vincent said, "Respected King Mishka. The one sitting in front of you is the founder of the first empire of the main world. The Lord of the Judgment Territory. Prince Fachin." The fallen angel Solomon said, "Respected King Mishka. The one sitting before you is the master of hell. The devil of destruction." The holy angel Julian said, "Respected King Mishka. The one sitting before you is the co-king of the dwarves. The founder of the drought kingdom. The Lord of the Black Fire Territory. The Lord of the Palm Tree Territory. The Lord of the Flame Territory. The savior of the Fairy Dragon Tribe. The Crystal Dragon Tribe. And the Poison Dragon Tribe. The Black Mane Alliance of the Neutral Camp 5-Color Flag Alliance. The promoter of world order. The executive of order. The main god of order." A series of titles have confused Mishka. "What are these?" Who are you?" Daliang said with a smile. "Those titles are what I did after you were sealed. Just some vanity. You can call me Master Liang. And if you still consider yourself a member of hell, you can also call me His Majesty the World Destroyer." Mishka snorted and laughed. "Those titles sound fake. And I can make them up more easily than those. The undead will let humans become the monarchs of death? What is the first empire of the main world? You dare to say that you are the Lord of Hell and God. You brag so much that you dare to ignore Lucifer and Satan. Do you think everyone is an idiot?" Faced with Mishka's sarcasm, Daliang shrugged and said, "I didn't ignore Lucifer and Satan. But they live next door to you. And you have been neighbors for a long time. Hell is leaderless. And those fallen angels, Angela, and Urgus all support me to be the Lord of Hell. And I have no choice." Mishka still doesn't believe it. "You can't defeat Satan." "No one can defeat Satan," De Liang said. "Then how do you think I got the evil power?" "The evil power is the artifact of hell. After it is decomposed, It is divided into 7 independent badges owned by 7 old lords of hell. The 7 badges are Satan's horn, Beelzebub's listening, Urgus's gaze, Mishka's guidance, Angela's whisper, Buck's heart eating, Morgan's fist bone. The 7 badges have the power of 7 lords of hell, and they are very powerful treasures when they exist alone. When combined, it is the top artifact of hell, the evil power, because the evil power is too evil. Even in the game, Daliang is unwilling to use it. As the owner of one of the badges, Meshuggah knows that the Lord of Hell will not hand over the badge easily, especially the arrogant devil Satan. He will never hand over his badge to a second person, unless he is defeated and completely loses the ability to protect the badge. Meshuggah lost all his momentum. He murmured, "Satan lost?" Daliang replied, "Defeated. Defeated very thoroughly. In the last battle, Urgus and Angela both betrayed him. No. 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 I am not letting you out this time to talk about these old things. In short, Satan and Lucifer are both in my hands, and many of my titles are now just memories or past honors. Our world has changed a lot, and the conflicts between us no longer exist, so I don't have too many worries about letting you go. In doing so, I just want to express my sincerity to you. Now your strength is recovering, and if you want to leave, I can't stop you. But I still hope you can choose to stand by my side and do things for me." Satan's defeat did bring a great blow to Meshuggah, but he is the devil of the law-level hero hell after all. Quickly adjusting his emotions, Meshuggah felt his own strength. He is recovering quickly. Although he is far from reaching his peak state, he is confident that no one here can stop him from leaving. If you have strength, you will not panic. Meshuggah is also very curious about the changes in the world after he was sealed. The magic power spreads, and Meshuggah's eyes turn red and follow the spreading energy to observe the outside world. What is this place? Meshuggah found that he seemed to be in a magic ship, and there were many things here that he could not recognize at all. The magic ship is easy to say. After all, most of them are equipment related to alchemy and magic. What are they outside? Meshuggah saw a completely unfamiliar city made of steel floating in the void. Not to mention the machines in the steel city that had no magic energy but operated like alchemical equipment. The endless void made Meshuggah feel truly terrified. In the boundless dark space, Meshuggah could not sense the end of the void at all. The distance of space transmission he mastered was like a grain of sand in the desert compared to this void. He knew that once he left this strange city and entered the void, he might be trapped in the void forever. This was more terrifying than any seal. Meshuggah took back his magic power, stared at Daliang and asked, "What is outside? Where are we?" Daliang waved his hand, and Black Pearl opened the armor of the side wall. Outside the glass wall was the deep universe. "Meshuggah, after you were sealed, so many things really happened in my world, such as our discovery of the universe. This is a world that is countless times larger than all our planes combined. And then we found that there are civilizations in the universe that are different from ours. For example, the Niwan city next to us is an airport city of the Science and Technology and Literature Star Alliance. And gods, this kind of creatures that are more advanced than the law level also exist in the universe. Our world has been invaded by gods." Meshuggah was the first law-level hero sealed by Daliang. When he was sealed, Daliang was still the Pope of the fog zone of Sai City. At that time, the ultimate faith had just been proposed, and it was still a long time before Daliang became the immortal king. Meshuggah didn't even know about the battle of the Blue Alliance to break through the Eternal Night City, let alone the establishment of the Order World later. Next, Daliang briefly told Meshuggah about the many major events that happened in the world after he was sealed. Then he began to talk about what they are facing now. "That's what happened. After I opened the God Plane, the Order World, which was originally a virtual world, entered the general universe. And I also came to the Order Star more than 2,000 years later from the moment I opened the God Plane, which is the planet evolved from the main plane. Now the Order Star is facing the invasion of the Star Alliance founding company. And there are some law-level heroes from our world in the founding company, including the Monarch of Sorrow, who has some grievances with me. None of my titles are effective. And I guess you, the outdated Lord of Hell, can't control them. However, I found some allies in the Star Alliance who are dissatisfied with the founding company and have ambitions. In order to allow these allies to boldly resist the founding company and share my pressure on the Order Star, I promise to introduce a law-level hero to support them." Mishka asked calmly, Why choose me? Satan and Lucifer are more deterrent. If you are afraid that you can't control them, the second lord of hell, Beelzebub, is also stronger than me. Dalian answered without thinking, because after the 5 of you lords of hell escaped from prison, Beelzebub and Satan only wanted to retrieve the Blade of Doom. Angela and Ergus only wanted to recover their strength quickly. And only you went to the kingdom of death alone without fully recovering your strength, lobbying the lords of death to support you in taking back hell from Lucifer. Even if you were ignored by the lords of death, you still persisted. I think your feelings for hell are deeper than all the lords of hell, and you will not fall into the temptation of the Star Alliance. Now the Lord of Hell is sitting in front of you. Are you willing to defeat our common enemy with me, and get our hell back? Chapter 478 Return. Dalian has made a lot of considerations about the law-level heroes he brought this time. Michael, Satan, and Lucifer can be directly excluded. Although they are powerful and capable, they are unwilling to be inferior to others, and developing within the Star Alliance requires sufficient endurance. There is no need to consider the 2 drow spider mothers as the black elves who were once underground barbarians. Ingram and Fegmina have ambitions, but lack the ability to support their ambitions. If they are placed in the Scarab Company, they will probably think they have taken advantage of Murphy even if they are sold out. The Pain Demon Ball has a bad temper. The only suitable personnel left are the Fraud Demon Beelzebub and the Greed Demon Meshuggah. After the 5 Hell Lords escaped from prison, Satan only took Beelzebub to find the hidden Doomsday Blade, which shows that Beelzebub is more trusted by Satan than other lords. Dalian will definitely not use the hero that Satan trusts easily. On the other hand, Meshuggah is a demon king who cares about the overall situation and has courage. After 10,000 years of imprisonment, the outside world must have changed dramatically. Before figuring out the attitude of the Death Monarchs towards the old demon king, Meshuggah dared to go to the Death Kingdom alone to lobby everywhere, which makes people have to admire. Dalian believes that Meshuggah is the most suitable person to stay in Scarab Company. He does not want a thug, but a reliable ally who really has a big picture and can pull out an army here. Meshuggah did not answer immediately after Dalian finished speaking. He turned his head and looked at the universe outside. The distant nebulae and galaxies were so beautiful. After a long time, Meshuggah asked Dalian, "Who has the Doomsday Blade?" Dalian replied, "Lucifer defeated Satan and got the Doomsday Blade. Michael defeated Lucifer and took the Doomsday Blade away. And I defeated Michael and let the Doomsday Blade return to hell. The Doomsday Blade is in my hand." After that, Dalian stretched out his hand to the side, and the Doomsday Blade was summoned from his private space. The Doomsday Blade is a big sword burning with the flames of hell. As soon as it appeared, everyone's ears seemed to hear a whisper of temptation. All the heroes couldn't help but stare at this evil artifact at this moment. The evil factor grew rapidly, and a greed to take it for themselves was born. Dalian summoned the Doomsday Blade but didn't touch it. Anyway, he tried his best to control his desire to hold this evil sword. He quickly took back the Doomsday Blade he summoned. The pressure was reduced, and he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then Dalian said to Meshuggah, "Opening the God Plane cost me a certain price. You saw that my body turned into a child, which made me unable to control this evil artifact." Meshuggah saw that it was indeed Satan's Doomsday Blade. Now it belongs to the Devil of Destruction. At the moment when the Doomsday Blade appeared, Meshuggah also had the idea of robbing it, but he did not put it into action, but asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will rob it just now?" Dalian smiled and said, "I know you won't rob it. Not everyone is qualified to take the Doomsday Blade. Without the ability to become the Lord of Hell, the Doomsday Blade will only accelerate his demise. As the Lord of Hell, you should know best that my position is not something that any demon king can sit in. Now you have seen the Doomsday Blade. As a congratulations on your regaining freedom, I have also prepared a gift for you." Dalian reached out to Julian beside him. Julian decomposed the evil power in his hand into 7 badges, and then placed one of them in Dalian's palm. Mishka's induction. When the Wizard Guild set up an ambush to seal you, you took the initiative to give me your badge, and told me the secret of these 7 badges. Now, I want to return it to you. After all, you are its real owner. I also earnestly invite the greedy Demon King to return to hell. Seeing that Dalian actually decomposed the evil power without cherishing it, Mishika couldn't help but be moved. The evil power does not belong to the weapon artifact, so it is naturally not as glorious as the Doomsday Blade. But as a symbol of the power of the 7 Demon Kings, the evil power combined by the 7 badges is not much weaker than the Doomsday Blade. Meshuggah had no good intentions when he gave Daliang his badge. He wanted Daliang to go to destruction step by step in the process of collecting badges. As a result, Daliang not only really combined the evil power, but also split it again in front of him. In the whole hero world, who can do it? Looking at the badge that belonged to Daliang in his hand, Meshuggah finally couldn't help but sighed. I didn't believe that Satan, Michael, and Lucifer were defeated just now. Now it seems, only you can defeat them. Although you have lost your power now, I admit that you have all the qualifications to become the Lord of Hell. One day, Hell will usher in the return of the strongest devil. Meshuggah stood up from the sofa. He folded his demon wings and walked towards Daliang step by step. All the heroes of the Great Tomb in the room were on alert, and the Hidden Knight was ready to show up at any time to teleport Daliang away. Julian put his hand on the Angel Alliance at his waist, and looked at Juliet with the corner of his eyes. Facing the Lord of Hell, Juliet was not as casual as usual. She was ready to merge with her sister as an arbitration angel and start a law-level battle with Meshuggah here. Daliang sat on the sofa without moving. He looked at Meshuggah approaching, and his eyes were firm no matter how confused he was. Meshuggah walked in front of Daliang and knelt on one knee. Great Destroyer Demon King. I, the greedy Demon King Meshuggah, accept your call to return to Hell. I am willing to respect you as the Master of Hell and dedicate all my strength to spread your reputation. After saying the oath of allegiance, Meshuggah lowered his head and raised his hands above his head. Daliang placed the badge in Meshuggah's hands and said, King Meshuggah, welcome back to Hell. Although I can't hold a ceremony for you that matches your status, I promise that after we find Hell, you will have everything a Hell Lord has. Please sit down. Now we need to talk about the crisis at hand. When I return to order Star to resist the invasion of the Star Alliance from the front, I need you to stay here to help the Star Alliance resist the forces of the founding company. The more trouble they make here, the less pressure there will be on Order Star from the front. After swearing allegiance to the new Lord of Hell, Meshuggah had no idea of rebellion for the time being. If he wanted to get Hell back, he had to help the King of Destruction. After taking back the badge, Meshuggah returned to his position. In response to Daliang's request, he replied, Your Majesty, I was accidentally killed by you when I was in the Kingdom of Death, which has always bothered me. That accident was entirely because the other lords and I had no communication. Satan and Beelzebub only wanted to find the Blade of Doom, and Urgus and Angela had no news of hiding. This time I don't want this to happen again. I can stay here alone, but you must give me all the support I want. Daliang smiled and said, No problem. Whatever you want. I will do my best to satisfy you. Chapter 479 A Secret Visit from the Superior. In the final round of the Strongest King competition, the schedule of matches becomes more and more sparse as time goes on. The contestants can use the intervals between matches to adjust their status and observe their next opponent. This helps to make the next battle more exciting, and is also a respect for the strong players who make it to the end. After 3 days of rest, Wang Yi welcomed her top 64 qualifying match. Her opponent is also the trump card of a large Star Alliance company, with an enhanced gene of S level and ranked 28th in the Strongest King competition. Wang Yi and his team sat in the waiting area for the start of the game. She will be teleported to the stadium in 15 minutes. The logistics support team checked the equipment needed for the competition for the last time. The consoles with various functions were arranged in a circle. In the middle of the circle was the projection of the island on the field, which even showed the position of a stone in detail. When the competition starts, the dispatch drone can judge whether anyone has passed by here based on the changes in some terrain details. As a contestant, Wang Yi has a separate lounge. She has put on her own mecha, and the technicians took out a portable computer to check the operating status of all functions of the mecha. In the entire waiting area, except for the collision sound made by the staff, no one said anything. This is the ranking that Scarab Company has never achieved since the group stage of the Strongest King competition. The opponent is very strong, and everyone is very nervous, but they are also looking forward to victory. This newcomer named Wang Yi performed really well. At this time, Wang Yi was adjusting her state, but she didn't have much confidence in whether she could win this time. The opponent has an S-level enhanced gene, 3 levels higher than her physical fitness, and rich experience in competitions. He is a strong enemy, and 3 days of intensive training did not significantly improve my strength. Bella said I have potential. But where is the potential? Ding. Ding. A weak signal with a code segment came out, And Wang Yi immediately said to the technicians around her, "The inspection ends here. You show up first. I want to stay here alone for a few minutes." At this time, the player's words are the highest order. The staff left the room. After locking the door, Wang Yi said to the empty lounge, "Boss, why are you looking for me at this time? The game is about to start. If there is anything, we can't wait until I finish the game and find a safe place to talk." The superior's voice soon sounded in the room. "This matter is very important. Do you remember what you entrusted me to do last time? It was to investigate the source of your enhanced gene." Hearing that it was something he was concerned about, Wang Yi asked, "Did you find out?" "I found a little bit." The superior's tone was not as firm as usual, as if something was bothering him. He said, "There is a dedicated warehouse for the gene enhancement drugs that our department needs. And the C-level gene enhancement drugs you sent to you were taken out of it. Each drug is packaged and registered separately. After the drug is issued, the packaging box and the drug instructions inside will be stored separately. But when I found your packaging box, I found that the drug that should have been given to you was still in it. I can't figure out what happened. The use of a drug must be checked and verified by people from 3 different departments. I was there at the time. We clearly took the drug out. Why is it still in it? This is simply inexplicable." Wang Yi said, "It seems that the gene enhancement potion you gave me is really problematic." "Yes," the superior continued, "after discovering the abnormality, I retrieved the surveillance video of the potion warehouse before and after the potion was distributed. Then I found that 10 minutes before we were about to take out the potion to distribute it to you, a micro-wormhole opened on the potion box and swapped the potion that was supposed to be given to you. Similarly, after we put the empty potion box back, within 10 minutes, the micro-wormhole exchanged 2 potion boxes again. It's just, our potion warehouse has a very strict security system. There is no other entrance and exit except the door. And no drone, no matter how small, can get in. I don't know how the person who replaced the potion got the spatial coordinates and accurately replaced the genetic potion given to you. It must be some magic left by the prophet." But Wang Yi was unwilling to reveal too much to her superiors in this regard. She only needed to prove her conclusion. "Boss, you saw it. And you should believe that someone manipulated my fate behind the scenes. We don't know what the genetic enhancement potion you gave me is. I only know that I can get the answer by seeing Wang Qian." The superior asked at this time, "Why did you connect this matter with the judgment group? What are you hiding? The things behind this matter are very dangerous. I must know what you know before I can help you." "Boss, this is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the Star Alliance or the Federation. How can it be unrelated?" The superior couldn't help but roar. And then he quickly lowered his voice and said, "That's magic." Wang Yi. "Okay. I know I have to gain your trust first. What I'm telling you now is the most top secret thing of the Federation. It's not the micro-wormhole that swaps the genetic enhancement transaction, but the teleportation magic. The person who invented the genetic enhancement potion is a man who calls himself a prophet. He is a magician. A very magical magician. He originally belonged to the judgment group, and many of his inventions have been used until now, laying the foundation for the Star Alliance to enter the era of space travel. Moreover, when the conflict between the Star Alliance and the Federation intensified, the prophet participated in the Federation's development of the Star World. He gave us a lot of help and even secretly agreed to leave the judgment group and join the Federation. But for some reason, he suddenly disappeared. At least I don't know how he disappeared. Then the Federation completely lost control of the Star Alliance. 1 year. The gene enhancement potion you have now may be related to the prophet. And you should also be aware of the significance of the prophet to the Federation. This is why I am anxious to see you. You want to see Wang Qian of the judgment group so much. You must know something. Please tell me. The prophet actually participated in the interstellar development of the Federation. No wonder he can do so many things within the Federation. Wang Yi learned some secrets from his superiors. Since his enhanced gene potion was arranged by the prophet, his birth should also be planned by the prophet. What is his purpose? For the superior, who was eager to know the answer, Wang Yi said, I'll think about it. I have a game to play now. And this is not the place to talk about these things. We will make another appointment after the game. Wang Yi didn't know what she should tell her superior. She thought she should tell Bella about the prophet, and then listen to Bella's opinion. The game was approaching, and the superior knew that time did not allow them to say too much. He finally said, after knowing that this might be related to the prophet, I checked all the information related to the prophet. The words left by the prophet may be helpful to you on the road to becoming a king. Only the flames can give you strength. Chapter 480 Only Flames. There was a knock on the door outside the lounge, and the team members reminded Wang Yi to prepare to enter the arena. After Wang Yi agreed, he whispered to his superior, "What does this mean?" "I don't know." When he asked the Federation to record this sentence, no one knew what it meant. But the prophet is a prophet, and he must have left some message for someone. Now, doesn't on the road to becoming a king refer to the strongest king competition? As for the latter sentence, if you are the person who left the message for the prophet, you will naturally understand. If not, you don't need to care. I wish you victory. And we'll see you after the game. The boss's voice disappeared, and Wang Yi knew he had left. When the team members knocked on the door again to urge her, Wang Yi opened the door and walked out. She activated her helmet and said to the logistics data personnel, "Ready. You can enter the arena." The competition request was submitted, and the referee team opened a micro wormhole for Wang Yi. When Wang Yi appeared in the island fighting arena, the countdown for the game began. Hey, Miss Jessica, wait for me. On the floating stand set up above the island, Sinclair squeezed in the crowd and chased Jessica's back in front of him. He really couldn't understand how a young lady from a big family could be smarter than himself, who had trained himself in the dark cabin area. He could only reluctantly follow, to prevent himself from getting lost. Although there are many broadcast channels for the Strongest King competition, some people like the atmosphere of watching it live. So the organizers of the competition built many stands around the island to meet the needs of competition enthusiasts. Jessica, who had just arrived at the initial star, asked to watch the Strongest King competition, and specifically asked to watch the match of Wang Yi from the Scarab Company team. Jessica said that she was a fan of Wang Yi, and another purpose of rushing back to the initial star this time was to come to watch Wang Yi's game live. Some interstellar communications had been interrupted in Naiwan City, but Ryan sent a message to Sinclair through other channels. He scolded Sinclair first, and then asked his brother to take good care of Miss Jessica. Blackfire Company is now our important friend. They have saved the lives of many of our brothers. Protect Miss Jessica until the people of Blackfire Company take her away. Jessica did not return to home after arriving at the initial star, but wanted to watch the Strongest King competition, so Sinclair had to accompany her. Miss Jessica, wait for me. At this time, Jessica had found 2 good positions. Although these 2 positions were already occupied, it was unknown what Jessica said to them. After Sinclair squeezed over, the 2 people actually gave up their positions and left. Jessica sat down in one of the seats, tapped another and said to Sinclair, "Sit here. The view is the best here. No one is blocking us." "Yes, Miss Jessica. This is the front row. Of course no one is blocking us." But Sinclair sat down and looked around, whispered to Jessica, "Our tickets are not for this seat." Jessica fiddled with an operating panel in front of her and replied to Sinclair, "Didn't you see? I have persuaded those 2 people to give up their seats to us." What are these things? How do I use them?" Sinclair didn't know that Cindy, who was hiding, used mental hypnosis magic on the 2 people. Seeing Jessica pressing randomly on the electronic panel, he smiled helplessly. "If I couldn't see that you are a very beautiful human, I would have thought you were a native from some backward natural planet." Hearing what Sinclair said, Jessica immediately stopped and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I am really an interstellar native. I come from a very mysterious planet. I just used magic to confuse those 2 people to give up their seats to us." Jessica said this, but Sinclair didn't believe it. "You ladies from big families have servants to serve you when you go out to do anything. It's strange that you can use these instruments. I'll teach you. The arena of the Strongest King competition is very large. We can't see the whole picture of the arena when we sit here. Therefore, when you need to see more clearly, you need electronic eyes." With Sinclair's operation, a virtual large screen appeared in front of Jessica. As long as you operate on the electronic panel, you can see any place in the entire arena. According to the location information provided by the event organizer, Jessica found Wang Yi. She squatted behind a rock and activated the camouflage system to blend into the shadow of the rock. At this time, bionic drones disguised as insects and birds formed a reconnaissance belt around her to collect information about the surrounding terrain. Area D7 is safe. Move to Area B9 in 20 seconds. Pay attention to positions B94 and B82. After entering Area B9, Immediately aim northeast from the sniper position. In 30 seconds, drone number 823 will detonate a bomb in area E2. Pay attention to opponents who may be hiding in that area. After a period of silent reconnaissance, the logistics data team made a rough estimate of the enemy's position. And then a tactic was quickly formulated. Commands and data were sent out one after another, and the entire team prepared to implement fire reconnaissance and trap tactics according to their usual training. Wang Yi used the modules of the mecha plugin to assemble a sniper rifle as quickly as possible, and then took a step forward after the vision countdown ended. The micro-wormhole opened and closed quickly in front of her, and Wang Yi disappeared from the original place and appeared at a sniper position in the B9 area. This is the top of a very tall tree, surrounded by dense branches and leaves blocking the view to the northeast. Wang Yi, who had arrived at the location, aimed in the northeast direction. At this time, 15 drones were already in place. Any movement in that area would be discovered immediately, and then a special team would follow up and analyze whether it was the opponent's exposed whereabouts. 10 seconds later, an explosion sounded in the E2 area on time. The earth shook, black smoke rolled up, and countless birds were startled. I believe the whole island could feel the explosion. With the transmission of sound waves, the stadium returned to silence. Unfortunately, no opponent's whereabouts were found, and the drone continued to search for the enemy. Here, don't move. Whether the opponent guessed that we were luring the enemy or not, he would take action. The enemy's drones must have come to search. Activate multi-spectrum camouflage to prevent them from finding you. Understood. Wang Yi half crouched on the branch to make herself smaller. While waiting again, she couldn't help but think of the last words her superior said. On the road to becoming a king, only the flame can give you strength. If there were any words related to the sacred or angels in the prophet's message, Wang Yi could be sure that it was for her. But what was flame? Flame. 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 Wang Yi couldn't help but repeat this word in her heart, as if she was chanting. Gradually, she found that the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this flame had a great relationship with herself. Here, we found the enemy. He is. Be careful. He has also found you. He has launched a micro-missile. Evade. Evade. However, no matter how the tactical captain shouted, Wang Yi squatted on the branch and did not move, as if he had lost his mind. The missiles came at a high speed and entered the unavoidable zone. Wang Yi was about to face the heaviest blow since the start of the game. This was the second half of the finals of the Strongest King competition, facing experienced and powerful players. Wang Yi would never be able to turn the tables after suffering such a heavy blow. There was a sigh in the stands, influenced by Jessica. Sinclair, who was paying attention to Wang Yi, could not help but express regret. On the other hand, Jessica's eyes were wide open. Her vision looked across the virtual screen in front of her to Wang Yi's position on the island. There, several missiles hit the target, and the explosion set off a sky-high flame. Jessica murmured, "What a strong fire magic energy." Chapter 481. This is your destiny. What is this place? It seemed that something was guiding Wang Yi to keep chanting flame flame. Then it was as if a key opened a door. At the moment when several micro-missiles hit her, a force brought her into a strange space. Wang Yi didn't know where she was. She was wearing a single soldier mecha and floating in a white space filled with sacred energy. The sacred energy here was extremely dense, as if she was soaking in a sea of sacred energy. After Wang Yi broke in, the originally quiet sacred energy inside immediately became active, and various sacred spells were generated, attacking the invaders like meteors. Wang Yi, who didn't know what was going on, immediately used the angel fighting skills Bella gave her when facing the attack of holy energy. The holy energy in her body was mobilized to release layer after layer of defensive spells on Wang Yi, and a holy light shield was summoned and held in her hand. Wang Yi, who was in a defensive posture with all her strength, had no confidence in the holy magic that was swarming in. She had cultivated holy energy for too short a time, and the holy magic she faced was obviously very advanced. In Wang Yi's limited knowledge of magic, she recognized that the hammer rushing towards her with a long light trail was called the Hammer of Justice, and the one that looked like an aurora was the Dust of Judgment. None of these were something Wang Yi could resist at this time. The divine magic attacks were very fast, and soon hit Wang Yi. The pressure like a mountain pressing down on her made Wang Yi close her eyes. She could feel that facing such divine magic attacks, her defense would collapse at the touch of a button, and she would be torn apart in an instant. But when these divine magics approached, as if they sensed the divine energy from the same source as Wang Yi. The power of all the divine magic attacks suddenly decreased. The aftermath of the spells was not very powerful, and only balanced out beams of light outside the defensive magic shield. Unable to break through this thin defensive shield, Wang Yi opened his eyes again and looked at the strange phenomena around him. He was suspended in this space with no edge, surrounded by beams of light generated by divine spell attacks. Although the power of these spell attacks was greatly reduced, they still consumed the divine energy cultivated by Wang Yi. If his divine energy was consumed, then these divine spells would recover their full power. He had to find an exit as soon as possible. Wang Yi started the engine of the single soldier mecha and flew forward. The ubiquitous divine energy blocked Wang Yi's sight, and even the built-in observation and aiming system of the single soldier mecha could not detect too far away. All communications with the outside world were cut off, leaving her in an isolated and helpless situation. This should be an independent space, just like the space that sealed Bella. Wang Yi made a judgment, but she still didn't know how to get out. At the beginning, Bella easily broke through the space with a sword, and Wang Yi was far from the level of breaking through the space. She could only follow her intuition and fly in a direction along the vague guidance in her heart. Soon, a huge shadow appeared in front of her. As the distance got closer, Wang Yi saw clearly what the shadow was. It was an extremely tall obelisk. The tower is several kilometers high, and the tower body is made of a special white crystal. It radiates waves of pressure from the top. The closer you get, the stronger the pressure becomes, as if there is a god from ancient times in front of you, releasing his divine power to the world. Just when Wang Yi was under such pressure and didn't know whether to move forward or backward, a ball of fire appeared in front of the crystal wall somewhere in the obelisk and caught her attention. The naked eye can't see what the ball of fire is, but in a space full of sacred energy, a ball of fire must have a special meaning. Wang Yi didn't rush to approach the ball of fire, but used the mecha's sighting equipment to amplify the collected video information. Then Wang Yi saw that it was not a ball of fire, but a humanoid creature wearing flaming armor. According to the data, the height of the humanoid creature reached 10 meters. He was wearing a red full-body armor. Strong flames erupted from the gaps in the armor and wrapped him inside. From a distance, he looked like a ball of fire. The flaming humanoid creature was facing the crystal wall of the obelisk with his back to Wang Yi. He held a silver-gray long sword in his hand and made a chopping posture to accumulate strength. On the crystal wall in front of him, there was a long sword mark, which was particularly eye-catching on the flat crystal wall. When Wang Yi was thinking about whether to go up and say hello and ask how to get out of here, the humanoid creature suddenly moved, slashing the fused sacred energy with a sword, and with a crash that resounded throughout the space, the blade cut the sword mark. Then the humanoid creature disappeared, and in an instant he was in front of Wang Yi. He shrank into human form, but was still extremely tall and strong. He looked at Wang Yi very close, so that Wang Yi could see that there was not a person inside the armor, but it was filled with flames. "Are you ready to fulfill your responsibilities?" An emotionless voice came from the armor, and the content made Wang Yi confused. She said, "I don't know what you are talking about. Where is this place? Who are you? How can I get out? Are you ready to fulfill your responsibilities?" The armor continued to repeat the same words. Wang Yi said, "I don't know what my responsibilities are. Can you tell me what they are, and let me think about it? Are you ready to fulfill your responsibilities?" The repeated words made Wang Yi realize that he was not facing an intelligent body, but something left by the prophet. To be honest, Wang Yi didn't like the feeling of having his fate arranged properly, but it seemed that if he didn't agree, he couldn't trigger the next conversation. Okay, no matter what it is. I promise. I'm ready. No matter what the duty is, I will fulfill it." After getting the correct answer, the conversation can finally proceed normally. "Give your body to Bella and let her come here." "What?" Wang Yi didn't expect the other party to make such a ridiculous request. She asked, "What do you mean? What will happen to me if I give my body to Bella?" Armor did not answer Wang Yi, and continued according to the setting, "This is your fate." "Fuck fate," Wang Yi said angrily. "Tell me, what will happen to me after I give my body to Bella?" "This is your fate." After saying this, Armor put his hand on Wang Yi's head, and the flames instantly wrapped Wang Yi completely. Chapter 482 Commander of Flame. Gene Activation Condition Triggered. Commander of Flame Super Enhanced Gene Activated. Gene Matching. Angel Enhanced Gene Detected. Database read. Angel Enhanced Gene is the bridge support of the crystal wall of the divine plane. First level note. Necessary to retain the gene. Angel Enhanced Gene is stable. Retain the Angel Enhanced Gene. Commander of Flame performs limited activation. Read activation items. Commander of Flame Super Enhanced Gene activated. Please eliminate the Angel Enhanced Gene as soon as possible. Otherwise the double gene will cause the body to collapse. Commander of Flame Super Enhanced Gene limited activation completed. Boom boom boom. When Wang Yi regained consciousness, she found that she had left the strange space. But the energy flow following the explosion pulled her all over the place. When she entered the independent space, the time in the outside world did not seem to have passed. And she returned just in the center of the micro-missile explosion. In her ears were the calls of the tactical captain and the continuous alarm of the mecha system. The body was completely out of control. The explosion destroyed most of the functions of the mecha. Some places had cracks, and some places were directly blown away and flew to who knows where. The weapons used in the Strongest King competition are all real guns and live ammunition. Although there are strict restrictions on power, and each contestant has very complete protection measures, casualties are inevitable. Normal players cannot be hit by so many missiles by using evasive actions and decoy bombs. The limited damage does not affect the continuation of the game, which is also the exciting part of the Strongest King competition. If the opponent seizes the opportunity to cause multiple missiles to hit, even if there is a mecha to protect the internal organs, it will not be able to withstand so many explosions, and it may be killed if the treatment is too late. This time, Wang Yi's distraction caused all the missiles to explode on her body without missing a single one. In the rising flames, although we can't see her condition, we can imagine that she is lucky to be able to save her life. After a sigh, the audience couldn't help complaining. None of them thought that there would be such an anticlimactic game in the second half of the finals. Wang Yi, who had always performed very well, unexpectedly became so amateurish in the face of the enemy's attack. She was indeed a novice in the competition. She had not even played in the regular season and directly used her privileges to play in the finals. It was inevitable that she would make mistakes in the crucial arena. She still needed more training. Hey! Hey! Here. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. How are you now? Quickly recovering from the dizziness of the shock, Wang Yi quickly moved under the cover of smoke and dust, checked the damage of the mecha again, and then answered the logistics data support team. I'm here. I'm fine. It's just, there is a problem with the power system of the upper half of the body, and I need to remove the cumbersome mecha module. No. 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 The tactical captain immediately said, it is very dangerous to remove the mecha module. The opponent's next attack may kill you. Surrender. You have done very well. I believe that as long as you train hard, you will definitely be able to enter the top 32 in the Strongest King competition next year. Wang Yi left some necessary protective armor and removed all other mecha modules that consume physical strength. Regarding the captain's suggestion to surrender, she replied, I can't wait until next year. My goal this year is to enter the top 8. Don't worry. The attack just now didn't hurt me. I feel that my condition has never been so good. I feel that my whole body seems to have been reforged by fire, and it stores the power to explode. Tell me the opponent's position. I want to return all the attacks I just took. Through the nearby drone, the logistics support team saw Wang Yi's appearance at this time. She removed the cumbersome mecha module and went into battle lightly, holding an assault rifle in her hand. Except for some dust on her body and face, she did not look injured. It is hard to imagine that she was safe and sound in the explosion just now. On the field, the player's order is the highest order. If Wang Yi wants to fight, the battle must continue. The logistics data team immediately took action, and all drones flew towards the opponent's position. Wang Yi's opponent was very cautious. Even though he thought that the previous attack had secured his victory, he did not rush to check. He aimed at the explosion from a shooting position. As long as Wang Yi moved or tried to use the micro-wormhole to transfer, he could immediately shoot to stop her and continue attacking until the opponent was eliminated. At this time, the drones of both sides chose to advance to the opponent's position, and the offensive and defensive battle between the drones began. The battle continues. The audience who were ready to leave did not expect Wang Yi to choose to continue fighting in this situation. Through the electronic eye, you can see what she looks like now, without any protection. Does she really want to die? At this time, Wang Yi had no doubts about victory. She didn't know what happened to her. It seemed that a super-enhanced gene called the Flame Commander was activated in her body. Super-enhanced gene. This is a legendary thing that no one knows whether it exists or not. Now, although Wang Yi's body has not changed externally, she can feel that she is completely different. Her physical strength is completely different from before. And the surging fire magic energy in her body, as if she can easily summon the flames of destruction to burn the entire mountain. No matter what this power is. When this game first found the target, 65, 95, 32, 14, 784 units are performing space calculations. 14 per units are lost. And the calculation continues. Wang Yi, wearing virtual tactical glasses, has seen his opponent. The drone that broke in was hiding and performing spatial analysis. At the moment when the spatial calculation was finished, Wang Yi immediately opened the micro-wormhole and rushed in. Then Wang Yi saw his opponent aiming at him with a gun. The rifles in the hands of both sides fired at close range at the same time. At this time, Jessica in the audience stood up from her seat and walked towards the exit. Sinclair immediately followed and shouted from behind, "Ms. Jessica, the game is not over yet. Are you leaving? There is no need to continue watching. I'm going to see Wang Yi. Do you know where she went after the game? Is there no need to watch?" Sinclair turned around and saw the man in the mecha lying on the ground, with a woman in light armor and a ponytail standing next to him. Above the stadium, a large letter appeared saying that Wang Yi won the game. She actually won. Sinclair regretted not seeing how Wang Yi won. But Jessica was about to walk away, so he could only catch up quickly. "Miss Jessica, do you want to see Wang Yi? After the game, she should go back to the lounge. But not everyone can go there. The security system there is very strict." Jessica continued to walk forward. "It will be easy as long as we know where she is." "Yes. Very strong fire magic energy, which is inconsistent with the information we got before." You said she is related to the King of Destruction? Well, ask her when we meet." Sinclair caught up and asked, "Miss Jessica, who are you talking to?" "No. There is no one else here." "Where is the lounge? Take me there." Chapter 483 Meeting. When Wang Yi returned to the player waiting area from the competition venue through the micro-wormhole, she was greeted by the cheers of the entire team. No one thought they could win this game, especially after Wang Yi was bombarded by so many missiles continuously. They lost all hope of victory. But Wang Yi won. No one could have thought that under the extreme conditions of close-range gunfire between the two sides, wearing light armor and almost no tactical assistance, she used incredible movements to dodge all the bullets fired by the opponent. That was not an extreme displacement that one person could make. Her speed of change of direction was even impossible for the optical video device to accurately capture. Not to mention the reaction delay caused by people using firearms. No one knows what happened to Wang Yi, but victory is the best answer. You did a great job." The tactical captain applauded and said, "The ballistic evasion you used at the end was very wonderful. I even thought you would break your bones. Do you need a medical staff to check your physical function?" Wang Yi took off the last armor on his body, revealing the inner team uniform, and said to the captain, "I have no problem. I feel very good. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. I have something else to do. We are going to have a celebration party. Are you not going to join?" "It's a pity." Wang Yi opened the door of her lounge and said, "It seems that I can't join. I wish you all a good time." After that, Wang Yi closed the door. She prepared to pack her personal belongings and go to Tika City to find Bella. Now it's not a matter of her fate being controlled. Her body and life may not last long. She must find Bella as soon as possible to figure things out. Just as Wang Yi was packing her things into the gift box, a piece of white paper appeared out of thin air and slowly fell on the table. Looking around, there was no one else in the room except herself. Magic again. And the damn prophet. "Can't you let me die quickly?" Wang Yi thought it was another message from the prophet. She cursed in her heart while reading the paper. "Ms. Wang Yi, I want to meet you to discuss the fire magic energy that just burst out from you. I am in a car on the roadside outside the stadium. Looking forward to meeting you." The tone did not seem like that of a prophet. Who would the other party be? Should I meet him or not? Then Wang Yi found that she did not seem to have many choices. The other party could use space magic to accurately transmit a piece of paper when she came in, which meant that the other party was very powerful and her whereabouts were completely under the other party's monitoring. Now it was a friendly invitation. If she wanted to escape, she would probably suffer. After reading the note, Wang Yi summoned a flame to light the paper. Using fire magic energy felt easier than using holy energy. Since she couldn't escape, Wang Yi was ready to see who the other party was. At least she could judge that the opponent didn't seem to be too hostile. Otherwise, why would she bother to pass on the information? Wouldn't it be easier to just take action? And she also wanted to know more about the changes in her body. But Wang Yi was not completely unprepared. She packed her luggage, changed her clothes, and left her lounge. Before leaving, she said to the tactical captain, "Please contact Lutur in Tika City for me, and tell him that I'm going to meet a friend and won't go back for dinner." Wearing a baseball cap, Wang Yi left the stadium in a low-key manner through a secluded passage, and then found the magnetic suspension car parked on the roadside at a glance. There was a faint fire magic energy coming out of it, and Wang Yi was very sensitive to fire magic energy at this time. Wang Yi walked to the side of the car with caution. The driver was a very young boy. When he saw her, he waved and greeted her excitedly, as if he had seen a star. Sitting in the back seat was a young girl, very beautiful and well-educated. And she was obviously the child of a well-educated, wealthy family. The fire magic energy was emanating from the girl. And the girl did not look like the boy driver, who looked admiring. She just waved gently to indicate to get in the car. Doesn't look like a bad guy. Wang Yi let down her guard a little, and after checking that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly opened the car door and sat in the back seat. "I'm Wang Yi, and I'm here to meet you at your invitation. May I ask, who are you and what is your purpose in looking for me?" "My name is Sinclair, and this is Miss Jessica." As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, the excited Sinclair said, "Just now Miss Jessica said that she has made an appointment with you to meet here. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect you to really come. We just watched your game. It was really exciting. In such a powerful attack, you were safe and sound, and won cleanly. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit long-winded. It's just because I'm so happy. I like the King of Kings competition very much, but I never thought I could be so close to the top 32 contestants. Can you give me an autograph?" Right here. The top 32 contestants of the King of Kings competition were sitting in their cars, which made Sinclair so excited that he couldn't help himself. He took out a pen and asked Wang Yi to sign his name on the sleeve of his clothes. Wang Yi smiled, signed his name seriously, and then said to Jessica, "You should be Miss Jessica. Do you need my autograph?" "Not now. I think there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." While Wang Yi was observing Jessica, Jessica was also observing Wang Yi. Her body was emitting a great deal of fire magic energy, and she seemed to have no idea how to control it. "I'm glad that you were willing to meet me after I only left you a message. But this is not a place to talk. Are you familiar with this place? Do you know where we can have a frank conversation?" Jessica's tone was a little provocative. She could feel that although Wang Yi's fire magic energy was very strong at this time, she would never be her opponent if she didn't know how to use it. She planned to use a direct way to let this person answer many of her questions, and she could use some force when necessary. This was not the plan Jessica had initially made. After all, according to intelligence, there should be a powerful angel behind Wang Yi. If she rashly attacked Wang Yi and provoked the angel, it would be bad. Without knowing the other party's strength, Cindy might not be able to protect him. But the fire magic energy on Wang Yi made Cindy very excited. She kept saying that this energy was related to the King of Destruction, and kept urging Jessica to investigate the origin of Wang Yi's fire magic energy. Jessica was afraid that Cindy would not be able to help but do something more uncontrollable, so she had to take the risk of asking Wang Yi out. Chapter 484 Fire and Anger. Jessica's attitude and words let Wang Yi know that this meeting would not be harmonious. She only hoped that Bella could know the message she conveyed earlier and come as soon as possible. "Then let's go out of town. You don't want irrelevant people to see such a violent scene. Then go out of town." Jessica agreed very straightforwardly and said to Sinclair, "Listen to Miss Wang Yi. Drive wherever she wants to go." "Okay." Sinclair has noticed that the atmosphere between the two ladies in the back seat is a little strange. Isn't Miss Jessica a fan of Miss Wang Yi? But Sinclair knows that there are some things he shouldn't ask. He started the car skillfully and drove out of the city quickly. In the early days of the development of the initial star by the Earthlings, human footprints were all over the planet. In addition to building cities, large tracts of farmland were reclaimed to provide sufficient food for interstellar exploration. But later, the initial star began to refresh monsters, and the monsters became stronger and stronger, gradually squeezing the living space of humans on the initial star. The farmland decreased, and synthetic food was invented. Later, the Star Alliance transferred all agriculture to the discovered survivable natural planets. And the initial star no longer had large-scale agricultural planting. And almost everything outside the suburbs became wasteland. Except for the adventure teams hunting monsters. Most places cannot see any traces of human beings. Sinclair followed Wang Yi's instructions, and drove the car to the outskirts of the city, and parked it on a wasteland. Above the sky, you can see large starships and space stations parked in low Earth orbit. The magnetic orbit shuttles that shuttle between the universe and the city come and go. And the number of them is so large that they draw flowing ribbons between the sky and the city. Although it is not the first time to see such a scene, Jessica still can't help but be intoxicated by the technological power she sees. I don't know when I can see such a scene on the Order Star. Wang Yi followed Jessica out of the car. There was a breeze outside, and it was very quiet. Seeing that Jessica was just looking towards the city without saying anything, Wang Yi broke the silence first. I'm here. If you have anything to ask me or tell me, you can start now. Yes. We do have something important to talk about. Please wait. Jessica turned around and took out a magic wand. Although she can now release magic without the help of props, she has gotten used to it. And using a magic wand does help her concentrate. With a light wave of the magic wand, Sinclair fell asleep in the car. Seeing Wang Yi become alert, Jessica smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just a hypnotic trick. He knows nothing. And knowing too much will not do him any good. Now we can talk. Please sit down." Jessica tapped the ground twice in a somewhat showy manner, and some vines quickly grew on the ground. These vines twisted and finally turned into 2 vine chairs. Then a stone table was formed between the 2 vine chairs. The invisible hand took out 2 glasses from the space, and took out a bottle of red wine, and poured them into the glasses respectively. Flowers bloomed on the vine chair, and the wine glass vibrated with light melody music. Although Wang Yi had seen the application of magic from Bella, Bella was not a person who liked to show off. The magic she used was very simple, without these fancy things. This time, Wang Yi finally saw the wonder of magic, which was amazing. Jessica put away her magic wand and sat in one of the chairs. After inviting Wang Yi to sit down, she asked, "Do you know the King of Destruction?" "The King of Destruction?" Wang Yi searched her memory and couldn't find anything related to the King of Destruction. She replied, "I'm sorry. I don't know who you are talking about. Is he related to me?" Jessica knew that there were heroes from the Order world behind the Star Alliance founding company, and these heroes already knew the existence of the King of Destruction. Wang Yi said that she didn't know the King of Destruction. If she didn't lie, it meant that she had no direct relationship with the heroes of the founding company. Cindy, who had long lost her sleepiness, hid in Jessica's pocket. She said in a voice transmission, "The fire magic energy on her body is the power of His Majesty. I will not make a mistake." How could she not know the King of Destruction? Keep asking. She must know something? Jessica continued to ask Wang Yi, "The fire magic energy on your body should not belong to you. How did you get it? Why should I tell you?" Wang Yi refused to answer, but asked, "Tell me who the King of Destruction is first. Then, I will tell you the origin of these fire magic energies." Jessica considered whether she should reveal the identity of destruction. After feeling that Cindy was getting more and more agitated, she said, "The King of Destruction is the Demon King of Destruction, the Master of Hell. Since you know magic, you should know what Hell and the Demon King are. I can now answer my questions on behalf of the King of Destruction, and you will leave safely. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that nothing bad will happen." The King of Destruction turned out to be the demon leader of Hell. Has he come to the original star? Wang Yi immediately thought that Bella was an angel, and angels and demons were mortal enemies. I don't know if Bella is a match for the King of Destruction. She regretted letting Bella save her. Now Wang Yi just wants to get out as soon as possible and stop Bella from coming. She replied, "The Lord of Hell? What a terrifying existence. Okay, I will tell you everything I know. My fire magic energy comes from the gene enhancement fluid I injected. I don't know who made this gene enhancement liquid. I'm just the user. You don't need to waste your time on me. Can I leave now?" When Wang Yi was about to get up and leave, several vines suddenly wrapped her around the chair. Jessica said angrily, "Miss Wang Yi, don't think I'm easy to deceive. I know you know angel fighting skills. And there is an angel teaching you divine energy. If she also taught you fire magic, you wouldn't know how to converge the external fire magic energy. These energies are newly acquired by you in the game that just ended. So you don't know how to use them? I have already told you about the King of Destruction. It is your turn to tell me the truth. Hearing that the other party knew about the existence of angels, Wang Yi stopped talking nonsense. The surging fire magic energy overflowed from her body, and the fierce flames wrapped her in the middle. The high temperature made the rattan chair burn, and Wang Yi broke free from the restraints in an instant. Do you think I will bow to the devil? I will die here today, and will not answer any of your questions. Wang Yi did not know fire magic, so she directly used fire magic energy. The fire magic energy in her body seemed to be released endlessly, and the steaming hot air formed a cyclone, which lifted her up violently. Jessica was not to be outdone in a fight. She was good at air magic. She performed the magic of flying, and the air flow made her fly lightly. With a wave of the magic wand, a circle of dark clouds surrounded her, and lightning crossed in the clouds. Wang Yi and Jessica confronted each other in the air, and the flame and thunder clouds each occupied a hemisphere and squeezed towards the middle. Chapter 485 Old Friends. In terms of energy intensity alone, Wang Yi, who has obtained the super enhanced gene of the Flame Commander, is a little stronger. At this moment, Wang Yi is like an erupting volcano, without any fancy things, just the direct release of fire magic energy. Although Jessica's magic power is weaker than Wang Yi in terms of total amount and intensity. As a native of Order Star, Jessica has received the best magic education since childhood. After entering the Holy Magic Dragon Academy, her ability to control magic power has improved again. The air magic energy is extremely obedient in Jessica's hands. With the command of the magic wand, the air magic energy around Jessica is like a symphony orchestra, each doing its own job, and different magic changes are orderly combined in one place, making a resonant sound. The clouds and the flames mixed together to form a fire cloud that turned the earth orange-red. The roar of thunder rolled in all directions close to the ground, and the high temperature baked the originally green grass into withered yellow. After blocking the impact of the flames, Jessica did not stand still to compete with Wang Yi in energy intensity. Her magic wand pointed to the sky, and as the spell was chanted, a large-scale tornado took shape. The rotating airflow produced a crackling electric grid, and a tubular lightning penetrated and struck Wang Yi's head. With a thunderstorm, lightning penetrated Wang Yi's body and blew up a layer of grass on the ground. The residual power of the electric energy continued to radiate outward, turning into electric snakes that spread and jumped close to the ground, jumping dozens of meters before gradually dissipating. The tornado continued to brew the next lightning strike. Wang Yi's momentum had been greatly reduced by the tornado's lightning strike just now. Her application of magic energy was really too primitive. She had a bottomless body of fire magic energy, but only a little bit of it was really effective. Jessica controlled the second tornado's lightning strike and did not strike down, under the protection of layers of airflow defense. She said to Wang Yi, "Don't resist in vain. If I give you a period of practice, maybe I am not your opponent. But now, you can't beat me. We are not enemies. I don't want to hurt you. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, I will let you go." Wang Yi was struck by the lightning and became stiff. She also realized that there was a big gap between her and the opponent. She said weakly, "Is this magic? It is really powerful. But our fight is not fair. I should wear my mecha. In this way, the lightning you release will be completely useless." Jessica chuckled and said, "Of course I know that some metals have very good conductivity. But air magic can not only release lightning, and I can not only use air magic." After that, the lightning in the tornado disappeared, and sharp stones and ice blades appeared. The wind increased, and the fire magic energy emitted by Wang Yi was taken away layer by the tornado. Her body was also swaying in the center of the tornado. It is conceivable what will happen when she is swept up by the tornado. The fire dyed the tornado red, forming a fire dragon that reached hundreds of meters in height. Jessica was a little proud of being able to use compound magic easily. She said to Wang Yi, "Do you see the gap between us? I just want you to answer a few questions. Do you have to work so hard?" Wang Yi tried hard to stabilize her body in the wind. The sharp stones and ice blades that turned with the wind passed by her. "You know I know an angel. So do you think the devil of hell will let me go? Don't waste your energy. If you want to kill me, kill me. I won't answer any of your questions." Really stubborn, Jessica was helpless about Wang Yi's insistence. She said, "I don't care about the angel behind you at all now. And the King of Destruction never regards angels as enemies. Forget it. I can't explain it to you anyway. I won't kill you, but I'll make you suffer a little." After saying that, Jessica swung her magic wand, trying to wrap Wang Yi in the tornado. However, at this moment, a dazzling flash suddenly appeared, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire grassland. The tornado that was still raging just now seemed to hit an invisible mountain, and it was shattered in an instant. At the same time, a meteor emitting golden light swooped down from the sky, and the pressure gathered and locked Jessica firmly, making her unable to move. It was that angel. She was so powerful. At this time, Jessica found that she had greatly underestimated the strength of the angel behind Wang Yi. She had seen angels, archangels, and holy angels beside Daliang, but in front of the power exuded by this angel, it was like the starlight in front of the bright moon. Even holy Julian was far inferior. How could she be so unlucky to meet such a strong angel here? Jessica looked up at the sky. The angel had already launched a holy attack, and under the control of the pressure, she had no possibility of evasion. Jessica regretted her recklessness. If Sir Charles was around, he would definitely not agree to her so recklessly looking for Wang Yi. Knowing that she couldn't dodge, Jessica desperately cast defensive magic on herself. But she also knew that with such a huge difference in rank, any defense would be futile. Is she going to die here? The angel that descended from the sky rushed very fast, and Jessica could already see her appearance, with her eyes showing arrogance that looked down on all living beings. At this time, Jessica's eyes blurred, and a figure rushed from her side to the top to block the path of the holy attack. It was Cindy. Only then did Jessica realize that she had such a super bodyguard by her side. Cindy's strength reached the 14th level, which was much higher than her 12th level. It was impossible to defeat this angel, but maybe Cindy could take her away. However, Jessica found that Cindy did not take any action after coming out. She did not release defensive magic, did not open the space teleportation array, and did not take a defensive posture. She just stood in the air without any movement, staring at the angel that was getting closer and closer. "Cindy!" Jessica shouted worriedly. And Cindy actually knelt down on one knee in front of the approaching angel, Prince Fachen's subordinate blood-sucking guard Cindy. "See the Holy Lady Bella." The pressure like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head disappeared instantly, and the downward pressure spread to form a circle of outward shock waves. The golden angel held the light shield and stayed in the air while diving. Cindy lowered her head and knelt without making any extra movements. The shield was only a hair's breadth away from Cindy's head. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Bella put away the light shield and returned to her human form. She flew down and stopped in front of Cindy. Wang Yi, who was standing by, had never seen Bella in her current state. She had never been so excited. In fact, Wang Yi had never seen Bella have too much emotional fluctuations. It seemed that even a planetary explosion would not make her mood a bit disordered. But at this moment, Bella's heart was really in turmoil. She looked at Cindy, as if she wanted to ask, but was afraid that she would not get the answer she wanted. As a guard of Daliang, how could Cindy be next to a human magician? Does this mean Bella has some bad ideas? Fortunately, Cindy said at this time, "Sacred Bella, my master, your best friend. After finding the space where you were sealed, His Majesty Prince Fachen ordered to lift the seal and rescue you. But we found that you were lost in the exile space. How did you end up on the initial star? If the master knew your whereabouts, he would be very happy." Chapter 486 Too Big Bright. Hearing the information she wanted to hear, Bella's whole body relaxed. She showed a rare smile on her face, pulled Cindy up, and asked, "Where is your master? Who is she?" Bella asked about Jessica's identity. Jessica, who had escaped death, looked at Bella with a confused face. How could an angel she met casually in the Star Alliance be so powerful? Not only powerful, but also a friend of the ancestors. The ancestors have too many friends. One ear next to him also had a face full of question marks. Isn't the other party a subordinate of the Lord of Hell? I didn't want to reveal your whereabouts. I didn't even want my life. How come you are like meeting a long-lost relative? Are you still an angel? Cindy immediately introduced Bella. "Sacred Bella, my master is on the Order Star. He is now in Niwen City negotiating with the Scarab Company. This is the master's descendant Princess Jessica. After we discovered that Miss Wang Yi used angel combat skills in the Strongest King competition, the master sent Princess Jessica to investigate. Originally, Master Vincent would have come with us, But there was a small accident in the middle. At this time, Bella found that what Cindy said was very different from the information she had learned. According to the intelligence Bella collected, De Leon should have a great relationship with the Judgment Group, and he was even the founder of the Judgment Group. She wanted to meet Wang Qian to prove this point. The Wang family of Judgment are all of Oriental descent, but Jessica is not, and there is no Jessica's name in the Wang family of Judgment. In addition, the Prophet and De Leon co-directed Wang Yi's life journey from birth to now, and arranged for himself to meet Wang Yi and protect her. How could he not know that Wang Yi knew angel combat skills? And Cindy also said, De Leon didn't know that he was in the Star Alliance, but thought he was lost in the exile space. It doesn't match at all. There must be a big problem here. Bella calmed down and identified Cindy again. The Vampire Sword Guards were a race created by De Leon based on the undead vampires. Originally, this race belonged to De Leon, but De Leon, who was short of money to build the Great Tomb, had too many Vampire Sword Guards in his hands. So he sold them for a while, causing some of them to be lost. However, all that De Leon sold were male Vampire Sword Guards. Therefore, Cindy, as a female Vampire Sword Guard, must be De Leon's subordinate. Moreover, Bella had seen Cindy with De Leon before, and she could confirm again that this Cindy was not a disguise. But why was Cindy's words so different from her own judgment? Bella didn't say it out loud. She nodded slightly to Jessica, and then said to Cindy, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to another place to talk in detail." Bella swung her sword and cut through the space to open a portal. Jessica, who was confused, said, "Okay, let's talk somewhere else. Sinclair, who brought us here, is still asleep in the car. I'll let him go back by himself, and then we'll leave." Jessica ran to the car to remove the magic and wake up Sinclair, and then said to the confused Sinclair, "Sinclair, thank you for taking care of me all the way. Now my family is here to pick me up, and I want to go back with them. You go back by yourself. I'll find you when I have time." Sinclair, who was slowly recovering from the magic, saw Jessica, Wang Yi and two women who came at some unknown time, leading through a micro-wormhole. Then he looked outside the car in surprise. What happened here? How come I don't know anything? Outside the car is a land ravaged by magic. The original grass was turned over, and the tornado plowed a series of circular gullies on the ground. The outermost circle is close to the car door. If it expands a little, it can roll the car in and tear it into pieces. The strange phenomenon made Sinclair dare not stay here for long. Miss Jessica was taken away by her family. Although he felt a little empty in his heart, Sinclair knew that he and Jessica were not the same kind of people. So he threw away a little bit of delusion in his heart and quickly left this dangerous place. Bella took Jessica, Cindy, and Wang Yi back to the Mist-Fast assault ship. The four of them sat around a round table. Bella turned on the communicator and said, "Johnny, I have a very important guest now. I will not see anyone who comes to see me. In addition, give Lu 250,000 credit points to thank him for the news he sent. Here is fine. She is here with me." After locking the hatch, Bella asked the robot to pour 4 cups of coffee, and then asked Cindy, "Tell me, where did you go after the God plane was opened?" "We searched the entire plane to find your master." Cindy did not answer immediately, but looked at Wang Yi and said to Bella, "Sacred Bella, what is your relationship with Miss Wang Yi?" Bella looked at Wang Yi and said, "I will tell you about Wang Yi, or tell your master after seeing him. You should have felt that she has the power of destruction, and she is qualified to listen to your master's story here." Bella has noticed the change in Wang Yi's energy. The fire magic energy from the world-destroying world was gone before her competition. Bella also wanted to know what Wang Yi encountered, but at this moment, she wanted to understand De Liang's matter more. Cindy looked at Wang Yi again, and seeing Bella's firm attitude, she had to tell Bella the truth about what happened after they opened the crystal wall of the God plane. "Your Majesty, after opening the crystal wall of the God plane, the entire tomb instantly traveled through more than 2,000 years and appeared in the death desert of the Order Star. Later, after our investigation, we learned that the Order Star was the former main world plane, and the Death Desert was the burial place of the Death Kingdom." Cindy knew Bella's position in Da Young's heart, so she didn't hide anything from Bella. From their discovery of the Great Tomb Crossing and the gradual exploration of the Order Star, to Da Young's personal infiltration into the Star Alliance to find allies to resist the invasion of the Star Alliance's founding company, This also includes the fact that Daliang immediately rescued Bella after discovering that she was sealed, and then found that Bella was lost in the exile space. During Cindy's narration, Bella didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Wang Yi and Jessica were also very fascinated by what they heard and didn't dare to interrupt. After Cindy finished speaking, Bella immediately asked, in other words, before you discovered that the Scarab Company came from the Star Alliance, you never knew anything about the Star Alliance, let alone came here. Cindy didn't know why Bella asked this, so she answered truthfully, yes. The emergence of the Star Alliance disrupted all the Master's plans. At first, we just wanted to find all the separated planes. Bella fell into deep thought. Now it seems that there are two Daliangs, and both are real. One spanned 2,000 years, from the moment the crystal wall of the God Plane was opened, and came to this time point in this world in one step. The other was in the Star Alliance and the Prophet, arranging many things. What is going on? Chapter 487, Entering the Crystal Wall Space of the God Plane. For Bella, meeting Cindy not only did not help her solve her doubts, but instead gave rise to more questions. At present, it seems that there are two Daliangs, both of whom are real. And if you want to know more answers, you need to go to Niwen City to meet this old friend who has traveled through 2,000 years. Bella turned on the communicator and said, Tony, get ready. I need to go to Niwen City as soon as possible. This is very important. Tony replied, Miss Bella, you have a game tomorrow, which is a promotion match from 64 to 32. If you go to Niwen City Airport at this time, you will definitely not be able to make it back. Can you postpone your trip for a day and leave after the game? At this moment, Bella was in no mood to play the strongest king competition. She participated in this competition to solve the mystery in her heart. Now Daliang was in Niwen City, and she was unwilling to wait for a moment. If I can't make it back, I can't make it back. My trip can't be delayed in any way. Don't question me. I didn't ask for your opinion. Prepare to take off immediately. Yes, Miss Bella. The robber Tony immediately issued a return order to all the crew members who were out. The battleship needed to complete the launch and interstellar jump, and the system needed to be preheated and started, plus self-inspection and necessary supplies replenishment, which took about 3 hours. After getting Tony's reply, Bella said to the three ladies, we will leave for Niwen City soon. Perhaps Prince Feichen can answer more questions for me. Then, here, tell me what you encountered. Now you have very strong fire magic energy, which comes from the world destroying. And the world destroying is another identity of Prince Feichen. Bella's question is also what Cindy is concerned about. From the time they traveled through the Great Tomb to now, they have no clues about the world destroying. But they didn't expect to meet someone with the power of the world destroying on the initial star of the Star Alliance. Now Daliang is facing the law-level heroes in the founding company, and he urgently needs to improve his own strength. Before the elemental divine stone was opened, Daliang's own strength was very limited. Everyone looked at Wang Yi, waiting for his answer. Wang Yi did not hide her experience in the competition. She said, these are all from the enhanced genes I have. The angel gene is just its surface. There is another layer of gene inside, called the Flame Commander Super Enhanced Gene. The moment I was hit by the missile, I entered a very special space, which was full of sacred energy. Also, there is a very tall obelisk. Hearing this, Bella couldn't help but be surprised. God Plane Crystal Wall Space and God Plane Crystal Wall. How did you get to that place? Wang Yi asked. God Plane Crystal Wall? What is that? Bella explained. Prince Feichen once presided over the God Plane Crystal Wall research project, the purpose of which was to open the God Plane Crystal Wall. At that time, we thought that behind the God Plane Crystal Wall was the God Plane. But we were wrong. Behind the God Plane Crystal Wall is not the God Plane, but the universe. After Prince Feichen broke the God Plane Crystal Wall, he brought the Order World from a limited space into the infinite universe, which is what the Star Alliance calls the narrow universe entering the broad universe. The God Plane Crystal Wall is located between the narrow universe and the broad universe. It is a special barrier. This time it was Wang Yi's turn to be surprised. He actually saw the barrier between the narrow universe and the broad universe. Recalling the armored man with flames all over his body, and the sword marks he made on the crystal wall of the God Plane. Does it mean that he is opening the crystal wall of the God Plane and integrating the Earth into the broad universe? Bella, Wang Yi said excitedly, I saw that flame man, the leader of the flames. He is chopping the crystal wall of the God plane. Is he going to release the Earth from the narrow universe? Bella said, in the former ordered world. In addition to Prince Fachen studying the crystal wall of the God plane, Yunzhong City is also studying it. And the progress is faster. Archangel Michael found the crystal wall of the God plane 1,000 years in advance. In order to open the crystal wall of the God plane, she hacked it for 1,000 years. But Prince Fachen still opened the crystal wall of the God plane first. I don't know if hacking the crystal wall of the God plane will work. But what is certain is, this is a stupid method. What else did you find in the crystal wall of the God plane? Did the commander of the flame say anything to you? At this point, Wang Yi became a little hesitant. But she still said, he said, let me give you my body and let you go to see him. Give me your body? Yes. The commander of the flame seemed to be unconscious. With only a very brief message. After I agreed to give you my body, he activated the super enhanced gene in my body. And then I easily won the game. Bella asked, you agree to give me your body? Wang Yi pretended not to care and said, I have to give it to you. Now I have angel genes and flame commander genes in my body. There is no problem in the short term. But my body will collapse over time. Anyway, I will die. So I might as well give my body to you. When I log in again and revive, I will be a brave man again. And I think that the flame commander has very important information for you. Bella thought. The prophet said that what Daliang left for him should be in the crystal wall space of the God plane. I have been waiting in the sealed space for more than 2,000 years just for this meeting. Okay, you now have angel genes and a certain amount of divine energy. So you should be able to withstand my invasion of consciousness. Bella stood up and said to Wang Yi, since you have decided to give me your body, let's start now. We will leave the initial star in a while. I don't know if leaving here will affect our entry into the crystal wall space of the divine plane. Wang Yi also stood up. She was very attached to her body. If she could survive, she really didn't want to give it up. But now her fate was at the mercy of others. And it was meaningless to think too much. I'm ready. Wang Yi opened her arms to Bella. Bella didn't have so much sentimentality. She took a step forward and put her hand on Wang Yi's forehead. She spread her wings and turned back into an angel. The light she emitted illuminated the whole room. The blinding light spread from Bella to Wang Yi. And in an instant, it enveloped both of them. Another strong light appeared and disappeared immediately. When the room returned to normal, Bella and Wang Yi disappeared, leaving only Cindy and Jessica, who was stunned. Cindy, Jessica asked, you have never told me who this angel named Bella is. And what is her relationship with the King of Destruction? And Prince Fachen of the First Empire of the main world. Is he the destroyer? And also my ancestor? Cindy replied. Saint Bella accepted the invitation of the Master to serve as the guardian angel of the First Empire of the main world. They are friends who can be trusted with their backs. The Master is indeed Prince Fachen of the First Empire of the main world. Even if you don't know it now, you will know it in the future. Jessica sighed. Sir Charles and I have found the 3 kings of the First Empire of the main world, excluding Queen Joyce. We all think that Emperor Howard is my ancestor. I didn't expect it to be Prince Fachen. Cindy took the coffee on the table and drank it. She couldn't sleep at this time. After hearing what Jessica said, she laughed teasingly. Unfortunately, you have eliminated all the correct answers and chose the only wrong one. Ah? You are the descendant of Prince Fachen and Queen Joyce, and have no blood relationship with Emperor Howard. Now do you know how noble your identity is? 2/3 of the Order Star belongs to your family. Of course, that is only a part of the Master's many territories. Chapter 488, Unraveling the Mystery. Here. Are you still there? Bella entered the crystal wall space of the divine plane. She was in Wang Yi's body, and had control over this body. But she could also feel that Wang Yi was not squeezed out by herself, but was in a protected spiritual space. Bella called Wang Yi and soon got a response from Wang Yi. I'm here. I didn't expect I was still alive. But I can only see through my eyes. Now it's your eyes. Wang Yi's spirit did not disappear. Perhaps the prophet had other arrangements for her. Bella did not stay here for too long. She got familiar with the strange body. After feeling the crystal wall of the divine plane, she flew quickly in one direction. According to Bella's speed, it didn't take long for her to see the towering obelisk and the flame commander facing the sword mark on the crystal wall. Bella flew behind the flame commander in an instant. She could feel that this was another body of Mishi. Daliang. Daliang? Bella called softly. Hearing the voice, The flame commander turned around, and Dalyang's voice came out. Hello, Bella. It's nice to meet you. And I'm very sorry that I can only see you in this way. At this time, I am already dead. The human lifespan of 100 years is so short. I can't wait for this moment to meet you. I can only let the prophet leave part of my memory and spirit in Mishi. If you have any questions, you can ask me. The prophet said that we can talk. But once my spirit is activated, it can't last too long. I will soon disappear forever. The flame commander did not make any moves. He is now just a carrier of memory and consciousness. Time is running out. Bella immediately asked. I just met Cindy. She told me. After you opened the crystal wall of the God Plane, you and the Great Tomb traveled through 2,000 years and appeared on the Order Star, which is the main world plane. She also told me that you are still alive. Why did you say you were dead? Dalyang's voice said, you should know now that the people on Earth can now indirectly enter the general universe because a virtual game world they created before broke through the boundaries of the universe and entered the general universe earlier than the Earth. That game is called Hero World, which is your world. Therefore, all creatures in the Order world can be traced back to some myths and legends on Earth. I am an Earthling and one of the many players in the Hero World. My real name is Wang Dalyang, and Dalyang is my game name. After I opened the crystal wall of the God Plane, the Hero World disappeared and all players were forced to leave the game. Then I and some players, who still missed the Hero World, discovered the Star Domain world and realized the existence of the narrow universe and the broad universe. We developed the initial star together and found many sealed heroes on the initial star. It was at this time that the prophet found me. He told me that there is another me. When the crystal wall of the God Plane was opened, the me in the game and the me outside the game were separated. The me outside the game stayed on Earth, and the me in the game stayed in the broad universe. The other me on the Order Star is me. I fulfill my responsibilities on Earth, and he continues to fulfill my responsibilities in the Order world. If you must make a distinction, he is the Dalyang who has been with you through so many things, and I am just a witness. The problem of the two Dalyangs is explained here. After so many days on the initial star, Bella has a certain understanding of the narrow universe, the broad universe, the Earth, the game world. So she quickly figured out the problem that troubled her. I roughly understand your relationship. But why am I here? You and the prophet created 1 year. And then let us meet. What is Nyeshur doing now? Are you opening the crystal wall of the God Plane here? Dalyang's voice replied. After the Order world entered the general universe, the prophet's ability became stronger and stronger, and the fatal events he encountered became more and more frequent. Even if he faked his death and came to the initial star, he could not escape his fate. When he was ready to accept his fate, I asked him to help me bring the Earth into the general universe. He agreed. The other me made a choice when we separated, between the Great Tomb and personal strength. He chose to take the Great Tomb away, and the personal strength was naturally left to me. However, although I have the power of law level, and even God level in the star world, there is still no way to increase my lifespan on the Earth side. It can only allow me to obtain endless wealth and power. In order to bring the Earth into the general universe, the prophet and I arranged everything. We used the divine power of Mishi to create a sword that can open the crystal wall space of the divine plane, and then found this place. I left Mishi here and chopped at the crystal wall of the divine plane like Michael. 2,000 years have passed, and I don't know if my chops are deeper than Michael's. Bella looked at the silver-gray long sword in Mishi's hand, and then looked at the sword mark on his back, and said, a little deeper than Michael's chops. But why don't you use your method to open the crystal wall of the God Plane? Michael has been chopping for 1,000 years, but it is not as good as your research in a few years. No, Dalyang said. What really opened the crystal wall space of the God Plane was Michael, and the belief of the entire Order world to break through the power limit. I just took the last step. This sword mark represents the belief of the Earth to break through the narrow universe. The last step is left for you to complete. This is also the reason why you came here at this time. You have to complete your mission. Bella was very puzzled. Why me? You? Nyeshur can continue to chop here until he opens the crystal wall. This crystal wall is the connection between the hero world and the Earth universe. When the Earthlings enter the star world, their consciousness enters and exits from here. You can't cut through the crystal wall of the God Plane from the outside. If you want to destroy it in the end, you can only do it from the inside. Wang Ear was created for you to enter the Earth side. The prophet is responsible for creating angel genes in the star world. And I am responsible for collecting the sacred energy that penetrated after the destruction of the crystal wall of the god plane to create Wang Ear. Now Wang Ear in the star world has angel genes. And Wang Ear on the Earth side is quickly absorbing the sacred energy that has penetrated into the past. The bridge has been built. Holding the sword in the hands of the world destroyer, you can reach the Earth side through that sword mark. The divinity of the God of Light will protect your safety when you pass through. When you cut open the crystal wall of the God plane and bring the Earth into the general universe, you will become a new god. Bella didn't expect that De Leon would give her such a heavy gift when she became a god. But she didn't show any joy or urgency, but asked, what will happen to Wang Ear? I will occupy her body on Earth. Will she die? Wang Ear on the Earth side will not exist. And her body will quickly transform into you. And Wang Ear in the star domain world will stay in the general universe. I gave her the Flame Commander Super Enhanced Gene as compensation. What to do next is up to you. Chapter 489 Destiny and Control. Wang Ear, who was in a mental state, could not only see but also hear. And then she found that things were worse than she had imagined. It turned out that when Miesher said that he would give his body to Bella, he was not referring to his body in the star world, but his real self on the Earth side. It was a real disappearance. Wang Ear instantly felt how ridiculous her life was. From birth to death, every step was carefully arranged. The value of her existence was just a tool. A body created for Bella. And me! Wang Ear couldn't help but swear, why do you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? Why can a person who has been dead for more than 2,000 years decide my life and death? I don't want any super enhanced genes. Take it away. Don't interfere with my destiny anymore. I have the final say in my life. Bella heard Wang Ear's dissatisfaction and said to Mishi, do you have to sacrifice Wang Ear? You should know that for the people on Earth. There are two completely different meanings over there and here. Da Yang's voice replied, I also know that it is inhumane to do so. Anyone who knows that their fate is being manipulated will be very unhappy. So I leave this choice to you too. Anyway, I'm dead. And your choice has nothing to do with me. The prophet can't foresee everything. And most of his energy is thinking about how to survive the next inevitable death event. I can only do what I can do in my limited life. I believe that the prophet and I have done our best. My duty has been completed. And the rest is yours. Bella asked again, after I arrive on the Earth side, can I easily open the crystal wall of the God plane? I don't know. And the prophet doesn't know either. Maybe you can chop the crystal wall with one sword. Or maybe you need to chop it for 2,000 years, like the world destroying. There are too many accidental factors for me to open the crystal wall of the God plane of the Order world. But as long as you persist, sooner or later this crystal wall of the God plane will be chopped by you. Bella's questions have basically been solved. As for whether to do it or not, she asked Wang Ear, whether the Earth enters the general universe is your business. I come from the world of Order, and have no right to make a decision for you. If you are willing to give up the body of the Earth, I can split the crystal wall of the God plane for the Earth. If you are reluctant, just pretend that what happened today did not happen. I will go to Naiwan City to meet up with Daliang, and go to the world of Order together. At this time, Wang Ear had calmed down from her anger. And then she found that the fate of the entire Earth civilization was in her mind. Entering the general universe. This is the dream of the Earthlings for more than 2,000 years, to develop the starfield world. The technology of the Earth has reached a point where it cannot be improved any further. And it is still a long way to go to break through the boundaries of the universe with its own strength. Trapped in the narrow universe, the Earth now has very serious social problems. The high unemployment rate makes most people spend their time in the starfield world. This has greatly expanded the power of the Star Alliance. And the Federation's control over Mars is only the most superficial fig leaf. If Mars is independent, the Federation will really be strangled by the Star Alliance. Recently, Wang Ear can feel that the Federation is carrying out a major operation. And the superiors are very busy and nervous. Wang Ear, who has served in the army and fought in the war, knows what that emotion is. It is pre-war syndrome. There is fear of war and fantasy of victory. There will be a war. And it's not a small war. Bella, I hope you can protect my parents. Wang Ear knew what was the right choice. Sacrificing one person to bring hope to the entire Earth civilization. The only thing she couldn't bear to do now was her parents. They were old and in poor health. If the war between the Star Alliance and the Federation really broke out, they would definitely not be able to protect themselves. Bella asked, have you made a decision? I have. I am just a small person. If I can do something big to save the world, why don't I do it? I gave you my body. I was created for you. Bella could hear the resentment in Wang Yi's heart. And she said, you can think about it again. And we will come again when you have made up your mind. No. Don't think about it. Wang Yi said, I'm fine. I'm not really dead. I will continue to live in the Starfield world. It's just, if the Prophet and that De Liang told me in advance, I wouldn't refuse. I hate this feeling of having my fate arranged firmly. And every step is designed by someone. At this time, De Liang's voice suddenly appeared in the mental conversation between Bella and Wang Yi. And he said to Wang Yi, I'm sorry, the Prophet and I didn't think too much about the harm this matter would cause you. In the early days of exploring the Order Star, we rescued some sealed Order World heroes. They were powerful but not as strong as me. I asked them to sign a guardian contract with the main families of the Star Alliance. Become the guardians of the founding families. And try to get them to help me open the crystal wall of this god plane. But they all refused. After my death, no one in the Star Alliance can suppress them. If they knew that the plan to open the god plane had not been terminated, they would definitely try their best to stop it. The Prophet and I must hide it from everyone, including you. It does not feel good to be manipulated by fate. But please forgive me and the Prophet. Especially the Prophet. He has suffered too much pain for my selfish request. We have no ill will towards you. Wang Yi is the name I prepared for my daughter. But my wife and I have never had a daughter. So I gave you this name. I hope you like it. Wang Yi was surprised. You gave me my name? How is that possible? You have been dead for more than 2,000 years. After I founded the Star Alliance, the discovery of the narrow universe and the broad universe caused a global panic. And then, the Earth Federation was established. And I secretly participated in the establishment of the Federation. So that after the Star Alliance was controlled by those law-level heroes, the fate of the Earthlings could still be in the hands of the Earthlings. And they could hold on until the arrival of the true guardian of the Earth. There is a secret department in the Federation that is responsible for your birth. They have their own other identities. And most of them don't know what they are doing. They only complete the designated tasks at a specific place and time. At this time, Wang Yi felt that this man named De Liang was too powerful. Not only did he create the Star Alliance, but he also participated in the establishment of the Federation. Even his birth can be controlled. So giving a name is too simple. And this big guy can manipulate the Star Alliance and the Federation at will. So what right does a small person like me have to feel wronged? After listening to De Liang's words, Wang Yi's mood finally improved a lot. Okay. I'm too hypocritical. After all, I can continue to live in the Star World. When Miss Bella opens the crystal wall of the Divine Plane, everything will be restored to its original state. Now, let's start. At this time, De Liang said, I don't have much time. Here, I have a task for you. After hearing this, Wang Yi asked with a little anger, didn't you say you would no longer interfere with me? I will guide you in the direction. And you control your destiny. Chapter 490 Mission. Okay. You're already dead. I won't bother with you. That's it, but whether to do it or not is up to me. Wang Yi had a good feeling about De Liang and the Prophet, and was not really angry. So she said it was okay to listen. De Liang's voice said, I am in charge of a department called Broken Moon in the Federation. And you are a project in charge of Broken Moon. According to the Prophet's prophecy, I arranged the work of Broken Moon in advance, and let it operate in hiding for the past 2,000 years. Now Broken Moon is carrying out a very big plan to bring the Star Alliance back to the hands of the Earthlings. It's just, this is the limit of the Prophet's prediction. And his situation is already very bad. We can't see what will happen in the distant future. And we don't know whether we can win. Here. Your identity is very special. You are a disciple of Holy Bella. And you have the power to destroy the world. I trust you. And I believe that the other me will trust you too. I hope you can take on the responsibility of commanding the Broken Moon and win this war together with the Order Star. As an intelligence officer of the Federation, Wang Yi has never heard of the Broken Moon Department. But it can be hidden in the Federation for more than 2,000 years, which shows that this department has infiltrated every corner of the Federation, including the ruling class. Taking over Shattered Moon means going from a small intelligence officer to a big boss, who can call the shots in the Federation and play games with the Star Alliance. Do you think I can do it well? Wang Yi has no confidence in her ability, very much. Until you do it well. None of us know whether you can do it well. And don't think that if I ask you to take over Shattered Moon, You can really take it over. Some people may not give up power. Some people may not obey you. The human heart is the most difficult thing to figure out. I can only give you a ladder. Whether you can climb up or not is a test for you. Wang Yi asked again, since you arranged for Miss Bella to go to Earth. Then with her power, the Star Alliance on the Earth side has no ability to resist at all. And those law-level heroes cannot go to Earth. Why bother? The development of civilization must follow the law of survival of the fittest. When the crystal wall of the God Plane is opened, the influence of the founding family guardians on the Star Alliance will gradually disappear. I think the Star Alliance should be taken back to the orderly management of the Federation. But how can I prove that I am right? What if the Star Alliance Business Chaos Federation model is more suitable for the development of interstellar civilization? After arriving on Earth, Bella was only responsible for opening the crystal wall of the God Plane. We have to decide which path the Earth civilization will take in the future. Wang Yi couldn't help but be impressed by De Liang's mind. And at the same time made a decision. I did it. In this magnificent era. If I can't leave my name on it, I will be too sorry for myself. But what should I do? I don't even know where the Broken Moon is now. Your superior is a member of the Broken Moon. After meeting him, tell him that you are the daughter of Wang Daliang, and that you can reveal the last instruction of the Prophet. He will take you to open the magic box left by the Prophet. Your blood and the energy of the flame of destruction are the keys to open the magic box, which contains my appointment to you. My superior is a member of the Broken Moon? He can access the information of the Prophet, and can convey the message left by the Prophet to you. But he doesn't know your origins. Okay. Let's stop here for my conversation. I want to leave the last moment to Bella. The Flame Commander raised the sword in his hand, and placed it flat in front of Bella, saying, open the crystal wall of the God Plane of the Order World, and let Miesher become a god. It is much more difficult to open the crystal wall of the God Plane of the Earth universe from the outside. The Prophet cast Miesher's divine power into this Order Ruler to cut the passage to this space. Jessica will bring Miesher to Daliang, and the Order Ruler will be handed over to you. Thank you for your contribution to me and the Earth. You are the only one I can trust and entrust my future to. Bella took the Order Ruler from Miesher's hand, and the huge divine power immediately attacked in the opposite direction. If Bella had not inherited a part of the divinity of the God of Light, she would have been swallowed up by the Lord of Order in an instant, and become a puppet of this artifact. Bella carefully controlled the Lord of Order, and said to Daliang, you gave me the divine power of destroying the world. So what about destroying the world? His power will be reduced to the law level. The current situation, the law level should be enough. The Prophet and I are more worried about the future. God will definitely reappear. Only by opening this crystal wall of the divine plane as soon as possible can we obtain the two gods as soon as possible. Daliang's voice gradually weakened, and his spiritual power was rapidly draining. Bella, I'm glad to see you again. The entire crystal wall space of the God Plane fell silent, with only Bella and Mishi standing face to face. After a long time, the Order Master disappeared from Bella's hand. It had merged with Bella. At this time, Bella was a pseudo-god who held the power of Mishi. Mishi, who was already a shell, floated motionlessly in the same place. Here. Are you ready? Ready. You can ignore how the Star Alliance and the Federation fight, but you can't ignore the safety of my parents. I've got it. Then, let's get started. Bella spread her angel wings and flew to the sword mark left by Mishi. She stretched out her right hand, and the Lord of Order appeared in her hand. Facing Jianhin, Bella took a posture of charging, and the surging sacred energy made the sword emit a dazzling golden light, which turned into a blazing golden flame. Concentrating all her strength, Bella swung a sword at Jianhin. The sound of the collision shook the whole space. Bella, Wang Yi called softly. She had gained control of her body, but the Lord of Order in her hand disappeared, and all the sacred energy in her body disappeared. Wang Yi's call had no response. Bella had disappeared from this world. She went to the Earth side to complete her mission. And what is my mission? Feeling that he had lost an important part of his life, Wang Yi turned around and looked at Mishi. The fire was still burning in his body, and he still looked so strong and brave. In an instant, the flames on Mishi's body became more vigorous. As if it had resonated, the fire magic energy in Wang Yi's body also erupted outward uncontrollably. Without the protection of the holy energy, the holy spell attacks in the crystal wall space of the God Plane all restored their original power. But the eruption of fire magic energy was more powerful than the holy energy here, blocking all holy attacks 10 meters away. Angel gene dissipated, and the evolution of the Flame Commander Super Enhanced Gene Complete Body began. The fire magic energy began to materialize, and combined on Wang Yi's body into a set of red armor similar to that on Mishi. Chapter 491. Preparing for the return trip. Cindy and Jessica were waiting for Wang Yi and Bella to come back, and they waited for more than 3 hours. The cabin door opened, and Tony walked in from outside. Seeing the two strange ladies, he looked around the small room, and when he didn't see Bella, he asked in confusion, "Sorry to bother you. Excuse me, where did Miss Bella go? The Mist has completed the takeoff preparations, but we encountered some problems. I have called Miss Bella many times, but I didn't get any response." Cindy and Jessica did hear a few more beep sounds coming from Bella's position. They didn't know what it was, and they didn't dare to press it randomly, so they just let it ring until it stopped. Jessica didn't know who Tony was or what he knew. Since he was on this spaceship, he should be Bella's subordinate. She said to Tony, "Miss Bella has an urgent matter to deal with, so she is not here for the time being. Why not wait a little longer? Maybe she will be back soon." Before Jessica finished speaking, the temperature in the whole room suddenly rose, and the red light illuminated the room like a furnace. However, the high temperature came quickly and dropped quickly. After the instantaneous burning sensation, there were two more people in the room. One was Wang Yi, and the other was the body of Mishi. Tony pulled out his pistol alertly and pointed it at the man in flame armor in front of him. The high temperature just now made his hair curled. It was imaginable what he would become if it lasted a little longer. The pistol was in a state of waiting to be fired. Tony asked Wang Yi, "Miss Yi, who is this person? And where is Miss Bella?" Wang Yi was still the same after the fire magic element was taken back into her body. She was a little weak after completing the super gene enhancement. She sat back in the chair and said to Tony, "Who is this person? You don't need to worry about it. Miss Bella has other things to do, and needs to leave for a while. How is the preparation of the mist going? When can it take off?" Tony knew that Bella had many strange skills, and he also knew what he could ask, and what he couldn't ask. He put away his pistol and said to Wang Yi, "The mist has completed its takeoff preparations, but we can't go to Naiwan City." "Why?" "There is a riot in Naiwan City, and the Slave Liberation Organization and slave traders are fighting fiercely there. In order to prevent the Slave Liberation Organization from easily obtaining external assistance, Naiwan City has restricted interstellar transmission. I just applied for a navigation code from Naiwan City, but was rejected. Without the passcode, it would take a long time to take other routes. At least a month." Jessica didn't expect that Naiwan City would have such a big change. In a month, the negotiations between the King of Destruction and the Scarab Company should be over. If we miss this return trip and stay in the Star Alliance, we don't know when the next chance to go back will come. Jessica immediately said to Wang Yi, "We must go back. If this ship can't go to Naiwan City, I can find a way to the Slave Liberation Organization. We came here on their ship." After hearing what Jessica said, Wang Yi said to Tony, "During the time when Miss Bella is away, I will manage the mist. Let's suspend this voyage first, and let the crew not go too far away during this period of time, and be on standby at any time. You go out first. I have something to discuss with the two ladies." "Yes, Monsieur." Tony agreed and stepped out. After the door was closed, Cindy stood up immediately. She walked to the body of the World Destroyer and asked Wang Yi after confirming that it was correct, "This belongs to the World Destroyer King. I must take it to Naiwan City as soon as possible." "But where did the Holy Lady Bella go? Didn't she occupy your body?" Wang Yi replied to Cindy and Jessica, "A lot of things happened in the crystal wall space of the God Plane. Miss Bella went to Earth. The specific matter is too complicated. I need to meet your King of Destruction and explain this matter to him face to face." Hearing this, Jessica and Cindy exclaimed at the same time, "Sacred Bella went to Earth? How is this possible?" "Yeah," Wang Yi sighed, "I also think it is impossible. How can life in the broad universe enter the narrow universe? But it just happened. Now we have to go to Naiwan City as soon as possible. The mist will definitely not be able to go. You go to the Slave Liberation Organization to find a way. I have a private matter to deal with. Wherever you go, whatever you need, you can find Tony just now. He will arrange it." Wang Yi drove a planetary shuttle from the mist and left the Iron Library City. Using the magnetic field orbit acceleration of the initial star, the planetary shuttle quickly entered space. The Earth Federation is weak in the star domain world only relative to the huge Star Alliance. As the only administrative agency on Earth, the Federation has been making every effort to develop its own power in the star domain world. Moreover, the Federation uses the advantages of the Earth side and its own planning and coordination capabilities to operate a business entity covering all industries in the star domain world. The Federation does the industries that other Star Alliance companies do. The Federation also does those unprofitable industries that other Star Alliance companies ignore. Moreover, the Federation pays more attention to military investment than any other Star Alliance company. 3 of the top 10 interstellar military command schools in the entire Star Alliance are run by the Federation. Therefore, in the Star Alliance, the Federation's interstellar fleet is recognized as strong. Many Star Alliance security fleets are copied from the Federation fleet. And some Star Alliance companies even send officers from their own fleets to the Federation's interstellar military command schools for further study. The Federation also knows that it is far from being a match for the Star Alliance in the Starfield world. So the Federation acts very low-key in the Starfield world, only guarding the territory it has discovered, and never spying on others. It hides in the shadow of the Star Alliance and develops the universe in its own style. The Federation's integrated administrative spacecraft is in the orbit of the initial star. There is an elite Federation main fleet stationed here, faithfully guarding the Federation's brain in the Starfield world. There are 100,000 people working in the administrative spacecraft, and countless instructions are sent out from here every moment to every corner of the Star Alliance. When Wang Yi drove the planetary shuttle to approach the Federation's administrative spacecraft, he immediately felt that it was different from the Star Alliance. The review of the Federation fleet is very strict, especially for this kind of unidentified body without a Federation identification code, which must first be parked in a patrol boat for identity verification. Not only the identity information of the Star Alliance, but also the identity information on the Earth side must be verified. The shuttle stopped at the closed landing pad of the patrol boat, and several heavy combat robots surrounded the shuttle. The identity verification reply came back, "I'm sorry, Miss Wang Yi. You belong to the Star Alliance Scarab Company, and the Federation does not have the Intelligence Bureau 6 department, so you cannot enter the Federation administrative area. If you really have an emergency, you can ask the Scarab Company to send a visit application to the Federation, and we will respond to you as soon as possible." Wang Yi and her superiors have a single line of contact, and only her superiors can come to her. She doesn't know how to find her superiors directly. If she wants to find him as soon as possible, coming to the Federation administrative spacecraft is the fastest way. The headquarters of the 9th Bureau must be in the Federal administrative spacecraft. As long as I come here, I will definitely find him. The landing hatch of the patrol boat opened. The clamps that fixed the shuttle loosened, and the prompt sound of the aircraft leaving the cabin sounded rhythmically. The heavily armed robots were on full alert, with their guns slightly raised, as long as the shuttle made any illegal movements. More than 10 armor-piercing machine guns could dismember a shuttle in a few seconds. In the cockpit, Wang Yi looked at the dark universe outside. There were several interstellar battleships outside that were performing escort maneuvers around the patrol boat. Wang Yi did not start the shuttle. She said to the commander of the patrol boat through the communicator, "My name is Wang Yi. I have something very important to find Scorpio from the 6th Intelligence Bureau. If you don't know the 6th Intelligence Bureau, ask your superior if he knows. Tell Scorpio that Lily is looking for him, and he will come." Wang Yi's request was immediately rejected by the commander of the patrol boat. He looked at the shuttle through the monitoring in the command cabin and said, "Miss Wang Yi, you should know that you are not only a member of the internal security force of Scarab Company, but also a player representing Scarab Company in the Strongest King competition, and just made it into the top 32. You are very dangerous. If you want to enter the Federal Administrative District or meet federal officials, please ask Scarab Company to issue a formal official announcement. If you are a federal intelligence officer, please use the information channel exclusive to intelligence. Wang Yi is just a grassroots intelligence officer of the 6th Bureau. There is a very complicated intelligence process for reporting intelligence, and the intelligence will not reach his direct superiors immediately, but will first go to a special intelligence analysis team. They don't know who passed the intelligence. Their job is to evaluate the value of the intelligence and use the intelligence database to identify and expand the content of the intelligence. Intelligence gathering is a very precise group collaboration. What the superiors see is the final product after processing. Wang Yi said, "I want to see the boss Scorpio." The intelligence staff first thinks whether this person has betrayed. Now the King of Destruction is in Niwen City. And Niwen City is in a civil war. Jessica came to the initial star with the Slave Liberation Organization, which means that the King of Destruction has established cooperation with the Slave Liberation Organization. What does he want to do? Wang Yi knows what Daliang did on Earth and in the Star Domain world. The King of Destruction is another Daliang. If he is allowed to play in Niwen City, God knows what he can do. We must go to Niwen City as soon as possible and take back the initiative before the incident gets out of control. I don't know if Jessica can find a quick way to Niwen City by looking for the Slave Liberation Organization, but there must be a way in the 6th game. Moreover, Wang Yi must confirm her identity. If she wants to negotiate with the King of Destruction, she must have a suitable identity. Wang Yi has no time to wait. However, the Federal Fleet is strictly disciplined. A small patrol boat has no power to let itself in, and will not casually ask the Secret Intelligence Department of the Federation. Breaking in by force is definitely not an option. Miss Wang Yi, please leave. Our fighter squadron will escort you out of the Federal Military Zone. Seeing that the shuttle still did not start, the patrol boat commander urged impatiently. Although the probability of Scarab Company attacking the Federation is small, there is always a chance of something happening. This powerful single soldier must be kept away from the Federal Administrative Area. Once, she uses the micro-wormhole to break through the defense line of the Federal Fleet. It will definitely cause great casualties to the Federal Administrative personnel. This is the last warning. Miss Wang Yi. The commander was about to issue an ultimatum to Wang Yi, but his voice stopped at this moment because he saw that the shuttle in the monitoring had opened the hatch. The commander looked at Wang Yi, who was not wearing any protective clothing in the cockpit, and exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" "Danger! Danger!" The commander did not continue to speak. He saw Wang Yi unbuckle her seat belt and climb out of the cockpit. This is a vacuum environment, not to mention the lack of air. Even the pressure difference can rupture all human cells. No one can be exposed to the universe without protection, even if they have the best enhanced genes. But the facts in front of them told the commander and all the crew members who saw the apron that a person was standing on the open apron alive. She was wearing ordinary clothes, without a helmet, and her bright black eyes looked at the surveillance probe. Without opening her mouth, her voice rang in the command cabin. "Use your fastest speed to notify Scorpio of the 6th Intelligence Bureau that Lioli is waiting for him here. Don't close the hatch. The cosmic wind is very comfortable." While Wang Yi was waiting for her superior Scorpio to come, Jessica took a shuttle alone to find Sinclair. This time Cindy did not follow her. The body of Mishi was on the mist. No matter what happened, she would escort Mishi to the hands of her master. Cindy made a box for Mishi and released layers of defensive magic and barriers on it. Finally, she turned into a bat and petrified it and embedded it in the box. She would not leave until the box arrived in Niwen City. The people withdrawn by the Slave Liberation Organization in Niwen City were all in a resettlement camp. There were no natives on the initial star, and naturally there were no native slaves. The Slave Liberation Movement was still in its infancy in the Star Alliance. No matter how fierce the fight in Niwen City was, it had not affected the initial star. Therefore, the Slave Liberation Organization can still conduct semi-public activities on the initial star, and the slave traders dare not spread the war to the initial star at will. Jessica, who came back on the planetary shuttle, quickly found Sinclair, who had just returned. "Sinclair, you have to do me a favor," Jessica said eagerly. "I want to go back to Niwen City. I know that Niwen City has restricted starship transmission, but I really have something very important." Sinclair didn't expect that he would see Jessica so soon, but he was also very embarrassed about Jessica's request. "Miss Jessica, this is difficult to do. We are refugees in Niwen City. It is very difficult to communicate with Niwen City, let alone return to Niwen City, unless the founding company or some very strong Star Alliance companies. Niwen City dare not stop it, and other starships can't be transmitted at all." Chapter 492. I am Wang Daliang's daughter. In addition to Wang Yi, whom she just met, Jessica is most familiar with Sinclair in the Star Alliance initial star. If Sinclair can't go to Niwen City, then she really can't go back. "Sinclair," Jessica pleaded again, "I really have something very, very important to return to Niwen City, and I must arrive as soon as possible. Please think of a way. I really don't know who to find." Seeing Jessica's anxious look, Sinclair hesitated and said, The Free Army of the Initial Star is recruiting volunteers to go to Naiwan City to participate in the war. The slave traders in Naiwan City have closed the connection between Naiwan City and the outside world. My brother and his men are fighting very hard. If the dead are not replenished in time, the Free Army is likely to lose this important transportation hub. Now the senior members of the Slave Liberation Organization are protesting to the Star Alliance that the slave traders in Naiwan City illegally interfered with the freedom of navigation of the wormhole station. Before the Star Alliance asked Naiwan City to lift the navigation restrictions, the Free Army must guard the dark cabin area of Naiwan City. Therefore, the Volunteer Army could not take other routes to Naiwan City. They must have a way to enter Naiwan City directly. When Jessica heard that there was a way to go to Naiwan City, she immediately said, "Then I will join the Volunteer Army. Where can I sign up?" Sinclair didn't expect Jessica to join the Volunteer Army without hesitation. She is the lady of the Black Fire Company. Ryan repeatedly told her to protect her well. Sinclair regretted his words and said worriedly, "Miss Jessica, after the volunteers arrive in Naiwan City, they will probably go into battle directly. They will not let you go to Black Fire Company. The fighting in Naiwan City is very brutal. You will die there." Jessica said very firmly, "I must go to Naiwan City. And I believe I will not die." Wang Yi's exposure to the universe worked very well. Her superior, who had been elusive, soon came to the patrol boat and announced that this federal ship and all the crew members were incorporated into the 6th Federal Intelligence Bureau. Then Wang Yi was invited to a closed cabin. There sat a middle-aged man in the cabin. He had a strong military temperament and a typical Germanic appearance. He was wearing a black leather jacket and leather gloves. At first glance, it was easy to think of the Gestapo in Germany during World War II. "Are you Scorpio?" Wang Yi closed the cabin door and walked to sit opposite the middle-aged man. She looked at her boss and couldn't help laughing. "I always thought you were a young man. The sound you spoke to me didn't sound like your current age." That was also a disguise. Scorpio said to Wang Yi in his own voice, "Now that you see me, before you talk about your things, can you explain to me what happened just now? I saw you were directly exposed to the universe without any protection. And you were safe and sound. As far as I know. Only the super-enhanced gene potion made by the Prophet can do that." Wang Yi said, "It is indeed a super-enhanced gene potion. And this super-enhanced gene potion is the one you gave me. The words you told me before the game are the key to activating the potential super-enhanced gene." Scorpio nodded as if he understood something. As if Wang Yi's answer was within his expectations. Then he said, "Then congratulations. Now your value to the Federation has far exceeded your current position. If you have nothing else to do, the Scarab Company's undercover mission will end here. You will be transferred to a brand new department to perform more important tasks. The people who will pick you up on the Earth side have already left. If you have anything to say now, please tell me as soon as possible." Wang Yi replied, "Just let your people go back. I don't live anywhere now. You don't need to look for me. And you can't find me." Wang Yi's words gave Scorpio a bad feeling. He said, "Are you worried about the 6th game? You are very capable now. If the founding company knows that you have super-enhanced genes, they will definitely be unfavorable to you on the Earth side. I just want to protect you. I don't need protection. No one can threaten me on the Earth side." As he said that, Wang Yi suddenly asked Scorpio, "Are you from Swayu?" "Swayu?" Scorpio's face showed no abnormality. And he asked Wang Yi, "I don't know what you are talking about. Why do you ask this? You must have discovered something." Wang Yi stared at Scorpio and asked, "Are you from Swayu? If not, then I will go back and wait for your transfer order." Scorpio finally determined that Wang Yi must know something. And he admitted, "Yes. I am from Swayu." "What is Swayu's job?" Scorpio whispered, "Wang Yi, I don't know where you learned about Swayu. But I promise that this is not a secret you should be exposed to. The president of the Federation doesn't even know about the existence of Broken Moon. Don't make trouble for yourself." Wang Yi said, "I've already made enough trouble. Tell me what the responsibilities of Broken Moon are. Tell me where you got the message from the Prophet. And how you know the Prophet. Then I'll tell you about my relationship with Broken Moon and the Prophet." Scorpio was sure that Wang Yi must know some secrets that he didn't know. He struggled for a while and said, "Okay. I'll tell you. But if I think you will threaten Broken Moon, even if you have super-enhanced genes, you can't escape the pursuit of you." When the Prophet was cooperating with the Federation, he had predicted many future changes in the Star World. The founders of the Broken Moon formulated a series of countermeasures based on these predictions. and then placed these documents in different magic boxes according to the time of occurrence. Since then, the Broken Moon has been integrated into the federal government and has continued to this day as a hidden department. The job of the Broken Moon is to guard these magic boxes and execute the plans stored in them after the magic boxes are automatically opened. We don't know what the purpose of the mission is. All we have to do is complete it. 1 year. What I told you is the top secret of the Federation. No member who is not a member of the Broken Moon has ever survived after knowing this. Now it's your turn to tell me, what do you know? Through Scorpio's narration, Wang Yi finally had a general impression of the organization Broken Moon, guarding the prophet's prophecy and executing the tasks in the magic box. They are hidden in the Federation, invisible but with supreme authority. Wang Yi said, "Is there only one magic box left in the hands of Broken Moon now?" Scorpio, who had been calm all the time, suddenly became nervous. He asked, "How do you know? You are also a member of Broken Moon." "Impossible. I am Wang Daliang's daughter. The last magic box is prepared for me. Only I can open it." Chapter 493. I am greedy. Daliang, who was in Naiwan City, didn't know what happened on the Star Alliance's initial star. The universe was too big, and even magic communication could not be transmitted over such a long distance. Before the Great Tomb developed interstellar communication technology, it could only rely on the Star Alliance's communication system. In order to eliminate the Free Army in the city, Naiwan City cut off some communication relays. Although the Scarab Company could use Naiwan City's communication relays, Daliang didn't want too many people to know that Jessica went to the initial star. In Naiwan City, the fight between slave traders and slave liberation organizations became more and more intense. The slave traders cut off the route, which caused dissatisfaction among many Star Alliance companies. Some starships were stranded in Naiwan City, and some merchant ships had to extend their voyage time to bypass Naiwan City Airport. These are huge amounts of money. Not all Star Alliance companies regard slave trade as their main profit point. They may not support the Slave Liberation Organization, but they cannot tolerate the closure of the airport by the slave traders in Naiwan City. More and more people condemned Naiwan City for violating the Wormhole Station Convention. Even the founding company dared not restrict the freedom of navigation of the Wormhole Station. What qualifications does Naiwan City, a city built on the airport, have to restrict traffic? It can be expected that the Star Alliance will soon issue an order that Naiwan City must lift the blockade. No matter how well connected the slave traders in Naiwan City are, they can only delay the battle for a month at most. They must completely eliminate the slave liberation organizations in the city within this limited time. Otherwise they will always have to endure a cancer around them. The slave traders mobilize their elite troops everywhere, while continuing to restrict the entry of personnel and materials into the city. Every death of the Free Army in the Dark Cabin area is one less. As long as they persist in the encirclement and suppression, they will definitely be wiped out. After Daliang persuaded the Scarab Company to support the slave liberation movement, he has been watching the battle situation in Naiwan City from the sidelines. He did not take the initiative to find the Free Army and say, "I want to support you." Because he was too enthusiastic, they might not appreciate it. The heroes of the Great Tomb sold micro-wormhole teleportation to the Free Army in accordance with the commercial agreement they had negotiated with the Free Army. The efficient teleportation service allowed the Free Army to withstand the attack of the Naiwan City Defense Army. If one stronghold was lost, they would attack and retake another stronghold. The batch of arms that had not yet been shipped out was used, and the Free Army was not inferior to the City Defense Army in terms of firepower. However, no matter how efficient the teleportation attack was, people would die as long as there was a war. The Free Army had sufficient weapons, but the number of troops was decreasing. On the slave traders' side, as reinforcements continued to arrive, more and more troops entered the Dark Cabin area. Daliang evaluated the strength of the Free Army. Without or with less foreign aid, they could not hold on for too long. When the destruction came, the Free Army could only seek help from themselves. In addition, the negotiations with Scarab Company went very smoothly. The temptation of a law-level hero made Murphy seem to have gone crazy, and he was no longer as smart as before. His mind was all on what kind of law-level hero the King of Destruction would give him. Fearing that the King of Destruction would give the law-level hero to the Free Army if he was unhappy during the negotiations, Scarab Company made a very big concession in the business cooperation with Black Ire Company, which made the bilateral meeting progress very quickly. The two sides reached a consensus on the differences that were originally planned to be argued for another month in a few days. After Mishi and Murphy signed their names on the agreement, Murphy couldn't wait to ask, "Your Majesty, you should now feel our sincerity in this cooperation. Scarab Company has given up a lot of benefits, but compared with your gift, it's nothing. Scarab Company is ready to welcome the arrival of a law-level hero. He will also witness the most solid alliance between Scarab Company and Blackfire Company. And our cooperation will rise from the commercial level to the all-round strategic level." De Liang, whose consciousness was in the Mishi puppet, handed the signed agreement to Solomon behind him, and then said to Murphy, as the master of hell, "The law-level hero I give you is of course the devil of hell. According to human values, demons are extremely evil. In fact, demons are indeed very utilitarian evil. If you accept a demon, you must bear the price." Murphy said, "Since demons are intelligent creatures, they must be able to communicate. Sometimes humans do things no differently from demons. I believe that I and that great being will definitely be able to work out a tacit understanding and leave our names in this universe that is about to fall into turmoil. Okay, since you insist, please follow me." Murphy stood up with Mishi, and the solemnly decorated negotiation room instantly changed its appearance. In a flash, they appeared in a slightly empty room. The sudden space shuttle made Murphy a little unsteady. He steadied himself and began to observe the surroundings. This is a cabin of a starship, but it is not on the Gust. It should be the Black Pearl driven by the King of Destruction. This spaceship from another Star Alliance company has been modified and exudes a strong magical style. There are not many displays in the room. Only a wine cabinet, a table and a chair. There are several palm-sized inferior demons flapping their wings and jumping around in the wine cabinet. There is a bottle of beer from the Star Alliance on the table. A person is sitting in the chair facing the universe outside the glass wall, with his back to Destruction and Murphy, and a pair of sharp demon horns on his head are particularly conspicuous. "Please sit down." The greedy demon King Meshuggah waved his hand, and two chairs were formed beside the table. After De Liang and Murphy sat down, he continued to stare at the universe outside and said, "Your Majesty, I have been sitting here looking at the universe outside these days, letting my magic power radiate to the utmost. If no one disturbs me, I can sit here for 1,000 years. This is such an incredible thing for a violent demon. Your Majesty, thank you for letting me see the universe. It makes me realize how insignificant I am when I am arrogant, compared with what Satan led us to fight for before and what I see now. It is too insignificant. We should spread killing and chaos to the entire universe. Of course, under your leadership, it is difficult to change a person's nature. This is the headache of the Hell Lord King. The devil is not so easy to control." But De Liang did not expect Meshuggah to accept the idea of order immediately. He just got out and knew nothing. So many Hell Lord Kings succumb to the tyranny of order. "What are you? A past demon king saying?" Murphy said at this time, "If His Majesty the King of Destruction is right, soon a cosmic war that affects the entire Star Alliance will break out. Countless people will die in this war, and countless heroes will rise in this war. The great demon King Scarab Company looks forward to your joining, and the Scarab Company's fleet will surely become a sharp sword in your hand, spreading killing and fear throughout the universe." Meshuggah snorted, "Fear is Urga's. I am greed. Greedy Demon King Meshuggah." Chapter 494 First Contact with the Free Army. After 2 seals and imprisonments, the greedy Demon King Meshuggah can finally show his strength. You should know that in Satan's Hell era, as the 4th Demon King of Hell, Meshuggah can really call the wind and rain in the whole plane. He led the Hell Army and the good camp to fight countless wars. Unlike Satan and Urgas who like to charge and rush, Meshuggah prefers to strategize. And he also enjoys the feeling of using strategies and tactics. This time, De Liang asked Meshuggah to assist the Scarab Company. He did not refuse, and even had some expectations in his heart. The war that will take place in the Star Alliance must be more glorious and magnificent than all the wars he has experienced. After the business negotiations with Scarab Company, Meshuggah also felt that Murphy was very much to his liking, and everything went very smoothly. De Liang planned his return trip while looking forward to the changes he expected on the battlefield of Niwen City. The Free Army had a very difficult time fighting in the Dark Cabin area. Even though many natives voluntarily joined the Free Army, these untrained soldiers, who did not know how to operate weapons, could hardly play a role. The shortage of soldiers made the Free Army weak in attacking, even with the support of the Blackfire Company's micro-wormhole transmission technology. More and more positions were lost. The Initial Star Slave Liberation Organization is organizing volunteers to support the war in Niwen City. But the Niwen City Free Army may not be able to wait for the arrival of support. If the Niwen City Slave Liberation Organization does not want to be destroyed, it must actively save itself. At this time, the Niwen City Free Army thought of the Black Fire Company. They have very advanced micro-wormhole transmission technology, powerful warriors, and most importantly, they sympathize with the indigenous slaves. If this mysterious Star Alliance company can be pulled into the Free Army, or more support can be sought, then the Niwen City War will definitely change. Ryan, who has been in contact with the Black Fire Company, as the negotiating representative of the Niwen City Free Army, accompanied by the original Stone who just joined the Free Army, invited the Black Fire Company's Master Liang to meet at the Kona fighting arena. A war broke out in the dark cabin area of Niwen City, and the fighting field was naturally closed. After Kona was killed, he wanted to return to Niwen City from the Initial Star immediately. But before he boarded the spaceship, Niwen City restricted navigation. Kona and his men were all trapped on the Initial Star. The Free Army came in to release all the slaves here and organized them into a powerful combat commando team to specialize in micro-wormhole impact operations. Yuanshi performed very well in the Free Army's operations. When he had no weapons, he was a two-legged steamroller. After joining the Free Army and being equipped with special individual armor and weapons for him, his excellent combat literacy and combat intuition made the Niwen City Defense Army terrified. Ryan knew that Master Liang had saved the original Stone, and he brought the original Stone here to gain more favor from the Black Fire Company and get real support. All the lights in the fighting arena were turned off, and only the prepared negotiation room had a not-so-bright light. The combatants of the Free Army were scattered and ambushed around the fighting arena. Although the Niwen City Defense Army did not know that this place had become a stronghold of the Free Army. Under this special situation, the Free Army still made very strict defense measures. Ryan and the original Stone were side by side in the negotiation room, and the disparity in size formed a sharp contrast. Neither of them spoke, each thinking about different things. The room was quiet, with sporadic gunshots and explosions outside. At this time, a portal suddenly opened, and Sophia walked out first. Then came the sisters Julian and Juliet, and finally De Liang. De Liang sat opposite Ryan and Yuanshi, and asked, "What does the Free Army want from Black Fire?" "You just need to tell the contact person of Black Fire the teleportation location. I am taking a very big risk to meet you here." The two-horned rhino Yuanshi stood up and saluted Julian and Juliet, then sat back down. And Ryan replied, "Hello, Master Liang. The Free Army is very grateful to Black Fire for its help. Without the micro-wormhole teleportation technology provided by your company, we would not be able to hold on for too long in the dark cabin area. But the situation is still very unfavorable to us. The slave traders sent reinforcements. But we have no more people to attack. And we can't hold out for long with simple defense. We need Black Fire to give us stronger help. If your soldiers are willing to join this struggle of special significance, it will definitely improve the situation in Niwen City. What Da Liang is waiting for is the opportunity to join the Free Army, but not to be a grassroots thug. Ryan can't give him what he needs." Da Liang quickly replied, "Ryan, you pay the fee. We provide micro-wormhole transmission service. This is a commercial trade, not the help of Black Fire to the Free Army. But you said that Black Fire Company sympathizes with the indigenous slaves, which is correct. We also hope that the interstellar natives can get their due status in the Star Alliance. Black Fire Company is also willing to contribute our strength to this great cause. But I can represent Black Fire Company. Can you represent the Freedom Army?" Ryan didn't understand what De Liang meant. He said, "I can represent the Freedom Army." "No, you can't." De Liang said clearly, "You can at most represent the Freedom Army trapped in the dark cabin area of Niwen City. You are not qualified to represent the Freedom Army as a whole. You can't represent the Star Alliance Slave Liberation Organization. You can't represent the organizers and sponsors of this interstellar slave liberation movement." Ryan said, "I can't really represent the entire Free Army. But I just hope that Black Fire can help us stop the attack of the Niwen City Defense Force. And I also look forward to Black Fire joining us in the fight to defeat the slave traders in Niwen City. I think that when we win freedom for the interstellar natives, Black Fire will surely become the most popular Star Alliance company in the Niwen Star region." Hearing Ryan's words, Da Liang laughed and said, "Ryan, you don't know what Black Fire's support for the slave liberation movement means to your Free Army. If I decide to participate in the Niwen City battlefield, then my goal is not only to defend the Free Army's territory in the Dark Cabin area, but to take over the entire Dark Cabin area and implement a division system with the slave traders over Niwen City. If I decide to participate in the entire slave liberation movement, the Freedom Army will receive assistance that you can't imagine at all. You should know the Scarab Company. Ryan was shocked by Da Liang's tone. He didn't know what the confidence of this young Master Liang was to say such a big talk. So he replied, I know. Scarab Company is a veteran Star Alliance company. In the Star Alliance, it is in the second echelon below the founding company, and it is a very influential super-large company. Da Liang said, you can go back and contact the founder of the Freedom Army now, and say that the Scarab Company is willing to publicly support the interstellar slave liberation movement. This is the first move of the Blackfire Company to join the Freedom Army. The Scarab Company has a most advanced interstellar cruiser in Niwen City, with very elite weapons and troops, which can completely change the offensive and defensive situation of Niwen City. But the Freedom Army must send a person who can make decisions to Niwen City to talk to me. Chapter 495 Appointment. In the Earth Federation, Wang Daliang is a more hidden figure than the Prophet. But due to the joint concealment of the Star Alliance and the Federation, no information about Wang Daliang can be found. However, anyone who knows Wang Daliang knows how much he has played a role in the history of the Earth. He founded the Star Alliance, and then after discovering that the Star Alliance might be out of control, he secretly supported the establishment of the Earth Federation. Broken Moon in the Federation knows the existence of Wang Daliang. He was originally the founder of Broken Moon, and together with the Prophet, he left behind a magic secret box that helped the Federation resolve crisis time and time again. After more than 2,000 years of changes, there is only one magic box left in the hands of Broken Moon. No one knows when the magic box will be opened. There is a time-stamped magic in it. When the time is up, the seal will be automatically released. Broken Moon only needs to follow the orders inside. Wang Yi knows the Prophet, knows Broken Moon, knows the last magic box, and claims to be the daughter of Wang Daliang, saying that only she can open the last magic box. Scorpio, who received Wang Yi, did not dare to have any doubts. Therefore, according to the previous arrangement of the magic box, the Star Alliance has reached an extremely important node. The last magic box is probably the most important thing left by the Prophet. Therefore, Scorpio quickly passed the information to the top management of Broken Moon and asked Wang Yi to go to the secret room of Broken Moon to open the magic box. The three whisperers guarding the magic box are not in any institution of the Federation, but they can influence the Federation to make many important decisions through Broken Moon. In the past, whisperers did not dare to do anything beyond their authority with their unique identities, because they were afraid of the Prophet's predictive ability and feared that the next magic box that would be opened at an unknown time would contain a kill order against them. Now there is only one magic box left. When this magic box is opened, the only thing that restricts the whisperers will disappear. Their power will be released. And with the Broken Moon that has been operating in the Federation for more than 2,000 years, they will become the most powerful people in the entire Federation. Therefore, when the whisperers knew that the person who opened the last magic secret box appeared, they verified Wang Yi's identity. Wang Yi and Scorpio were invited to enter the Federation's administrative spacecraft and arrived at the confidential room of Broken Moon. In the middle of a secret room filled with light, a magic secret box was placed on a cylindrical display stand. Three whisperers wore silver-gray dresses and stood around the magic secret box with masks. Their masks were painted with sun, moon and stars respectively. These patterns are the code names of the three whisperers, representing command, supervision and execution respectively. They are not allowed to take off their masks when they meet, are not allowed to know each other's identities, and are not allowed to do anything to reveal their identities. The three whisperers looked at the magic secret box. When it was opened, the shackles that bound them were also lifted. The Sun said to Wang Yi, Miss Wang Yi, we are very surprised to hear that you claim to be the daughter of the pioneer of Broken Moon. We have retrieved your information. Your birth was indeed ordered by the magic secret box and executed by Broken Moon. We recognize your identity. Since you said you could open this magic box, please start. The three whisperers stepped back. Scorpio, who accompanied Wang Yi, made an invitation gesture. The whisperers recognized Wang Yi's identity, so it was inevitable that she would join Shattered Moon, regardless of whether she could get a powerful position. Her status in the Federation would definitely be higher than his. Wang Yi walked to the front of the magic box. It looked like an ordinary black wooden box with some silver and gold threads in the texture. There was no lock on the magic box, and no closed gap could be seen from the outside. Just like a whole piece of wood. Wang Yi didn't know how to open the box. She only knew that her genes and fire magic energy could do it. So Wang Yi put her hand on the magic box and mobilized the fire magic energy in her body. A ball of fire burned from her hand, and everyone in the room stared at the strange scene in front of them. Feeling the injection of world-destroying energy, the magic circle hidden in the magic box was activated. Silver and golden light lit up along the texture, and magic runes emerged from the box and flew into the sky. Red fire energy penetrated from the surface of the magic box, and a line of fire burned at the edge of the box. When the fire line went out, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the box was opened. Sun said to Wang Yi at this time, "Miss Wang, please step back. According to the rules of Broken Moon, the instructions of the magic box must be read by me, judged by the moon, and executed by the stars." Wang Yi stepped back, and Sun opened the magic box. He was stunned when he saw what was inside. In the past, the magic boxes had thick files, which contained various seemingly unrelated execution plans, and even the appointment and treatment of some people. The mission of Broken Moon is to ensure that these plans are smoothly implemented, regardless of any reason and at any cost. But there is only one piece of paper in this last magic box. For the unprecedented changes that the Star Alliance is experiencing, this order is too pale. In any case, this is what the prophets and pioneers left behind. Sun took out the paper from the magic box and read it out. The prophecy of the prophet ends here, and the future fate of Earth's civilization will be handed over to the hands of the people of Earth. As the founder of Broken Moon, I issue the last order. Broken Moon adds the position of Supreme Commander, who is in charge of all affairs of Broken Moon. The duties of the three Whisperers are to supplement the Supreme Commander, and they have the power to supervise and impeach the Supreme Commander. Appoint Wang Yi as the first Supreme Commander of Shattered Moon, and he shall not be impeached unless there is a major mistake. Wang Dalian. When Sun finished reading the few words on the paper, the whole room fell into an extremely unusual silence, except for Wang Yi. Everyone was shocked by this appointment. The three Whisperers and Scorpio knew very well how much power Shattered Moon had built up within the Federation, and even the entire Star Alliance in order to carry out the mission of the Magic Box. Except for the lack of 16th level heroes and 15th level heroes, the other comprehensive strengths are definitely able to compete with any founding company alliance. And what virtue did Wang Yi have to become the ruler of Suiyu from a low-level intelligence officer who just knew about Suiyu? Why? Just because she has a good father. The three Whisperers were full of reluctance. They worked diligently for Suiyu, and did not dare to have any selfishness or greed. It was reasonable that the Supreme Commander should be appointed from among them. Now they were asked to obey a girl who relied on her father to get to the top. How could they be willing to obey? Chapter 496. Diplomats of the Federation. Wang Yi felt the strange atmosphere in the room, and guessed something. Besides, her adopted father had reminded in the crystal wall space of the God Plane that the leaders of Broken Moon might not be willing to hand over power. Wang Yi did not insist on leading Broken Moon. She knew her own weight, and knew that now was not the time to fight for power. So when Wang Yi saw that the three Whisperers did not express their attitude, she said, "I am not here to be the boss of Broken Moon. As far as I know, I have no blood relationship with the pioneers you mentioned. After all, more than 2,000 years have passed, and it is impossible for him to have a daughter as young as me. I came here to go to Niwen City. Starship navigation has been restricted there, but I have something very urgent to deal with. I need a spaceship that can quickly reach Niwen City and be authorized to represent the Federation in diplomatic affairs and have certain diplomatic decision-making power." The Whisperer and Scorpio were relieved to hear that Wang Yi had no intention of serving as the Supreme Commander of the Broken Moon. Wang Yi obtained the super-enhanced gene of the Prophet and mastered part of the power of the Pioneer. If she wanted to take the position forcefully, it would definitely cause turmoil in the Broken Moon and cause chaos within the Federation. Letting this issue temporarily shelve is undoubtedly the best solution, and everyone has time to deal with this unexpected appointment. As for Wang Yi's request, it was not a problem for Broken Moon. But the Sun still asked, "Ms. Wang, can we know the purpose of your trip to Niwen City?" According to intelligence, the Slave Liberation Organization and slave traders in Niwen City are fighting fiercely, and it is very dangerous there. If it is not necessary, I advise you not to go to Naiwan City. The Whisperer had lost Wang Yi's trust. She did not talk about the world of order, but just said, my trip to Naiwan City is related to the Prophet and the Pioneer. As for what it is, you have no right to ask. I just need authorization. The Prophet and the Pioneer are a very big tiger skin, and the Whisperers really dare not ask again. Sun said, Ms. Wang, you must have an important mission. Broken Moon is willing to give you all the support we can. In a moment, the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs will issue your appointment and grant you diplomatic handling rights. Scorpio will accompany you to Naiwan City, and he will tell you what Broken Moon is doing in Naiwan City. Having achieved his goal, Wang Yi did not stay on the Federal Administrative Spacecraft. After handing over the intelligence work at hand, Scorpio followed Wang Yi back to the Iron Library City Mist on the initial star. After professionally scanning the room, Scorpio sat down and said to Wang Yi, you handled it very well just now. When the magic box no longer exists, there is nothing to restrict the Whisperers. The Pioneer's appointment of you is undoubtedly to let the Whisperers hand over power. Now it seems, they are not willing to do so. It is wise not to confront them head-on. But they dare not touch you. I will definitely be implicated. Scorpio is an important intelligence chief of the 6th Intelligence Bureau and an important intelligence eye of Broken Moon. Anyone can accompany Wang Yi to Naiwan City. But the Whisperers let Scorpio leave the initial star. The purpose is self-evident. In any case, Scorpio has been labeled as Wang Yi, and the Whisperers will naturally not let him stay in an important position in Broken Moon. By the time he came back from Naiwan City, his position in the 6th round would probably have been replaced. Seeing that Jessica had not returned yet, Wang Yi sat down and ordered a meal for herself. She had not eaten properly since coming out of the crystal wall of the divine plane, and genetic enhancement consumed a lot of energy for the body. Hearing Scorpio's complaints, Wang Yi knew that she had implicated this old superior, and she said, I'm very sorry. In fact, I don't have too much extravagant demands for the position of the Supreme Commander of Shattered Moon. I am very satisfied to have diplomatic power. Why do you have to have diplomatic power? What is there in Naiwan City? Among the many departments in the Federation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a very embarrassing one. No matter how strong the Star Alliance is, it belongs to the Earth Federation in name. Therefore, the Federation and the Star Alliance deal with the Ministry of Commerce, and the Star Alliance company basically does not follow the orders issued by the Ministry of Commerce. As for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, now in the Starfield world, the only ones who are qualified to deal with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are some indigenous regimes on natural stars. Does the Federation need to engage in diplomacy with these indigenous peoples? Therefore, the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a very idle government office, with power but no application environment. Scorpio is very curious why Wang Yi asked for a diplomatic right when he went to Naiwan City. He thinks there must be other meanings in it. Wang Yi didn't trust the Whisperers, nor did Scorpio. She said, you will know when you get to Naiwan City. The Whisperers asked you to tell me what Broken Moon did in Naiwan City, and now you can tell me. Wang Yi didn't say anything, so Scorpio didn't ask any more questions. He began to say that Broken Moon's actions in Naiwan City were actually the actions of the Federation in the entire Star World. The slave liberation movement was planned and implemented by the Federation a long time ago. The entire plan came from the magic secret box guarded by Broken Moon, and its purpose was to awaken the freedom consciousness of the interstellar natives and trigger a revolution within the Star Alliance that could subvert the rule of the founding company. Many of the slave liberation organizations scattered throughout the Star Alliance were established by the Broken Moon. They actively publicize the tragic experiences of indigenous slaves and extend to the human rights of discriminated indigenous people. Although the Star Alliance was established by Earthlings, the Star Alliance can develop to such a scale without the contributions of indigenous people. Star Alliance people should not be a title of superior people exclusive to Earthlings. All indigenous people who have contributed to the Star Alliance can not only obtain the status of Star Alliance free people, but also be respected by Earthlings. Star Alliance people should include all interstellar races in the entire Star Alliance. Racial discrimination is restricting the Star Alliance from developing in the direction of higher civilization. With the efforts of the Slave Liberation Organization, more and more Earthlings began to devote themselves to the struggle for slave liberation, and almost all interstellar natives regarded the Slave Liberation Organization as their closest partner. Broken Moon successfully extended its tentacles into the native natural stars. In the name of the Slave Liberation Organization, they helped the natives develop their own armed forces and train their troops. in a mutual assistance way. They help the native free people in the Star Alliance solve the problems of work and the education of their offspring. Scorpio said to Wang Yi, now the native free people account for a very large proportion in the Star Alliance. Many of them have high education, and some can become the management of the Star Alliance company. They need a higher social status to meet their political demands. Moreover, the indigenous freemen have considerable wealth. They are active in every position of the Star Alliance and are also a valuable source of high-tech soldiers. It can be said that as long as there are weapons and starships, the interstellar indigenous freemen can pull out a huge interstellar fleet that can quickly form combat effectiveness at any time. Chapter 497 Prelude to the Storm. Wang Yi listened to Scorpio's story and couldn't imagine. Unknowingly, the Federation had completed such a large war preparation plan within the Star Alliance. This plan would probably take hundreds of years to implement before it could achieve today's results. To turn interstellar native slaves from backward civilizations into free citizens, and to solve their survival, reproduction and education problems. All needed to be done bit by bit. And 1 or 2 generations of interstellar free citizens could not meet the requirements for launching a revolution. To launch a revolution requires a large number of troops. And interstellar wars require skilled soldiers. Soldiers who can't even read star maps can never drive a starship. The Federation has achieved this. And you can imagine how much time and energy they have invested. Now, everything that can be done has been done. A revolution will inevitably break out. And a storm that will sweep across the entire Star Alliance is about to blow. The battle in Niwen City may not seem big, but it is actually the prelude to the storm. If the Niwen City Free Army can withstand the offensive of the slave traders, stay in the dark cabin area of Niwen City, and hold on until the slave traders are forced to reopen interstellar transmission, this victory is bound to inspire the confidence of the free armies everywhere in victory. When the wind of the slave liberation movement really blows, everything will be unstoppable. When the interstellar natives were encouraged to actively participate in this war, allowing it to continue to expand and rise to the point where the natives demanded power by force, the revolution began. After Scorpio's explanation, Wang Yi understood the current situation of the Star Alliance. The Niwen City War seemed to be a battle between the two armed forces of the Slave Liberation Organization and the slave traders. But in fact it was the fuse of a cosmic war. The real world-destroying demon king from the Order world was in Niwen City. And there were signs that he had intervened in this war. Wang Yi couldn't help but say to Scorpio anxiously, when can I go to Niwen City? Scorpio said, the Alliance cannot reveal its relationship with the slave liberation movement yet. So we can't go openly in the name of the Federation. But the Slave Liberation Organization is forming a volunteer army on the initial star to provide support for the Niwen City Free Army. Our internal personnel in Niwen City can provide the transmission code to allow 3 to 5 small and medium-sized starships to be transmitted to Niwen City. Once the volunteer army is formed, we will set off. The Niwen City Free Army is now fighting very hard, and the departure order can be issued at any time. Do you have anything to prepare? Before Wang Yi could answer, Scorpio's private communicator rang. After reading a coded instruction, he said to Wang Yi, a mysterious Star Alliance company appeared in Niwen City. They have mastered very advanced micro-wormhole transmission technology and provided it to the Niwen City Free Army. Now they want to meet the leadership of the Free Army to discuss joining. The Star Whisperer asked us to deal with this matter after arriving in Niwen City. Let's see who the other party is. What company? Wang Yi asked. It's called Blackfire Company. But there is no record of this company in the Star Alliance. In addition, the other party said that they could persuade Scarab Company to join the Free Army. And Scarab Company has a most advanced interstellar cruiser Rafale in Niwen City, which can influence the direction of the battle in Niwen City. This Blackfire Company is very mysterious. Wang Yi didn't expect that Scarab Company would be involved. She is now publicly known as a member of the Scarab Company's internal security force. And she also represents Scarab Company in the Strongest King competition. Because of the previous mission, Wang Yi investigated the Scarab Company and knew that the Rafale interstellar cruiser existed. However, the information she collected showed that the Rafale had been under construction. How could it appear in Niwen City at this time? How many troops did the Scarab Company hide? What does it have to do with the Destroyer Demon King in Niwen City? The situation there is really getting more and more complicated. At this time, Wang Yi's communicator also rang. It was Jessica. Wang Yi immediately changed her room and then connected the conversation. Here, I found the spaceship to Niwen City. The Slave Liberation Organization has formed a volunteer army to support the Niwan City Freedom Army. I have signed up to join the volunteer army. But the management here is very strict. People are not allowed to go out. And communication is also restricted. I tried to sneak out to send you this message. Can you send Cindy and the box containing the body of the World Destroyer over? I can hide them in the cargo hold of the volunteer army spaceship. Wang Yi didn't expect Jessica to find the volunteer army line. She replied, "No need to send it over. If there is no accident, the mist will become the spaceship for transporting the volunteer army." Jessica asked puzzledly, "What's going on? This is not something that can be explained in a few words. Let's talk about it when we meet. I also want to know more about the World Destroyer." After finishing the communication with Jessica, Wang Yi returned to the room where he talked with Scorpio and said, "This fast assault ship has good performance and has completed all takeoff preparations. It can be used for interstellar teleportation at any time. Since the volunteers of the Slave Liberation Organization are going to Niwan City, let them take the starship." Originally, the Federation had already found a transport ship for the volunteers, and it would definitely require a complicated process to temporarily replace one. Scorpio advised Wang Yi, "The transport ship carrying the volunteers will be immediately discovered after it arrives in Niwan City. In other words, the battle will begin after the teleportation arrives." Facing the external firepower of Niwan City, the transport ship was very lucky to be able to send the volunteers into the interior of Niwan City. According to the estimation of the combat department, being able to send half of the volunteers into the dark cabin area of Niwan City is the victory of this support operation. And the transport ship is impossible to survive. I can see that the performance of this fast assault ship is very good. We can safely enter Niwan City through micro-wormhole transmission. But it is a pity that this starship is destroyed. The merchants in Niwan City cannot deal with the free army in the dark cabin area because they dare not use weapons with excessive power inside the city in the space environment. The first thing the support fleet that arrived at Niwan City faced was the external starship-level weapons of Niwan City. The transport ship had to pay a heavy sacrifice to send the volunteers into the dark cabin area under the intensive attack. Wang Yi insisted on driving the mist to Niwan City. She said to Scorpio, "Just do as I say. I don't know what other transport ships will encounter in Niwan City, but this fast assault ship will definitely be safe and sound. All the volunteers in it will enter Niwan City smoothly, which is the best support for the Niwan City Free Army. Jessica, the descendant of the King of Destruction, is here. The guards of the King of Destruction are here. And the body of the King of Destruction is here." Wang Yi didn't believe that the King of Destruction, who was inside Niwan City, would be indifferent to the attack on the mist. To be regarded as a close friend by Bella, Destruction must be a super strong man. And there must be very powerful magicians around him. It is not an easy task to protect a fast assault ship. Chapter 498 Responsibilities. The efficiency of Broken Moon is very high, and Wang Yi's official appointment was quickly sent to mist. The Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs gave Wang Yi a position as Special Foreign Affairs Director of the Earth Alliance in the Niwan Star region, with the power to handle all diplomatic affairs of the Niwan Star region on behalf of the Federation. Under the operation of Scorpio, the mist fast assault ship replaced the transport ship that originally transported the volunteers and joined the organization to support the Niwan City Free Army. Some of the volunteers were transferred to the mist, including Jessica and Sinclair. Jessica, who signed up for the volunteer army, received a set of individual equipment. The Federation cannot admit its relationship with the Free Army, and naturally cannot directly send out Federation soldiers. But the equipment provided for the volunteers is very sophisticated. Each volunteer soldier received a set of light individual armor, a set of power engines, soldier-level energy shields, a weapon system, and sufficient energy and ammunition. In addition to individual armor, a volunteer soldier is also equipped with a support-armed robot. Every 5 soldiers have a set of heavy individual mechas and an attack-armed robot. The 10-man tactical team took a strong landing craft and a transformable heavy tank mecha. A total of 3,000 volunteers boarded 5 starships to support Niwan City. Speed is of the essence. After the volunteers were assembled, the 5 starships took off from the initial star and headed for the nearest wormhole station. Jessica, Sinclair and their tactical team lived in a dormitory in the mist. Jessica, who was used to sleeping in the open with the expedition team, was not too uncomfortable with the mixed living of male and female soldiers in the barracks. Wearing a tight t-shirt, Jessica's figure attracted the attention of male soldiers. She was cheerful, and didn't care about those looks. Instead, she quickly became familiar with her comrades. Seeing that Sinclair was a little nervous, Jessica sat on the upper bunk and swung her legs, and comforted Sinclair on the lower bunk. Don't worry. When the battle comes, you stay close to me. I promise you will be safe. Sinclair was not reassured by Jessica's words. He said, Miss Jessica, I just taught you how to use a mecha. But when the war comes, I think you will not remember anything. I promised my brother that I would protect you. Even if I die, I will not let you get into danger. Jessica was very moved. All along, Sinclair helped her unconditionally. No matter how difficult her request was, he did not complain. Originally, he did not need to join the volunteer army. But after he knew that he had signed up, he signed up without hesitation. Jessica could understand Sinclair's feelings for her. Teenagers always do many bold things for their ignorant love. This made Jessica feel guilty, as if she had been using Sinclair. Sinclair, do you have any dreams? Dream? Sinclair thought for a while and said, I want to be a great hero. I want to play in the Strongest King contest. Sinclair's words drew laughter from the entire dormitory. Boy, what level of enhanced genes are you at? You actually want to play in the Strongest King contest. You don't even have the qualifications to participate in the preliminary rounds now. Give up this ridiculous dream. The Strongest King contest is a game that only rich people can play. We, the lower class civilians, should live well and make some money to make ourselves on the Earth side more comfortable. Sinclair, I think you should pursue Jessica boldly instead of dreaming about playing the Strongest King competition. We can all see that you are interested in this beautiful woman. If you don't take the initiative, don't blame us for being attentive to Jessica. The jokes of his teammates made Sinclair blush. And he said anxiously, You? What are you talking about? Jessica is a lady from a big family. I don't deserve her. The comrades didn't believe it. A lady from a big family will live in a soldier's dormitory with us? Don't be timid. Be bold. We all support you. Encouraged by his comrades, Sinclair mustered up the courage to say, Jessica. At this time, Jessica jumped down from the upper bunk. She said to Sinclair, It is impossible for the two of us. It is not because of our identities, but another reason. This is not to deceive you. I will definitely tell you the truth. You want to play the Strongest King competition. I will help you. I recognize you as my brother. I have always wanted to have a brother. I have something to go out for a while. After saying that, Jessica left the quiet dormitory. Sinclair's body is on Earth. She can't accept such feelings. In order to prevent Sinclair from falling too deep, she must be more decisive. After leaving the dormitory area, Jessica opened the portal when there was no one around and walked in. Seeing Jessica coming in through the portal, Wang Ear invited her to sit down and said enviously, I used to see Bella opening portals and going back and forth, which is many times more advanced than the microwormhole teleportation technology that the Star Alliance is developing. I didn't expect that you could also open the portal easily. Is teleportation technology already very popular on the Order Star? Jessica didn't realize that Wang Ear was trying to trick her. So she replied, No. Teleportation technology is also a very high-end magic on the Order Star. Bella can open the portal easily because she was already a law-level hero in the ancient magic era more than 2,000 years ago. Spatial perception and application are instincts for law-level heroes. As for me, I am just a beginner in space skills. I specialize in air magic, which has a relatively low threshold for practicing space skills. And I also have a very powerful magic instructor. Wang Ear doesn't know much about the Order Star yet. This time, she has to make more preparations to face the Demon King from the Order Star. No matter what the relationship between Mishi and Pioneer is, they can even be considered the same person. At this time, Mishi represents another powerful civilization, and she represents the Earth civilization. She believes that the Pioneer gave her the heavy burden not to make her bow down to Mishi. If Mishi still has his heart set on the Earth, she can cooperate with Mishi. If Mishi has more ambitions, then she will have to be his enemy. The person in front of her is Mishi's descendant, and she is the daughter of the Pioneer. If we go by generation, she should call her great-great-aunt. At least an aunt. Wang Ear thought evilly in her heart and asked Jessica, There is intelligence that an organization called Blackfire Company is providing microwormhole transmission services to the Free Army in Naiwan City. Their microwormhole technology is very advanced. And King Mishi is also in Naiwan City. So can I guess that King Mishi is behind Blackfire Company? Yes. The owner of Blackfire Company is the World Destroyer. Wang Yi's attitude finally aroused Jessica's vigilance. She said, Niwen City has restricted interstellar communication transmission. Where did you get the information? And how did you get the volunteers into this spaceship? You are also a member of the Free Army? Wang Yi replied, this matter is a bit complicated. This time, I went to Niwen City to negotiate with the World Destroyer on behalf of the Free Army. I want to know more about the World Destroyer. And I also want to know more about the Order Star and your world. After all, no matter how our relationship is, we belong to two civilizations. There must be complementarity and contradictions. If you can tell me more here, I can communicate better with the King of Destruction. After all, Wang Yi has received professional intelligence training and is more experienced in dealing with certain issues than Jessica. What she said seems reasonable. But Jessica remembers the instructions of destruction when visiting the Star Alliance. Don't reveal too much about the Order Star and the Order world to outsiders at will. Sometimes, mystery is also a weapon. Jessica is not familiar with Wang Yi, or even Bella. So how can she easily believe a woman who always asks but doesn't answer? Jessica said to Wang Yi, since you don't want to tell me about your relationship with the Free Army, then you can ask these questions to the King of Destruction. Wang Yi sensed Jessica's dissatisfaction, and she immediately said, I'm sorry. I made you nervous. The sudden change made me a little uncomfortable with the responsibility that fell on me like a mountain. Not long ago, I was still a small figure, just like countless people in the entire Star Alliance, thinking about how to make money. Now someone tells me that I shoulder the fate of the entire Earth civilization, which is almost driving me crazy. Although I have never seen the King of Destruction, I know how terrible he is. Thinking about the fact that I am about to face such a, let's call him an opponent. My hands and feet are cold, and I am afraid that I will accidentally destroy the Earth civilization. No one could feel the pressure Wang Yi suddenly felt. In the past, she only needed to consider herself and her parents. Now she felt how happy she was before. She was a little tired and a little bitter, but she could sleep peacefully. At this time, she knew the secret of the Earth civilization, but there was no one she could trust to confide in. She could only carry it on her own and take on the responsibilities destined by fate. But she knew what kind of person she was facing. Look at what the pioneers have done, and you will know how terrible the destruction of the world is. Can I do it well? When Wang Yi was alone, she asked herself again and again, fearing that she would accidentally bring the Earth civilization into the gutter. You know, Bella is opening the crystal wall of the divine plane of the Earth. When the Earth enters the general universe, there will be no retreat. If you can't prosper, you will perish. Born in the era of large-scale development of the star field, Wang Yi knows how cruel the competition in the universe is. Look at those interstellar natives who have been discovered. If their civilization lags behind by one level, they will be enslaved. Wang Yi's emotions infected Jessica. She found that in a few days, this reckless girl who dared to compete with her in magic had matured a lot. Jessica said, I found that we are a bit similar. In fact, I didn't know that I was the descendant of a demon king. I was just a famous adventurer. My daily life was adventure and fun. Until one day, a ghost said that my ancestor was a great being, and I became a princess. Now I want to learn more advanced magic, learn court etiquette, and learn what a princess should do. Let me tell you, I sneaked out of the original star this time. I did something that a princess shouldn't do. I put myself in a dangerous environment, which was irresponsible to my duties. But no matter what, since fate has chosen us, we must do what we should do well. After I go back this time, I won't be so willful anymore, at least not so easily. In fact, I feel that the King of Destruction is not difficult to get along with, and his subordinates respect him very much. Yes, someone who can be trusted by Miss Bella must be a great person. Maybe I should trust Miss Bella. The conversation with Jessica made Wang Yi feel that the people of Order Star were not difficult to get along with, and Bella has always trusted the King of Destruction, the Master of Hell. So Destruction must have great personal charm. Thinking of this, Wang Yi was even more worried about meeting Destruction. Wang Yi shook off the fear in his mind and said to Jessica, the support fleet needs to wait for the transmission code, and the Niwen City Freedom Army also needs to prepare to receive the landing of the volunteer army. This will take about 3 or 4 days. Are you willing to teach me how to use magic? I have learned angel fighting skills from Miss Bella, but the divine energy in my body is gone. Only the very strong fire magic energy. Maybe I can become a fire magician. The topic of the two people became relaxed, and they found something that they were both interested in. Jessica is a very comprehensive magician. She is good at air magic, but she also has a good talent for fire magic. So Jessica taught Wang Yi how to release fire magic, and formulated a fire magic training direction for her according to Wang Yi's characteristics. The race of the King of Destruction is the Flame Commander, and the Flame Commander is a fire magic creature of the 15th level. The characteristics of the Flame Commander's combat profession are more like a warrior, and fire magic gives him very strong melee ability. Angel combat skills are also melee skills. So after having fire magic energy, angel combat skills may not be unusable, as long as they are changed. Melee magic warriors are also very powerful. Jessica did not move out of the soldier's dormitory while teaching Wang Yi fire magic. She likes the lively environment. In her contact with Wang Yi, she also realized the responsibilities of her current identity. This initial star journey made her see a lot of things clearly. The Star Alliance is really too strong, and the Order Star has no resistance. She felt the pressure that Mishi was bearing, and was simply fighting against the entire Star Alliance on her own, whether as a member of the Order Star or a so-called princess. Jessica knew that she had to accept her mission. When the transmission code came from Niwen City, the starships that had been waiting for the attack immediately entered combat status. The alarm in the mist sounded loudly, and all the soldiers rushed out of the dormitory and rushed to the assault landing craft. Jessica sat with her comrades, and Sinclair was next to her. The broadcast sounded, "All personnel turn on the individual combat system and read the combat mission. The fleet will be transmitted to Niwen City in 10 minutes. Good luck to you." Chapter 499 Interstellar Landing Battle. Turning off the helmet of the light individual mecha, the combat mission appeared on the holographic screen. Jessica read the instructions carefully and listened to the tactical arrangements made by the squad leader. She and Sinclair were soldiers of the BN-46 squad, and the squad leader was a mercenary with rich combat experience. He said based on the combat map he got, we and the BN-35 and BN-62 squads will land at Gate 97 in the dark cabin area of Niwen City. At that time, the Niwen City Freedom Army will open the gate to receive our landing craft. If Gate 97 is not opened on time, we will immediately move to Gate 76. Landing operations are completely at the mercy of fate. If we are directly hit by the starship-level weapons of Niwen City, the defense of the landing craft will be useless. We can just return to the initial planet to revive, and this war will have nothing to do with us. If we are lucky enough to successfully break through and enter the dark cabin area of Niwen City, the task of defending the gate is the responsibility of the BN-35 team. The combat mission of us and the BN-62 team is to attack the nearby starship weapons and cover the subsequent landing craft to enter. In other words, we have to conduct space starship surface operations and launch attacks from outside Niwen City. Be sure to check the ceiling of your individual mechas, and don't let the support robots get lost. Also, once you find that Niwen City has sent out a starship surface combat force, don't attack rashly. Immediately move closer to the heavy armed robots. Find cover, and call in heavy transformable tank mechas for fire coverage. Remember not to be a hero. If we can successfully land, we will be valuable combatants of the Niwen City Freedom Army. We will try our best to cover more people landing, but we can't fight for them. Do you understand? Understood, Captain, Jessica answered loudly. From the beginning, she didn't have the idea of teleporting directly into the Black Pearl after arriving in Niwen City. This was a cosmic war that Order Star had never experienced before, and every detail in it was a valuable combat experience. She wanted to stay here and learn how the Star Alliance army fought space wars. The battle route map was sent over, and the team leader seized every second before the transmission to make tactical arrangements. Among them, Jessica and Sinclair's task was to be the middle firepower, following the attack-armed robot to protect the left wing of the tank mecha. They were new recruits who had never fought in a war, and they could not do the work of scouts and wingmen. The alarm sounded again, and the broadcast echoed in the assault landing craft. Transmission will begin in 30 seconds. All armed robots will be activated. And below the command chain, the signal docking of the support armed robot assigned to Jessica was completed, and it will follow Jessica closely to provide her with various assistance. Automatically replenish energy batteries and ammunition, repair damaged parts of individual mechas, provide additional firepower when firepower is needed, build temporary shelters, and block gunfire for soldiers when necessary. Transmission starts in 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, EP421. After 5 starships carrying volunteer landing troops accelerated for a period of time, 5 open wormholes appeared in front of them, and the 5 starships drilled in together. The wormhole station is a large space calculation machine. All ships that arrive at the wormhole station through wormhole transmission will appear within a range of 1 kilometer to 100 kilometers. The larger the size of the starship, the farther it is from the wormhole station. The main purpose of doing this is to prevent starship collision accidents. Therefore, the transport ships that the volunteers took this time all chose smaller starships. After the transmission was completed, 5 starships appeared at the same time at a location 20 kilometers away from the Niwen City airport. This was already a very ideal location, and the interstellar landing operation began immediately. The 5 transport ships drove towards Niwen City with full engines, in front of a large airport city. The size of the transport ships seemed extremely small. From a distance, Niwen City was an irregular sphere, and the city assembled from scrap starships was not very ornamental. Even after modification, there were still many edges and corners. From a distance, the surface terrain of Niwen City was already very complicated. If you climb up, you will find that the ups and downs are more dangerous than the most steep mountains. A large number of Starship-class weapons were deployed on the surface of Niwen City for the city's self-defense. At this time, the Free Army in the city had launched a full-scale counterattack. They would do their best to interfere with the operation of these Starship-class weapons to reduce the firepower on the transport ships. There were already flames on the surface of Niwen City, and the 5 transport ships continued to accelerate towards the landing area. The closer they were, the more opportunities the landing craft had to rush into Niwen City. But Niwen City also reacted very quickly. They soon discovered that the 5 starships behaved abnormally, and their identity information did not match the starships that applied for transmission. Combined with the fact that the city's external weapon modules were attacked by the Free Army, the Niwen City Defense Army immediately determined that these were reinforcements from the Niwen City Free Army. The city defense system was immediately activated, and the nearby starship defense artillery stretched out from various gun positions to aim at the oncoming transport ship. The volunteer army transport ship simultaneously activated the energy defense shield, opened the front shield to the maximum, and continued to rush forward. Hundreds of interstellar fighters were ejected, and they spread out their formation like flowers scattered by fairies, rushing towards the defense gun positions of Niwen City. Tens of thousands of active defense units were sprayed out, and these active defense units would be combined into multi-layer defense lines on the periphery of the starship. After detecting a dangerous attack on the starship, the active defense units at the corresponding positions would immediately self-destruct. The explosion would produce a very strong magnetic energy vortex, which could effectively interfere with energy attacks and live ammunition attacks. This was a one-time attack, and the volunteers had nothing to keep. Only by maximizing the interstellar defense energy in a short period of time could more volunteers successfully complete the landing. The city defense firepower of Niwen City began to fire at the invading starship, and some interstellar fighters also took off from various places to encircle the starship. The war started in an instant, and the Mist led the other 4 transport ships, fighting back with shipborne firepower while releasing the first wave of assault landing craft. For a while, the flames produced by the explosion continued to shine in the battle area, and a box hidden somewhere in the mist disappeared from its original place after a shake. At the same time, as the first landing force, the assault landing craft that Jessica was riding on was launched along the launch pipe. More than 30 active defense units gathered around and formed a defense circle outside the landing craft, and 4 interstellar fighters escorted the landing force. An energy beam detonated the 4 active defense units, and the energy aftermath after being reduced bombarded the landing craft, turning the landing craft upside down. Fortunately, the energy shield of the landing craft withstood the attack. After the driver stabilized the landing craft again, he immediately took evasive action. After the energy of the shield was fully replenished, he accelerated and rushed towards a gate that had been opened in front. Chapter 500 Watching the Battle. When the volunteer army was teleported to Niwen City, De Leon was already sitting in the Black Pearl to watch. He knew that the volunteer army's landing operation was also at the request of the Niwen City Free Army, and provided a lot of help for this operation. Now there are 20 demons active in the dark cabin area of Niwen City. They follow the Niwen City Free Army without revealing their whereabouts. As long as a request is sent, the portal will be opened immediately. It is precisely because of the strong support of Niwen City Free Army that the defensive firepower encountered by the volunteer army fleet is not so dense. However, the Niwen City Free Army has very limited manpower. Under the counterattack of the Niwen City Defense Army, the interference of the Free Army on the city's defense system is getting weaker and weaker. The attacks on the volunteer fleet gradually increased, and some assault landing craft were blown up in the airspace between Niwen City and the starship. The location where the Rafale was moored was not affected by the battle, so Dalian led his subordinates to watch an interstellar war up close. While watching, Vincent suddenly said excitedly, "Your Majesty, I feel the magic of Jessica. She is in the battle area. We must rescue her immediately." Hearing Vincent's words, Dalian was very confused. Why was Jessica in the battle area? Did she come with the volunteer fleet? But no matter what happened, Vincent was right. Jessica must be rescued as soon as possible. Dalian said to Sophia, "Locate Jessica, open the space portal, and protect her back." "Yes." Sophia just agreed, then paused, and then said to Dalian in an extremely happy voice, "Cindy sent a communication. She brought the body of the King of Destruction." Space positioning begins, and the portal opens. The heroes in the whole room were in extreme shock. After 2,000 years of traveling through the Great Tomb, everything in the Great Tomb has not changed. Only his leader has lost all his power, including the body of the King of Destruction. Dalian and the heroes also tried to find the traces of the King of Destruction, but there was no clue. Now Cindy suddenly said that she brought the body of the World Destroyer, and for a moment everyone felt like they were dreaming. But as a high-level hero, everyone here can distinguish between dreams and reality. Cindy really brought the World Destroyer, while everyone was still in an unbelievable trance. A box more than one person tall appeared in the room. Cindy flew down from the box and knelt in front of Dalian. "Master, Princess Jessica and I found the body of the World Destroyer on the initial star, and also met the Holy Lady Bella. Another amazing information. Unexpectedly, Bella, who disappeared in the exile space, was also on the initial star. Now that Dalian has regained the power of the World Destroyer, and with the addition of Holy Bella, the battle power of the Order Star has skyrocketed, and all the heroes are full of confidence in the war that is about to break out." Dalian looked at the box that Cindy brought, and the body of the World Destroyer must be inside. Even though Cindy had put many seals on the outside of the box to lock the overflow of the World Destroyer's energy, the fire magic energy in the elemental stone in Dalian's body had already become uncontrollably agitated. But Dalian did not open the box immediately, but said to the projection of the Black Pearl beside him, "Keep the box containing the World Destroyer well, and no one can open it. After returning to the Order Star, give it to Master Nicole." Black Pearl replied, "Yes, Captain." The box disappeared from the room in a flash. No one asked why Dalian did this, why he didn't immediately accept the power of destruction to restore his strength. Because the heroes here all know that their king must have a reason for doing this. The heroes' attention was turned back to the cosmic battlefield. Sophia also located Jessica and established magic communication. "This is the Black Pearl. Hello, Princess Jessica. We found you in the battle area of Niwen City. For your safety, please return to the Black Pearl immediately. The portal will open in 3 seconds." Who would have thought that Jessica quickly replied, "No. No. No. Don't open the portal. I joined the volunteer army to support the Niwen City Free Army. The landing craft I was riding is about to land. I can't leave my comrades at this time. By the way, Cindy and I found the body of the World Destroying on the initial star, and also met a hero of the Holy Bella. We have met Cindy and accepted the body of the World Destroying. Your Highness, you are a royal family of the Order Star. Your status is extremely noble, and you should not be in such a dangerous place. Please return to the Black Pearl, and the portal will open immediately." "Don't open it. Don't open it." Jessica continued to stop him, saying, "As far as I know, nobles in the ancient magic era all had to go to the battlefield. Even the royal family was no exception. I have signed a volunteer agreement. My comrades trust me, and I will fulfill the duties of a volunteer. What you have to protect now is the fast assault ship Mist. That is the ship of Holy Bella. She appeared but disappeared again. Only one ear in the mist knows the whereabouts of Holy Bella. And she also brought the body of the World Destroyer from a place called the Crystal Wall Space of the God Plane. She has to talk to the king of the World Destroyer in person about the matter of Holy Bella and the Crystal Wall Space of the God Plane. No more chatting. No more chatting. We are about to land. Don't open the portal. Remember, don't open the portal. Sacred Bella appeared and disappeared, and also led to the crystal wall space of the God Plane. It seems that Jessica's initial star journey this time has really gained a lot. But what happened specifically needs to be asked in detail after meeting Wang Yi. Mist. De Liang whispered the name. He has a territory in the Kingdom of Death, called Mist City. Then De Liang said, since Jessica is going to perform her duties, let's not interfere with her. Solomon, go and meet Jessica. Just say you are a micro-wormhole teleportation observer sent by Blackfire Company. If they are not in trouble, open space teleportation only for them. Yes, Your Majesty. Solomon saluted Daliang and disappeared into the room. Then, there is the Mist fast assault ship. Since it is Bella's starship, we can't let it be destroyed here. Black Pearl, give the Mist a force field shield, and then connect the Mist communication. At this time, Wang Yi was sitting on the bridge command platform of the Mist, with Nawin City in front of him, and dense firepower formed beams of light in front of the starship. The incoming attacks bombarded the hull, causing it to shake. Alarms kept lighting up on the operating consoles, and the hull had been damaged to varying degrees. Report to the captain. The assault landing craft has returned to the cabin, with a damage rate of 29%. The second batch of landing troops are boarding the boat, and the Vanguard landing force has controlled the landing area and started surface operations on the starship. The defense system of the Mist was damaged by 34%, and we can't hold on for too long. But at this time, the originally shaking hull suddenly became stable, and a layer of unknown protective shield appeared on the surface of the starship, blocking all attacks. Just when everyone didn't know what was going on, a voice appeared in the bridge of the Mist without passing through any communication channel. Hello, Miss Wang here. Thank you very much for the gift you gave me. I also have many questions that need your answers. The micro-wormhole is already opening, and I look forward to meeting you.